Roy. Roy. It's time to get up. Oh, come on, Roy. Roy.
All right.
Temper. You know what you said last night. If I don't get out of bed at once, you have my permission to pull the covers off me.
You do and I'll kill you.
Oh, come on, love. You know... Oh, brave man. Where are you?
Hate alarm clocks.
Where are you? Come on, you... Oh, Roy, there's no time. Roy?
What's up?
Roy, there's something wrong with my eyes. Roy?
Hey?
I can't...
Can't what?
Where are you? I can't see you.
Time, the silent herald of life and death, success or failure, the unseen force that measures man's destiny, reaching its most fateful moment as it slowly strikes the 11th hour.
What's the matter with you this morning? What's the matter with your eyes?
I don't know. Nothing. I can see everything else.
Well, then, you said just now...
Roy, what are you playing at?
Look, what the devil's the matter with you, Sally? One of your dreams or something?
Roy, where are you?
On a number 27 bus bound for Hackney Wick. Where do you think I am? Come on, woman, make some tea. I have to freeze you solid. I don't care how much it costs. We've got to have central heating. Can't stand another winter like this.
I'm dreaming. Yes, it's one of those dreams again. In a minute, June Craig will come into the room and tell me she's having an affair with him, and he'll come and beat me up and say he's going away with her, and then I'll wake up and everything will be all right. Just dreams. I'm insecure. That's all it is. My husband loves me, but I'm insecure. Oh, bed, sleep, and when I wake up, everything will be all right again.
Sally? Sally, what's happened? What's going on? Sally, look at me.
I can't see you.
I'm here, standing here in front of you.
Where?
Look, I've just looked in the mirror.
The mirror?
Usual thing. See how I look, tongue out, you know. Get ready for shaving. I do it every morning.
Yes, Roy?
I couldn't see anything.
You couldn't see anything?
Sally, what's happened?
Roy, but I...
Can you see me?
No.
I'm standing right in front of you. I can see you.
I can't see you.
That's what I was afraid of. I can't see me either. I mean, look, I'm looking at myself now. My hands, I can't see my hands. Can't see my feet. Sally, what's happened?
I can hear your voice. We'd better ring the doctor.
Doctor? Well, I feel fine.
But you've gone.
I'm not gone. I haven't gone. I'm still here. Look. No. Ring the doctor. I'll ring the doctor. Oh, am I going mad or something? What?
I saw the cupboard door open.
I've just opened the cupboard door.
And it looked as if it was opening on its own.
What?
Your shirt.
Well, what about it?
It's floating about in midair.
Would you ring Dr. Matthews, please, dear? Tell him... Don't tell him anything. I'm going back to bed. Tell him... Ask him to come here.
Enjoy the best of both worlds. Only 2 hours drive from Johannesburg and Pretoria and half an hour by air. the magnificent Sundown Ranch Hotel and Lion Park, just 10 kilometers from the Pilansberg Game Reserve and Sun City Resort. It offers an exciting escape from the hustle and bustle of everyday life. Reasonable rates, excellent food, friendly service and comfortable air-conditioned rooms. It will ensure a memorable stay. Activities include tennis, squash, horse riding, the Lion Park and much, much more. Call now to make your reservation on 014-573-1000. That's 014-573-1000, or visit their website at www.restinations.co.za/Sundown Ranch. The Sundown Ranch Hotel and Lion Park, 2 worlds in one.
Splish, splash, the water hog, splashing all day long. Using up the water, it's too late when it's gone. If you want to help him, this is what to do. Make sure the water hog is never, never you. Just make sure the water hog is never, ever you.
In here, please, Doctor. You mustn't be what I mean is...
Morning, Doctor.
You see, that's him. That's Roy. You can see the lump where he's in the bed, but he's got nothing on, you see, and... Doctor?
They want me for television. The Invisible Man. Oh, fees, because I'm not really here. There.
It's not funny. Stop it.
You're really right, it's not. What's the matter, Doctor? You look as if you've seen a ghost.
Mr. Horsey, when,
This morning. I was all right last night. Wasn't I, Sally?
Yes, I think so.
Think so? You told me I was getting fat. She told me I was getting fat, Doctor, so obviously I could be seen last night. Here, what are you doing?
it's all right, Mr. Horsey. I'm just satisfying myself.
Here, get out. Your hands are cold.
It's not funny. Why are you both laughing?
Who's laughing?
Well, you wouldn't laugh if your wife suddenly went invisible, Doctor.
On the contrary, I'd be delighted. Tongue out, Mr. Horsey. Oh, no, there's no point, is there? Would you mind putting pyjamas on? You say with clothes on you can be seen and everything?
Yes, but it's a bit unnerving. Pyjamas sitting up in bed with nothing in them. You see?
Yes, yes.
Like the washing line on frosty mornings. All the washing all stiff and... Well, what's happened to him, Dr. Matthews? You've got to help him.
I mean to try, Mrs. Horsey. I mean to try.
I see absolutely no point in taking my temperature, Doctor. I've somehow or other disappeared. I haven't got...
Just hold on to that for a minute, Mr. Horsey. Mrs. Horsey, may I have a word or two with you, please?
Oh, yes, we won't be a minute, Roy.
What are you going to talk about that I can't hear?
Roy, put that thermometer back in your mouth. Dr. Matthews is trying to help you. Doctor, what is it? What's happened to my husband? How can...
My dear lady, it's all under control.
Under control, but...
Your husband is invisible.
I know that, but...
I shall have an apology to make to both of you later. But for now, for the present, allow me to explain.
Apology? What on earth?
Firstly, your husband took his sleeping tablet last night, did he?
Sleeping tablet? Well, I mean, I didn't know that he took...
Yes, he sleeps badly, apparently. He came to me 2 days ago, wakes tired. It's as if he's not sleeping at all. There are a dozen beverages on the market worth recommending, but with a man like your husband...
What's any of this to do with Roy being invisible?
I'm coming to that.
What's happened to Roy? What?
I've made him invisible.
You've... What?
Made him invisible. Successful, isn't it? You can't see a thing, not even his, not a single inch of him.
You?
The sleeping pill wasn't a sleeping pill. It was a little something I've been experimenting on for some time.
What are you, some kind of witch doctor?
Witch? Oh, good heavens, no. Mrs. Horsey, if you only knew. A doctor's life is horrible.
But I don't understand what it is. This has got to do with my husband. I demand a second opinion.
Quiet, dear lady. Your husband is invisible. My pill, prescription, works. For the first time in the history of the world, a mortal man has rendered another human being invisible to the naked human eye.
Dr. Matthews, what are you saying? You stand there and admit that you use my husband as...
A guinea pig, yes.
Why, you...
Dear lady, I can make him visible again at will. He will become visible again. He, in fact, even at this moment...
Oh, yes?
Don't do that, Mr. Horsey.
Roy, where are you?
My temperature's 98 point something or other. What's going on? What are you two doing out here?
Mr. Horsey, don't say another word. Let us return to the bedroom. There's something I must discuss with you.
You're crazy.
Not at all. Be prepared, Mrs. Horsey. As I've worked it out, in another 3 minutes precisely, your husband will be back with us in the flesh.
Well, I really well hope you're right. Wait a minute, though. You have the blasted gall to stand there and tell me you did this on purpose. You made me invisible.
Think of it, my friend. You are invisible. Soon you'll become visible once more. At will, I can render you invisible. What a plan! What an idea! You are a bank manager.
I'm a chief terror, actually, but go on. You know, suddenly you're beginning to interest me. How many minutes did you say?
Now, 2. Imagine, Mr. Horsey, the greatest robbery of all time. You could not possibly be detected because no one can see you.
Roy?
No, shut up. Blimey. Of course, if I'm not back to my normal self in 2 minutes' time, I shall kill you anyway, but given that you are serious, and this is your doing, and not a ruddy great leg pull, I've got to admit it's interesting, yes.
Roy, darling.
Mr. Horsey, welcome back amongst us.
You mean I'm...
Oh, darling.
Oh, I can see. Look, all of me. Arms, legs. Oh, you can do this with a pill?
I've worked for years. It's a mixture of medieval hocus-pocus and early Hindu legend. And it's all in here.
Why didn't you try it out on yourself?
I'm a bit of a coward. I thought something would go wrong.
Oh, charming.
Dreary little...
How does £1 million between us strike you?
Let's talk about it.
No risk whatsoever. How could there be?
Every time I leave you two alone, I find you deep in earnest conversation. Look, if I'm being taken for a
Roy,
ride...
how could you? Martin was just telling me how he can steal £1 million and not be caught.
Oh, Martin now, is it? I see.
If we're to work together, I think Christian names are necessary, don't you?
I phoned the bank, told them I think I'm getting Asian flu.
Good. I'll write you out a prescription. Now, you must go back to work tomorrow, of course. As chief teller, after the manager, you will say the closing of the vaults, etc. This is your responsibility?
That's right. Hey, I've just realised something. What's the good of being invisible if everybody's going to see my clothes walking about?
You won't wear clothes.
I see. You want me to go naked?
Exactly.
Naked through the streets?
You can't do that. He'll be arrested. Oh, I see.
Precisely. You see, but they won't see.
I'll catch my death of cold.
I'll write you out a prescription. A cold, Mr. Horsey, a mere cold. Poof, for $500,000.
750,000. 3 ways, and there's 2 of us.
It's, my pill.
Who's taking the risks? Anyway, wait. Dirty Bread Day.
Yes, and, what?
Dirty Bread Day. Last Thursday of every month. All the muck is shoved back to the mint. Lovely, dirty old notes. That's what we want.
Genius.
I know. It's my job.
Your job?
Yeah, with Rawlings.
Who's Rawlings?
He's the bank guard. It's our job. Last Thursday of every month, we fill the hamper, about 9 in the mornings, and it stays there till 11. Then they come for it.
Who?
The pods from the mint. Ruddy great armoured car. Very nice, all those old notes, you see. Lovely. Never trace them. Spend them at once, you could.
Ah, Paris, Stockholm, the Far East. Rich. Never to see another appendix as long as I live.
Our farm in the country, darling.
Get up late. Never get up at all on frosty mornings. Lie in bed with Sally. Beautiful. Oh, Doctor, if you could only lie in bed with Sally. Yeah, I mean...
Yes, well, now let's see. Plan.
Yeah.
Plan. This bank guard, clever, intelligent?
He's a bank guard.
Yes, of course. So, you go down with him, yes?
That's right. We pack the hamper, check things generally, and then... Wait a minute. The best thing is for you to be invisible, because...
Great minds think alike. Just what I was thinking.
Darling, make us some coffee. This is getting interesting.
Die goeie ou dae van Springbok Radio is terug. 20 onverkrygbare liedjies nou op 1 CD. Met al jou gunstelinge: Virginia Lee, Cora Marie, Anton Goosen, Sonja Herold, Cupido en vele meer. Herleef Springbok Radio, Afrikaanse treffers.
Flower Connection has just opened their flagship store in Linden, Johannesburg at 65 on 4th, situated in 4th Avenue. For fresh cut flowers, plants and florist accessories at wholesale prices, come to Flower Connection. Our Florist Academy is well known for its courses and flower arranging lessons. Give a unique gift this Mother's Day, a flower course. We supply all flowers and materials. Remember, instead of giving one bouquet, the flower course will be a gift for life. Call Jenny on 076 951 9449 or visit our website at www.flowerconnection.com.
Slip in while me and old Rawlins go in, and then we go out, leaving you in there.
Invisible, quite. And then you find you've left your glasses or your...
bullseyes.
You find you left your bullseyes in the vault. Bullseyes?
Yeah, I chew them all the time at work.
He gave up smoking, you see.
Yeah, now Rawlins drags me about him. He smokes like a chimney. In fact, he'll want a quick puff while we're down there. Now, he might not come back with me, but if he does...
You must distract him while I slip out with a hamper.
3 doors along from the vault, there's the Southern Electricity Supply cupboard. It's 8 by 8, roughly. Now, I'll have it unlocked that morning. I'll see to all that. Now, in there with the hamper, and then... Oh. How do you... I mean...
What if...
No, shut up, darling. You haven't got a criminal's mind. It's hopeless. Just help me spend the notes.
I have it. You complain of a headache. You must go to the chemist. Out you go, you take a pill and return in 3 minutes. Invisible.
3 minutes?
That's all it takes, remember? I told you to take the sleeping pill 3 minutes before you went to bed.
So I went invisible as soon as that?
I didn't notice.
But you probably don't sleep with the light on. I mean, you would feel your husband's presence and... well, I mean...
Oh, yes, I felt his presence. I knew he was there all right.
Where were we? You return to the bank... Come to me, and we carry the hamper out together. 2 completely invisible men.
With a hamper?
Yeah, brilliant.
Big hamper?
It can't fail.
No.
What about this hamper?
What about the hamper?
What about the... Oh, yeah. I didn't think of that.
A big hamper floating through the streets, eh?
Yeah. Can't give the hamper a pill, can you?
We're left with a problem.
Yeah. Let's work on it. More coffee, love. Dodgy, that is. Big hamper floating down the high street. It's going to be ruddy cold, isn't it? Embarrassing, too, really.
So, think. There we are, both in the cupboard place where all the electricity is.
With the hamper of money.
Both starkers.
Yeah, both sans clothes. Now.
Yes. Mustn't leave it to improvisation, must we?
No, too risky. Hey, This pill affair, how long...
How long what?
Well, how long does the invisibility last?
As long as I wish it to last. Last evening, I told you to take my pill at 10:30. You told me you were regular to bed. You also said your alarm went off every morning at 6:30. 10:30 to 6:30, a civilized 8 hours. I calculated 9.5 and stood by my phone this morning.
Stood by?
Yes. If your wife hadn't rung when she did, I would have phoned you. I was dressed and ready for the car that sometimes won't start. This morning it did.
Dodgy doctor you are.
Coffee. Sorry, it's Tim.
With the money from the robbery, I shall buy 2 Rolls Royces, one with a wickerwork side.
Yeah, but for the moment, we're both naked in a cupboard with a lot of money. Our goose pimples won't be seen, will they?
Don't be frivolous. Think.
Think.
Think. Eureka!
Brilliant!
So, I will take it upon myself to make sure there's a vacuum cleaner in the electricity cupboard. There always is. That's where Mrs. Champion keeps all the cleaning doings.
You're going to stuff the money in the cleaner?
And move it,
Stuffed with money,
foot by foot,
yard by yard.
along the vault corridor and up the stairs into the lending department and out into insurances and car policies.
That way into the main bank.
No one will give a vacuum cleaner leaning against a wall a second glance.
Of course, one of us in his invisibility will have to go ahead and warn the other of anyone approaching.
Yes, you're right. It wouldn't do to have the manager spy a cleaner floating along the corridor.
The main bank chamber will be tricky. There's no other way?
No, through the main bank floor and into savings. Never many people in savings these days. That's the small left-hand entrance. Now, outside there...
You want me with the car?
Right, vacuum cleaner to the door, leave it there for a moment, and then whip it out into the car and away.
It's foolproof.
Here we go again, Miss Dorsey. I love old note there, I do. Only chance I get to the quiet puff.
You're incorrigible, Rawlings. You should stick to bullseyes.
Right, let's get on with it then. Wonder how many millions there is today. Just think, it's got to be burned. All that lovely money. It really hurts. Gets you right here.
Oh, blast.
What?
I left my bullseyes in the vault. Why not just whip back for them, eh?
I'll wait here. Save me feet.
Right, hang on. Are you there?
Phew, I was worried.
Everything under control. Doctor.
What?
There's a big smudge of soot down... Well, it'd be your cheek.
Good grief. It's gone?
No.
Must be my left.
Okay. Wouldn't have done to see a smudge of soot walking about in midair, would it?
Right. Have your pill.
Right. I've decided on toothache. They wouldn't expect me back too soon.
Got your bullseyes, Mr. Horsey, eh?
Hurry.
Miss Crossfield, if anyone needs me, I've got the devil of a toothache. It's killing me. I'll be back soon.
You were so long. Is that you, Roy? Huh?
It's me. I'm all right.
And I can't see an inch of you. Lovely.
Everything all right?
Every note in. The cleaner's stuff full.
Right, let's go. Blimey, the bag won't burst, will it?
No. Come on.
Stop. Someone's coming.
Right.
So I I says to Fred, I wouldn't never dare come home again if I forgot to post your football coupon that'd come up. I'd be off quick as a flash to the other side of the world.
Oh, my heart. It won't stand it.
Come on.
No, don't move it.
There's the manager. He's looking. He's looking at the cleaner.
Oh, no, it's all up.
No, he's gone. Quick, couple of inches. Quick. Okay. There's the door. Wonderful idea, this cleaner. No one cares about a vacuum cleaner.
Oh, there it is. I've been wondering where this was. Oh.
No.
Eh? Who's that? Funny. Foot.
Roy,
Keep calm. She always tries this on a Thursday. Always the same. Tries to get cleaning done so she can get out quickly. 4:10. Crikey, I'm freezing.
it's getting late. It's past.
Mrs. Champion, the manager says to stop cleaning this minute.
Oh, blimey.
You've got to wait till 5.
I knew I should never take a job in a bank what stays open late. All decent banks close at 3.
Oh, no. She's taking it away.
We're sunk.
Doctor, I can see your foot.
What? Roy, I can see your... It's worn off, Horsey.
Run! It's Mr. Horsey! Mr. Horsey! What have you done with your clothes?
Let him know! Call the police!
Oh, they've got new clothes on! Oh, ruddy spoil sports. Not letting me get ahead with me cleaning. This bag hasn't been emptied in years, neither. Cool. Full up. Look. Riley's money. Look at it. God. Oh. Well, I never did. Here, I wonder. Wait a minute. Oh! Yes. I think I'll have a large double Cointreau, thank you. I've always been partial to a little bit of liquor on my overseas trips, you know.
Certainly, madam. Going abroad for long?
Oh, a few years, perhaps. Always rather fancied Japan. And might push on then to Australia. Got a son, you know. My husband Fred's always wanted a sheep farm, too. Haven't you, Fred? Yes, of course you have.
I envy you, madam. One large Cointreau.
Good heavens. Here, seen this, Fred? 2 naked men arrested in City Bank yesterday morning. 2 naked men were were appended in the National and Provincial Bank yesterday afternoon shortly before closing. They behaved in a very strange manner and both tried to run screaming out of the door. They have been arrested on charges of public indecency. Well, I never did. It's a queer old world we live in, isn't it? I wonder if we like Australia, Fred. Yeah, that's the bank I worked in before I got my little windfall. Isn't that funny?
The 11th Hour this week was written and produced by Michael McCabe.
Ironized Yeast presents Lights Out, Everybody. It is later than you This is Arch Obler bringing you another in our series of stories of the unusual. And once again we caution you, these lights-out stories are definitely not for the timid soul. So we tell you calmly and very sincerely, if you frighten easily, turn off your radio now. But if you're fascinated by the mysterious, the fantastic, the unearthly, then anticipate chills in our story of Poltergeist.
Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Hey, that was swell. Now let's go to town. St. Louis woman with her diamond ring, kicking that man around.
No, stop that, Kay.
What's the matter? Am I scaring the horse?
Oh, it seems like a sacrilege singing a song like that out here. This beautiful, clean snow and blue sky.
Well, what's wrong with a hot song to keep us warm? If you think the St. Louis blues is going to dirty up the snow, you ought to hear Frankie and Johnny the way I sing it.
Oh, stop it, Kay. You're not funny at all. Why can't you enjoy the fresh air without that cabaret sort of thing?
Oh, just an old-fashioned gal, eh, Florence? How about you, Edna? Don't you like my songs either? You haven't said anything for the last 5 minutes.
Well, I haven't been listening to you, to tell the truth. I love to watch the snow sort of flow along under the sleigh.
When you say that, gal, smile. Gosh, did you ever see more snow in your life?
The man at the hotel said it had been snowing on and off up here for 2 weeks.
I think coming out here to the country's the best thing we three have done since we started rooming together. Hiking in the snow's terribly healthy.
Yeah, that's what I'm afraid of. The healthier I get, the worse I feel.
Crazy idiot.
She does say the funniest things, doesn't she? I always say that Kay ought to...
Whoa! Hallelujah, we're here. Is this as far as we go, driver?
That's right, miss. Can't go no further down this road account of the drift.
Oh, my goodness. The drifts are too deep for a horse. How can we walk through them?
I second the motion.
Well, you young ladies don't have to worry none so long as you keep going down the valley over there. Snow ain't piled up that way all the way to Ma Jenkins.
Oh, well, that's marvelous. Come on, girls. Let's get started.
So long. Take care of yourselves, girls.
Come on, Edna.
Goodbye, Miss Cal. Listen to the snow talking at us.
It's very dry snow. Our feet rub particles of it together, and the friction makes a sound.
It's kind of scary, isn't it?
Why?
Oh, I don't know. It's just as if the snow was sort of trying to talk to us. I mean, as if it was angry at our trespassing.
Hey, don't tell me we're trespassing. I don't want any country squire taking any pot shots at my constitutional amendment with rock salt. No, thank you.
Oh, don't talk nonsense, Kay. We're not trespassing. Why, this path through the valley here over to Mrs. Jenkins' house is the favorite hike of everyone who comes up this way during the winter.
What's Mrs. Jenkins got anyway that makes people walk their feet off?
Wait till you taste her cooking.
Eat. Oh, boy, let's go.
It's awfully quiet out here, isn't it?
Oh, that's the glory of it. I've had the roar of the subway in my ears so long. Okay, don't walk so fast.
Come on, look what I found.
Oh, come on, Edna.
Oh, please. Let me take your arm. I'm getting out of breath.
Well, take it easy. There's no hurry. Well, what is it, Kay?
Look, through the circle of trees here. Look what I discovered.
Well, isn't that interesting? It's a sort of a natural amphitheater.
Sure. Say, who was this guy, Daniel Boone?
What's an amphitheater?
Well, that means an oval circling place with rising tiers of seats. It's, like that place we went to for the horse show.
Oh.
Back in the times of the Greeks, they had outdoor theaters.
Listen to the professor.
They made use of places just like this, where the ground sloped up and made a sort of a natural arena or stage below.
Theater. That's an idea. Sit down, gals, and I'll give you a special performance of the K Follies.
It's awful snowy here, isn't it?
I'll trample it down with my spring dance. Welcome, sweet spring.
Isn't she a nut dancing in the snow? If I had that girl's energy.
She's really graceful, isn't she? I'll bet if she went on the stage, she could...
Kay!
She fell.
Kay!
Oh.
Kay, did you hurt yourself?
Oh, did I land on my dignity? Here, give me a hand.
Here, I'll help you. There you are.
Oh, did I take a flop?
Did you hurt yourself badly?
I'll live. What in the world did I trip over? Oh, no wonder. Look at that rock under the snow. No wonder I did a nosedive.
Oh,
My goodness. There are rocks like that all over. A person could break their neck if they...
Girls, what's the matter?
What is it?
Kay, the rock you tripped over. It's not a rock.
What are you talking about? Of course it's a rock.
Well, yes, but it's something more than that. It's a tombstone.
Tombstone? Oh, no, it can't be.
Look for yourself. It says, "Here lies buried the remains of one who, restless in life..."
Stop. Don't read any more. Stop.
And all these other stones laying flat on the ground. They're tombstones, too?
Yes.
Whew, what a place to pick to dance.
What's the matter, Edna?
What did you scream for?
Kay, you danced on the grave.
What?
You danced on the grave. I saw you. I saw you do it. You danced on the grave. Okay.
Edna, stop it. Stop
Oh,
it.
what's come into her? Edna, stop acting
Edna,
like
stop,
that.
for heaven's sake. Control yourself.
Okay. Kay, I'm so sorry for you. You danced on a grave.
For heaven's sake, stop talking like that. Sure, I danced on a
Well,
grave.
yes, of course she did. It was perfectly accidental.
And what if it wasn't? What of it?
The poltergeist.
The what?
Edna Hanson, what are you talking about? What's that word you just used?
Poltergeist. Okay, what have you done?
You superstitious little fool. If you don't stop talking that way, I'm going to slap your face. What's the matter with you? I didn't do anything.
You walked on the grave. You danced on the grave.
So
Edna,
what?
be sensible. We all walked on graves, but it was purely accidental.
Yeah.
We had no intention of desecrating them.
It doesn't matter, I tell you. It doesn't matter. The poltergeist. He'll come. I know he will.
Oh, what's the use? She's crazy.
Edna, what are you talking about? What's a poltergeist? What are you so frightened about?
My father, he told me, if you walk on a grave, if you dance on a grave, the poltergeist.
Poltergeist what? What is a poltergeist?
An evil spirit. It comes out of the grave. It kills. It destroys. It'll kill us. It'll kill us all.
Stop it.
It throws things out.
Oh, please.
Lay off that, will you,
Edna.
But it won't get me. I'll run
Edna,
away.
come back
I'll
here.
run away.
She's gone insane. I'll get her. Edna.
Kay, catch her. Edna. Edna, don't run away. Nothing will hurt you. Nothing. Oh, Edna, look out. Kay. Kay, what happened? That stone. It hit Edna.
Edna, open your eyes.
Blood. Blood all over her face. Kay, who threw that stone? Who threw it?
I don't know. It came from the graveyard.
Now, girls, take it easy. Take it easy.
Oh, Doctor, she won't die. Tell me she won't die.
No, of course not.
And you're sure that her skull isn't fractured?
Oh, absolutely not. Maybe a little concussion, that's all.
Well, it's almost 5. Our train. Can we get someone to help us carry her down to the station so we can get her on board?
Bored? I'm telling you, that little friend of yours shouldn't be moved out of bed for a week. If you do, well, it might be just too bad.
Oh, Flo, what'll we do? You go home, Kay. I'll stay with her.
Oh, no, you won't. I'm not leaving you here alone in this godforsaken place.
If you stay, I stay too. Kay, please be sensible. Why should we all lose our jobs when you
If
can
you'll
go...
excuse me, you ladies, I've got to be on my way.
Oh, yes, of course, Doctor.
Is there anything more you can do for Edna, Doctor? Any medicine or something?
Nope, I've done all I can do. She's sleeping comfortable now. Miss,
Yes, Doctor.
the constable's sick, too, you know, and he's sort of depending on me to keep things straight. Now, just how did you say that little friend of yours got hurt?
Well, it was just the way we explained, Doctor. That rock came flying and...
Yes, I know, but who threw the rock?
We don't know.
What?
That's true, Doctor. We don't know.
But somebody threw it. You can't change facts. Somebody threw the rock that cracked her head.
For heaven's sakes, old man, you don't think we did it?
No,
Kay,
miss, I
don't get
didn't.
excited. Doctor, you've got to believe us. It happened just the way we said. All at once, that rock came flying through the air from the direction of the graveyard. It struck Edna, and we just didn't see who threw it.
All right, if that's your story. Well, you better stay in your rooms here. I mean, you better not be leaving until the constable's on his feet and has a chance to talk with you. I'll be back in a few hours and see how the girl is.
He doesn't believe us.
What difference does it make? We know what we saw.
But what did we see?
She was running. She fell.
Kay, well, let's not fool ourselves. There was no one there to throw that rock.
There must have been.
But there wasn't.
Stop saying that.
Aren't you brave enough to face facts? There wasn't any place for anyone to hide. I saw that stone. It seemed to come down out of the air. So slowly.
Florence, if you don't stop talking like that...
You remember what Edna said? It throws things.
Stop looking at me like that. You're giving me the jitters.
She said the poltergeist throws things. Spirit of evil.
Florence, Rob, have you gone crazy, too?
Why should we laugh at things like that? What right have we got to laugh? How do we know there aren't powers we can't see or understand? Powers of evil that revenge an insult just like an evil man. Kay, how do we know?
What are you talking like that for? What are you trying to scare me for? You're supposed to be the most intelligent one of us all. You with your college degrees. Sure, I danced on the grave. But the dead are dead and they can't revenge a thing. I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid of anything. I tell you, it's not... What?
It's Edna.
Come on.
Edna, we're coming to you. Don't be afraid. We're coming.
Open the door, Florence. It's not locked.
Duck, it won't
Here,
do.
let me. Edna, what is it? What? Ah!
Edna, what? On your head. Oh. Oh. Oh.
Hey, what's going on here? I run a decent place, and I don't want you... Oh. The girl on the bed. Her head. It's crushed flat in by a rock. God in heaven. It's not a rock. It's a tombstone.
I wish I could cry, but I haven't got any more tears.
Oh, Edna. Edna.
Florence, darling, please. You'll kill yourself if you keep on like that. Oh, if this horrible night would only end.
It was my fault. Mine. I was the one who got her out here. She didn't want to go. She hates the country. But I made her come. I made her.
No. No, you're not the one to blame. I am. I danced on the grave.
But she was so good. So sweet. Oh, why did it have to be Edna? Why?
You're right. It wasn't right for it to be her, was it?
Oh, no.
I did it, not her. I did it. I danced on the grave. I danced on the grave.
You can't deny what you see with your own eyes.
But I tell you, Doc, nobody could have carried that tombstone up the steps without me seeing him, could they?
But there it is, ain't it?
Yeah. There it is.
Either somebody's playing a terrible joke or...
You don't have to say it, Doc. I know.
That's just the trouble. You don't know, and I don't know, and nobody knows.
Yeah. And that tombstone.
Well, what about the tombstone?
I ain't quite sure, but that's a tombstone out of the old burying grounds up at the bend.
You're crazy.
No, I ain't either.
Well, that place is a good 3 miles from here.
Yeah. I know.
Who could have carted a heavy stone like that for 3 miles?
Yeah. Who?
Stop looking like that, you flap-eared old fool. Human hands carried that stone in here and killed that girl?
Sure.
Yeah, the constable will find out who did it the minute he's on his feet again. You wait and see.
No, he won't, Doc. You're smarter than me and all that, but this time you're wrong. There ain't nobody that takes in breath and leaves out breath like you and me, or the constable's going to find out who killed that girl. You know that, Doc.
Oh, stop talking. I wish the constable was here and this night was over. It's been a terrible night. Terrible.
Terrible clock. Ticking. Ticking.
Yeah, I know. I've been sitting here listening to it.
I can't stand it anymore. I'll stop it.
Why bother with it?
Come on to bed, Kay. Please. There's no use sitting there. It won't help her.
Yeah. Nothing can help her. But maybe I can help you.
Me?
It was my fault. Mine. I was the reason it happened. It killed her, and it'll kill you and me, too, unless I stop.
No, don't say that.
It's true. But why should you be hurt? I'm to blame, not you. Listen, Flo. I'll go out there.
There?
Out there to the graveyard.
What?
I'll talk to it.
Kay.
I'll tell it I didn't mean to do it.
No.
That I didn't know where I was dancing.
Please.
Maybe somehow it'll hear, listen to me, and then it won't hurt you.
No, I won't let you go out there. It'll kill
But
you.
Florence...
It'll kill you, too.
But Florence...
No, I'll hold you. You can't go. You can't.
All right.
Come on to bed, Kay, please. In the morning things will be different.
But it won't.
Nothing will hurt us. And then they're right outside the door. They won't let anything get at us. Oh, please, Kay, please come to bed.
Yeah.
We'll pray.
Pray? I don't exactly know how.
Just say anything. Anything. Like this. Now I lay me down to sleep. I pray the Lord my soul to keep. If I should die before I wake, I pray the Lord my soul to take. Now you.
If I should die before I wake, I pray the Lord my soul to take.
Kay? Kay, are you asleep? I can't sleep anymore. Kay, tomorrow, when it gets light and everything, do you think people will believe us? Do you think so, Kay? I'm not quite sure what happened. I always used to be so sure about things. And now Kay? Kay, where are you? Kay, where? The window. She went out the window. She's gone out there. To the graveyard. To talk to it. Oh, Kay, why did you go? Why did you go? I'll go out there, too. Oh, she'll be so frightened out there alone. I'll go, too. I'll go, too. Oh, so cold. My hands. Snow so sharp. Cutting my legs. Oh, why did you go out there, Kay? Why did you? I've got to find you. The wind. Oh, why doesn't the wind stop? Blow, blow, thou winter wind. Thou art not so unkind as... Oh, I've got to find you, kid. I've got to find you. It's snowing. I love snow. Edna didn't like snow. Where are you, Kay? Where are you? I've lost my way. I've lost the road. Where are you, Kay? Kay, where are... Oh, Kay. I heard you, Kay. I heard you. I'm coming to you, Kay. We'll talk to it. We'll talk to it together. We'll tell her we didn't mean any harm, won't we, Kay? Won't we? Poor Edna. We can't help her, Kay. We can't help Edna. But I'm coming to help you, Kay. I'm coming. I'm coming.
Florence,
Here I am, Florence.
Yes, I hear you. I hear you. I'm coming, darling. I'm coming to help. I'm coming to help you. I'm coming. I'm coming. I hear you. I hear you calling my name. I hear you. Yes.
Here we are, Florence. This way, Florence.
Yes.
Here we are.
Yes, I hear you. I hear you. Where are you? Where are you?
This way.
No! No!
This way, Hooper. They must have come this way.
Climbing out the window like that in the middle of the night. They must have gone crazy, the both of them.
Well, let's not worry about that now. We've got to find them. Here, give me that lantern.
What is it, Doc? What have you found?
A shoe. One of the girl's shoes.
My gosh, stuck in the snow. We're going the right way.
Come on, move fast. We've got to get to them.
Doc, look at this.
What is it?
Over there. Ain't these footprints?
Yes. Yes. Yes, that's right. Footprints. Hello! Up ahead! Hello!
Doc, we're getting pretty close to the old burying grounds.
Well?
Maybe... Oh, look here, Doc. Let's not be fools. Let's wait till morning.
What? Let those frightened girls freeze to death? Get along.
But, Doc,
You come with me, or the whole town will know what a yellow-livered no-good you are.
All right. All right. You don't have to get so sore, Doc.
Hello! Hello! Anybody up there? Hello?
Doc! Doc, look!
What?
There they are. Up ahead.
Glory be, they're alive. The both of them. Come on.
Doc. Doc, look at them. That's the burying ground up there. And they're dancing. Dancing on the graves.
What? They must be out of their heads. Come on. We've got to stop.
Doc! Doc, wait for me. Oh, Doc, it's Doc again. Where are they, Doc? Where are the girls? Have they stopped dancing?
Yes.
Huh?
They've stopped dancing. Did they ever dance?
What are you talking about, Doc? We saw them. We saw them dancing in this place with our own eyes.
Did we? The moonlight. Here it comes again. See with your eyes again.
Oh, no.
Both of the girls froze stiff to the ground, each with her head crushed by a tombstone.
Mr. Obler, would you mind telling us, me, whether there actually are such things as poltergeists?
All I can tell you is this. There are authenticated records in existence that, in the city of London on the 27th day of April, 1872, from 4 in the afternoon on a Thursday until 11:30 at night, a certain room in a certain house was deluged by stones thrown from no apparent source. The London police surrounded the house, but they found no trace of whoever or whatever was throwing those stones with a murderous violence.
I see. So much for poltergeist. But what about next week?
Well, anything can happen, but specifically next week, Mungara. A strange title and a strange story. The power of suggestion. The dictators have shown us to what evil purposes that power can be used. Well, next week, a man who, but that, as usual, is next week.
Yes. Lights Out, written and directed by Arch Oboler, will come to you again next Tuesday at the same time. Be sure to listen for the amazing story of Mungara. It is later than you think.
Tonight, we present The Death of Halpin Fraser, adapted from the story by Ambrose Bierce.
One dark night in midsummer, a man, waking from a dreamless sleep in a forest, lifted his head from the earth and stared a few moments into the black. Catherine. He said nothing more, for he was dead. The man was Halpin Fraser, and his body was discovered the following morning by Sam Holker, the deputy sheriff from Napa, and Jim Jarrelson, a detective from San Francisco. The two men left the town of St. Helena at the first glimmer of dawn and walked along the road northward up the valley toward Calistoga. They carried guns on their shoulders. Their business was manhunting.
How far is it?
No, only a little ways yet. There's a turn ahead, and it's just beyond that.
Don't see how we'll see anything when we get there. This fog.
No, it'll thin out and blow off around noon, I expect. Then we'll wait around until he shows.
Till he shows?
Oh, he'll show all right. I've seen him 3 times.
You say he's been hanging around the graveyard?
Yeah. Where they buried his wife. Now, she was the weirdie. Ooh. Maybe you can't blame him for what he did to her. Then he sure had a lot of practice before her. Yeah, she was a widow when he met her, in fact. Came to California to look up some relative. Then you know all about that. Strange people. And well, now here we are. Over here. You can see the graveyard's not kept up, not used anymore. Weeds all grown over the stones. Look out you don't trip on them over there.
What about Branscombe? Shouldn't we watch out if he's around?
Oh, no. He don't show up till dark. Thought I'd show you the ground, and we could make some sort of plan for later. A grave is over here. He'll come by it like I saw him before. Over here under this spruce. You know, it's still a mystery to me why... Hey there. Hey there now.
What?
Hey there now, look at this.
What is it?
Well,
Is it Branscombe?
No, isn't him. Don't know who it is.
The body lay upon its back, the legs wide apart. One arm was thrust upward, the other outward, but the latter was bent acutely, and the hand was near the throat. Both hands were tightly clenched. The whole attitude was that of desperate but ineffectual resistance to... what?
There's a shotgun over there. A game bag with birds in it. He's out game hunting.
Looks like he put up a fight, too. Oak shoots all bent over. Somebody bigger than him, it looks. See the knee marks in the earth beside his hips? Strangled, all right. Look at the face.
Well, Branscombe did it, sure enough. Sure enough.
I had been all day in the hills west of the Napa Valley, looking for such small game as was in season. Late in the afternoon, it had come on to be cloudy, and the absence of trails had so impeded me that I was overtaken by night. Unable in the darkness to penetrate the thickets, I had lain down near the roots of a large tree and fallen into a sleep, dreamless until I heard the name pronounced, I couldn't imagine why, from my own throat. Then I lay down and went to sleep, but this time no longer dreamless. I thought I was walking along a dusty road that showed white in the gathering darkness of a summer night. Why or where I traveled, I did not know, though it all seemed simple and natural as is the way in dreams. A side road left off. The appearance having been long abandoned because it seemed it led to something evil. Yet I turned into it without hesitation, impelled by some imperious necessity. As I pressed forward, I became conscious that my way was haunted by invisible existences. From among the trees on either side, I caught broken and incoherent whispers in a strange tongue, which yet I partly understood. They seemed to me fragmentary utterances of a monstrous conspiracy against my body and my soul. A shallow pool in an old wheelrut caught my eye with a crimson gleam. I stooped and plunged my hand into it. It stained my fingers. It was blood. It was blood. Blood was everywhere about me. The weeds showed it in blots and splashes on their leaves. Defiling the trunks of the trees were broad maculations of crimson, and blood dripped like dew from their foliage. All this I observed with a terror and an expectation. It seemed to be all in expiation of some crime. I was aware of my guilt, but I couldn't remember the crime. I tried to search it out by tracing my life backward to discover the moment of sin. Scenes and incidents came crowding, one picture effacing in confusion another. But nowhere could I catch a glimpse of the crime. I will not submit unheard. I will not submit unheard. There may be powers that are not malignant traveling this accursed road. I shall leave them a record. I shall leave them a record and an appeal. I shall relate the wrongs, the persecutions that I endure. I'm a helpless mortal and a penitent. I found a memorandum in my pocket, but no pencil. I had no pencil. I broke a twig from a bush and dipped it into a pool of blood, and I began to write. I wrote rapidly. I wrote my appeal. Oh, I don't know where the words came from, but I wrote. But it seemed I'd hardly touched the paper with the twig when I heard her. At first from some measureless distance away. Soulless. Hardly. Accursed. A strange sensation began to take possession of my body and my mind. Some overpowering presence, a malevolence approaching me. I could not tell from what direction, from everywhere. She was everywhere about me. I had to complete my record, my appeal. I wrote with terrible rapidity, the twig rilling blood without renewal. My appeal. But in the middle of a sentence, I could not move my hands. My arms fell to my sides. The paper to the earth. I was thrown about. I looked up. Staring into a face. Sharply drawn face. Blank, dead eyes. Standing white and silent in the garments of the grave. Kathy. Mother.
Halpin was the youngest. He was more delicate than the rest, and perhaps a trifle spoiled. His father had little time for him. His father was what no Southern man is not, a politician. It took a good deal of his time, and I suppose it saved us from the war. But then later, other children were at school, and I had Halpin all to myself. I was very happy. We were both very happy. His father wanted him to study law. Oh, my law. Halpin was a dreamer, a romantic boy. I knew from the very beginning that he could be a poet. Well, it was in his blood. And he was the living image and character of his maternal grandfather, the late and great Myron Bayne. That was my father, the famous poet, you know. He died just before Halpin was born, so they never knew each other. But I used to think that Halpin was the very incarnation, the very living image. It's true, you know, that before Halpin was born, Myron was all I had. Well, that was really how it was. My husband was in politics, you know, and the children came and went with him all so fast. And it's true, I can hardly remember one of them now. Sometimes I think there was only Halpin after all. And before him, Myron Bayne. Oh, Myron, we always believed we'd be together again afterwards. Halpin alive was all we had, after all, wasn't it? You see, my father and I were very close. I was his inspiration. I was all he had. The only one he ever really loved. We had a perfect sympathy that the world would never have understood. So we had to take care. We had to protect our beautiful weakness, our guilt. Then suddenly he died, and I waited in all this dark world until Halpin was born. His father wanted him to study law. Oh, my. The Tennessee Frasers were a practical folk, having a contempt for any quality unfitting a man for the wholesome vocation of politics. Well, Halpin was going to disappoint them, and they could see it from the first. And what they said about him only showed their ignorance. They said he wasn't a very bright, and he was a crazy like his grandfather, Myron Bain. Oh, my. Sometimes you just have to shut the whole world out, don't you? So I expected his mother spoiled him a little. And you can't go blaming her for that, can you? How happy we were, Halpin and I. I was still young, you know, they'd say. Halpin and his beautiful mother. Of course, from his early childhood, Halpin called me Kathy. Halpin and Kathy. No one would have known to look. They were jealous. Yes, they were of us, as our attachment became yearly stronger, more tender. By the time he was 25, Halpin was the most beautiful of God's creatures on this earth. I must say, he didn't turn out to be much of a poet by then. But I knew that it might just burst out of him at any moment. He had it all in him, of course. All waiting. I tried to help him a little with his writing and reading. He was a little slow at first. But he was a dreamer. A romantic dreamer. You know, the two of us were almost inseparable. And by strangers observing our manner, we weren't infrequently taken for lovers. Oh, my. In all their wild days, they'd never believed how right they were. And we laughed at them, Halpin. We laughed at them, at their outrage and envy. We knew they envied us. That element in all the relations of life, strengthening, softening, and beautifying. Yes, beautifying, even those of consanguinity. Oh, Halpin, do you remember? Do you remember even a single moment? Well, then there was that day you left me. Halpin had taken a job with a local lumber company. Oh, he wanted to do something. Didn't want to be so dependent on me, I suppose. And this friend of his talked him into working for the Talcote and Bleecker Lumber Company. Well, he hadn't been with them a month, and then that day he came into my boudoir. I knew. I suppose I knew, Halpin, by the way you kissed me on the forehead and toyed for a minute with a lock of my hair. Had you stopped loving me already, Halpin? We can't tell, can we, when someone really stops loving?
Kathy?
Well, Halpin, I have a distinct feeling that there's something on your mind. What is it, Halpin?
Oh, Kathy, would you greatly mind if I were called away to California for a few weeks?
To California?
It's for the company, Kathy. Mr. Talcott himself asked me to do this.
California is far away. How many weeks?
Only a few, Kathy. 4. Maybe 5.
Well, Halpin, it is hardly needful for me to answer with my lips, a question to which my telltale cheeks have already made reply. Evidently, I would greatly mind.
Oh, Kathy, don't feel that way. I want to do this. For the company, you know.
Yes, you want to get away, Halpin. I know. Oh, my dear son, I should have known this was coming. Didn't I lie awake half the night weeping because during the other half, Myron Bain, your grandfather, came to me in a dream. And standing by his portrait, young, too, and handsome as that, he pointed to your portrait on the same wall. And when I looked, it seemed that I could not see the features. You have been painted with a cloth over your face. A cloth such as we put on the dead. Your father has laughed at me when I've told him about my dreams. But you and I, dear, we know that such things are not for nothing. And Halpin, I saw below the edge of the cloth the marks of hands on your throat. Oh, Halpin, forgive me, but we've not been used to keep such things from each other. Perhaps you have a different interpretation of my dream, Halpin. Perhaps it does not mean that you will go to California. Or maybe you take me with you.
That's such a strange dream, Kathy. You dreamed all that before. Didn't tell me.
Well, now you know, Halpin. I remember hearing that there are medicinal springs in California, places where one recovers from rheumatism and neuralgia. Well, now, that might do me some good. My fingers have grown so stiff lately. You see, Halpin? So stiff, especially in the morning. I'm almost sure they have been giving me great pain while I slept. Like they was grasping something and just couldn't let go.
Like a throat, Kathy. Like a throat when you hold them like that.
Oh, but that's only in a dream, Halpin. And we don't want to mistake a dream for real life.
No, Kathy. No. We don't ever want to take a chance of mistaking a dream that way.
That was the last thing you ever said to me, Halpin. Seems I remember it as. You were gone next morning. Couldn't see you for dust. Oh, Halpin. At first I thought it was in a dream you left me, and I couldn't wake out of it, hard as I tried. My poor hands never straightened out. They try to find you in all their emptiness. You never wrote. You just vanished like you never was. Oh, my. I came all the way to California looking for you. A long while in San Francisco, someone said you'd gone to sea. So I watched the ships and the sailors. I thought each one was you, Halpin. I made believe they were because I wanted to wake up out of my dream. Then a very mean man indeed, took me up here to the mountains, and we lived a while torturing each other. I hid all his stolen money in the graveyard. Still looking for it, I suppose. Oh, he was very mean to me, Halpin. He had a little knife, which he kept sharp as a razor.
Kathy.
Look, Halpin.
Kathy.
Look at me.
Kathy,
see what he did? He said he wanted to find the spot that hurt the most. But nothing hurt, Halpin. Nothing hurt. Kathy. Nothing hurt anywhere. Only the memory. And he couldn't find the right spot for that. But he got very close one dark night. See, Halpin? My delicate white throat. See how he cut with his razor knife from this ear to that ear. It never stopped bleeding, Halpin. Oh, you'd never believe how much blood could be stored up in one soulless body. See it, Halpin? Keeps me strong enough to come to you and bring these aching hands to your own warm, dear throat.
Kathy, no.
See me, Halpin? Kathy. See what's gone out of me?
No, Kathy. Get away. Kathy.
Oh, mine.
Kathy, no.
Oh, peace. Oh, love gone out of me. I am your dream, Halpin. There is no appeal for you, Halpin. No.
To Jaralson and Holker, the nature of the struggle was made clear by a glance. The face and throat were purple, almost black. The shoulders lay upon a low mound, and the head was turned back at an angle otherwise impossible. From the froth filling the open mouth, the tongue protruded, black and swollen. The throat showed terrible contusions, not mere finger marks, but bruises and lacerations wrought by two strong hands that must have buried themselves in the yielding flesh, maintaining their terrible grasp until long after death.
The work of a maniac, all right. Branscombe LaRue.
Look here. Looks like he was writing something in a memorandum pad. Pretty scrawly. Well, I guess under the circumstances. Can you make it out?
Let's see. Poetry, looks like. The air was stagnant all. Silence was a living thing that breathed among trees. With blood, the trees were all adrip.
Sounds like Bain.
Bain? Who's Bain?
Myron Bain. Poet half a century ago. Now, why would this poor fellow want to be copying down that dismal stuff?
Dismal, all right. Well, in a way, I guess it figures.
Adventures by Morse. Carlton E. Morse presents You'll Be Dead in a Week, featuring Captain Friday.
If you like high adventure, come with me. If you like the stealth of intrigue, come with me. If you like blood and thunder, come with me.
$9 in the evening, somewhere out on the Strip to the west of Hollywood. In case you don't know, the Strip is a portion of Sunset Boulevard, which runs through and adjacent to some of the more exclusive residential districts between Hollywood and the Pacific Ocean. In the Strip are some of the more expensive shops, salons, and eating and drinking places. The Strip is not a portion of Los Angeles Captain Friday and his operative Skip Turner would be apt to patronize. Certainly not the flossy drinking establishments with soft lights, boudoir furnishings, and intimate music. And yet, here they are, Captain Friday and Skip Turner, uncomfortably seated on two small chairs before a too small table in a half-lighted corner of Maggie's intimate drinking salon.
Hey, Captain.
Huh?
You sure enough trying to bore me to death.
You aren't any more bored than I am.
Well, then what are we a-sticking here for? All this plush and soft lights and elegance.
Business.
We gonna do business in Maggie's intimate drinking saloon?
Not saloon.
S-A-L-O-N?
Salon.
Well, pardon me while I arch my pinky. I asked you a question, Captain.
Did you?
Yeah. What kind of business we got here in Maggie's place? By the way, where is Maggie?
I don't know.
Well, it says Maggie's saloon.
Salon.
Yeah. All the folks I've seen is a hat-check girl out yonder, the one waiter, and the bartender in the next room. Now, you know, that ain't very many people.
Not a very large establishment.
Yeah. Seat about 20 or 30 at the most.
That's what it means by Maggie's intimate drinking salon. Small, quiet, and exclusive.
Yeah, darned exclusive, if you ask me. We're all the guests they got.
Isn't there anyone in the other room?
Nope, I can see in there. Nobody but the bartender and the piano player. That makes 4 of them and only 2 of us. Piano player, bartender, waiter, and hat-check girl. Now, look at Cap, about this hat-check girl.
Skip, right at the moment, we're not interested in hat-check girls.
Who ain't interested in a hat-check girl? Oh, you mean the business we got here?
Right.
Oh. Okay, spill it.
Just a minute. Waiter's coming over.
Why? We don't want no more of this stuff.
Order anyway.
Will there be something more, gentlemen?
I guess so. Same as before.
And you, sir?
Yeah, bring me a glass of milk.
Milk?
That's what I said, milk.
I beg your pardon?
Go on, get me a glass of milk and quit looking like you never heard of the stuff.
I will see what can be done.
Hey, and wait a minute.
Yes.
Why ain't that piano player in there playing?
It is a little early in the evening yet.
Well, it ain't early if he's got paying customers, is it?
I will have to take that up with him.
You do that, will you? And tell him to rip off the last roundup or the Darktown Strutters Ball, something like that.
I will mention your suggestions to him. Darktown Strutters Ball.
No, I don't think he cares for me.
Can you blame him? When did you take up milk as a beverage?
Oh, I'm just ordering milk now on account of it makes our waiter so darn mad. He takes it as a personal insult. Hey, what's that?
Letter?
Well, yeah, I can see it's a letter. Hey, does it explain the reason for our being here?
Yeah. Want to hear it?
Why, sure. Kind of fancy paper, ain't it? Ain't that a girl's handwriting?
Yes, it's fancy paper, and it's a girl's handwriting. Anything else you want to know?
Yeah, what's it say?
If you'll keep still long enough, I'll read it.
Okay, shoot.
Letter's signed Eve Carson, girl who wired us in San Francisco. This is what she says. It will be very much to your advantage to meet me in Maggie's intimate drinking salon on the Strip sometime between 8 and 9 this evening. I will come directly to your table and join you as though I were an old friend. Please treat me as such. What I have to say to you will take only a few moments, but will mean a great deal to me as well as to you and your friend, Eve Carson.
Is that all?
That's all.
And that's why we're here, huh? Meet Eve Carson and treat her like an old friend.
That's right.
Here, let me have a look at that letter.
Go ahead.
Very much to your advantage to meet me. Does she mean by that she's young and good-looking, you suppose?
Yeah, give me that letter.
Well, I always did say it was to a fellow's advantage to meet a young, good-looking girl. But look, Cap, she said between 8 and 9, and it's 10 minutes after 9 right now.
Yeah, I know.
You mean she ain't coming?
You know as much as I do.
But if she's not coming...
Hold it. Waiter's coming back.
Mm-hmm. Well, hi, sport. See you found some milk.
Quite.
Sure, I knew you'd find some if you tried.
However, I am to inform you this is positively the last milk I can serve.
This is all, huh?
Positively.
Don't know any accommodating cows personally, I don't suppose.
If you please.
Okay, let it go. Hey, did you talk to the piano player?
I did.
Well, why ain't he playing?
He is not so disposed.
He's what?
He is not so disposed.
Now, what kind of talk's that? Did you tell him I asked for him to play?
I did.
What'd he say?
I'd rather not say.
Oh, he did he? Well, darn his ornery hide.
Hey, Skip, sit down.
But, son...
Sit down. Here you are, waiter. Keep the change.
Thank you.
Okay, beat it.
With the greatest pleasure.
Captain Friday, we're being insulted by the whole outfit.
You started it.
Me?
You've been riding the waiter ever since we came in.
Yeah, but I ain't done nothing to the piano player. I mean, not yet, I ain't.
And you're not going to do anything to him either.
Just rough him up a little, maybe?
No.
He a friend of yours?
No.
Well, then what hurt?
We aren't starting anything in this place until we know why we're here.
Well, it don't look to me like we're ever going to know. Your girlfriend Eve Carson said between 8 and 9, and it's 9:15 right now.
Wait a minute. Somebody's coming in.
Oh, sure enough. More customers. No women, though.
You can see out in the hallway?
Yeah, 3 men. Giving up their coats to the hat check girl.
Funny place for 3 men to come without women.
Well, after all, we came without women.
For a reason. Besides, we expected to meet a woman here.
And here they come.
Yeah.
Sitting down across the room from us. Queer-looking setup.
Skip.
Yeah?
Do you have to stare at him?
Huh? Was I?
Yeah. Now relax.
Hey, do you see what I see?
What do you see?
Well, 2 of our 3 customers are gorillas. They're toting pistols, and they don't seem to care who knows it.
Well, on the flea bit side, don't seem to have much in common with the 3rd member of the party.
Yeah, he's a kind of nice-looking fella, ain't he? Now, what you suppose he's doing associating with them kind of monkeys?
Skip, stop looking in their direction.
Yeah? Why?
They know we're talking about them. They don't like it.
So they don't like it.
Now, look, Skip. We came here for a special purpose. We don't care why a good-looking, well-dressed, obviously cultured young man is associating with a couple of thugs. It's none of our business.
Okay, fella. Hey, waiter.
Now, what do you want?
Hey, waiter.
You spoke to me?
That's right. Get me another glass of milk.
I think I told you there is no more milk.
Now, look, am I going to have trouble with you?
I beg your pardon.
Get me another glass of milk.
Perhaps you'd prefer to go to some other establishment.
No, I wouldn't prefer to go to some other establishment. Get me a glass of milk and step on it.
I will see what I can do.
Well, go on and do it.
Next thing he'll be wanting is a nursing bottle.
You hear that?
Yeah.
What are you antagonizing him for, Skip? You really don't want any more milk?
I know it. It's just that I'm bored. Besides, he's been trying to hi-hat us all evening. Hey, will you excuse me for a minute?
Skip, sit down.
No, I got something I got to attend to.
Well, at least tell me what you're up to so I can be prepared.
Well, sir, I'm going in there and talk to the piano player for a minute.
What about?
Music, son, music. What do you talk to piano players about?
Look, Skip, take it easy. This place is loaded with dynamite.
Yeah?
Yeah. Now, watch your step.
Oh, shucks, Captain. Can't do no hurt just having a little music lesson. Well, hi, son. You the whole doggone symphony orchestra in this here joint?
That's right.
Yeah. Mind if I lean on your piano?
Why not?
Thanks. My name's Skip Turner.
Yeah?
Mm-hmm. That's my sidekick in yonder, Captain Bart Friday.
So what?
Nothing. It's a funny joint you got here.
Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Why?
Well, it's all dolled up like a woman's bedroom.
If you don't like it, there's lots of other places on the strip.
Sure, I know. Funny thing, though, it don't seem like this was the kind of place that would attract a couple of gun-slinging gorillas, now does it? What's the matter?
There's a couple of trigger men in here now.
Why, sure. You surprised?
Why do you come in here and tell me?
Sit down. Stop looking over your shoulder.
I still want to know why you came in here and told me.
Just thought you might be interested. Oh, here comes the waiter with my milk. In here, waiter.
You always drink milk?
Not always. Sometimes more than others.
How about having a real drink on the house?
Nope. Thanks just the same.
Oh, you wish your milk served here?
Yeah, I'll tell you. Hey, did you ever try sipping milk like wine? Tastes all right.
You threw that milk in my face.
Yeah, I throw that glass of milk in your face.
How dare you?
Listen, son, don't never try to serve me no Mickey Finn. Don't never do it. Especially in a glass of milk.
You threw that milk in my face. Look at my uniform, ruined.
Maybe you want to make something of it? Well, what's the matter with you, piano player? Sit down. This ain't your party.
That's right. It ain't my party, is it?
Well, what about it, waiter? You want we should bounce each other around for a while, or shall we call it quits?
Ber, il bread cloud.
And there he goes. Call me an ill-bred clod on account I didn't drink his Mickey Finn.
We don't serve Mickey Fins in this place.
The heck you don't.
We don't serve Mickey Fins in this place.
Well, son, I'm awful sorry to have to differ with you, but that waiter sure enough tried to dish me up one in that glass of milk.
I think it's time you and your friends were leaving.
Hey, is that friendly?
You're more trouble than you're worth. Get your things and get out.
You don't say.
Yeah.
You know, fella, you almost talk like you was the owner of this joint.
I am.
Oh, now, come on, don't give us that stuff. Says right on a sign outside the door that this is Maggie's Drinking Emporium.
I'm Maggie.
No kidding.
And I want you and your pal out of here in 2 minutes, and just to prove it...
Hey.
You're now looking down the muzzle of a .38.
Captain Friday and his right-hand man, Skip Turner, rushed from San Francisco to Hollywood on a strange and mysterious mission. They were directed to Maggie's intimate drinking salon on the Sunset Strip, where they were to meet a certain Eve Carson. So far, all they've discovered is Maggie, and Skip has just found out that Maggie is a pretty tough customer.
I'm Maggie.
No kidding.
I want you and your pal out of here in 2 minutes, and just to prove it...
Hey.
You're now looking down the muzzle of a 38.
Well, darned if I ain't. Hey, that was a cute trick, flipping a pistol out of your coat that way.
Never mind the compliment. Gather up your pal and get going.
Can you play that 38 as good as you play the piano?
I hope for your sake I don't have to show you.
Yeah. Well, I'm mighty glad to see you're standing up.
What do you mean?
Because I just hate hitting a fellow when he's sitting down. Oh, goodness, son. You sure did go down easier than I expected. Feeling kind of rubbery in the knees? Mm-hmm. Well, it's just like I always said. A fella shouldn't never ought to pull a gun unless he intends to use it. Fella, you're just playing out on your feet. That's it. Sit down. Okay, sprawl on the piano if that's how you feel. I gotta be getting back to Captain Friday. Nice meeting you. Be seeing you later. Hey, Captain, you... Well, I'll be doggone, a little old female girl. Where'd you get her, boss?
Don't pay any attention to him. He's only Skip Turner.
Hello, honey.
Hello, Skip.
She's ours all right, ain't she?
What's that?
I mean, she's the little old Eve Carson sugar we've been waiting for.
Yes, she's Eve Carson.
Where'd we get her?
She came in while you were in the other room with the piano player. What happened?
Oh, I had to smack him a little. He's in there now with his head in his arms laying over the keyboard, listening to the birdies. And say, you know who he is?
No. Do you?
Why, sure, he told me. He's Maggie.
Maggie?
Sure, you know. Maggie's Intimate Drinking Saloon.
Salon, Skip.
Yeah. Ain't that a heck of a name for a man? Maggie.
Well, his name isn't Maggie.
But he said he owned this place.
That's right, but his name isn't Maggie.
Well, he can't amount to very much. Playing his own piano, acting as his own bouncer in his own little dive.
That's where you're mistaken. Skip.
Yeah?
How did you get away with it?
Well, you mean socking him?
Yes. People don't smack Blackie North.
Who's Blackie North?
The owner of this place. The man you hit. A gang leader and plenty dangerous.
Him dangerous?
Yes. And what I want to know is why hasn't one of his triggermen shot holes in you?
Triggermen? See here. Who are you, anyway?
Eve Carson?
Sure, we know that. But who are you? Why did you ask us to meet you in this hangout? Why is it to our advantage to meet you? Who's Blackie North, and why does he have triggermen? And what connection have you with him?
Well, that's a lot of questions.
And I want a lot of answers.
You'll get them. Don't worry.
Yeah, and there's one more thing I want to answer, too.
What's that?
I want to know why that good-looking boy and them two gorillas across the room haven't taken their eyes off you since I come back to the table.
And you'll get an answer to that, too.
You mean those 3 men over there are in this, too?
Yes. Those 2 rats are a couple of Blackie North's torpedoes.
Yeah? And who's the good-looking dude?
Oh, that's Wesley.
Wesley, huh?
Yes, my brother, Wes Carson.
Oh, yeah. Captain, that there's her brother, Wes Carson.
Yeah, I heard her. Apparently Wesley doesn't like his sister out with a couple of strange men in a dump of this kind.
And I don't know as I blame him so much at that. Hey, how about me going over and introducing myself and bringing them over here?
Oh, no.
Why not?
For 2 reasons.
First?
Well, one of those gunmen will probably blow a hole in anyone who goes near Wes.
You don't say.
Second?
What?
You said you had 2 reasons for not going after your brother.
Oh, second. Well, I've got to tell you why I asked you to come here before anything more happens.
Oh, you're expecting something more to happen?
Well, it's bound to, since Skip here slapped Blackie North around.
Okay. Relax and tell us about it.
Well, first, I've got to tell you who Wes and I are. We're the only members of our family left. I'm 24 and Wesley's 28. And between us, we're worth maybe $1 million, maybe $2 million.
Doggone, little old female gold mine.
Well, that's what a lot of the smart boys thought. Nobody's worked me yet.
Yeah? Go on with your story, Eve.
Oh, yes. We came to California about 2 years ago after Father, our last living relative, died in the East. We loved it out here. The first year, just getting acquainted. All the resorts and places to play. Oh, it was wonderful. Finally, about a year ago, we rented a house in Beverly Hills because Wes thought it would be fun to be near Hollywood and thought we might get acquainted with some of the motion picture crowd.
What's all this leading to?
To what's happening tonight. I'm almost through now. About 2 weeks ago, something happened to my brother. He was coming downstairs to breakfast one morning when he suddenly lost consciousness and plunged head first downstairs.
Oh, I get it. He bumped his head in the fall, and he ain't been the same ever since. And now he's mixing with gangsters.
No, I almost wish it was that.
What did happen?
Well, he wasn't hurt in the fall, but he went to our doctor to find out why he lost consciousness.
And why did he?
Well, that's the whole story. There's something dreadful the matter with him. Something incurable. I don't know much about it. All I know is the doctor told Wes, in a week, you'll be dead.
What's that?
Hey, he didn't.
Yes, he did. In so many words, in a week, you'll be dead.
You didn't just take one doctor's word for it.
Oh, no. We checked with 3 other specialists.
And they all say in a week your brother over yonder will be dead?
Yes.
Well, where do we come into the picture?
Well, I heard about you boys. Read about some of your adventures. I mean, you sounded like the kind of men a couple of people in trouble could depend on.
You're darn tootin', honey.
Just a minute, Skip.
Huh?
Let's hear what you have in mind first, Miss Carson.
Well, it's perfectly simple. Naturally, when Wes heard the bad news, he was hit pretty hard. He didn't make a big scene or anything, but he kind of shrugged his shoulders and said, what have I got to lose?
And he's been running wild ever since?
Well, he's been doing everything he can think of that amuses him.
And right now, it amuses him to be tied up with Blackie North and his bunch of cutthroats.
Yes.
And what do you want us to do?
Look, he's only got a week more to live.
Well?
Well, if you two could sort of look out for him, take care of him, protect him.
Protect him from what?
Why, from himself, I suppose.
It's a funny assignment.
Oh, no, it isn't. Look, you don't understand. Well, if he's got to die, at least he can die with a family name clean, not as a criminal.
Well, say some more. What else?
Well, that's all. Get him out of Blackie North's clutches. Keep him out of the hands of the police. Keep him from losing his life in some crazy or criminal experience, or from committing suicide when he's low in his mind. Keep him from hurting himself or anyone else for this week that's left.
Hey, now, that's an order that is an order.
In other words, your brother figures he's got just a week to live, so what difference does it make what he does or how he does it?
Yes, that's it, exactly.
Well, honey, it ain't pleasant to say, but what difference does it make?
Oh, no, he mustn't. Well, he's fine and clean and good. He's always lived that way until this happened. He can't become something evil now, something that society once wiped out, something to make sensational headlines for the paper. Oh, no, he mustn't.
If I get you right, you want us to curb his last week of fun just so you can write, he was a good man on his tombstone.
You're wrong. You were never more wrong. I want him to have all the fun and excitement he wants. All I'm asking is that you folks keep him out of trouble, keep him out of jail, keep him from harm or violence.
Ah, so that's it.
And him not caring what he does.
Well, it's worth $10,000 to me.
10 grand? Cappy, that ain't hay.
You mean that?
10,000 and expenses. And here's 1,000 in small bills to show good faith.
Yeah? What about it, Skip?
Put that grand in your pocket before she changes her mind.
All right, Miss Carson. It's a bargain. And a bad one, if I'm not mistaken.
It won't be easy. The police are looking for Wes right now.
What's that?
Hey, you didn't tell us that.
Why should I?
Hey, Cappy, trouble's coming up.
What sort of trouble?
Well, I've been watching the hat check girl. This is the 3rd time she's turned customers away. She keeps telling people the place is full up.
Not letting anyone in, huh?
Uh-huh.
Blackie North still unconscious on the piano in the next room?
Yep, still laying just like I left her.
Miss Carson.
Yes.
I think our first move to help your brother will be to free him from those 2 trigger men over there.
Well, they're just Blackie North's men. If you really want to help him, free him from Blackie North.
Eventually. But first we'll wrap up those 2 guerrillas. Skip.
Yeah?
I'll go get them.
Hey, what about me?
You sit tight with Miss Carson. Keep an eye on the next room and especially watch the back door. Don't let anyone poke a gun through a crack and open up on us.
Oh, you'll be shot down before you get halfway across the room to my brother.
Are those 2 men with your brother?
Yes.
Watch and see. Keep me covered, Skip. Dive in when I yell.
You bet you.
Why, Skip, what's the matter with Captain Friday? He acts like he was drunk.
Yeah, good job acting, too. Staggering closer and closer to your brother's table.
You mean it's just an act?
Yeah, he's almost close enough now. Now watch.
Get him, Skip.
You... Atta boy, Captain, that's both of them. And now, if you'll excuse me, son, I'll tap that waiter on the chin and make it 100%. Hello, Wesley, old kid. Boss wants to talk to you.
Say, what's the idea? Who asked you to crash my party?
Sorry to butt in like this.
Well, I was sitting here quietly drinking with a couple of friends. The next thing I know, you two have beaten them into unconsciousness.
Take it easy, fella.
Well, who do you think you are, anyway?
How about coming over to our table and talking it over?
Why?
Because I think that's how your sister would like it. She is your sister, isn't she?
Eve? Certainly.
Now then, come on.
Well, how do we do, Miss Carson?
You boys are rather wonderful, you know that.
Oh, how the lady does talk.
Sit down, Carson.
Hello, Wes.
What's the idea, Eve? Are you the cause of all this?
The cause of what, Wesley?
Well, the whole Blackie North gang lying around like a bunch of stiffs. Even Blackie himself sprawled across his piano in there.
Do you really mind? I mean, they're nothing to you, are they?
Oh, why should they be anything to me? I just thought they might be amusing. But, Eve, if you think anyone's going to bounce Blackie North and his men around the way they've been bounced around tonight and not pay for
Well, how about letting us worry about that, son?
Well, who are you?
Oh, I'm sorry. This is Skip Turner, and this is Captain Bart Friday.
Will somebody tell me what this is all about?
Sure. Your sister here has hired us to play bodyguard and fall guy for you during the next week.
She told you I'd be dead in a week?
That's right.
And during that time, I intend doing whatever it suits me to do?
Yeah.
And you two guys are crazy enough to agree to see me through?
Why not?
Suits me. You asked for it.
Hey, you seem doubtful, fella.
Well, naturally.
Dangerous, huh?
Unless you or the police put Blackie North out of the way, he'll get you. As sure as we're sitting here.
Yeah, let's not worry about that for now. Your sister said the police wanted you.
Eve, you told them...
Why not? They're here to protect you from the police as well as everyone else.
Is that on the square?
Looks like it. We gave our word we'd see you through everything for a week.
Well, if you mean it.
We do. Now, why do the police want you?
They don't know they want me. They just want the guy who stole this handful of diamonds out of a certain movie star's bedroom last night.
Holy mackerel, Captain. Look at them diamonds.
Anybody else know you stole them?
No.
Why'd you do it?
Just for the thrill, just to see if I could.
Mind if I take them?
Sure, why not? What do you want them for?
I was just thinking how pleased the police would be to come along and find these diamonds in Blackie North's pocket.
What's that?
Yeah, and how surprised Blackie'd be.
You mean plant them on Blackie?
Why not? Didn't you say that unless we finished him off or the police got him, he'd stop at nothing until we were dead?
Yes, that's true.
Then we're doing two good deeds, helping the police capture a criminal and fixing it so we won't be murdered. Skip, go out the bar and get the police on the telephone.
Tell them to hurry out to Maggie's Intimate Drinking Saloon.
Salon, Skip.
Yeah. And what'll I say when they ask me who's talking?
Oh, tell them you're a fairy godmother to all good policemen.
Man, that's something I always wanted to be. Fairy godmother to a policeman.
Captain, we're not going to be here when the police arrive, are we?
Not at all. As soon as Skip has stirred up the police, I suggest we adjourn to the Carson home for a good night's rest.
Yes, everything's prepared for you two to stay with us.
No, I don't want to go home.
But, Wes...
I don't want a good night's rest. You know what I want to do?
What do you want to do?
I want to rob a bank.
Wes...
And I know just the bank I want to rob.
Wes, you can't rob a bank.
Yes, I can. For 7 days, I can do anything I want to. And you've agreed to cover up for me.
But why do you want to rob a bank?
Because I've never robbed a bank. And in 7 days, I'll be dead.
Hi, Cappy. I tied up the hat check girl and gagged her. Hey, you hear that?
What's the matter?
The police. They're coming.
You mean you called them?
I didn't have to. They got wind of something. Hey, we better get moving.
Everybody out the back way. We can't get caught here. Carson, take your sister. Come on, Skip.
Whoopee! First it's Blackie North, and now it's the police. Come on, let's go.
Here is a strange assignment for Captain Friday and Skip Turner, the guarding of a man who has only a week to live. Listen next week to the second episode of You'll Be Dead in a Week, entitled $200,000 to Lose. Next week, at the same time, you are listening to Adventures by Morse. Adventures by Morse. Carlton E. Morse presents You'll Be Dead in a Week, featuring Captain Friday.
If you like high adventure, come with me. If you like the stealth of intrigue, come with me. If you like blood and thunder, come with me.
Late yesterday afternoon, Captain Friday and his operative Skip Turner hopped a plane in San Francisco and hurried south to Hollywood on a very mysterious mission. They were instructed to meet Eve Carson at a place called Maggie's Intimate Drinking Salon. It's a flossy drinking establishment located on the Sunset Strip, an exclusive small shop district. The two boys landed at the municipal airport, hustled off the plane, and grabbed a cab to their destination. They found Maggie's Intimate Drinking Salon an intriguing spot, but they were even more intrigued with the story Eve Carson was telling them.
Right from the beginning, Miss Carson.
Well, you see, Captain Friday, my brother Wesley and I came to California after Father, our last living relative, died in the East. Between us, we're worth $1 million, maybe $2 million.
Doggone, a little old female gold mine.
Well, that's what a lot of the smart boys thought. Nobody's worked me yet.
Go on with your story.
We loved it out here, and we're very happy. Then about 2 months ago, something happened. My brother was coming down to breakfast one morning when suddenly he lost consciousness and plunged headfirst down the stairs.
I see. Bumped his head in the fall, and he hasn't been the same since.
No, he apparently wasn't hurt in the fall, but he went to our doctor to find out why he lost consciousness. The doctor told him, Wes, in a week you'll be dead.
Well, you didn't take just one doctor's word for it.
Oh, no, we checked with 3 other specialists.
And they all say your brother will be dead in a week?
Yes.
I see. And, of course, we're very sympathetic, Miss Carson, but where do we fit into the picture?
Ever since Wes heard the bad news, well, he just shrugged his shoulders and said, what have I got to lose?
And has been running wild ever since, huh?
He's been doing everything that amuses him. Right now, it amuses him to be tied up with Blackie North and his bunch of cutthroats.
Blackie North?
Hey, you mean a gangster?
Yes.
But see here, I don't see where
Please, Captain Friday, if you could sort of look out for him, take care of him, protect him.
Protect him from what?
Why, from himself, I suppose. If he's got to die, at least he can die with the family name clean, not as a criminal.
If I get you right, you want us to curb his last week of fun just so you can write, he was a good man on his tombstone.
But this little conference wasn't the only thing that took place at Maggie's Intimate Drinking Salon. Skip Turner, a little bored with the inactivity in the dimly lighted cocktail bar, picked a fight with the piano player and laid him gently across the keyboard. He did the same thing with the waiter and then tied up the hat check girl, while Captain Friday disposed of 2 of Blackie North's gunmen who had descended on them. It was all over before Skip learned from Wes Carson, the man they were hired to protect, that the piano player was none other than Blackie North himself.
Say, what are you trying to do, fella? Commit suicide?
Huh?
That man you just knocked out is Blackie North.
Well, what about it?
You'll wake up some morning with a carcass full of lead. Who are you, anyway?
Wes, please, they're friends of mine.
Eve, are you the cause of all this?
Do you mind, Wes? These gangsters are nothing to you, are they?
No, they're just amusing. But Blackie North's a pretty tough guy. Somebody's going to get hurt. Who are these 2 fellows?
This is Captain Friday and Skip Turner.
How are you, Wes? Your sister here's hired us to play bodyguard and fall guy for you during this next week.
Oh. She told you I'd be dead in a week?
That's right.
During that time, I intend doing whatever it suits me to do.
Oh, she didn't spare the horses none. We know the score.
And you guys are crazy enough to see me through?
Well, we'll try to keep you out of jail.
That may be more difficult than you think. The police want me, you know.
Yeah? Why?
Oh, they don't know they want me. They just want the guy who stole this handful of diamonds out of a certain movie star's bedroom.
Hey, look at them rocks.
Why'd you steal them?
Just for the thrill. Just to see if I could.
Anybody else know you took them?
No.
Mind if I take them?
Not at all. I haven't any use for them. Well, what are you going to do with them?
Here, Skip. Plant these diamonds on Blackie North before he wakes up.
It'll be a pleasure.
I'll go out to the bar and get the police on the telephone. We'll be doing 2 good deeds. Helping the police capture a criminal and fixing it so we won't be murdered.
Hey, you hear that? The police are coming.
Yeah, they must have got wind of something. Get rid of those diamonds quick, Skip.
Right, boss.
Come on, Eve. Wes, let's get moving.
Moving where?
Well, what would amuse you?
I want to rob a bank.
And so the little party left Maggie's intimate drinking salon and retired to the Carson home in Beverly Hills to plan a bank robbery. That was last night. This morning, Captain Friday and Skip are seated in the breakfast nook, wondering about their next assignment with Wes Carson.
Hey, with all this leather upholstery on the window seat and a glass top on the table, this looks more like a cocktail bar than a breakfast nook.
I can see you don't get around much in Beverly Hills, Skip.
No, and I ain't used to going without breakfast neither. What gives?
Miss Carson's preparing it, I believe. It's the maid's day off.
Oh, this would have to happen to me. I'm starving.
Oh, it may not be so bad. She seems a very practical girl.
Yeah, but I wish you didn't have to practice on me. What you staring out the window for?
The fog's lifting.
Well, it always does about this time. What you looking at?
Just as I suspected. There he is on the corner.
Who?
One of Blackie North's gorillas. See him?
Where? Oh, yeah. Hey, that's one of the torpedoes we beat up last night.
He's watching this house, all right.
You want me to go out and dust him off?
No, we got more important things to attend to. And don't say anything to Eve. Might worry her.
Wonder if the police picked up Blackie last night.
No, unfortunately, our little plan didn't work out.
How do you know?
I've already read the morning paper. That siren we heard was a police car, all right. But they were on their way to a club a couple of blocks down the strip.
Yeah? What happened?
Oh, the usual brawl. Movie actor and an orchestra leader.
Well, then, hey, that means that Blackie's got them diamonds and nobody knows it but us.
It's about the size of it. We certainly played Santa Claus to Blackie last night. Now, watch it. Here's Miss Carson.
Oh, good morning, Miss Carson.
Good morning. Sorry to make you wait so long for breakfast.
Hot cakes.
I hope you like them. Please help yourself to the syrup while I pour the coffee.
Could we do anything to help?
No, everything's under control now, I think. Please begin.
I don't need no urging.
These hot cakes look delicious.
And they are delicious. Man, pancakes are my favorite fruit. And these are the best I ever tasted. Hey, you certainly fooled me, Miss Carson.
Fooled you? How?
Well, you don't look like a babe who could hash.
That's a left-handed compliment, Miss Carson. Skip means you're so beautiful and charming you'd never suspect you could also cook.
Oh, thank you. But I'm afraid I haven't cooked much since finishing school.
Oh, you cooked in school?
Well, of course. In the domestic economy class. We all had to take it.
Well, blow me down. Hey, they're finally getting some sense in these colleges.
Won't you have some more?
No, thanks. Better save the rest of that batter for Wes. He'll be hungry when he wakes up.
You're sure he's all right, Captain Friday?
Oh, yes. I only put one sleeping tablet in his drink last night. They're harmless.
I do wish you weren't so set on robbing a bank.
So do I. And if it wasn't for you and your pancakes, Miss Carson, I'd be tempted to take it on the lamb right now.
But he is set on it. That's why I gave him the pill last night, so I could make a few phone calls.
Do you think he can manage it? Safely, I mean.
Well, Mr. Jordan's on his way here right now.
Mr. Jordan?
He's the manager of the city bank. Your bank, I believe.
Oh, yes, of course. Oh, Captain Friday, I love my brother. He's such a good, clean boy. Don't let anything happen to him. Please.
We'll do our best, Miss Carson, but robbing a bank is dangerous business.
I know. And sometimes I think I shouldn't. But I do want him to be happy for this last week.
Probably Jordan now. He said he'd be right over.
Where would you like to talk to him?
Right here will do.
I'll bring him right in.
Hey, you know this fella Jordan, boss?
Not very well. I've met him.
Well, what if he won't go for the deal?
I think we can handle him.
Mr. Jordan says he knows you, Captain Friday.
How are you, Jordan?
Well, Captain, it's good to see you again.
This is my right-hand man, Skip Turner.
Oh, glad to know you, Mr. Jordan.
Thank you. Well, Captain, I brought along Miss Carson's bank statement, but I must confess I'm a little puzzled by the mystery.
I think I can clear it up for you. May I see the statement, please, Mr. Jordan?
If it's agreeable to Miss Carson.
Quite.
Well, it shows a balance of over $200,000 in the checking account. Is that right?
That's right.
200 grand. A face and a figure like yours and 200 grand in the bank. And a good cook besides. Oh, the Lord's sure good to some people.
If you've finished extolling the virtues of Miss Carson, Skip, we'll get down to business.
I'll be quiet. But you can't keep me from dreaming.
Would you be willing to risk $200,000 in this robbery, Miss Carson?
Anything for Wes, Captain Friday.
Good. We have a strange request to make of you, Mr. Jordan.
Yeah?
We want to rob your bank.
Rob my... But surely you're joking.
No, we're in deadly earnest. We want to steal $200,000 of Miss Carson's money out of your bank.
But I don't understand.
Mr. Jordan, you know my brother Wesley.
Of course I know Wes. We handle his account as well as yours.
Well, he'll be dead in 5 days.
Wes dead?
That's the prophecy of the best doctors on the coast.
But I can't believe it. He looked so healthy. Why, only yesterday I saw him.
Nevertheless, Mr. Jordan, we have it on the best authority that Wesley Carson will die within 5 days. Apparently there's nothing medicine can do about it.
Oh, Miss Carson, I'm so sorry. Wes is such a fine young man.
Now, you can well understand that Miss Carson wants her brother to enjoy all the happiness possible during these last 5 days.
But of course, and if there's anything I can do...
There is. A lot you can do. You can let him rob your bank.
It's an impulse he's had since childhood, and now he feels there's no longer any reason for repressing it.
Oh, I see.
Here's our plan. Miss Carson will give you a check for $200,000. You distribute this money among your tellers. We'll stage the robbery, enter the bank, and steal Miss Carson's money. Will you cooperate?
Well, of course I'd like to help, but robbing a bank, there are difficulties I'm sure you haven't thought of.
Difficulties? What are they?
Well, in the first place, we're insured against robbery. You'd have to have an understanding with the insurance company.
I talked to the president of the insurance company last night. He's agreed to delay the investigation for 6 days, after which time all the stolen money will be found in an ash can at the rear of the bank. Then you can tear up Miss Carson's check.
Well, if the insurance company's agreeable, but what if something goes wrong?
Well, you're protected. You have Miss Carson's check. You owe her nothing. You're out nothing.
Have you fixed it with the police?
No, I don't think they'd approve. And secondly, I'm afraid Wes might suspect.
Yeah, and as long as we're in this, we might as well enjoy it.
I'm afraid I don't share the same craving for excitement. When would this holdup take place?
This afternoon. Skip, Wes, and I'll enter the bank about 10 minutes to 3, just before closing time.
You mean you want to stage this robbery in broad daylight?
Why not?
But Wes is well known at the bank, and a lot of people know you. You'd be recognized immediately.
You leave that to us. I can assure you none of us will be recognized.
You mean you'll wear masks?
Something like that.
But I have a gun in my desk. I'd be forced to use it.
I know. Top drawer, left side. Just leave it in the same drawer, and you won't have a chance to use it.
But the more I think of this, the more ridiculous it seems. Robbing a bank in broad daylight. You can't get away with it.
Well, it has been done.
I know, but they were professionals. And besides, they're usually caught sooner or later. And another thing. There's an electric button under every teller's window. The moment one of them got suspicious, a light touch one of these buttons would bring the police.
Well, the tellers won't touch any buttons. Not if we have them covered.
Those tellers are mostly girls. I'd never forgive myself if anything happened to one of them.
Nothing worse than a fainting spell, I assure you.
Oh, I'll take care of the ladies. That's my department, Mr. Jordan.
And they'll have something to talk about for the rest of their lives.
You're forgetting about our guard. He also carries a gun.
Oh, Hennessy? I'll take care of him, too.
I don't know. He's a good man, Hennessy.
Well, good men are my specialty.
And it's settled? Will you write out a check for $200,000, Miss Carson?
Not so fast, Captain. I haven't agreed to anything.
Mr. Jordan, put yourself in the place of Wes Carson.
Please, Mr. Jordan. He only has 5 days.
I know, Miss Carson, but robbing a bank...
You've nothing to lose, Jordan. To all outward appearances, this will be an ordinary holdup as far as you're concerned. If we're caught, we'll take the rap.
Why, I could lose my position or land in jail.
Not at all. You're not to implicate yourself in any way.
Well, then...
Is the check ready, Miss Carson?
Here it is. $200,000 drawn on Mr. Jordan's bank.
Well, I'll try.
Oh, that's the way to talk, fella.
We'll have a lot of preparations to make, Mr. Jordan, so you'll excuse us if we rush you off. We'll see you later in the day.
Good heavens, you really mean you're going to do it today?
At 10 minutes to 3.
Oh, dear. Well, all right. But I warn you, I'll have to do my best to stop you.
Of course. That's the way we want it.
We'll take our chances.
Well, goodbye, good luck. I certainly hope everything goes off smoothly.
You don't know how grateful I am, Mr. Jordan. I'll see you to the door.
Oh, dear, 10 minutes to 3.
Come on, Skip. We've got to wake Wes and then do some shopping.
And then rob a bank in broad daylight. Man alive, this is right down my alley.
It's been a busy morning for Captain Friday and Skip. After waking Wes Carson and finding him none the worse for having taken a sleeping pill the night before, they left him eating a hearty breakfast while they departed on a shopping tour. The tour included a Hollywood studio arsenal, where they procured several rounds of blank cartridges and the Hollywood Costumers, where Captain Friday selected a number of articles of clothing and makeup items. They're now in an upstairs bedroom of the Carson home, getting ready for the big adventure, the robbing of a bank in broad daylight.
Well, how do I look, Cap? Like a real ranch hand?
I'd say a cross between a ranch hand and a member of a hillbilly band.
These blue jeans are a little tight.
Well, that's in character. All cowboys wear 'em tight.
I gotta get used to these high-heel boots, too. Feel like I'm falling down all the time.
You better get over that feeling quick. The slightest mistake this afternoon, we'll all be falling through a hangman's trap.
Hey, you think we can depend on Carson keeping his head?
I can't tell what he'll do in the excitement. We'll have to watch him close.
Have you put the blanks in his gun?
Oh, not so loud, Skip. Carson's in the next room. Yes, all the guns are carrying blanks.
Oh, don't trust me either, huh?
Of course I trust you. But I know there's nothing like the sound of a gun going off to let people know you mean business.
Hey, you mean we may have to let somebody know we mean business?
I don't think so, but we're ready if we have to.
I'll get it, boss.
Well, howdy, partner. Just drove 100 hay to candle down from the Bar X. They're mighty thirsty, and so am I. How about a water in my stock while I wet my whistle?
Good boy, Wes. You're a born rancher.
Think I'll do?
Sure you will. Oh, come in, Miss Carson.
Isn't Wes wonderful? With that blonde beard, I'd never know him in 1,000 years.
Yeah, and that 10-gallon hat makes him 6 inches taller.
Yeah, let's see, Wes. Let me look at you. Blue serge suit, cuffs tucked into high-heel boots, stiff collar, bowstring tie. Yep, you'll do. You're a wealthy cattleman if I ever saw one.
Gee, this is exciting, isn't it? I never had so much fun in my life.
I had an awful time getting him away from the mirror. You should have been an actor, Wes.
Well, how you like me, Miss Carson? Of course, I ain't a wealthy cattleman like Wes and Captain Friday here. Me, I'm just a poor ranch hand that drives that big car and does all the dirty work.
I love your long sideburns. And that false nose makes you look positively beautiful.
Yeah, but the thing is, if you saw me on the street, would you know me?
Well, if I did, I don't think I'd admit it. But seriously, boys, the disguises are wonderful. Even though Mr. Jordan knows you, I don't think he'll recognize you in those outfits.
I hope you're right. Our lives may depend on it. Now let's go over our plan again.
I'll get in character by rolling a cigarette.
Get this now, both of you. We'll drive Miss Carson's sedan up to the curb in front of the bank. There'll be a piece of blanket hanging from the trunk in the rear. The end of the blanket will cover the license plate.
That sounds all right. Naturally, I don't want Eve implicated in any way.
Now we're at the bank. We go in together. Skip a little respectfully behind Wes and me.
Mm-hmm.
We go straight to Jordan's office behind the little wooden railing, Wes. What do you do, Skip?
Oh, I look for Hennessy.
He'll probably be around the counter in the middle of the floor.
Hennessy? Oh, yes, that's the guard.
He ought to be easy to spot in his uniform.
Oh, I'll find him. And then I ask him to show me to the washroom.
It's in the rear of the building. Hennessy prides himself on being a gentleman, so I think he'll escort you back there.
Well, if he don't, I'll have a gun in his ribs. He'll be polite, all right.
When you get to the washroom, you tie him up and gag him. You got your materials?
Mm-hmm, right here. Lariat and yellow scarf.
Good. Then you get back and cover the entrance. Let anybody come in that wants to, but don't let anybody go out.
Over my dead body.
Well, let's hope not.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Wes, you and I are sitting in Mr. Jordan's office.
We're a couple of ranchers from San Fernando Valley, and we want to negotiate a loan.
Right. We discuss the terms of the loan with Jordan until we see Skip return from the washroom and go to the entrance.
But what if Skip meets somebody else back there in the washroom?
Oh, I'll take care of him. This rope's pretty long.
Wes, must you go through with this? So many things can happen.
Oh, don't worry, sis. We'll have a picnic.
Hey, this ain't no time to get scared.
Granting everything's okay and back.
If everything's okay, I'll walk through the bank, and then when I go by Jordan's office, I'll take off my hat and wipe my forehead.
And when you get that signal, Wes?
I remark on the heat and ask Jordan where I can get a drink of water.
Now, I don't know what Jordan will say, but I do know there's a water cooler in the teller's cage adjoining Jordan's office. If he suggests the cooler, he'll probably open the door for you himself. If he doesn't, I will suggest it. You can see it from the office through the grill work.
I go into the cage and get a drink from the cooler.
Now, some of the tellers will probably look around as you enter the cage. But as you take a paper cup from the holder and pour yourself a drink, they'll probably continue their work.
I finish my drink, then whip my gun out of my coat pocket and order all tellers to step back 2 feet from their windows.
By this time, I'll have taken Jordan's gun from his desk drawer. With the gun in Jordan's back, we'll both go into the cage. I'll have the tellers covered, all 5 of them.
I take this sack from under my hat like this, and then I go to work in the number 1 teller.
Right. You order him to empty his drawer into the sack. Then you go on to the next teller. If all goes well, it shouldn't take more than 30 seconds to empty all 5 drawers into the sack.
Then we back out the same door we came in and break for the entrance.
Not break exactly. Walk. Don't run. A lot of people in the bank won't even know what's going on. The less commotion we make, the better.
Yeah, and don't forget your sack, Wes.
Oh, no. It's full of money, and I've got it under my arm. I walk outside and get in the back seat of the car.
I get in the front seat and start the motor.
But what if you're jammed in? You know, a car in front and a car in back.
In Beverly Hills, cars park facing the curb. Nothing can get in front or back of us without blocking the street.
Oh, of course I know that. I guess I'm so nervous I can't think.
Now, I back out into the street facing south. Skip?
I keep the entrance covered until I see you're ready. Then I run and jump into the front seat beside you.
And we're off. Once we get into the canyons and the hills, we'll change our clothes and get rid of our disguises. We stuff the blanket into the trunk so our license plate shows. We drive calmly back here and park the car in the garage. Once we get that sack of money in the house, we're safe.
Sounds great. When do we start?
And let's see. It's 2:30 now. Takes us about 10 minutes to get there. 10 minutes more to get the right parking space. And we'd better be on our way now.
I'm ready.
Let's go.
Goodbye, Wes. Let me kiss you.
Don't worry, Eve. Everything will be all right.
But how will I know? When will you be back?
It shouldn't take us more than 15 minutes to change clothes afterward. We should be back here in 45 minutes.
I have a feeling this is going to be the longest 45 minutes of my life.
So have I. Come on, let's get it over with.
You see, gentlemen, the appraisal of the property...
Mr. Jordan, may I see you for a moment?
Yes, of course, Mr. Littell. Would you excuse me for a second?
Yes, certainly, Mr. Jordan.
Only take a second. I'll be right back.
Watch it now, Wes. Skip has taken Hennessy into the back room.
He should be back by now.
And we can't make a move till Skip's at the front door.
What if he doesn't show up?
Don't worry about Skip. He'll hold up his end.
Can we just stall along with Jordan?
That's the idea. Watch it. Here he comes back.
As I was saying, gentlemen, you must understand that I couldn't make a loan until I'd had your property appraised. That may take several days.
I'm feared you can't wait that long. See, we need the money now. We got a bargain in some beeves up north, Mr. Jordan.
What time is it?
Almost 3 o'clock. Why?
Oh, I don't know. Just wondering.
I guess ain't time to visit no other banks today. They all close before sundown, don't they, Mr. Jordan?
Yes, I'm afraid nearly all banks close at 3 o'clock, including our own, gentlemen.
Well, we don't seem to be doing no good here. See anything of Bill?
Oh, don't worry none about Bill. He'll take care of himself. Bill's one of our ranch hands, Mr. Jordan. He don't get a chance to come to town very often.
Why don't you gentlemen come in early tomorrow? We'll have more time to talk over your loan. I'm sure we can work it out some way.
Early? Say about cockcrow?
Cockcrow?
I always forget you city fellers don't know how to talk time. Cockcrow's 5 o'clock.
Oh, I see. Well, I'm afraid that's a bit early. You see, we don't open our doors to the public until...
There's Bill.
Where? Yep, I see him. I told you didn't have to worry none about him.
He must be pretty warm. Bill's taking off his hat and wiping his head.
Yeah, it is pretty warm in the city, especially when you're dressed up in your Sunday clothes.
Have a drink of water handy, Mr. Jordan?
Water? No, I'm afraid we
Ain't
don't.
That one of them newfangled water coolers in that there cage?
Oh, yes, but we don't usually...
Go on in, help yourself. Mr. Jordan won't care, will you?
Oh, no, of course not. But I'll have to unlock the door to the cage.
Sorry to be so much bother. When you're so dry, you're chewing on cactus.
There you are. Cooler's over there. Hey, what are you doing in that door?
Button your lip, Jordan. Now ahead of me, into the cage.
It's you. Why, I didn't recognize...
Pipe down and do as you're told.
Yes, sir.
All tellers, hands over your heads. Step back 2 paces from your windows.
Hold up.
You there, Blondie. Back 2 paces.
They're all back. Get going with the sack.
You. Dump your drawer into this sack.
Keep your hands up and your heads down.
All right. Number 2. Into the sack.
You'd better do as he says.
Number 3 window. Empty your drawer into the sack.
And don't spill any.
Now number 4.
Thank you, miss.
One more. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. And I'd advise you to stay away from those buttons. The first person who touches one gets a bullet. That's Bill out there in the doorway. He can hit a dime at 100 yards. Come on, bring the sack.
Backing out. Keep them covered.
Take it easy, Wes. Here's the car.
I don't see Skip yet.
Keep your eye peeled. I'm ready to go.
Here he comes.
Come in.
We made it.
There's a soldier signaling.
Oh, no time for hitchhikers now.
He's an MP. Look at his armband.
Yeah, waving us down. I'll slow down.
Hey, look, there's somebody coming from the other side.
They're jumping on the running board.
All right, get him up and into the back seat.
We're covered from both sides.
Quiet, punk. Keep him covered, Porgy.
Blackie North, in a soldier's uniform. That's a federal offense, fella. You know that?
Look who's talking. I got him now. Take the wheel, Porgy.
Blackie North, the gangster from Maggie's intimate drinking salon, apparently heard of the bank robbery deal and had his guerrillas on hand to collect the $200,000 without even going near the bank. On top of that, he still has the diamonds that Captain Friday and Skip Turner planted on him in the hope the police would find them. A pretty good day's work for Blackie North. Listen next week for the third and last episode of You'll Be Dead in a Week. You are listening to Adventures by Morse. Adventures by Morse. Carlton E. Morse presents You'll Be Dead in a Week, featuring Captain Friday.
If you like high adventure, come with me. If you like the stealth of intrigue, come with me. If you like blood and thunder, come with me.
O'clock of a sunshiny afternoon in the green foothills north of Hollywood. A sedan raises clouds of dust as it ascends a rising, winding dirt road toward the uninhabited summit. Looking on this innocuous scene, no one would suspect that Captain Friday, Skip, and Wes Carson are prisoners in the back of the sedan. Half turned in his seat, alongside the driver, is a man dressed in a soldier's MP uniform. He rests a gun on the back of the seat, keeps it pointed at the three in the back. While an Army uniform is sacred to most of us, it isn't to Blackie North, notorious gangster. He used this disguise to trap Captain Friday and his companions after they had successfully robbed a bank. But we're getting ahead of our story. We'll start back at the beginning. Last night, Captain Friday and Skip were summoned to Maggie's intimate drinking salon on the Sunset Strip by a mysterious letter. Eve Carson, Beverly Hills heiress, was the writer.
Yes, I wrote that letter. I've come to you for help. I'm in trouble.
What sort of trouble?
About 2 months ago, my brother Wesley lost consciousness and fell downstairs.
Affected his brain?
No, he's apparently as alert and healthy as ever. But when he went to our doctor to find out why he lost consciousness, the doctor told him, Wes, in a week you'll be dead.
Well, you didn't just take one doctor's word for it.
Oh, no, Captain Friday. We checked with 3 other specialists.
And they all say in a week your brother will be dead, huh?
Yes. Only 2 days are gone already.
I see. Well, of course, we're very sympathetic, Miss Carson, but where do we fit into the picture?
Ever since Wes heard the bad news, he's been doing everything that amuses him. Right now, it amuses him to be tied up with Blackie North and his bunch of cutthroats. That's Wes now at the table over there.
That clean-looking fellow with those 2 gorillas? That's your brother?
Yes. Oh, if you could sort of look out for him, take care of him, protect him.
Protect him from what?
Well, from himself, I suppose. If he's got to die, at least he can die with a family name clean, not as a criminal.
If I get you right, you want us to curb his last week of fun just so you can write he was a good man on his tombstone.
I want him to have all the fun and excitement he wants. All I'm asking is that you keep him out of trouble, keep him out of jail, keep him from harm or violence. It's worth $10,000 to me.
All right, Miss Carson. It's a bargain. And a bad one, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, Captain Friday took the job of watching over Eve's brother Wes Carson during his last 5 days. But, as he put it, it was a bad bargain. Wes had become entangled with Blackie North, a Southland gangster who was only one step ahead of the police. To further complicate matters, Wes, just for the thrill, had stolen a handful of diamonds from the home of a movie star. Captain Friday solved this problem by planting the gems on Blackie North, then called the police, hoping they would search him, find the gems, and stow him away safely behind bars. Before they were able to accomplish this, however, Wes Carson came up with a startling announcement. He wanted to rob a bank. But here's Captain Friday to tell you about that.
Yes, Wes wanted to rob a bank, and there was nothing to do but humor him. We arranged for him to rob his own bank by having his sister deposit $200,000 with the cashier before the robbery took place. Wes, of course, didn't know about this, and everything went off as we planned it. Wes picked up all the money in the teller's cages. We backed out of the bank and ran for the car parked at the curb. Skip Turner covered our getaway.
I'm in.
We made it.
Look, there's a soldier motioning us to stop.
Hey, no time for hitchhikers now.
He's an MP. Look at his armband.
We can't turn the corner without running over him. I guess we better stop and see what he wants.
Hey, there's somebody coming at us from the other side.
They're jumping on the running board.
All right, get him up and into the back seat.
Into the back seat before I drill you.
Blackie North in a soldier's uniform. That's a federal offense.
Look who's talking. Take the wheel, Porgy. I'll take their gats. And I don't want to hear a peep out of anybody for 10 minutes. You get it? All right, suckers, hands in the air. And get out one at a time. You first, Friday.
I got 'em covered, Blackie.
You next, Carson. And no funny stuff or I'll dry gulch every one of you.
Well, you certainly turned the tables on us, Blackie.
Now you, wise guy.
Just call me Skip.
And keep them hands up. Porgy's a little nervous with his trigger finger.
You said it, Chief. It is kind of itchy.
Now get moving, single file, towards those trees. Bring the rope, Porgy.
Coming, Chief.
If you want to play soldier, why aren't you in the Army, Blackie?
Because the Army's full of dopes like you guys. I'm smart. I'd rather play you, see?
How'd you get that uniform? Roll some poor soldier?
People are always giving me things, like diamonds and gunny sacks full of dough. Halt!
Well, I must say I approve your taste in nature, Blackie. This is a beautiful spot you picked.
You won't think it's no picnic before I get through with you, Carson.
What are you going to do, burn us at the stake?
You'll pray for burning before long. Lay down, you two. Heads facing that tree. You on one side, Friday, you on the other, wise guy.
You mean lie down on the ground?
Afraid of soiling your pretty panties? Get down there quick before I bust your skull open.
Okay. No need to get rough, Blackie.
No? What about that pink tea you gave at my place last night?
Yeah, what about it? I got a memory like an elephant.
You got a nose like one, too.
Yeah, I got it last night. And I ain't forgetting that neither.
Shut up, Skip. You're only antagonizing him.
All right, you guys. Shove your heads against the tree.
Yeah. Like this?
Okay. Now put your arms around the trunk. Now flat on your back.
Anything you say, Blackie.
All right. Go to work with that rope, Porgy.
Yeah.
Get their arms around the tree and tie their wrists.
Hey, I feel neglected. Don't I deserve some attention?
We got something special in mind for you, Wes.
How'd you know we were going to rob a bank today, Blackie?
You small-time operators. You thought I was out cold last night.
You mean you were playing possum?
It'd take a better man than that wise guy you got with you to knock me out.
Let that be a lesson to you, Skip. Always be thorough.
Fine time to be giving out with lectures.
There, I guess they won't slip out of them knots.
Let me see 'em. Yeah, they're good nights.
Yeah.
But slip 'em a little tighter.
Johnny?
These guys got too much circulation already.
Okay, they see. There. How do you like that?
Fits me just like a tourniquet.
Now get their feet, Porgy.
Yeah.
The same kind of knots.
Same kind.
And you, Carson, keep those hands up.
How about putting him behind my back or something? I've been holding him up a long time.
You keep 'em up there, I'll saw your fingers off one by one.
Yes, sir.
Hey, listen, what's that?
What, Chief?
I thought I heard a car.
Wouldn't be no cars up here.
Probably the police after the bank robbers.
I didn't hear nothing, Chief.
Well, hurry up with that rope.
Okay.
Since you overheard everything last night, Blackie, then I guess it was your man you had staked outside the Carson home this morning.
Sure. We've been tailing you all day.
Congratulations. I only saw him once, through the window.
You hear that, Porgy? That'll cost you.
The fog went up like a scared window shade, Chief. It never did that before.
Don't let him jip you out of your share, Porgy.
Shut up, you. Haul them ropes, Porgy.
Well, they're all tied up like fish in a net, Chief.
Yeah, good and tight.
Good job, Porgy. Maybe I won't find you for that lousy tailing job this time.
Thanks, Chief. Say, I can't stand this much longer. Can't I rest my hands and my head?
I'm giving the orders, and I said keep 'em up. I'll get around to you just as soon as I tend to a little unfinished business. And now you, wise guy, you beat me up last night, didn't you?
Well, I didn't even hurt you. You said so yourself.
But you meant to, and now it's my turn. How do you like this, wise guy?
Oh, look here now. You can't kick a man when he's down.
Oh, can I? Just watch.
Oh, you dirty young... Look at that flying tackle.
Attaboy, West, get him.
Porgy, hit him on the head. Don't shoot, hit him.
Get his head out in the open, Chief. That's it.
I guess that'll stop our little football player.
Hit him right back of the ear with the butt, Chief.
Good aim.
You've killed him, Blackie.
Nah, he'll be all right in a couple of years.
If he dies, you'll go to the chair. You know that.
Who'll tell on me? You guys are going to lay here till you rot.
Won't do you no good to yell, neither. Nobody can hear you up here.
Listen, Blackie, I don't care about myself, but you'd better take Carson to a hospital. He's bleeding around the ear.
He asked for it, didn't he? So long, you guys. Hope you enjoy the wine. Come on, Porgy.
How are you, Skip?
Okay.
Hurt much?
Oh, just a couple of busted ribs.
Is Wes breathing? Can you see?
Yeah, I think he's breathing all right.
He's in a bad way. We've got to get him to a hospital.
Yeah. Any ideas how we're going to do it?
Well, there go our friends.
Yeah, I'm glad to see him go, if you ask me.
But Porgy must have spent some time at sea. The more I work my wrists, the tighter these knots get.
Yeah, same here.
Yeah, we're in a pretty pickle, all right.
Hey, I wonder if it'd do us any good to yell.
No, nobody'd come up here, even on a hike.
Yeah. Makes you feel kind of alone.
Yeah. Skip.
Yeah?
I've got a hunch.
What?
I think Blackie made one big mistake.
What?
Tying us both to the same tree.
I don't get it.
Look, if you slide around a little, your wrists would be directly in front of my face. Try squirming around.
Okay. There. Is that your nose, I feel?
Don't poke your finger in my eye. Hold it.
And what you gonna do, stare those knots loose?
Yeah, just as I thought. This isn't rope at all. It's sash cord.
Well, same thing, ain't it?
But it isn't nearly as thick. Hold still.
Now, what you doing?
Chewing on the rope. I'll make it, too, if my teeth hold up.
You mean you're trying to chew through the strands? Well, that'll take days.
Worth trying anyway. Besides, it doesn't taste bad at all.
Blackie North and his torpedo Porgy overheard the planning of the fake bank robbery and devised a means of cutting themselves in on the $200,000 taken from the bank. The two gangsters, wearing Army uniforms, stopped Captain Friday's car, drove to a secluded spot in the Hollywood Hills, and, after knocking out Wes Carson, bound Skip Turner and Captain Friday to a tree. The only possibility of escape seemed to lie with the captain's efforts to chew through the sash cord with which Blackie North had tied them.
How's it coming, Cappy?
It won't be long now. I'm on the last train.
Well, can you hold out? It's getting pretty dark.
My jaws are tired and my mouth's full of rope.
Well, why don't you rest a while? You've been at it for hours.
Only 3 by your wristwatch.
It seems a lot longer. Man, it's getting black on the infidel's heart.
Has Wes moved?
He's out cold. That's awful gash he's got behind his ear where Blackie hit.
I hope he isn't dead.
Poor kid.
Well, I can't stop now. Time may save a life.
Yeah, go ahead and gnaw. You'll get him someplace all right. I can feel the cord give him. Hey, I'll pull on my wrist. It may help some. You know, I ain't sure, but I think I heard West Side just now. You know, you gotta hand it to that kid. He's got what it takes. And if we'd all pitched in on Blackie like he done, we might not be in this pickle. But then, on the other hand, we might all be laying flat like Wes. Yeah, I guess we had a better chance this way. Keep going, Captain. I'm helping all I can. Hey, I'm loose. You did it, Captain.
Thanks to a good dentist.
Now, wait till I get this rope off my wrist and find my knife.
That's another mistake Blackie made, not frisking us.
Yeah, well, how was he to know you had a row of razor blades in your mouth, Captain?
Well, I'm through using my knives for a while. How about yours?
I got it. Oh, but boy, my hands are so numb I can't hardly feel it.
Now, rub your hands together.
Oh, they'll be all right. Here we go.
Ooh, like needles, the blood running back into your fingers.
Yeah, it only hurts for a minute, though. Mine are practically all right by now. Here, I'll cut your feet loose.
Now, how about your own?
After you. It'll only take a second.
There, that's it. Now, give me the knife. I'll get yours.
Yeah, I reckon I would have to be a sort of an acrobat to do it myself.
Porgy was right about this being a fishnet. I guess that does it.
Woo-wee. Wonder if I can stand up.
Yeah, my feet are not so bad. Good thing they left our boots on.
Yeah, my feet are a lot better than my hands.
Now, let's take a look at Wes.
Yeah, here he is over here. Wait a minute, I'll strike a match.
Yeah, poor kid. He's bled quite a bit. His pulse is beating.
Good. Maybe he's got a chance.
If we can get him to a doctor.
But how? We're miles from nowhere.
Only one way. Carry him. Help me get him onto my shoulder.
Oh, no. You load him onto me, Captain.
With 2 busted ribs, you wouldn't get very far.
Reckon you're right. All right. Up he goes.
Up. There. Now, you lead the way to the road.
Yeah. That's going to be a long trek into Hollywood. It's getting pretty dark.
We'll stop at the first house we come to and get help.
What, in these disguises? We're giving ourselves up as bank robbers? Man, the papers must be full of our descriptions by now.
I bargained to see this kid through. I'll keep my part of it as best I can. But if you want to get
Hey,
out...
boss, you know I'm sticking with you. Here's the road.
Sorry, Skip.
Oh, sure, I know, Cap. Hey, look, there's a house down yonder.
Where? I don't remember any house on the way up here.
Don't you see that light?
No, that's not a house. That light's moving.
Yeah. Hey, it's a car on the winding road.
They're coming up the road towards us, too.
Hey, suppose it's Blackie coming back?
Or the police. Blackie might have tipped him off.
What are we going to do?
Well, if it's the police, we'll give ourselves up and get some medical attention for Wes.
And if it's Blackie?
Well, nothing we can do but hide in the brush and let him go by.
What if it ain't neither Blackie or the police?
Then we'll get him to drive us to a hospital, of course.
Well, whoever it is will recognize us from the descriptions in the paper.
And that's a chance we'll have to take.
Here it comes. Hey, we better get off the road.
You make out what kind of a car it is?
No, not yet.
Coming at a pretty fast clip.
Oh, now I can see it. It's a roadster with the top down.
Good. Maybe a couple of schooners.
I better hail it.
Go ahead. Stand out in the road where they can see it.
Hey, we need help!
That's a girl, alone.
Hi, miss. Will you help us? We had an accident.
Skip, Captain Friday.
What's Miss Carson?
Eve, what are you doing here?
Oh, I've been looking everywhere for you. Where's Wes?
Right here.
And badly hurt, I'm afraid.
Oh.
We've got to get him to a doctor, quick.
Gideon, is he conscious?
No, hasn't been for hours.
Now, hold him on my lap. Yeah, that's it. Close the door, Scott.
Yeah. Hey, you want me to turn the car around?
No, I'll do it.
Good girl. Drive slowly over these bumps. We don't want to shake Wes up any more than we can help.
Bullet wound?
No. Bump on the head with a gun butt.
Concussion?
I'm afraid so.
Blackie North.
How did you know?
Well, after you left the house, I was so worried I couldn't stand it. I jumped in the roadster and drove to the bank. I was parked outside when you came out.
Hey, and you saw Blackie kidnap us.
I saw a soldier and another man jump in the car. I knew that wasn't part of your plan, so I got suspicious.
You followed us?
Yes. But I had to stay far enough behind so I wouldn't be seen. I lost you in the hills. I've been looking for you ever since.
You're a brave girl, Eve. Let's hope you were in time.
Well, I feel responsible for all this. I'm terribly upset.
Hey, we're coming to the paved road now.
Now you can step on it.
Our house is closer than the hospital. I can have the doctor in a few moments.
Oh, I felt kind of bad walking out on Miss Carson.
Nothing we could do. Wes is in the hands of the doctors now.
Yeah, sure was a flock of them.
Good thing we had time to change clothes and get our makeup off before they arrived.
Yeah. Eve did a good job on Wes, too. Not a trace of that beard left.
Yeah, swell kid. Hope we can recover her money.
And her car.
And I hope those doctors can do something for Wes. Too bad if he has to die like this.
Well, at least he had some excitement. If he has to die, I reckon this is the way he'd want it.
I'd hoped to keep him alive for 5 more days, till his time was up.
Well, it's out of our hands now. Hey, Captain, you want me to carry that package a while?
No, thanks.
Must be pretty heavy.
I'm all right. How's your side?
All right.
Hurting you?
Little.
You should have let one of those doctors back at the house fix you up.
All you can do for broken ribs, tape it up. Shucks, I've had busted ribs before.
Well, it won't be long now. There's the sign in the middle of the block. Maggie's Intimate Drinking Salon.
Yeah. Hey, do you see what I see?
Where?
Parked at the curb in front.
Yes, I believe it is. It's Eve Carson's car.
Well, if the car's here, then Blackie must be here.
And the gunny sack with her money.
And don't forget the diamonds.
Yeah. Feel up to a tussle?
With Blackie North? Anytime.
What about your ribs?
Blackie North broke them, didn't he? Don't ask foolish questions.
Excuse me. I want to drop in this drugstore for a moment, make a phone call.
Who you calling?
A couple of friends of mine. Look out for this package while I'm gone. It'll just take me a second.
Yeah. I'll get a paper and see what it says about the bank robbery. Looks like we got headlines. Let's see, bank robbed of $250,000. That's pretty good.
Okay, Skip. I got my call through. Nickel wisely spent, I think.
Yeah, I spent one, too. Look here at the paper.
Well, you gave us quite a splurge, didn't we?
They call me young and handsome.
They make quite a point of my paunch and beard. That's good.
And poor Wes would get a bang out of what they said about him, too. Too bad he can't read it.
Well, Skip, we haven't much time for biography. Let's go to work.
Yes, sir. It'll be a great pleasure to work on Mr. Blackie North.
Now, if we don't see Blackie or Porgy, we'll sit at the bar and have a drink.
And if we do see him, well, that's just too bad for them.
Blackie must have an office somewhere in the back. Keep your eye peeled for it. That's where the money probably is.
Okay, let's go.
See anybody?
Not even a hat check girl.
Not a customer in the house.
Or the bartender either.
I'll look behind the bar. You look in the kitchen.
Yeah. Nobody in the kitchen.
I left my package back here. May come in handy later.
See any more doors?
Not a one. There must be an office here somewhere.
Why, sure. Else where is everybody?
Beats me.
Man, this place is like a deserted village.
Yeah, there's something screwy here.
Yeah. Silent like a haunted house.
Hold it. What's that?
Sounded like a sliding door.
Someone's coming. Sit at the bar, quick.
Yeah.
Oh, good evening, gentlemen. I did not realize there was anyone at the bar.
Kinda deserted tonight.
We cater mostly to the after-theater crowd. What will be your pleasure, gentlemen?
A glass of milk.
A glass of... You. You are here last night.
Well, how sweet of you to remember.
But Blackie said... Chief!
Had him, Skip.
Yeah, come on. You...
Yeah, that's enough. He's out.
Anybody hear us?
Apparently not. Wonder where he came from.
Sounded like a sliding door.
Obviously, one of those panels slides back.
Hey, maybe he was fetching a drink for somebody. If it was, they'll be after him in a minute.
Here, help me prop him up against the bar.
Prop him up? Why?
If anyone comes after him, give us a little more time.
Oh, I get it.
There. Hey, looks like a wax dummy.
Pretty lifelike, all right. Hey, here comes somebody.
Grab a stool.
Get going, Gene. The chief wants a drink.
Oui. How was that for a French accent?
Great. Texas Frenchman. Skip.
Yeah?
I saw the door. It's in the wall to the left.
Well, come on, let's go look.
Easy now. Right here, this panel. See anything that looks like a button?
Not yet. Hey, you sure this is it?
I'm positive. Porgy leaned against the wall before the door opened.
Yeah, maybe this little knot of pine here. Shall I try it?
Yeah, go ahead.
No, nothing happens.
Can I help you, gentlemen?
Hey, the waiter.
And he's got a gun.
When you knock a person out, you should make sure he is really unconscious, gentlemen. This is the second time you have failed in your objective.
Doggone, guess I'll never learn.
I believe you are trying to open the door, gentlemen. If you will put the heel of your boot on the second square of linoleum, you will find it will slide back automatically.
We ain't so anxious to get in as we was.
But I am, gentlemen. I am sure Mr. North will be delighted to see you.
And if we refuse?
In that case, gentlemen, I shall be forced to commit justifiable murder.
What with?
My revolver, naturally.
Well, you didn't think we'd be silly enough to leave any lead in that gun, did you?
Why, I emptied the chambers myself. Didn't you see the bullets in the shaker on the bar?
I do not believe you.
Grab him.
Yeah. I got it. Thoroughly.
I didn't think he'd fall for that old turkey.
Man, it had whiskers, but it worked.
What's going on out here?
Gene.
Hello, Porgy, old pal. And you too, Blackie.
Keep your gun on him, Skip. I'll dust him off.
How did you...
We're professionals, Blackie. Why should we explain to you dope?
Thanks for the gat, Blackie. You too, Porgy.
Oh, and looky at the nice stacks of money on the desk.
Nice of you to count it for us, Blackie. Is it all there?
Listen, you guys, I'll make a deal with you.
Keep 'em up, Blackie, or I'll dry gulch you.
Listen, you guys, I'll split with you.
Winner take all, Blackie.
I'll squeal to the cops.
Which reminds me, Skip. Bring in that little package at the bar.
Oh, yeah, sure. Hey, is it behind the bar, Captain?
Yeah, it's near the sink.
Now, listen, to some reason, Friday,
We might make a deal at that. Where's that handful of diamonds we left here last night?
What kind of a deal?
We'll take half the dough and the diamonds and call it quits.
Half the dough and half the diamonds? That's reasonable.
Here's the package, Chief.
Fine. Just open the package and strew the contents around, Skip.
We, as Gene would say. Only he ain't talking.
Just lay those clothes on the back of the chair. Boots on the floor. The beard's on the desk near the money.
What's the idea of littering the place up with that stuff?
Well, these were the costumes we wore this afternoon, Blackie. I thought you might like to use them next time you robbed a bank.
I thought we was going to make a deal.
Well, where are the diamonds?
Right here in my vest pocket. Here.
Hey, look out. You're dropping them, Captain.
What's the idea of throwing the diamonds around?
I thought we ought to plant a little more evidence.
Why, you double-crossed...
Hey, he's making a break. Tackle him.
I got him. Go after Porgy.
Yeah. Never mind. Huh? We've got Porgy.
Well, if it ain't the homicide squad.
I didn't waste any time after my phone call, Lieutenant.
What's going on here?
They were just making a break. We had to use a little action.
Nice job, Captain. That the money on the desk?
I think you'll find it's the stolen money, Lieutenant. Here's the disguises they wore. Blackie's friend, Gene, is outside the door.
Yes, one of my men has him. Huh. What's this on the floor?
I think they're the diamonds stolen from that movie star last week. Blackie tried to make a deal with us.
Well, Captain, thanks very much for the tip-off. How'd you happen onto it?
Miss Carson of Beverly Hills hired us to recover her stolen car. It turned out to be the bandit car.
Nice work. And, I believe you said you wanted your name kept out of it.
Credit's all yours, Lieutenant. That is, if you let us drive Miss Carson's car away without any further red tape.
I think that can be arranged. I just won't mention a car in my report.
Thank you very much, Lieutenant. I'll be reading about you in the papers. We have some wonderful news, Miss Carson. All your money has been recovered.
Yeah, and your car's in the driveway.
That is wonderful news, but I have better.
Your brother?
The doctors performed an operation. The blow on his head released a nerve that was strangling his spine. Oh, he's going to live.
Well, that is wonderful news. Needless to say, Skip and I are delighted.
Yes, sir. And when Wes gets well, I have a hunch he'll be free from Blackie North.
And I have a hunch that Blackie North won't be free.
You'll Be Dead in a Week, written and produced by Carlton E. Morse, has been another in the series Adventures by Morse, a regular feature over this station.
Good evening, friends. This is your host to welcome you through the creaking door into the inner sanctum. Slither in, won't you? Sorry the place is such a mess. I'll sweep it up later. Those are just chips off the old block. Been doing my bone work. Oh, didn't I tell you? Sure, I'm going back to Skull this term. All cozy now. Ready to string along with us for a while. Good. After all, this is a newspaper story. If you feel a little cold as we go on, it's only because we have a story to tell you.
Tonight's Inner Sanctum Mystery, Death of a Doll, was written by Fred Matho and stars Mason Adams in the role of Will, with Ted Osborne as Bo Cousins.
This is the story of Willie Harper and the devil, and how Willie, on his first assignment for the Morning Blade, finds himself at 2 a.m, sweating nervously in the murky shadows of a riverfront street. Willie has a gun in his pocket and a doll that belongs to a dead girl tucked under his arm. A block away, leaning against the one streetlight, impassive, grotesque,
ape-like, is the devil waiting for Willie.
I keep saying this is 1948. And I keep saying this is Manhattan. And I keep saying whether you believe in the devil or not, you don't meet him till you're dead. But believe me, that's the devil over there under that lamp. At 3 o'clock, he's coming for me. Sure, you've got a right to think I'm crazy, standing around waiting to be killed with a doll under my arm. This all started 10 days ago around 5 in the afternoon at the city morgue. McGrundy, the night editor, sent me there on my first assignment. The morgue, he says, is a good place to start for stories.
Looks like you might be in luck, son.
How's that?
Come along with me. What's your name?
Will Harper.
All right, Willie. Come down to the coolers with me. Unless I'm very wrong, I've got a story in there for you. The girl in locker number 7. She's been here 4 days. Tomorrow we close the case on her.
What does that mean, Mr. Jackson?
Means, in spite of everything the police have been able to do, we can't find out her name, where she lived, or anyone who knew her.
How was she found?
Tugboat crew fished her up the river. Tomorrow, she goes to the city burial grounds in a plain box marked Jane Doe.
That's horrible. Just dying and nobody... Do you think she was murdered?
There's not a mark on her. Police say she wasn't. But I want you to look at her face and tell me what you think. This is Jane Doe of number 7, son. Jane, this is Willie Harper. I want you to see her face, Willie. Tell me what you see in it.
A strange emotion shook me. She didn't seem dead to me. Her skin was perfect ivory. Her hair was fine spun copper. Her lips twisted slightly. I blushed and turned away, catching myself imagining what those lips must have looked like with life's color in them. Jackson led me back to his office without speaking. As I lit a shaky cigarette, he fished a brown paper bag out of his desk. He handed it to me, tilting it forward as he did so. What the devil?
Yeah. And when they pulled her out, she was clutching this doll close to her. Even the doll hasn't helped trace her. The police are through with it.
Mr. Jackson, you'll think I'm nuts. But I suddenly feel sore, boiling mad. I don't know why, but I think she was murdered. The look on her face is...
Kind of ask you to help?
Yes.
Dead girl nobody wants. And a doll. Here's your story, Willie. Too bad you didn't know her before.
Yeah. Well, thanks.
Here. Take the doll along with you.
I beat it back to the paper, on fire to do a story about the dead girl and her doll. As I gave McGrundy my report, he stared at me. When I got through, he had a sort of twisted grin on his face, sort of know-it-all. He grunted and tilted the paper-wrapped doll forward.
Think she was murdered, huh?
Yes.
The cops don't think so?
No.
They're closing that case tomorrow?
Yeah.
No clues, facts, or anything outside of this doll?
None.
All right, Hopper. I'll give you another day to find the nasty character who did this horrible thing. Cops have been wrong before. Go ahead.
Thanks. I'll get a story.
Here, take your dolly along. And keep falling for the dead ones, Harper. You're better off.
Now I know why I resented that crack of McGrundy's. He must have guessed before I did that I had fallen in love with the girl in the morgue. Half-hour later, disgusted with my own morbidity, I went to my room before going out to eat. Slammed the door and tossed the doll onto a chair. I couldn't shake the feeling that the nameless girl in the morgue had something to say to me. If only the doll could talk, could tell me about her. What was she like? Was her voice soft? Was it kind? Who was cruel to her? Where did she live? Who killed her? Doll, who? I grinned sheepishly at myself in the mirror. And with that gesture, this story really begins. The next few moments remain electrifyingly vivid. I had set the doll down on the bureau. I didn't touch it. Wasn't even looking at it when a new sound came from it. I stared at the crumpled, ridiculous little form, almost afraid to touch it again, but I did. I had to. I picked it up and tilted it limply. Karanana. That was what I had heard. A sound? A sound only? No. Somehow I thought it was more than a sound. A name? Maybe a name. Half because I didn't want to stay alone with the doll any longer, and half on a hunch. I stuffed the doll in its bag and went back to the paper. I went straight to the reference room, filed the doll under my arm.
What are you looking for?
I want to know if you've got anything in the files on someone named Karanana, spelled with a K or a C.
Huh?
It's funny, you seem amused.
Don't tell me he's around again. If you've got a lead on Karanana, you've got some story.
Oh, will you get me the clips on him?
I'll get you Myers' Anthropology of Asia. He's in there.
Anthropology? Why, who is he?
The devil.
Karanana. Of course, an almost forgotten myth from Asia. Lucifer on Earth, wearing out one body after another, walking the earth always. I remember it now from college. I did on a long walk and headed down Fifth Avenue, my head whirling with a maddening conflict. I think I would have given up the whole thing then, but always at the point of going home to bed or of chucking the blasted doll in a can. The face of the girl in the morgue blanked out other thoughts. When I reached Washington Square, it was dusk. The sidewalk artists were packing up their canvases as I passed them, all but one, that is. He was a tall, angular man with a completely bald head, whose 4 or 5 paintings had the advantage of a street light. The man paid no attention to me, until at the sight of one painting I stiffened in utter shock.
What's the matter, friend? Is the stuff that bad?
That one. The one of the girl, it's...
Woman with a doll, I call it. Like it?
Who's the girl? Do you know her? Tell me.
Sorry, I'm selling oil paintings, friend. I'm not a dating bureau.
No. You've got me wrong. I've got a good reason for asking. Look, I'll prove it. Here. Isn't this the doll you painted with the girl?
Where'd you get that? I haven't seen Hazel in a week. She left for the coast. I gave her that doll to pose with. What's wrong?
Hazel is dead. Dead?
Where is she?
If I tell you, will you promise to say nothing for a while? I'm a reporter for the Blade. My name is Will Harper.
I won't say anything unless I believe you had something to do with it. Where is she?
I'll take you to her. She's at the city morgue. An hour later, we had come out of the morgue. Both cousins had simply nodded at my questioning look. Seeing the girl again, knowing her name now, added to the emotions I already felt for her. I had a sudden impulse. I handed the artist Hazel's doll.
Are you giving me the doll?
No, I want it back. But I want you to tilt it. Make it cross. What did that sound like to you? What did you hear?
The doll said, Karanana.
You heard it, too. Again, say that name again. What did you hear the doll say?
I distinctly heard it say, Karanana.
Then I'm not crazy. And do you know who Karanana is, Mr. Cuddons?
I'm afraid I do. The most fantastic coincidence I ever encountered.
Why?
Do you know who Karanana is?
The devil. Lucifer, Satan.
Quite. I think we'd better go to my place and talk this out. Certainly, if what I think is true, no one will believe us.
What do you think?
That Hazel was murdered by Karanana.
I followed Bo Cousins silently along the dark streets of the lower city. His long legs led us finally to a dingy, narrow, fish-fouled street where we climbed an outside stair to the loft of a warehouse.
You're in love with her, aren't you? An amazing circumstance to be in love with someone you met too late.
I could have loved her, yes.
I met her at a Bowery Mission House. Conceived the idea of painting her with a doll. Somehow that seemed right to me.
Go on.
Well, we worked here for 3 weeks on the painting. I paid her enough so that she could go to California. Dream of hers. One night as we walked the streets nearby, Karanana appeared.
Karanana?
Yes, Karanana. Or a man who calls himself Karanana. The devil, or the human form of the devil. However you choose to think.
There can't be such a thing. The devil, it's just a myth.
Is it? I met him in Istanbul 8 years ago in a cafe. Did a painting of him.
What's he like?
Squat, massive man, ape-like. As I painted him, he admitted to me such crimes that I could hardly hold my brush.
Like what?
He made his living a professional murderer. Very discreetly, very cleverly, very effectively.
Why didn't you turn him in?
Really, now. I like to paint and to live. He was so pleased with the picture I made and gave him that he told me any time I needed to rid myself of some embarrassing person, he'd be around.
Lucky you, but who'd believe that story?
We do, Willie. And that's the important thing. Do you have any spare cash?
Why?
I have about $150. If you could make up the difference, I think we should claim Hazel's body and give the child a decent burial.
I fixed it up with Jackson at the morgue. And at 3 that afternoon, Bo Cousins and I, plus 2 grave diggers in Simeon Cemetery, were watching a bright new casket being lowered into a new grave.
Man that is born of a woman hath but a short time to live and is full of misery. He cometh up and is cut down like a flower. He fleeth as it were a shadow and never continueth in one stay. In the midst of life, we are in death.
Thanks, Paul.
I like it too, Willie. Very much. You're a nice guy, Willie. Wouldn't you rather go now?
No. Let's wait till she's covered over. I want to talk to you. I've just gotten an idea. Bo, I know how to make things come out even for Hazel. I know how to get Karanana.
And I will be very glad to see that you're buried next to Hazel here.
I see things a lot clearer now that Hazel has a name and a past for me. If there is a man named Karanana, as you say, I think he's human, and that's an even chance.
Maybe Karanana isn't the one.
Then I'll find out. Do you want to help?
In any way short of being discreetly disposed of, yes.
Swell. Karanana said he'd do a little job for you whenever you wanted him to, right?
Yes.
Then you get in touch with him and...
Sorry, Willie. My merchant of death is unreachable. He shows up when he wants to.
All right, I'll wait. But when he does, you've got a murder for him to do.
I have? Who?
Me. That was a week ago. An exciting week for me, covering all sorts of stuff in the paper. I'd begun to think Bo Cousins was an imaginative phony. Even my editor, McGrundy, had stopped kidding me about Hazel's doll perched on my desk. Then this morning at 9:30, I got a call. Morning, Blade, Willie Harper.
Greetings and farewell, Willie. This is Bo Cousins.
Bo. What's up?
The devil is in town, Willie. He wants to see you.
Karanana?
Yes, I saw him last night. He was delighted to help me get rid of you.
I see.
I told him you were a reporter who was planning a story about art which tore my work to pieces. What's the matter, Willie? Change your mind?
No. Did he say where?
He never lets his clients in on the details. But he did say I'd be rid of you by 3 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Thanks, Bo. I'll be seeing you. So long. By 3 this morning, he said. I didn't know where, exactly when, or even if I could get the drop on the devil and force the truth about Hazel out of him. I stuffed the doll into a bag and started out, but McGrundy caught me.
Papa!
Yeah?
Woman shot through the back of the head. Playing solitaire. 147 Parkway North. Husband with her. Go on out on it and phone it in.
Right. When I hit the lobby downstairs, an unaccountable chill got me in the small of the back. Something made me stop short and turn around. It was my first look at Karanana. He was leaning against a phone booth, a heavy-set, ill-shaped man whose arms sloped weirdly from his neck into a heavy stomach. He was eyeing me impassively. The game was on, I knew. I grabbed a cab to get my story just the same. I phoned the stuff in from the cigar store across the street. When I stepped out of the booth, Karanana just bought some cigarettes. He turned to me as I froze, waiting.
Some murder across the street, huh?
Yeah? How'd you know?
I get around.
Murder a hobby of yours, mister?
No. It's strictly a business. So long.
That's the kind of thing that went on all day. McGrundy kept me on the hop, and no matter where I went, Karanana was there ahead of me. This afternoon, I got to my room long enough to pick up my Luger pistol and the license I've got to carry it. He was waiting for me when I came out.
Better put it in your inside coat pocket. It shows on your hip. Be seeing you.
It's 2:45 now. 15 minutes. And he hasn't moved from under that lamppost in 2 hours. I'm not waiting another minute. I'm going to meet the devil and have it done with. He doesn't move. Will a bullet do it? Can I trick him into admitting Hazel's murder? Or will he kill me first? Well, here I am.
Yeah. I see. What can I do for you?
It's almost 3 o'clock.
You know, you're right. Time sure flies. Well, time for me to get on home, I guess. So long, Willie.
It's a trick. A fiend's trick. He's deliberately leaving me with only a few minutes to go. I've got to stop this. I can't go through with it. I'll go to Bo's place. I'll tell him to call it off. I don't want to die. I don't want it. Bo! I was running for your place.
That's right. You might be down this way. You look scared to death. And you should be, I guess.
I've got to hide, Bo. Let's beat it somewhere. It's almost 3.
All right. Quick, cross the street, Willie. There's a broken down pier there. Come on. Pretty dark here, Willie. But we're safe for a while. You certainly have worked yourself up. That's the doll you've got there.
Yeah. I don't know why I carried it.
Glad you did. Got a gun with you?
Yeah, my Luger.
Let me have it. You're too wrought up.
Here.
Good. Now be still a moment.
3 o'clock.
Yes. 3 o'clock, Willie. Time for us to part.
What do you mean?
You're not a very astute person, are you, Willie?
Why?
Maybe Hazel's doll can tell you.
You? No, Bo, this is crazy.
The same water that receives Hazel is at your back, Willie. The time is 3, and tomorrow you will be fished out with the doll under your arm.
You're Karanana.
Quite. Farewell, Willie. Hazel, poor sweet child, learned the same truth by accident.
Dirty, filthy little...
Farewell, Willie. And you shall take your
Stop him,
dolly
cousin!
with you.
Stop him!
Where?
I said drop the kid, cousin! Stop him! No, I will not!
Eleanor never dies.
How's the head feel now, Willie?
Better, Mr. McGrundy. Thanks, lots better. My professional pride hurts more.
Well, it needn't. You followed through like an old timer on that story, didn't he, Shay?
Yes, he'll do.
How could I have taken you for the devil, Inspector Shea?
I've been called worse.
How did you know where I was going to be and all that? How come you were on hand at the end?
Well, I cover the morgue, Willie. When a young guy suddenly decides to claim a nameless corpse, it's time to follow up on it. Well, you seemed okay, but Cousins turned out to be wanted as a professional killer.
So you tagged me to get to him?
Sure. He was after you, no doubt about that. Oh, there's your doll, Willie.
Yeah. Well, I tilt the doll and nothing happens. No sound.
Must be broke.
I guess she doesn't have to speak anymore, Mr. McGurney. I think the doll is dead.
Hey. Want to buy a doll? I'll sell it to you, but there'll be the devil to pay. Take a tip from Willie Hopper. There's no romance at the morgue. You'll find nothing there except cold, hard figures. Sorry I've got to skip along now, but I've got a date with Hazel's doll. She promised to help me in a grave situation. I just got to dig up something for next week's show. I think if we work at it long enough, we'll turn something up. Don't you? Good night. Pleasant dreams.
This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
Two pairs of footsteps echoed down the dark alley. They stopped, waited for Jack the Ripper to strike. But this is not London in 1888. No, this is Chicago in 1945. Yet Jack the Ripper is loose again to knife, to butcher his victims without trace. Hello, creeps. This is Peter Lorre, opening the doors of the Mystery Playhouse. If you recall, some 60 years ago, London was terrorized by a one-man crime wave, by a murderer who was never captured and never seen. And tonight, we follow the investigations of Sir Guy Hollis, who firmly believes that Jack the Ripper is still alive, that it is he who is the fiend that once again slashes and kills. There is the element of the supernatural in this story that will amaze you, for it seems that the spirit world has given the black heart of Jack the Ripper the power of everlasting life.
Time, the present. Our scene is the reception room of a well-known Chicago psychiatrist, Dr. John Carmody. Miss Canister, the doctor's assistant, is chatting with a tall, distinguished man who is apparently waiting to consult Dr. Carmody.
But surely, Sir Guy, you can't believe a theory that seems so, well, astrological.
I'm afraid I do, Miss Canister. Now, you'll grant, Miss Canister, that we still know very little about the life energy of the sun, about those forces which keep the planets in their spheres and keep the star from spinning astray and crashing into the Wrigley building.
Hello there.
Oh, Dr. Carmody.
I'll be with you in a moment, Mr. Hollis. Miss Canister, will you step into my office, please?
Take your time, Doctor.
Anything to gain your patient's respect.
Well, what have I done now?
It's Sir Guy Hollis.
Oh.
He's a lord or a knight, or anyway, not a commoner. Attached to the British consulate here.
Find out anything else about him?
Nothing about his mental condition. He's right out of an English movie. Only thing that's missing is a monocle. Oh, yes, and he's a bug about astrology.
Send him in. Hmm?
Mm-hmm. Doctor, we'll see you now, sir.
Thank you. It's been a somewhat busy day, Sir Guy. Sorry you had to wait so long.
An apology a doctor need never make, sir. Most attractive office, Doctor.
That's also my home.
Oh, that explains the piano, then, and the painting.
Perhaps.
Aye. What do you think of London, Doctor?
London? Why?
Have you ever noticed anything strange about it?
The fog is famous, although here in Chicago we sometimes have one to match it.
Yes, the fog. That's important. You see, it always provides the perfect setting.
For what?
For murder.
Tell me, Sir Guy, what is a Londoner doing in Chicago discussing murder with a psychiatrist?
Have you ever heard of Jack the Ripper, Doctor?
The murderer?
The greatest monster of them all. Worse than Spring Hill Jack or Crippen, even. Red Jack. Red Jack the Ripper.
Yes, I've heard of him.
Do you know his history, Doctor?
See here, Sir Guy, doctors are pretty much in demand these days. I assumed you were a patient, wanted my help as a psychiatrist. If you just wanted to swap old wives' tales about famous crimes, perhaps we might arrange dinner.
This is no old wives' tale, Doctor. This is a matter of life and death.
Sorry. What is?
Well, listen. London, 1888. Out of nowhere, a shadowy figure with a knife, haunting the squalid dives of Whitechapel and Spitalfields. 6 times that knife descended into the throats and bodies of London's women. 39 stab wounds, the paper said the first time. August 31st, another victim. On September 8th, watchmen making their rounds in the gray dawn stumbled across the third hacked and horrid thing.
Well, I understand he used his knife rather well.
He was an expert, Doctor. And where had he learned? At the operating table? The butcher's block? Some said on the police force. On November 9th, a 6th victim was found on the floor of her room.
Panic in the grandstand?
Yes, but needless panic. Months passed, a year. They said Jack had escaped to America. They said he committed suicide. They've been saying things ever since.
You tell the story very well, but I'm afraid that's all the time I can give you today, Sir Guy.
I haven't finished.
I'm anxious to hear the rest of your story.
Dr. Carmody, I am on the trail of Jack the Ripper. I've tracked him here to Chicago.
You've tracked? See here, Sir Guy. What was the date of those London murders?
1888.
Well, look, if Jack the Ripper were even born that year, he'd be 56 today. I'd say Red Jack would be good and dead about now.
Would he? Or should I say, would she? Because the Ripper may have been a woman, you know. Do you think I'm insane, Doctor?
No.
Well, then you might listen to my reason for thinking the Ripper is still alive. I have been studying these cases for 13 years. Talked to officials, friends of the poor drabs he killed, and then I started studying unsolved murders all over the world. Followed a trail of blood. I could show you clippings from San Francisco, Shanghai, Berlin, Cairo, Milan. 87 such murders. And all had the trademark of the Ripper. You remember the New Orleans torso slayings last summer?
Well, vaguely. A colleague of mine attended the hearing.
Then surely you remember 2 recent ones here in Chicago. One out on South Durban in September, and then a few weeks ago there was another very much like it up on Posted.
Yes.
Well, Doctor?
You're a criminologist. But figure it out, Sir Guy. If Red Jack were, say, 30 in 1888. He'd be 86 today. And no man of 86 could have butchered up that Halstead book.
Suppose he didn't get any older. Suppose Red Jack knew how to stay young.
But people do grow old, Sir Guy. Murderers, too. Whether they're women or butchers or scientists, they grow old.
What about sorcerers?
Who?
Necromancers, wizards, practices of black magic. Now, see here, Doctor, I have studied the dates of those 87 murders, and they have an astrological significance. Suppose Red Jack didn't murder for murder's sake alone. Suppose he wanted to make a sacrifice.
What kind of a sacrifice, Sir Guy?
It has been said that if you offer blood to the dark gods when the moon and the stars are right, they grant boons. Boons of eternal youth.
I don't understand, Sir Guy. I'm not an authority on witchcraft, nor even an amateur criminologist. Why have you come to me?
Because Jack the Ripper is here in Chicago, and through you, I am going to capture him.
Good morning, Doctor.
Morning, Canister.
Well, how did his lordship turn out last night? He's the most exciting patient we've had in months.
He's not a patient, Canister, at least not yet.
Shouldn't he be?
No, I can't tell. He talks so convincingly. Maybe there is a shred of reality in his story. It's real enough to him, Lord knows.
Oh, excuse me, Doctor. Dr. Carmody's office?
May I speak with Dr. Carmody, please? It's most urgent.
One moment. His lordship again.
No, hello?
It's Guy Hollis, Doctor.
Oh. Any new clues turn up overnight?
You're willing to go through with it?
Oh, just this minute sent my nurse out for a magnifying glass and a pair of
I don't think
handcuffs.
that'll be necessary, Doctor.
Now, look here, Sir Guy. How can I possibly help you?
I have good reason to believe the Ripper is among your acquaintances.
What good reason?
I'll tell you when I see you. I understand Lester Benson, a friend of yours who writes a column for the Sun Herald, has invited you to a party tonight.
Yes, that's right. How did you know that?
I hope that you'll take me with you.
Take you with me.
I told you that I have plotted the astrological chart. The Ripper must make a sacrifice before this night passes.
Oh. Okay. How about supper first?
Splendid.
Pick me up at about 7:30.
Thanks awfully, Doctor.
Right. Bye.
Are you sure you're doing the right thing?
Well, that's why I wanted him to supper first. If he proves dangerous, I'll manage to sidetrack him somehow. I hope Lester's in.
I know. Hatchet murder on Polk Street.
No murder yet, Lester, but if you don't become conscious, there may be.
Oh, John.
Yes, that's right. Now, look, old man, is it okay if I bring someone to the party tonight?
Oh, sure, John. Well, like her?
It's a guy from the British consulate.
Well, all the better. Manpower shortage and all that.
Now, listen, Les. He's kind of a strange duck. I'm not sure yet whether his head is on right.
That's okay. Plenty of company. See you tonight.
Right. Canister, all that remains now is for Sir Guy and I to attend the party tonight and capture the Ripper.
What are you talking about?
Well, Sir Guy says the Ripper will be there tonight.
You're joking.
I am, yes. But Sir Guy isn't. And perhaps he's right. But I still don't know who you're hoping to find at Lester's party tonight, Sir Guy. A few writers, a painter, singer, all fairly normal.
How about so is the Ripper? Perfectly normal. Except on certain nights.
Mm-hmm.
Then he becomes an ageless, pathological monster crouching to kill. On evenings like tonight, when the stars are arranged in blazing patterns of death.
But why among my friends?
Because they are the kind of people the Ripper seeks out.
But I warn you, Sir Guy, once these people find out what you're up to, you'd better be prepared for just about anything.
I'll be ready. Look.
What's that you got there? See here, Sir Guy, you can't go around among my friends with a gun in your pocket.
Oh. Then you keep it for me. Yeah. But be prepared to use it.
Sure. Well, come on. The party should be in full swing by now. Well, Sir Guy, are you enjoying yourself?
Immensely, John. Your friends are very charming.
Except that one of them is Jack the Ripper, huh?
Perhaps. And if I get the opportunity, I think I'll show you how we can find out.
Soon, I hope. It's 1 o'clock. I should be leaving.
Leaving? Who said leaving? Are you trying to spoil my party, John?
Well, Lester, it is late.
Don't be a killjoy, John. I've hardly met our honored guest.
Oh, dear.
Are you here on a military mission, Sir Guy?
Not exactly.
Well, then if it's not secret.
Oh, not at all, Mr. Benton. I'm on the trail of Jack the Ripper.
Jack? Well, it's rude of us to be so curious.
Sir Guy has an idea that Jack the Ripper is prowling around Chicago, Les, and he's out to find him.
Oh, really?
Sir Guy is serious.
Well, he should be. According to some old files I've read, Red Jack was something of a menace. Had some ripping good times.
Oh, Les, your puns get worse daily.
Oh, they're not
Sir
bad.
Guy is sure that the Ripper is responsible for the South Dearborn murder. And the one up on Halstead a few weeks ago. You've covered them, Les. What's your idea?
Could be. Very neat carving on both of them.
But the victims were men. I thought the Ripper was only interested in women.
Oh, not at all. It's probably occurred to you that the women we know the Ripper sought were fairly vivid symbols. A kind of living comment on the society which he detested.
Oh, yes.
And then just as our laws change and our society changes, so then must his victims change.
Cut out the music.
With each new age, the Ripper discovers a new symbol of protest.
But tell us, Sir Guy, which do you hope to find here? The Ripper or the symbol?
Yes, I'm rather curious about that myself.
The Ripper. All right, boys and girls. We're trapped. Let's face it.
Thank you, Les. I told you he was serious.
I know, John, but what can a considerate host do?
I've got it. Laverne, let's have that bread knife there on the sideboard.
Oh, Les.
Thanks. Sir Guy has come a long way on a difficult mission, so let's give him a fair chance. I'll turn out the lights for 1 minute, and Sir Guy can stand here in the middle of the room with the bread knife. Now, if anyone here is the Ripper, they can either make a break for it or take the opportunity to, eradicate the pursuer. That fair enough, Sir Guy?
Fair enough, Lester.
Laverne, some suitable background music, please. Something Wagnerian, you know. Now, choose your partners for the kill, ladies and gentlemen. Every 60 seconds of darkness for evil to make its cosmic presence known. Unchallenged, unmolested, let the Ripper ride. A minute for death, at the end of which we'll look for the bodies. Ready? All right, silence. Now, turn out the lights. Don't anyone move. Let the affirmative forces return. Let there be light.
Ah! Look there on the floor. It's Sir Guy.
My lord, he's been stabbed.
Here, let's pick up the body
No,
and get it off.
look,
the
Well, I
listen.
guess nobody had better touch the body.
Look.
What is it? I mean, doesn't Hollywood recommend the police in moments like this?
For heaven's sake, Les.
I swear, Les, I didn't want to bring him, but he insisted. He said he'd plotted the chart. Said he was certain the Ripper would use his knife before the night was out.
I don't suppose we ought to move him, do you?
What?
Well, I'll call the police.
For heaven's sake, Les.
Now, look, if you have any ideas what we should do, Nadja, now shoot.
Whoever goes to get the police could just as easily make a neat getaway. Lord, Les, if he was right about the Ripper.
But I wasn't, John.
Sir Guy.
Hey, wait a minute. Look at that.
Now, wait, I really don't think that's
Really,
quite
you're
the kind of a
scared to
joke
death.
we should have had.
Please, forgive me, Nadja, for frightening you so. When you were all so innocent.
What is a guy?
What do you mean?
Hold it, everybody. Are you sure about our innocence, Sir Guy?
Oh, yes. You see, if the Ripper were here, he would have betrayed himself when he saw me lying there. Not a very gentle spoof, I'm afraid.
Oh, sure it was. Gentle like a ton of bricks.
Yeah, come on, let's get a drink. Let's get away from Tommy.
Well, John, shall we leave? It's getting rather late.
Yes, Sir Guy. Oh, you can shut your mouth now, Nadia. The game's
Oh,
over.
for heaven's sake.
I'll get your coats.
Thanks.
Well, goodbye, everyone, and forgive me if I gave you an unnecessary scare.
Oh, they've forgotten about it already, Sir Guy.
Good night, Les. Thanks.
Don't mention it, John. Come around again, Sir Guy.
I'd like to. Good night, Lester.
Good night.
I suppose you're thinking that I'm guilty of the same sort of sensational tricks as our friend the Ripper, but I want only to rid the world of a devilish fiend who lives by the blood of others.
As Les said, they've all forgotten it by now.
Well, I guess I was wrong to seek him out at a party. You know, we're far more likely to find him out here in the darkness and the fog, perhaps along a lonely, shadowed street such as this, or perhaps in a neglected dead end, like this one here.
Not so Guy.
Please, do me one more favor. It's only a hunch, but let's turn up this alley, see what it has to offer. Remember, the Ripper must make a sacrifice tonight.
Well, as long as I've gone this far.
Thanks, Lambo. Yes, this is what the Ripper likes. Small, gaping alleyway. Hardly noticeable to the rest of the city. It'll be in a hidden corner like this where I'll capture him. And I'll turn the bloody swine over to the police. He's a mad beast, Chuck. An ageless monster let loose on the world.
There's nothing up here, Sir Guy.
No, just to the end of the alley, John. And we'll turn back, I promise.
Look, Sir Guy, don't you think this is carrying the hobby a little too far?
The hobby, John? In 1888, one of those nameless drabs the Ripper killed was my mother.
What?
Yes. My father spent his life searching for the Ripper. Caught up with him, too, about 1926 in Hollywood, where he was stabbed in a brawl. The police never learned who it was. But I know it was the Ripper. And I'll live till I find him. I swear I will. Let me have my gun now, John. We've left your friends, and I feel safer with my gun on me.
Now, see here, Sir Guy.
Oh, please, John, now let me carry the gun. Now, let me have it, John. Please.
All right. You insist.
John, it's not a gun, it's a knife.
I know.
John, what are you doing?
Never mind the John. Only Jack.
No.
Hello, Lester. Canister. I didn't get you out of bed, did I? Yes, the police picked John up this morning. The guy? Oh, he's dead, all right. Oh, it's horrible, Les. Well, of course he's in a cell. All right, Les, I'm going in now and talk to John. Insane? Of course he must be. Right, Les, I'll meet you here at the jail. My time's up now, John. I better be going.
Just one more thing, Canister. For some reason, I want you to understand. You see, Sir Guy was right. I did have to make an offering before the night was over. I didn't want for it to be him, Canister. But up there in that alley, I realized he was as determined as I. You know, Canister, I still wonder who at that party was astute enough to send the police after me so quickly. Lester, perhaps. The police won't tell me, but I'll find out, Canister. And if it was Lester, he'll know I found out.
But what difference can it make now?
Oh, police haven't won yet, Canister. The gods won't let me down. They never have. Sir Guy was right about that, too. I am eternal. I have no age, you know. I never shall.
Well, I'll be going.
I'll miss you.
Bye, John.
Bye, Canister.
Lester.
Canister, I've died 10 times over.
Why, Les? He's safe today. The charge, you know.
I still died 10 times over.
He suspected it was you who called the police.
As long as he doesn't suspect you, put me wise. Now, will you tell me how you found out about it?
I was emptying the wastebasket after Comedy left last night for the party.
Mm-hmm.
I discovered a lot of astrological plottings in his handwriting. And that Englishman's words. Couldn't forget them. Comedy just told me the gods won't permit him to be executed. He thinks he really is Jack the Ripper. He's insane, Les.
Oh, and I was afraid you'd say that.
Well, what do you mean? Any doctor will tell you he is insane.
I know they will. They'll also tell the jury.
So?
So, the law doesn't execute the insane. It allows them to live.
You mean?
Who knows, Canister? Who knows?
Comfortable thought, isn't it? Dr. Carmody may die for his crimes, but Jack the Ripper will live on. Oh, well, spirits are hard to kill, unless they come in a bottle. Now for our next production, we have something much less exciting. Oh, only 17 shots, a mob of crooks outsmarting each other for a paltry $200,000, 2 murderers, and Simon Templar, better known as the Saint. Follow me to the green room for a preview. Right this way. Come. Come.
You know, Horace, you really should have told me sooner.
Told you what?
That police headquarters have been moved to a Long Island mansion like this. It's quite a shock to a hard-working taxpayer like me.
You better start getting used to shocks, Bub.
Oh, Mr. Nesson, the judge is expecting you. Go on in. I wish you wouldn't be prodding me with that rough, though, Horace. It tickles.
This way, sir.
Why, cozy little stump, isn't it, Horace?
My name is not Horace.
In here, please.
Judge Stryker, Mr. Nasson is back, sir.
Yes. Come in. You might as well lock the door, Nathan.
Right, sir.
Sit down, Mr. Templar. So you are the famous gentleman known as the Saint, are you?
Sometimes my friends call me that.
Mr. Templar, we are faced here with a serious matter, a very serious matter.
So it would seem.
So serious, in fact, that I have been obliged to adopt rather extraordinary measures to deal with it.
Like sending around a phony dick to pick me up?
Oh, you knew he was a phony?
My dear fat-headed friend, you didn't really think that Horace over there could successfully impersonate an officer of the law, did you?
Why,
Shall we get down to business?
Very well. You have in your possession a certain diary containing statements and suggestions which I hardly need say are wholly untrue.
Such as the statement that when you held a fine job in Washington, you dreamed up the high-tor oil swindle and got away with it.
Yes, fabrication from beginning to end.
And that you and your associates now control about 90% of the black market.
It's lies, every one of them.
Naturally. That's why you're so anxious to have them suppressed.
The fact remains that their publication might seriously damage the character and financial standing of certain reputable members of the community.
Especially including you.
It is for that reason and that reason alone that I am prepared to ascertain what value you place on this volume.
What's your offer?
Shall we say $10,000? May I ask you what you find so funny about $10,000?
Oh, nothing under ordinary circumstances. But you must admit that in this case it is a little ridiculous.
And what would you suggest?
$200,000, Judge Stryker. What did you say? You heard me. I said $200,000.
You're insane.
Oh, no, I'm not. I'll tell you what I'm going to do, Judge. I'm going to set up a foundation. The Simon Templar Foundation for the Rehabilitation of Wounded War Veterans. It will have a capital of $1 million. Your share will be exactly 1/5. Do I make myself clear?
Why haven't you changed your tune before you ever get out of this house?
Don't try to get your gun, Horace. See, I always carry a spare, and I'm an excellent shot. When you searched me, you should have remembered that I always have something up my sleeve. Now, take your gun out, very slowly, by the muzzle. Drop it. Thank you. Now, keep it toward me. That's right. And now, if you'll be good enough to unlock the door.
Go on. Open it.
That's a good little boy.
You'll hear from me again, Templar.
Oh, I'm quite certain of it. In fact, I shall expect to have your check by Saturday morning. Good night, Judge.
Yes, they call him the Robin Hood of modern crime. But even a Robin Hood is not immune when powerful interests concern themselves with arranging for the sudden death of the saint. So with these gentle thoughts, this is Peter Lorre closing the doors of the Mystery Playhouse. Until next time, good night. Sleep tight. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
The Signal Oil Program. Yes, the Signal Oil Program. The Whistler. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil Program, The Whistler.
Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for the Signal Oil Program, The Whistler, rated tops in popularity for a longer period of time than any other West Coast program in radio history. And Signal gasoline is tops, too, tops in quality. It takes extra quality, you know, to give you extra mileage. And Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. So look for the Signal Circle sign in yellow and black that identifies independently operated Signal stations from Canada to Mexico. And now the Whistler's strange story, Grave Secret.
From the parlor window, Harriet Eldridge watched the postman wheel his bicycle down the tree-shaded street, saw him turn into the driveway and approach the house. She stepped out into the hallway and stopped for a moment to rearrange a bowl of dahlias on the table, then hurried to the door a faint smile on her lips. The letters had become very important to Harriet Eldridge. Yes, very important. And she was pleased that they were arriving with such regularity.
Morning, Miss Harriet.
Good morning, Henry.
Here's another one from Australia.
Oh, from Mr. Pettis. How nice.
Sure is having a big vacation for himself, ain't he? I wish I could retire, go gallivanting all over the world. Only I wouldn't go off visiting relatives.
Mr. Pettis has no living relatives, Henry. He's just visiting friends.
I got relatives back in Sioux City. If I never see 'em again, it's okay with me.
Mm-hmm. But, I'm sorry, Henry. What did you say? I was reading Mr. Pettis' letter.
No, nothing. Are those photographs?
Oh, yes. You know Mr. Pettis and his camera. Here, let's see. Something written on the back of this one. View of Queen Street, main thoroughfare of Brisbane. Isn't that nice, Henry?
The old boy sure is getting round, ain't he? Must be having a great time. They say them Australian women are real pretty.
Now, Henry.
Don't see why Mr. Pettis has to go chasing off to Australia when he's got the best-looking housekeeper right here in Santa Rosa, USA.
Oh, thank you, Henry, but...
It looks like you got company. In a taxi, too. Say, that's your brother Melvin, ain't it?
Yes. Yes, it is.
Well, I'll be going along now, Miss Harriet. Bye.
What? Yes. Goodbye, Henry.
You smile, Henry. Watch him for a moment as he turns and walks away. Then your eyes swing back to the man who has just stepped out of the taxi, and a frown crosses your face. Moments later, he steps into the hallway, closes the door, and sets his suitcase on the floor.
Hello, Harriet.
I wasn't expecting you back so soon, Melvin.
I know.
Did everything go well?
Yes, everything went well. I did exactly as you said.
How did you like Australia?
Well, it was all right, Harriet.
Have you had your lunch? There's some cold ham, potato salad from last night. Would you like that, Melvin?
Yes, I suppose so.
Did you get seasick at all?
Oh, no, I didn't. Harriet.
Yes?
Harriet, did everything go all right here? I mean...
Oh, yes. Yes.
When did you do it?
The day you left. He was dead before you stepped on the boat in San Francisco.
Harriet.
Yes?
What did you do with Mr. Pettis? I mean, where did you...
Do you want tea or coffee, Melvin?
A tea.
For a moment, he stares at you, then turns and looks out the window. His eyes blink nervously. His fingers fumble at his tie. You know what he's thinking about, don't you, Harriet? He wants to know what you've done with the body of Mr. Pettis. Exactly what happened on the night he left for San Francisco. Yes, he wants all the details. But you decided long ago, the less Melvin knows about the affair, the better it will be. He stays in his room the greater part of the day and evening. And then shortly after 8 o'clock that night, the front doorbell rings.
Good evening. You must be Miss Eldridge.
Why, yes.
Well, I'm Valerie Hinton, a friend of Mr. Pettis. Is he in?
No, Mr. Pettis is away. In Australia.
Oh, I see he hasn't notified you. He's back.
He's back?
Why, yes, his boat docked in San Francisco a week ago. Well, I know. I was on it, too. Strange. He didn't let you know. Or is he usually that way about things?
No, he isn't.
Well, I'll be in town for several days. I'm staying at the inn. Would you tell him when he arrives?
Of course, Miss Hinton. I'll tell him.
Good night.
Melvin.
Oh, yes, come in, Harriet.
Melvin, why didn't you tell me you'd arrived in San Francisco a week ago?
Oh, well,
And who is this Valerie Hinton?
Valerie. How did you know?
She was here a moment ago asking for you.
Here?
Why did you have to tell her you were Albert Pettis?
Harriet, I was only doing what you said. You told me to use the name to establish his presence in Australia.
You met this woman in Australia?
Yes, I did.
I see. And this This week you spent in San Francisco, was that devoted to Miss Hinton?
Well, at first I saw no harm in it, Harriet. She's a wonderful person.
Did you have to tell her you lived in Santa Rosa?
I didn't. Oh, she must have seen the Santa Rosa postmark on the letters you sent me in Australia. Oh, believe me, Harriet, when I ran out on her in San Francisco, I never thought I'd see her again.
You ran out on her?
Yes, I realized it would be dangerous. What with everything that's happened here.
So she followed you. Oh, Melvin, don't tell me she's in love with you.
Oh, I don't know.
Are you in love with her?
Yes.
I'm sorry, Melvin. You'll have to get rid of her.
Get rid of her?
First thing in the morning, you're going down to the inn to see her. Tell her this great love of yours is no more. Tell her you're already married, or tell her anything, but I want her to leave town. Do you understand?
Oh, all right. There must be some way.
Get rid of her. She's dangerous. She can upset our entire plan.
But Harriet, it's... What was that? Did you hear that?
Oh, yes, it's the shutters downstairs. A wind's come up.
But are you sure?
Well, what else could it be?
Well, I don't know.
Did you think it was Mr. Pettis back from the dead? Oh, really now, Melvin?
Harriet?
Yes?
Where is Mr. Pettis? What did you do with his body? Why won't you tell me?
You needn't concern yourself about that, Melvin. I've taken care of everything. Now, good night. And don't forget what I said. I don't want the Hinton woman hanging around town.
The following morning, you're alone in the big house. Melvin has gone down to the inn. He's promised to send Valerie Hinton away. But you wonder if he really has the courage to face her, to go through with it. The hours go by, and Melvin doesn't return. And finally...
Good morning, Miss Eldridge.
Oh, good morning.
Has Mr. Pettis arrived yet?
Why, yes. Yes, I gave him your message. He left hours ago on his way to see you.
Well, that's strange. I just came from the inn. Well, I suppose he stopped somewhere on the way. May I come in?
Oh, yes, of course.
Ah, you've kept the place so attractive. It's charming. I suppose you've grown to care for this house as though it were your own.
Yes, Mr. Pettis has always made me feel at home here. Oh, won't you sit down, Miss Hinton?
Thank you. You know, Miss Eldridge, I feel as though I'd known you for a long time. Mr. Pettis has spoken so much of you.
Oh?
Yes. I don't suppose he's told you about the way we met?
No, he hasn't.
It was in Melbourne. I happened to be glancing through the newspaper. I noticed a list in the shipping news, a list of new arrivals, and there it was. Mr. Albert Pettis.
Oh?
Well, of course, I dashed right over to his hotel. And imagine my surprise when I discovered that Mr. Albert Pettis wasn't Mr. Pettis at all.
What do you mean?
Not my Mr. Pettis, that is. My Uncle Albert. It was quite a shock. I suppose I should have realized there'd probably be more than one Albert Pettis in the whole world.
Oh, yes, of course.
So you see, it was just an accident. My meeting your Mr. Pettis. A lucky accident. Wouldn't you say, Miss Eldridge?
With the prologue of Grave Secret, the Signal Oil Company brings you another strange story by The Whistler. If you like avocados, you'll probably be as surprised as I was to learn that in parts of Mexico, avocados were once used to lubricate the axles of wagons. Does that sound primitive and old-fashioned to you? Well, then just remember this. It's almost as old-fashioned today to lubricate automobile motors with plain motor oil. What I mean is, now scientific compounds have been developed which protect motors in many ways that oil alone cannot do. That's why Signal brought out Signal Premium Compounded Motor Oil, which combines 100% pure paraffin base with these scientific new compounds. And just what do these compounds do? Well, one compound in Signal Premium actually cleans your motor of harmful carbon, gum, and varnish. A second compound protects costly bearings from corrosion. And still other compounds in Signal Premium help in additional ways to keep wear down and performance up. So if you want a sweeter running motor, make your next oil change a change from old-fashioned regular motor oil. Stop at a Signal station for the improved type motor oil that does so much more than just lubricate. Signal Premium Compounded Motor Oil.
It frightens you, doesn't it, Harriet? The knowledge that Valerie Hinton, the woman your brother Melvin met in Australia while he was posing as Albert Pettis, is actually the niece of the man you murdered. You wonder if their meeting was really accidental. Wonder if she suspects the truth. 1,000 confused thoughts race through your mind. You were so sure Albert Pettis had no living relatives, that there would be no one to spoil your little plan. Yet here she is, sitting in the parlor of the big house, chatting gaily about her meeting with your Mr. Pettis. And then suddenly something she says stirs a flicker of hope within you.
Oh, no, I haven't seen Uncle Albert in years. Lost track of him completely. Not his fault, of course. After all, I'm supposed to be dead.
Dead? I don't understand.
During the war, I was a writer living in Java. There were several bombing raids. In the confusion, I was reported missing and given up as dead. I suppose Uncle Albert was notified.
I see.
When I got out of the hospital a year ago, I tried to find some trace of Uncle Albert, but I wasn't successful. Well, I had to earn a living, you know, so I went on to Australia. Then one day I ran across his name in the shipping list, and, well, you know the rest. I met your Mr. Pettis instead.
And you have no idea where your uncle is?
None at all. Maybe dead, for all I know. I've about given up finding him. I'm devoting all my time to writing now. That's why I've come back to the States. To try my luck here.
Oh, Harriet, Albert.
Hello, Albert. Oh, Albert.
You watch Valerie rush across the room, throw her arms around Melvin. He stares back at you over her shoulder, a bewildered, hopeless look in his eyes. You turn, hurry away. Moments later, you're upstairs in Mr. Pettis' room, searching through the closet. Then you find what you want. You take the photo album, sit on the window seat, and start turning the pages. A half hour later, you hear the front door close, and then Melvin's footsteps approaching your door.
Harriet?
Yes? Is she gone?
Yes. She won't be back.
What'd you tell her?
What difference does it make what I told her? She won't be back. What are you doing?
Just looking through the old albums. I found what I wanted.
What?
Never mind. Come along, Melvin. It's almost time for your lunch.
Yes. You found what you were looking for, haven't you, Harry? A faded photograph. A young girl. And you're certain it's Valerie Hinton. She's really his niece, isn't she? At least that much of her story is the truth. But you're still a little afraid. And you know that you'll be afraid until the girl herself has left town. Late that afternoon, you step out on the front porch and wait while Melvin drives the car out of the garage. Then a taxi pulls into the driveway. And then, despite the recent assurances of your weakling brother Melvin that she wouldn't be back, Valerie Hinton steps out. The shopping list drops from your hand and your eyes are fixed on the suitcase she carries.
Hello, Miss Eldridge.
Oh, Miss Hinton, you're leaving. You've come to say goodbye.
On the contrary, Harriet, I'm moving in.
Moving in? Here?
Why not? I've a perfect right to, you know. After all, it's my uncle's house, isn't it?
Harriet?
Yes, Melvin?
What are we going to do about Valerie?
There's only one thing to do. We're not going to stand by and let her ruin everything. Are we?
Send her away, she'll go to the police.
We're not going to send her away.
But, Harriet, we... Harriet, no. You can't do that again.
Have you another solution?
But, I'll have to think about it, but... You must forget what you're thinking, Harriet. I won't have it that way. Do you understand? I won't have it.
Watch the road, Melvin.
You hear me, Harriet? One murder is enough.
Still in love with her, aren't you? Well, perhaps you're right, Melvin. Perhaps the whole matter can be solved some other way.
Oh, yes. Yes, Harriet. We'll find a way.
I'm sure we will.
The whole plan is in danger, isn't it, Harriet? Melvin is still in love with her, and you know that he can be very weak. That you alone must provide the strength to carry things through. Late that evening, after Melvin has gone to bed, you and Valerie are left alone in the library.
I was looking through some things, Valerie. Papers and newspaper clippings that belonged to Mr. Pettis.
Oh?
I found this.
How interesting.
A full account of your death in Java during the war. Your name was Valerie Pettis then.
Yes, it was.
I was wondering if you'd taken any steps to rectify this impression that you're no longer among the living.
Of course not. You've read this article, haven't you?
Yes. Before her death, Valerie Pettis was wanted by the police.
That's right. So you see, we're in very much the same position, aren't we? Neither of us can go to the police, or anyone, about the little secrets we've both discovered.
You're quite confident?
No. Just very observant, Harriet. I know exactly what's going on here.
So?
So? That's sufficient reason why you'll keep your secret as long as I keep mine.
I see.
Now, there's something else, Harriet. Uncle Albert's money.
Money?
Yes, I know about that, too. Uncle Albert received a lot of money in jewels several years ago, an inheritance. And if I know dear Uncle Albert, he's kept it right here in his house. I'm one who believes in sharing the wealth, Harriet. The money, the jewels, and this house.
You intend to remain here?
Yes. I like Santa Rosa. It's charming, quiet, and safe. Besides, I've grown very fond of Melvin. I know he's quite fond of me. So I wouldn't try anything, Harriet, dear. Melvin might not like it. Good night.
Well, Harriet, it's out in the open, isn't it? The contest between you and Valerie. And it's a contest you can't afford to lose. You must get Valerie out of your way. And you know how to begin, don't you? With Melvin. You must turn him against her. And the very next day you start working on him systematically, using his love for Valerie as a wedge. Each day you have something to drop in his ear. If Valerie goes for a long walk or to the public library, you manage to suggest to Melvin that she's keeping a rendezvous somewhere with another man. Slowly but surely he begins to break down, to draw away from the girl, sometimes even getting up from the dinner table and leaving her in the middle of a conversation.
What's the matter with him?
Melvin?
Yes, why did he walk out of the room like that?
Well, I'm sure I don't know. Perhaps he's tired.
Tired of me, you hope?
I didn't say that. As a matter of fact, Valerie, I've come to grow quite fond of you.
I'm not foolish enough to believe that.
On the contrary, you're foolish not to. Now, where are you going?
Out.
Isn't it rather late?
I don't care. I've got to get outside, walk somewhere, any place. Somewhere I can think.
I understand. I'll tell Melvin that you went for a walk.
And you do tell Melvin, don't you, Harriet? Only in your own way. The way you've told him many times before.
I don't believe you, Harriet. I don't believe you at all.
I'm sorry, Melvin. I know what it must do to your pride, but there isn't any doubt. She's admitted the whole thing to me.
She told you there's someone else?
Yes. There's been another man all along. You know I wouldn't lie to you, dear.
She's made a fool of me. A fool.
Forget it, Melvin. You've got to.
Stop telling me to forget it. That's all you do. You don't want me to know anything. Or think about it.
Oh, Melvin, where are you going?
Out!
You smile. Congratulate yourself, don't you, Harriet? Because you know you've won. That Melvin will do anything you want him to, like a man who's been hypnotized. You're certain now he won't interfere with your little plan to get rid of Valerie. Yes, you're quite pleased with the way you've handled things, aren't you? Moments later, you turn out the lights in the library and go up to your room to bed. You lie awake for a long time, waiting for Melvin to come home. Finally, you hear the front door close. You hear his footsteps on the stairs. And then, just before you drop off to sleep, you wonder why Valerie hasn't returned home.
Yes?
Good morning, Miss Eldridge. This is Sheriff McQuaid. Sorry to be calling at this early hour.
Something wrong?
There's been a young woman staying at your house.
Miss Hinton, yes. Yes, what about her?
We found her in the woods beyond your place half-hour ago.
You found her?
She was dead, strangled to death, apparently with a rope.
Oh, no, the poor child. She'd gone out for a walk last night, Sheriff. You haven't any idea who
Oh, sorry, we haven't. Could you come down to make the identification?
Oh, yes. Yes, of course.
There isn't any doubt, actually. It will only be routine, just routine.
I understand. We'll be right down, Sheriff. Oh, my slippers. Now, where did I... Oh, Melvin.
Hello. Who was it, Harry?
The sheriff. They found her, Valerie.
You won't be bothering us anymore. You're not angry with me, are you, Harry?
Did anyone see you?
No.
Are you certain? There was a bright moon last night.
No one saw me.
What about the rope or whatever you used?
No one will ever find it. I hid it.
All right.
Harriet,
No. I'm not angry with you. Now, we better get dressed and go downtown with me. And don't worry, Melvin. Everything will be all right.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with the strange ending to tonight's story. Meantime, a question. Have you ever had the experience of coming upon a lot of people who were all staring in the same direction? Well, let's face it, it's only human nature to want to stop and see what's attracting them. Well, by the same token, I should think that most anyone with a car would want to see what it is that has attracted so many drivers to Signal gasoline. In the beginning, you know, Signal gasoline was sold by only a handful of stations in Southern California. Today, however, you'll find Signal dealers throughout 6 western states, from Canada to Mexico. Such growth must mean that more and more drivers are finding they prefer Signal gasoline. And what is it they prefer about Signal? Well, for one thing, mileage that has made Signal famous as the Go Farther gasoline. And for another thing, performance, which puts more pleasure into driving. But for the complete story, you've got to let a full tankfuls of Signal speak for itself. I promise you the performance of your own car will tell you much better than any words of mine why more and more drivers are switching to Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline.
At the coroner's office is just as the sheriff said. It's simply a matter of routine, isn't it, Harriet? The two of you. Melvin's stony-eyed silence easily mistaken for the shocked grief that he appears to feel. And your own nervousness in answering the question. It's something the sheriff seems to have witnessed many times before. Finally, the identification is over, and they lead you out to another room.
Oh, Sheriff, it's almost too much to believe.
I know. Best thing is try to forget it, Miss Eldridge.
Yes, just forget it. That's what we have to do, Harriet. Forget it.
Come along. I'll drive the two of you back to the house.
Oh, thank you, Sheriff. That won't be necessary.
No. I insist. Bring my car around front.
Yes.
Tell me, Miss Eldridge, have you heard from Mr. Pettis lately? Still in Australia?
Oh, yes. Yes, he is. I get an occasional letter.
Mm-hmm. Fine man, that Mr. Pettis. We all miss him, you know.
Sheriff, you needn't bother driving us home. It's not far.
No trouble at all. I've got to go out there anyway. Something I have to check on. I've already sent some of my boys on ahead.
What?
We got a call from one of your neighbors. Might give us a lead.
I don't understand.
Your neighbor, Mrs. Enfield, tried to call you this morning, but it was while you were on your way down here. When she couldn't get any answers, she thought we'd better investigate.
Investigate what?
It seems late last night she saw someone doing some digging out in back of your house.
Digging?
Yeah. Well, it might not be anything. But then again, it might have been the killer burying the rope on his way back to the highway. Valerie Hinton was strangled, you know.
Burying the rope, but where, Sheriff?
Your neighbor says he was digging in the dahlia bed. We thought we might do a little digging there ourselves, if you don't mind.
The dahlia bed. Oh, no.
What is it, Miss Eldridge?
Harriet. You never told me. Is that where you...
Yes, Melvin. Now you know. Mr. Pettis was always so fond of dahlias, I thought it would be appropriate.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Sunday night at this same time. Brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil, and fine quality automotive accessories. Signal has asked me to remind you, to get the most driving pleasure, drive at sensible speeds, be courteous, and obey traffic regulations. It may save a life, possibly your own. Featured in tonight's story were Sarah Selby, Howard McNair, and Betty Lou Gerson. The Whistler was produced and directed by George W. Allen, with story by Steve Hampton and music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. All characters portrayed in the Whistler program are fictional. Any similarity in names or resemblance to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Remember at this same time next Sunday, another strange tale by The Whistler. This is Marvin Miller speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Time, the silent herald of life and death, success or failure, the unseen force that measures man's destiny, reaching its most fateful moment as it slowly strikes the 11th hour.
Well, me bold bad lad, what's on your mind?
Nothing.
Like that, is it, eh? Loss of memory, eh? The sergeant told me at the desk.
I was wondering. I stepped out of nothing into the police station.
Can't remember a thing, eh? They tell me you've not been arrested, only kept here, pending inquiries.
What's your name?
Percy Arbuckle, the power of the mind and the mental master. Thought reading, actually, the best. Good, cracking, a wizard. I'm looking for a stooge.
Stooge?
Yes, to learn the code, see? Somebody not known around town. Like a job?
I don't know that I could learn a code.
Of course you could. Easy. A knockover. Whiz-bang and you're a mental expert. A piece of cake. A sit-up.
They mightn't let me out of here.
Nothing to it. Easy as pie. I'm your Uncle Percy, see? You've suddenly remembered me. I've been looking for you. That's what I told the sergeant. Soon get you out of here, my boy. Sergeant! Sergeant!
In another city, 20 miles away. Another sort of hammering on a different door.
All right, break it down.
Here we go.
Sacre nom. Get an ambulance. Call the hospital. No, wait. For the morgue. Must have been killed with that poker, I imagine. Get the fingerprint, boys. There are whole handprints on the wall.
Right, Inspector. There's prints on the walls. Better bring your dusting powder.
There you are, Emmanuel, me boy. Comfy, eh? At ease, relaxed. That's me boy.
I'll never be able to do it, Mr. Arbuckle. I don't seem able to remember anything.
Course you will. There's nothing to it. Dead easy. See, you're sitting on the stage and I go down into the audience. All you've got to do is think, concentrate, be alert, and look as if you're in a trance, right?
I suppose so.
Now then, I take something from the audience. I say to you, now. Now, if I don't pause, you know it's something soft. If I pause for 1 second, it's something hard. So I say, now. What have I got here? So you know...
It's something hard.
Good, excellent. Top hill. Couldn't be better.
I can't think. I don't want to think. It gives me a headache.
Of course, if you want to go back to jail...
No. No, go ahead.
Now, once we've got it something soft, it's the emphasis I put on the word. If I say now, loudly, you know it's square. If I say it softly, it's round or oblong. Right. Now, let's have a crack at it.
Inspector Speckard?
It's Rogal here, Inspector. I'm sorry, but the prints from the walls don't match anybody's.
No known criminal, eh? Well, we just have to work the harder. There's one thing, if it isn't a hardened criminal, then we'll have his conscience working on our side a bit. Get on. Keep your ears open. See what you can hear.
Will you listen to me? Concentrate. Be alert. Pay attention.
I'm sorry, Mr. Arbuckle.
Now, look, we've got to work hard on this. A code's a code, you know, and it's got to be learnt.
Yes, Mr. Arbuckle, but I don't feel too good.
Nonsense. You're fine. In the pink. Fit as a fiddle. Now then, the end of the sentence. If I say, what have I got in my hand, you know it's a...
hard object. Square. It opens and has something inside.
Good, good. So you know it's either a cigarette case or a hard pack of cigarettes. If I'd said, what have I got in my hand, that means a cigarette case. But if I'd said, what have I got in my fingers, it'd be a cigarette pack. Got it? Now, let's run through it again. Now,
I feel ill.
You note the pause.
I'm dizzy.
What have I got in my hand? Note I said...
I don't want to go on.
We won't let anybody know about it. We'll pretend it never happened.
What?
You can do that. Keep your mind a blank.
Yes.
No matter what anybody says, you don't know anything about it.
No.
It never happened. You must remember that. It never happened. Nothing happened. Nothing.
No.
You don't know a thing about it. It never happened. But it will when there's 7 steps to death.
What?
7 steps to death.
No!
Here, wake up, snap out of it. Pull yourself together. What's the matter with you? You balmy? Queer in the head? Here, I've heard of some queer things, but you moaning and groaning like that takes the bun. Here, are you sure your loss of memory is real? Or have you got something on your mind you don't want to remember?
No traces. That what get me. No one saw the murderer go into the room, heard him, or saw him come out again. It's almost as if nobody was there at all, Rogal.
Somebody must have been there, Inspector. I mean, you can't make yourself invisible and do that.
No. An invisible man, not with that poker. Fellow must have been a maniac, not all there.
You know, it's funny leaving those handprints, too.
Maybe he's one of those who can shut their minds down. Tell himself he didn't do it, and that is that. He didn't, so far as he's concerned. Didn't do it to such an extent that he doesn't wipe his handprints off the wall. Didn't do it in his own mind, so much so that he walked out of that house and never thought of it again.
It did take some doing, Inspector.
It has been done. Amnesia, loss of memory. Get on the phone. Find out if any loss of memory cases have been reported anywhere.
Right away, Inspector.
Still out of order. Why don't they bend it, fix it, look after it? Now then, where were we? How far have we got?
Character reading.
Oh, yes. Well, you see, this is quite an act. I get whoever it is in the audience to give me a print of their hand on a piece of paper. I hold it for them. Through years of study, application, determination, I've learnt to write underneath the paper what the chap's like. See?
Yes?
Of course, it's a sort of shorthand, and you've got to learn it. Now, this bit of paper, I take it down to somebody in the audience. I say, may I have your handprint, sir? Or madam, as the case may be. I get it. I bring it back to you, and you stare at it. You know, hand to your brow and all that. You've got to make the act good.
There's a handprint on it.
Stupid, dumb idiot. The other side, the side I've written on. Now, could you read that?
It belongs to a fat man. Not much hair. A wart under the left eye.
Well, I meant the writing, not the hand itself.
He had his appendix out once. Flat feet.
That's good. Terrific.
Wears shoes too small.
Hey, you really can read hands.
Has small, pudgy hands and something... Yes, a tattoo on his left forearm. He thinks of nothing but his work. He's selfish, arrogant, and sweats all the time he's on the stage.
There's no need to get too personal.
He was married, but left his wife in a town called Gutenberg. They lived in a top flat, and his wife nagged at him, and one day he tried to throw her out of the window.
You shouldn't know all that.
The window fell down, caught his arm. That's why he had the tattoo to cover the scar. He did that because he knows his wife is still looking for him.
Give me that paper.
It was another woman. And he took her money off her and left her. Then he went up to...
Shut up!
There is a case, Inspector.
What's that, Rugal?
The loss of memory case, sir. One was reported at Calais. English boy.
Calais, 20 miles, eh? We can be there in half an hour. Come on. It's about time we got a break on that murder. Luck can't hold that against us forever.
Now, boy, I didn't mean it. It was an accident, a mistake. What's a broken tooth between friends?
You told me to read the print.
Yes, that's right. Ah, well, all is forgiven. You really can read palms. And, boy, we're going to make $1 million.
Oh, no, not me. I'm finished with the act.
Oh, no. You've been up to something, my boy. You continue with me, or I go to the police.
You go to the police. I've got nothing to hide, not that I can remember. I'm going to call a cab.
They haven't mended the phone yet.
Haven't they?
It costs money phoning to see.
All right. I'll dial this number and it won't cost you anything. I'll get the engage signal. And then I'll phone a cab. And you can have the money for that. I'm getting away from here.
Hello?
Who's that?
You phoned your own number. Who else would it be but you?
It can't be.
It is.
No.
And before you ring off, remember, 7 steps to death, eh?
Do you think Emmanuel's guilt had become so strong that he was hearing voices? Or do you think the murdered man was getting to him from beyond the grave? We can't really tell you that. All we can tell you is what happened.
But, Emmanuel, it's splendid. Top of the bill. A smash.
Well, it's not smashing me.
You really can read people from their handprints. You really can. For 20 years I've been faking it. Now I've got a chance to cash in. Make me know. Clear the pot.
Look, I can't stand it. It makes me ill. Dizzy.
Listen what I've done, boy. A newspaper campaign, a publicity stunt, a big deal. 12 people with 12 prints, and you're going to read the lot of them. In a radio studio, see? Boy, we'll rock the town. We'll leave our mark. We'll make them sit up and take notice.
No.
Too late. I fixed it. It's done. The deal's on. These characters are well known in town. You get them right, and we'll amaze the world. It'll be a riot. The success story of the century.
I won't do it.
You will. Want to use the phone again? Want me to tell the police what I'm learning about you and what you tried to forget? That's my boy. Now then, this is how I've arranged it. We go to the radio studios and there we...
The sergeant at the desk gave me the address. He's at 28 Rue des Portes, staying with a Mr. Arbuckle.
Where to, Inspector?
28 Rue des Portes?
You don't know what you're doing to me, Mr. Arbuckle. I don't know what it is. I can sort of see these people through their handprints. But I can see other things as well. Remember things.
Remember? Recall, eh? Coming back to you, eh? What's coming back to you?
There was this man. I hated him. I don't know why.
Bit convenient, isn't it, your memory?
I killed him. There was a room, and I had a poker in my hand, and I was leaning against the wall. One hand against the wall, you know. And he was dead. Horribly dead. But I was glad, in a disgusted sort of way.
Yes, well, that's fine.
Fine?
For the show, the act, the greatest revelation of the power of the human mind ever. And you have to go ahead with it now, don't you, Emmanuel boy? Don't you, eh?
Oh, please, please. It's the voice saying 7 steps to death. Making me do these acts of yours brings it on. And don't you get it? 7 steps to death. 7 times he gets in touch with me. Once when you were talking, and once on the phone. Twice. 5 more times. And then it's death. Death!
Not it, my boy. Death doesn't knock on doors. It knocks you. One bash and you've had it. Who is it?
Police!
Talk of the devil. Eh?
You've got to save me. Get rid of them, please. If you don't, you won't have your act. You'll be ruined.
That's so. You're right. That's sense. Leave it to me, boy. Ah, afternoon, gentlemen. What can we do for you?
We are making investigations into the murder of a man in Boulogne. We believe there's somebody here who might be able to help us.
Oh, I doubt it. We murder 'em in Berlin, Hamburg, and Paris, but never in Boulogne, no.
Is there somebody who suffers from amnesia?
No, nothing like that.
We have reason to believe
Sorry, we can't help.
Such a person is here. A criminal trying to hide his identity by pretending amnesia.
Let go away. Leave me alone.
He's taking the 7 steps to death.
No.
7 steps to death.
7 steps to death. 7 steps to death.
Here, what's the matter with you? Pull yourself out of it. Come to your senses.
What? 7 steps. That policeman knows.
Oh, come off it. He's been gone 5 minutes.
Gone? He was saying it. He was coming towards me saying it. 7 steps to death. I could see him.
Rubbish. You were just standing there with a blank look on your face as if you were in a trance. I spun him a yarn, boy. I fooled him, talking him out of it. He's gone, I swear it. Gone, departed. Close the door. And you? You've been sweating and crying out and carrying on.
Gone? That's 3 times. You, the phone, and now the policeman. 4 more to go. 4 more to go. I'll confess. I'll tell.
Over my dead body, you will.
And is this the studio where the demonstration broadcast takes place?
Yes, yes.
Well, I'm just starting with the newspaper. I hope I can report it correctly. And that's the mic.
That's it, Mr. Ruggard. The mic and the table with the cards, each with the handprint of a well-known local celebrity.
It's quite exciting. How do you take the handprints?
Emmanuel will show you, explain, and demonstrate. Excuse me, some important people.
Well, Mr. Emmanuel? How do you take the handprints?
Oh, it's easy. Ink on the hands that easily washes off, and press down on the paper. Look, I'll show you. Like that? Like that, see? If you'll excuse me, my throat, it's very dry.
You get it, Ruggard?
Here, Inspector. His very own handprint. Shall I check it with the prints we got from the wall?
No. Move quietly over to the table, remove the last paper with a print on it from the demonstration pile, and put that one of Davis in its place.
His own. Should make this a very interesting demonstration.
Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to introduce to you the most astounding, the most amazing and inexplicable mental phenomenon ever brought before an audience. The legendary, the fantastic power of my partner and friend, Emmanuel the Great. He will demonstrate not only his unbelievable powers, but the fact that
he has tricked you all into believing that he's innocent of a terrible crime he well knows he has done.
Oh, go away.
And he will continue to fool you until he takes the 7 steps to death.
No.
7 steps to death.
No, wait, please.
For heaven's sake, pull yourself together. Everybody's looking at you.
7 steps. 7 steps. That was the 4th. Only 3 more to go.
Go on.
Ladies and gentlemen, the first...
As you see, Mr. Emanuel has taken up the piece of paper with the first handprint from the table.
The first belongs to the Mayor of Boulogne. Thin and tall, a strong sense of duty, and very patient.
He also knows there are 7 steps to death.
Go on.
I heard it, my own voice. 7 steps to death.
Nonsense. The next print. Get a move on.
And here is another print which says...
7 steps to death.
Go on.
But I heard it.
We didn't. Now get on with it.
But the next time is the 7th. The end. My death.
I'll settle your death if you don't get on with it.
I have here...
7 steps to death.
No!
But nothing happened. We know because the small studio audience, beyond hearing Emmanuel cry out, saw that nothing happened. What did happen was the most amazing demonstration of character reading from handprints ever staged. Emmanuel got character after character right. For you see, he'd got over the 7th of the 7 steps to death. Nothing had happened, and he thought he was free.
Free. And now, my last test of skill.
The one I switched, Inspector. He's reading his own handprint.
This is very interesting. I can see a man of weak personality, but a great deal of the baser emotions. I can see him going into a house. There's a sort of haze of hate about him. He hates somebody because this man represents all the things he thinks he hates in other people, but really hates in himself.
Take it easy.
Besides, this man has money hidden away. He goes into the house. There's a passage and a door to the left. He goes into the room.
Getting it all done? Yes, Inspector.
There's a man sitting at the table. He's got a mean face and a righteous look. He stands up. I don't say anything. There's a poker, and I reach down and get it. It's heavy. The man's scared now, pale and perspiring. He's got one hand up to protect himself, and he's pleading, saying he'll give me all the money I want. I hate him. I hate him more because he's scared. I raise the poker and obliterate him. Obliterate him! Obliterate him!
You are under arrest for the murder of Jean Bernard on or about the 27th of June last. I must warn you
It's
that...
all right, Inspector. I admit it.
Admit it?
Yes, of course. What does it matter now? I'm safe. I'm now 1 step beyond the 7th. I'm immortal.
The trial of Emmanuel Davis was held. The outcome was a foregone conclusion.
Guilty. And the best stage act I ever had.
The sentence? Execution. The guillotine. Dawn. 7th of September, 1928.
Ah, gentlemen. A fine, cold morning.
Emmanuel Davis was in the best of spirits.
Really too cold to go out with the back of my head shaved, and no collar to my shirt.
He was cocksure. He had, he thought, gone beyond the 7th step and had nothing to fear. Besides...
I've read my handprints. I know. Nothing's going to happen to me. After you, gentlemen. No? Then I must lead the way. A morning constitutional. You need it after being locked up.
The door to the yard opened. The black-draped scaffold, Madame Guillotine waiting, stark against the sky.
Ah, the dawn. So fresh. And so many of you kind gentlemen to wait upon me.
Davis had no fear. He was sure, having got past the 7th step to death. Confident, looking up at the scaffold. But then, as he mounted the scaffold, his confidence began to wane. 1, 2, 3.
4, 5, 6. No, not 7 steps. No!
7 steps to death. They had to drag him across, fight with him as he was strapped down.
No, I won't! You can't! Let me free! Free!
It was then that Emmanuel realized that he'd not only lost his life, but he'd lost his strange power of reading palm prints. And if he heard the voice of his conscience now, it wasn't through mortal ears.
Time, the silent herald of life and death, success or failure, the unseen force that measures man's destiny, reaching its most fateful moment as it slowly strikes the 11th hour.
Good evening, friends. This is your host to welcome you through the creaking door into the inner sanctum. You'll have to be very quiet tonight because one of our guests is asleep in the deep. Poor chap, he was a sailor by trade, an old salt named Peter. And he had a corpse in every port. But I'm afraid he went overboard. You see, people made him sad, and he had a nasty habit of drowning his sorrows. His last voyage was over a large body of water, the Dead Sea, and he was blown into it by a stiff wind. Well, it was too crowded down there. 5 fathoms deep.
Tonight's Inner Sanctum Mystery, Cause of Death, was written by Bob Sloan and Ed Adamson and stars Barry Kroger in the role of Ken with Santos Ortega as Al.
Well, gather round, my friends, and you shall hear a midnight tale of death and fear. It's full of ghosts and rich in gore, and if you listen, you'll sleep no more. Now sit back in your uneasy chair as Ken Griswold tells us his weird story.
Death held no terror for a man like me. I'd seen the dead too often, lived among them, worked among them. And to touch the still, cold flesh of a corpse was a routine experience. For 10 years, I'd been the coroner of Redmond County. I'd seen death in all its cruel, twisted forms. And yet, there had never been one like this. It all began up at the lake. Even the coroner has nerves, and mine had begun to get the best of me. So Inspector Al Hendricks gave me a week off, and I went up to Grandview Lodge alone. On the 3rd day of my vacation, I was sitting on the lakefront dock when I heard my name called.
Ken!
I turned and saw Al Hendricks coming quickly down the hill.
Ken, I'm afraid you'll have to interrupt your vacation.
What?
You've got to come back to town.
Come back to town? When?
Right away. I'm driving you in.
Oh, now, wait, Al. I haven't had a vacation in almost 3 years.
I know. I wouldn't ask you to come if it wasn't important. This is a very special case.
Why? What's so special about this case?
A woman was found dead in her house at 11 this morning. There doesn't seem to be any visible reason for her death.
Oh, there's got to be a reason.
So far, we can't find one.
There's always a reason. You'll find one.
You'll have to find it for us, Ken.
Me? Why must it be me?
When you get there, you'll understand why.
What do you mean, why?
Because it's Helen.
What?
Yes, Ken. The woman who died is your wife. Here she is, Ken.
Al Hendricks pulled back the sheet, and for the first time I saw my wife, Ellen, in death. Her face was twisted into a strange smile, and her eyes seemed to stare at me through half-open lids. But somehow, the aura of the dead wasn't about her. It was as if she were only asleep. Dr. Vincent and I stayed there for 3 hours, testing, analyzing, checking back over every bit of evidence which might give us an inkling of the cause of death. And when we were finished, I asked Dr. Vincent to send Al in.
Oh, Ken? What's the verdict?
Al, there is no verdict.
What?
It doesn't seem possible, Al. I can't believe it. Yet it's true.
What are you talking about?
Ellen's death. There's absolutely no cause, Al. There's no reason for her to be dead.
Now, wait a minute, Ken. You said yourself on the way down from the lake, if somebody dies, there's got to be a reason for it. Some cause that makes them stop living.
Yes, that's what I said, but this is different.
Death is death. How can this be different from any other?
I don't know, but it is.
You mean she just stopped living, only you can't explain it?
No, that's not what I mean. I have a feeling that Ellen didn't stop living. That she didn't stop living at all. On the official certificate, the cause of death was listed as unknown. 2 days later, Ellen was buried. That night, I sat in the half-dark living room. Outside, a howling wind slashed at the French windows that led to the lawn. I couldn't sleep. Couldn't get the thought out of my mind. The thought that I should never have allowed them to bury Ellen. I just sat there, the idea searing deeper and deeper into my mind. And suddenly, one of the French windows was flung open, and the cold wind whipped into the dim-lit room.
I've come back.
At first, I thought it was just the echoing wind playing tricks. Then I heard it again, stronger.
I'm here, Ken.
It was her voice. Ellen.
You're not afraid, are you, Ken?
She stepped out of the shadows and stood there before me in the yellow light of the lamp. She was dressed just the way she was when they put her in the coffin. The gold bracelet I had given her glistened on her wrist.
Why do you look at me that way?
It's not you, Ellen.
Oh, yes.
It can't be. You're dead.
Am I? Really?
You were buried this morning. You died 2 days ago.
Don't you remember, Ken? You told Inspector Hendricks. I heard you. Ellen didn't stop living.
No, this is just a dream.
You know why I didn't stop living, Ken? It's because you can't make a wish like that come true.
What wish?
Don't you remember? You said to me, Ellen, I wish you were dead.
No, Ellen, I always loved you.
You didn't. You never did. When Carl was nice to me, you hated us both for it. You thought I was going to Carl, and so you made your wish. You wished that I would die.
I didn't mean it, Ellen. I swear, it was just something I said in anger.
You wished me dead, Ken, but you can't kill by willing it. You can see now that I've lived on.
This isn't real. You're only in my mind. It's just my nerves.
No, Ken.
Yes, it is. It's nothing but a trick of my imagination.
I'm as real as you are. I'm flesh and blood and bone, the same as you. Here. Here. Touch my hand.
I moved back, but she kept coming closer and closer. And I turned and ran across the room. I saw her follow after me. I got to the bedroom door and I slammed it. I turned the key in the lock. I stood there in the dark, my heart hammering a tattoo of fear that shook my whole body. I tightened my fingers around my throat to hold back the scream and cried silently for release. And then it came. She was knocking at the door. I couldn't hold it back any longer.
Open the door. Let me in. Ken, do you hear me?
door.
Al, thank heavens you got here. I got the call from your neighbors down the road. I heard you scream. What the deuce has been going on here?
She came back, Al.
Huh?
Ellen. I told you she wasn't dead.
Oh, now look.
No, I'm not crazy. You've got to believe me. She was here. She tried to get into this room, and that's why I locked myself
Now,
in.
you listen to me. The last couple of days have been rough on you.
No, wait a minute. I know what I'm talking about. Ellen's come back.
I said you listen. Your wife was buried this morning. I was at the funeral with you. She was buried, and it's all over. Had a nightmare.
But Al,
just a nightmare. Things like that happen to all of us. She wasn't here. She couldn't have been.
It wasn't a dream, Al. She was here.
What are you talking about?
On the floor, there. That bracelet. That bracelet was on Ellen when she was buried this morning. After Al left, I went out to the cemetery. The moon dropped a pearl gray blanket over her grave. I dug feverishly into the fresh earth. I still had to prove to Al that Ellen lived on. The bracelet wasn't enough for him. I dug deeper and deeper. I just about removed all the dirt that covered the casket top when the shadow of a human form fell across the grave.
Hello, Ken.
Al.
I went back to your house. You were gone. I figured this is where I'd find you. You're wasting your time, Ken. She's in there and dead.
Before Al could stop me, I bent down and snapped open the coffin hinge. I pulled up the lid just as he jumped down beside me.
Close that coffin! I told you not to. Ken!
We stood there in the grave, our eyes fixed, staring into the empty coffin. Al, you've got to listen to me.
Now, Ken, do what I told you, will you? Go into your room and get some sleep. We'll talk about it in the morning.
No, Al, you've got to listen to me now. I can explain everything. I know what happened to Ellen. I know why she wasn't in her coffin.
Someone's playing a trick on us. The dead don't rise from their graves.
But she wasn't dead. Not really dead. She was here tonight in this room.
That was a dream.
No. She was real. She spoke to me. She was alive. And she'll be back again tonight. I know it. I can feel her coming closer. Al, she's coming back. She's going to
Stop
be
it,
back.
Ken. Stop talking like that.
I can't face her again. I'm afraid. Don't make me stay here, Al. Please, you've got to help me.
All right. You can come over to my place.
Al, wait! Don't leave me.
Now take it easy. Just wanted to get some of your things out of this closet.
Al! Look! In that closet. Ellen was in that closet. For a moment, she just stood there, rigid and white, her eyes burning into me, her lips twisted into the same strange smile. She seemed to want to come toward me, but she fell forward to the floor. She lay there, silent and motionless. This time I knew she was really dead. The knife in her back told me that Ellen would never return to me again.
You know, I feel kind of sorry for our coroner friend, Ken Griswold. He never should have picked out that sort of job for himself. Working in a morgue is enough to make anybody slap happy. That place can really get you down. About 6 feet down. It's like they say, death is always just around the coroner. Oh, yes, about Ken's wife, Ellen. Let that be a lesson to you the next time you make a wish over a vulture bone. That's the way some women are. Stubborn. You can't get rid of them. Dead or alive. Well, now let's get back to Ken Griswold as he continues his tale of terror.
After we found Ellen's body in that closet, I knew I had to get away from that house forever. I wanted to run out into the night, but I couldn't move. Some force held me stationary in its grip. The room began to swim crazily. I saw Al Hendricks come towards me, but a black curtain fell between us, and I was lost in its deep
better, Al?
Where am I? What is this place?
County Hospital. You've been here 2 days.
2 days?
Yeah. You blanked out.
Ellen, she was murdered.
Now, you've got to take it easy, Ken. We won't talk about that now.
I have to talk about it, don't you see? I was right. Ellen had lived on.
No, she was already dead.
With that knife in her back.
You only die once. What I said before still goes. Somebody's playing tricks.
Al wouldn't listen to me. He told me to try and get some sleep. Then he pulled down the shades and walked out of the room. A little later, the door of my room opened. In the semi-dark, I could see that it was a woman dressed in white. She stood at the foot of my bed.
Good evening.
Who are you?
Well, I'm your nurse, sir. Here, drink this.
Ellen.
My name isn't Ellen. I'm just the nurse.
You're Ellen. You've come back again.
Now, you mustn't excite yourself. Just
No.
please drink this.
No.
You'll sleep.
No, don't.
You'll feel much better after.
You've come to take me with you. I know what's in that glass.
You can trust me. It won't hurt
I won't
you.
die. Take it away. Take it away.
Oh, no.
I knocked the glass out of her hand, crashed to the floor. She just stood there looking down at me, that same twisted smile on her face. I slid out of the bed.
Now, you mustn't get up, sir. You're not well.
She came towards me, her hand outstretched, just like the other time. She came closer and closer.
Let me help you back.
No.
I won't hurt you.
I got to the door and opened it. I started to run down the corridor when something gripped my arm. Pulled me tight to the spot. Now, let go. Please, for heaven's sake, let go of me. Let go of me.
Take it easy, Ken.
Please.
Take it easy. Ow. What's the matter with you? You're supposed to stay in bed.
Now, let me go. I gotta get out of here.
You're going back to your room.
No, Al, I can't go back there. Don't make me. She's there.
What?
Ellen, she's come back again.
Hey, now, look.
You gotta believe me. She's in there waiting for me.
No, Ken, it's just your nerves. I was outside the door.
Oh, her voice and her face weren't the same, but I knew who she was. I could tell by that smile of hers. She's posing as my nurse. That's how she got in.
But that can't be, Ken. You don't have a nurse. You don't have to worry about her coming back anymore, Ken.
Oh, she will.
It was all in your mind. I think I can make you see that now.
What do you mean?
You felt responsible for Ellen's death because of that fight you had with her. That's why your imagination ran wild.
Oh, but Al, that bracelet, her body in the closet.
Like I told you, she was dead all the time. Somebody was playing tricks. The man who murdered your wife, we've got a lead on him.
What are you talking about? What man?
One of your neighbors gave us the tip. 2:00 in the morning on that day your wife was found dead, a man was seen leaving your house. He was tall and wore a black hat and coat. The murderer must have known that you were at Grandview Lake.
But it couldn't have been murder. The autopsy would have shown that. We couldn't find any cause for Ellen's death.
There's always a cause. We'll find Ellen's murderer somehow.
When Al left, I thought back over everything he'd told me. Someone was playing tricks. A tall man in a black hat and coat. I kept searching my mind, probing. And then the idea struck. Something Ellen had said.
When Carl was nice to me, you hated us both for it. You thought I was going to Carl, so you made your wish.
Carl Denson. They wouldn't allow me to leave, but I found a way of getting out of that hospital. And I went to see Dr. Carl Denson.
Yes, what is...
Hello, Denson. Why, Ken Griswold. I want to talk to you.
Yes, of course. Come in. I heard you were in the hospital.
I got out of there tonight.
The way you say that...
Call it escape, if you want to.
Look, Griswold, you're not well.
That's what you want them to believe, that I'm crazy.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm talking about Ellen. You killed her, Denson.
What?
You murdered my wife. You couldn't have her for yourself, so you killed her.
You're mad. I read the report. Ellen died of causes unknown.
You killed her. And now I know how you did it. You're a doctor. You'd know about things like that. There's an artery in the neck, the carotid. If you apply pressure on it the right way, the victim dies. And there's no evidence of murder.
You can't bluff me, Griswold.
My throat
came out
Let
here.
go. To kill you. Then to choke the life out of you like this. I changed my mind.
You fool. You crazy fool, get out of here.
Yes, Denton, I changed my mind. You're going to die in the electric chair.
I told you to get out.
I'm going to prove that you killed Ellen.
You can't because I didn't.
A man was seen leaving the house on the morning Ellen was murdered. You were that man, Denton. You knew I was up at Grandview Lake. You waited until I was away.
You forgot something, Griswold. It couldn't have been me.
I'll prove it.
You forget. At the same time you were up at Grandview Lake, I was there too.
I went back in my mind, and I remembered that Carl Denson had been at Grandview Lake while I was there. But I knew Denson was the murderer. He was the man in the black hat and coat. He had found some way to come back to town and kill Ellen. But I had to prove it. I started out to retrace his steps on the night of the murder. The train let me off at the Grandview Lake station at 4 a.m. I phoned for the village taxi and ordered the sleepy driver to take me out to the lodge.
I don't like to make trips this time of the night, mister.
Don't worry, I'll pay you extra for it. Only hurry.
I can't go much faster. Trouble with you city folks, always hurrying to get nowhere. Reminds me of the fella I drove last week. City fella, too. Got off the 401 just like you. Says he's in a hurry.
Wait a minute.
Yes?
You said he got off that same train?
Yep, that's what I said. Same train as you.
What day was that?
Let's see.
Was it Tuesday?
Tuesday? Yes, it was Tuesday that.
What did he look like?
What you want to know from me?
Tell me, what did he look like?
Well, he was a tall fella. Didn't talk none tall. Couldn't see much of his face, had his coat collar up. The thing about that, wasn't cold either.
Was he wearing a black hat?
Come to think of it, guess he was. Black hat and coat.
Where did you drive him to?
Same place you're going, mister. Grandview Lake Lodge.
That proved it. I was right. Denson had gone to town to kill Ellen. Then when he finished, he returned on the early morning train. I had him now. There was just one more step left. When I walked into the lodge, George, the night clerk, was behind the desk.
Good morning, Dr. Griswold.
Hello, Griswold. George.
We weren't expecting you, but we have a room.
I'm not staying.
Oh?
George, I need your help.
Yes, of course. What is it?
It's important. You must remember something.
Remember?
About Dr. Denson. You know him?
Yes, certainly.
Well, this happened just 1 week ago, last Tuesday morning at the same time. You were on duty then?
Yes.
And you would have seen anyone walk through the lobby here?
Yes, I would.
Dr. Denson returned to the lodge last Tuesday morning. He was wearing a black hat and coat. He came in here at this same time. You saw him.
No.
But you must have.
I didn't.
He came in here. I have proof. The cab driver who brought him here from the station saw him enter the lobby.
I didn't see Dr. Denson that morning.
You're lying. You did.
No, sir. The only person who came in early last Tuesday was you.
What?
You came in, Dr. Griswold. You wore a black hat and coat, and you asked me for a key to your room.
Me?
That's right, Ken. With you all the time.
How?
Now be good, Ken. Don't make me use this gun.
How did you hear what he said?
Yeah?
That means I killed her.
I was waiting for you, Ken. I knew you'd come. I'll let you find out for yourself.
I don't remember.
You're a doctor. You know about those things, split personalities and stuff like that. You just can't see it in yourself, I guess.
But her body in the closet.
That was you, too. I followed you out to the cemetery. You thought she was still alive. That's why you put the knife in her back. I'm no expert in those things, Ken, but that's the way it looks to me. Okay. Let's go.
I couldn't go back with him, not that way. I ran across the lobby.
Stop, Ken! Stop, I'll have to shoot!
I got to the door, and then...
Oh!
Well, it burned in my chest. Al turned me over on my back.
I'm sorry, Ken.
It's all right, Al. This is just the way I wanted it. Al's gone for a doctor. I haven't got much longer. No. I won't be here
when Al comes back, I won't give them any trouble with this one. The cause of death. This one's easy to determine.
Say, no wonder that Ken Griswold was glad to die. Some wives are bad enough alive, but imagine being henpecked by a corpse. So that's the trouble with folks you meet around here. They're dead, but they just don't know enough to lie down. Oh, by the way, there's a good moral in tonight's nerve-shattering narrative. If you're thinking of doing away with your spouse, forget it. Brother, you haven't got a ghost of a chance.
This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
Lights out, everybody. It is later than you think.
This is Arch Obler bringing you another in our series of stories of the unusual. And once again we caution you, these lights out stories are definitely not for the timid soul. So we tell you calmly and very sincerely, if you frighten easily, turn off your radio now.
You, out there, listen to me. I'm dead. Now, don't twist your face in that foolish smirk. I tell you I'm dead. You say the dead don't talk. Don't be a fool. They're all around you, but you won't listen to them. If you hear me now, listen. You a match? Yes, a match. Take it out. Strike it. Look at the flame. Beautiful flame, isn't it? Beautiful flame. Throw it away. Throw it away. I say horrible flame. It cost me my life. Please listen to me, you out there. I want to tell you just what happened. My name was Arnie Douglas, and I was a very happy man. A very happy man.
Arnie?
Yes, Sam?
You know what I've been thinking about, sitting here in front of the fire?
No, Samuel, my friend. I haven't the slightest idea what you were thinking about, blonde or redhead.
No, Arnie, I'm serious. I was thinking that you ought to be just about the happiest man in the world.
And what made you come to that brilliant deduction?
Well, if happiness is based on satisfactions, you have the satisfaction of knowing you have a fine career, all the money you can use. Now, Barbara.
Barbara.
Yeah. You know, in spite of the fact that she's my sister, I think she's the loveliest girl in town.
In the world, Sam. In the world.
Listen to the fire. It agrees with you.
Or disagrees.
Say, talking of fire, reminds me.
What?
When are you going to grow up?
Uh-oh, I think I know what's coming.
I should think you would. I don't mind you risking your own neck, but think of Barbara. You look pretty funny coming to your own wedding dressed in a plaster cast.
Yeah, what does Emily Post say about that? White tie with plaster cast or black tie?
Now, let's get serious, Arnie. Chasing fire engines is a kid's trick.
Well, fires have always fascinated me, Sam, always.
So what? Fire fascinates most of us. But that doesn't mean we have to jeopardize our lives chasing them all the time.
Yes, I suppose it does look foolish, fire chasing, but... Look here, Sam. Don't flames get you?
What do you mean?
Look in the fireplace. Look at those flames curling around the log.
Well?
Orange and red, like small living things reaching out for life.
Ah.
Now look, Sam, that new flame that sprung up right there in the center of the log. Higher, higher. It sings with the joy of living. It's alive, Sam. It's alive.
Stop it.
What's the matter, Sam? Did I scare you?
Oh, but you were talking like a fool.
Was I? When the world's full of fools. Other men have said that same thing that I said.
What are you raving about now?
I said the flame's alive. Others have said that. Whole generations of men. They worship the flame as a living thing, a godlike thing. Can you say that we're any wiser than they?
Arnie Douglas, are you out of your mind?
I'm talking facts. That flame there. How can you or I or anyone else say that it isn't alive? How do we know it isn't alive?
Well, because it's a flame.
A flame. Do you know the encyclopedia definition of life? It says life is a living thing moving about. It says it not only moves by itself, but it feeds by itself on other matter.
So what?
There, that flame. Isn't it moving about by itself? Isn't it feeding on that log?
Yes, but
Well, then I've proved my point. That flame there fills every requirement of a living thing. Listen, when a man chokes to death, why does he die?
Because his air supply is cut off.
Exactly. That's just how you kill a flame, by stopping its air supply. Sam, I tell you, I've sat here for hours watching these flames in that fireplace. The more I think about it, the more I'm positive that a flame is a living, breathing entity.
Yeah. The more I sit here, the more I realize that you're talking out of your head. Now, come on, get your hat, and let's go out and buy a drink.
No, wait, Sam. There's something I want to show you. A book I just got. Huh?
Well, while you're getting it, do you mind if I throw another piece of wood on this living entity of yours? It's getting chilly in here.
No, don't touch that fire. I want it just the way it is.
Arnie, there is something wrong with you.
No, I'm all right, Sam. Just because a man's curious about the ways of life, must you think there's something wrong with him? Look, Sam, look at this book.
Well, what is it?
It tells of a race of fire worshippers who lived in medieval times. People who believed that every flame held its own godlike being to be worshipped by us mortals.
I still want that drink.
In here is a prayer with which these fire worshippers called up the spirit of the flame. It's a beautiful prayer, Sam. Let me read it to you. Huh?
Wait a minute, Arnie. They did what with that prayer?
Conjured up the spirit of the flame so that they could see it and kneel before it and worship it.
You mean to say they'd recite some hocus-pocus and have something in the flame pop out at them?
Yes. And if I knew just how to read this prayer to that fire in the fireplace, just what inflections to use, I would be able to see the spirit of the flame, Sam. If such a thing exists.
Yeah. Well, it's a good thing you add, if such a thing exists. By George, I'd have put in a hurry call for a straitjacket. Come on, Arnie. This is getting a little too morbid for me. Let's get out of here and go places.
No, thanks, Sam. I'm not going out tonight.
Okay. Go right ahead. Sit here and stew in your metaphysical juice. But don't let anyone who isn't a friend of yours hear all that nonsense about flame spirits and fire worshippers. By golly, you'll find yourself in front of a lunacy commission. Well, here's my hat. What's my hurry? Good night. Arnie.
Yeah?
All this nonsense you were talking, you were just kidding me along, weren't you? After all, you're going to marry my sister, and well, you know how it is. You didn't mean it, did you, Arnie?
No, Sam, of course not.
Good fella. Joke's a joke, huh? Well, good night, old boy. No, don't bother getting up. I know my way to the door by this time. I'll see you tomorrow.
All right, Sam.
Good night.
Thick-headed fool. Beautiful flame. Book. I wonder where... Oh, yes. And I humbly give unto thee this sacrifice. Sacrifice. Barbara's ring. I had it here. Oh, yeah. And I humbly give unto thee this sacrifice, great Ormuzd, and I beseech thee to reveal to me the life within life, the life within fire, as I repeat the sacred word. Adar. What? Adar. 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 You. Who are you? Who are you?
The flame.
Yes?
Arnie, what's the matter? It's Barbara.
Barbara.
Arnie, what is it? Aren't you going to let me in? Darling, are you ill?
You can't come in, Barbara. You've got to go away, please.
You are ill. Stand aside, Arnie.
No,
Douglas.
please,
I'm
don't.
coming in and you can't stop
No, Barbara,
me.
go away. Please go away. You can't be here.
Arnie, what's the matter with you? What's going on here?
Nothing. I'll explain it to you sometime. Just go. Go, dearest, please.
Absolutely not. There's something wrong here, and I'm not leaving until you tell me what it is. Arnie, your hands.
They're all right. Really, they are.
Bandages.
Burns. Just a few burns. They're all right.
It's so cold in this room, and you're ill. I'll light the fire.
No, not fire. As you love me, no fire.
Oh, Arnie, darling, what's happened to
Barbara,
you?
listen to me. If you love me, you'll go away. You'll get out of here and you'll never come back.
What?
You've got to listen to me. This that has happened to me is mine. My horror. Can't hurt you. I won't let it.
Too late, love. Too late.
Oh.
Arnie, what are you looking at?
She cannot see me. Only you can see me.
Arnie, the air is getting so warm in
Barbara,
here.
go away quickly.
Too late. I touch her and she never looks upon you again.
Arnie, that horrible odor of burning. Oh, I'm frightened, Arnie.
You thing. What are you going to do?
Her eyes. I'm jealous of her eyes. I shall have them.
Arnie, who are you talking to? Who are you talking to?
I'll bargain with you, love. Do as I ask, and I will let her live.
Yes, I'll do it. I'll do it. Anything.
Get her out of here, or she dies.
Barbara, come on.
Oh, no, Arnie, I won't go. Darling, you're
Please
hurting
go.
my arm. Oh,
No,
you're
don't
hurting
struggle.
my
You
arm.
must go.
I
You
must go.
He said anything. Anything.
All right, Jim. It's your move.
Okay, Mac. I'll move when I'm good and ready.
Well, what's the use of sitting there staring at the checkers? You've lost anyway.
Oh, yeah? Well, now, what do you say to this, you old foghorn?
Oh, so you think you're smart, you? Well, now, watch this.
Well, for the love of...
So you thought you'd beat me, eh? Well, you'll have to be in the department a longer time to do that, me bucko.
How long have you been a fireman, Grogan?
Going on 20 years.
Well, if this is all there is to it, it's sure a monotonous job. Why, we haven't had a run out of this station in 2 weeks.
Now, don't talk like that, Jim. It's bad luck.
Oh, what's bad luck about it? You think I joined the department to sit on my tail playing checkers and talking ball scores? I want to do things. What?
Shut up.
It's a goal.
It's a goal.
John, the house is on fire. John, get up.
Get out of this room. You've got to.
No, stay back of the line.
When my wife, my kids are in that hotel, let me through. Let me.
The block. The whole block's aflame. Can't get me water.
Anything. He said anything.
Paper, read all about it. City swept by mysterious fires. 100 killed. Paper, evening paper. Hundreds die in fires. Read all about it. Paper,
But, Commissioner, we must do something.
Look, Mr. Mayor, what can I do? I've got every piece of fire apparatus within 100 miles of the city.
Well,
50 alarms in the last hour. I tell you there's more than one maniac setting those fires. It's a dozen. It's 100 of them.
Yes, it's a plot. That's what it is. A plot, a revolutionary plot. I'll call up the governor. We'll get the militia out. It's a plot.
Oh, Sam, hurry.
Yes.
Sam, I'm so worried.
Don't get upset, sis. We'll be there soon.
What could have happened to him? Not a word since yesterday.
You know, I can't believe it yet. You're saying he threw you out of the house.
Oh, well, he didn't exactly throw me out, but he... Oh, Sam, what can be the matter?
You should have told me sooner.
Oh, I didn't want to. I didn't know what to think. Oh, Sam, what could possibly be wrong?
Don't ask me, Barb. There goes another fire engine.
Those terrible fires. It's as if the whole world were coming to an end.
It's going to be all right. I heard over the radio. The governor's sending the militia into town. That'll stop those firebugs.
Schools and hospitals and hotels.
Well, this is it.
Yes.
Barb, wait for me.
Oh, all right, but hurry, Sam.
After what you told me, I think I'd better stay right with you.
Oh, my poor Arnie.
Careful, dear. Steps.
Oh, Sam, he's not home. There's not a light in the house.
Well, let's try anyway. Huh. Where's that blasted bell?
Oh, it was out of order when I was here. I had to knock.
Oh.
Wait, Sam.
What?
The door.
By George, it's open. Something is wrong in here.
Oh, Sam, I'm frightened.
Arnie? Arnie? Are you in there, Arnie?
Oh, he is, Sam. I know he is.
Why doesn't he answer? Arnie! It's Sam and Barbara. Arnie, are you home?
He's sick, Sam. Let's go in quickly.
No. You wait out here.
No, I'm going with you.
All right. Oh, it's so dark. I haven't even got a match.
Oh, the light switch. I think it was somewhere along this wall.
I got it. Wow. Is this room a mess?
Oh, Sam, he must be sick. Arnie's always so neat. Quickly, the bedroom.
All right. Don't get so excited.
But he might be dying.
Don't talk nonsense. I'll bet he isn't even here. There. What'd I tell you? He isn't even home.
Oh.
What's the matter?
Walls.
Why, they're charred.
Sam, there's been a fire in here.
Oh, no. Well, that's impossible.
Oh, Arnie, where are you? What's happened to you?
This is unbelievable. These walls so terribly burned. Come on, Bob.
Where?
We'll go to the police.
Sam.
What?
The burnt walls. Maybe the same people who are setting fires all over the city did something to Arnie.
Hey, maybe you're right. That's it. They started to set fire to this place, and Arnie caught them at it. And he tried to stop them, and...
No, I didn't want to. I think I didn't.
Arnie.
Arnie, where did you come from?
No, I didn't. I didn't want to. She made me. She did it.
Arnie, what's happened?
Good heavens, man. Where have you been? Your face, your clothes. Here, sit down.
No, there's no time. She's following me, I promise.
Arnie, what are you talking about? What's the matter with you?
No, Sam, let me. Arnie, lift your face. What is it? Who's following you?
Those children this morning screaming, trapped up there, no one to help them.
What?
That man, his wife, his children, he went back into that burning hell. He went back. He didn't have a chance. He went back. God in heaven, what have I done? What have I done?
Barbara, the fires. Arnie's been watching them. Gone to his mind.
Oh, my poor darling.
I'll get a doctor. He needs it.
She did it. She, not I. They can't blame me. You, the dead kid. She killed you.
Arnie, in heaven's name, control yourself.
I did it. You hear me, Barbara?
What, Arnie?
I did it. All those fires, those people dying. I did
Arnie,
it.
in heaven's name, what are you saying?
I did it, Sam. I did it. If not for me, she wouldn't have had life. She wouldn't have had power. It was through me. Through me, the fires got life. Me.
He's lost his mind.
Arnie.
No, I'm telling you the truth. I did it. Look, these papers, plans, every building I burned. She made me do it every step of the way.
Oh, no.
Arnie.
You believe.
Why did you do it? Why did you do it?
Both of you, listen to me. There isn't much time. She'll be here. She'll kill...
Arnie.
Arnie, what is it?
I'll do it. I'll do anything you say. I'll do it. Let them alone.
Arnie, come back here.
Sam, where's he going? Where's he running?
I don't know. It's as if someone was chasing him.
Sam, look. On the floor.
What?
Right where Arnie was standing.
Footprints. Burned right into the wood. Oh, Father in heaven. What is this? I tell you, Mr. Mayor, I'm telling the truth. Every word I've told you is the truth.
My dear young man, the story's preposterous. How about it, Commissioner?
Could any one man be responsible for all these fires?
Absolutely not. A physical impossibility.
But I tell you, he's confessed. Arnie's my friend. He wouldn't lie to me. I tell you, the man was driven to it by some horrible thing.
What are you talking about?
If I told you, you wouldn't believe me. But believe this much. As sure as we're all in this room, Arnie Douglas had something to do with those terrible fires.
But you heard what the commissioner said.
I don't care what the commissioner said. While you're just sitting here, more fires are being started. More lives are in danger. In the name of humanity, please listen to me and send out a general alarm to have the police pick up Arnie Douglas. I'll give you his description. I'll tell you just what he was wearing. You've got to catch him.
Man is suspected of being the pyromaniac responsible for the fire terror. Repeat, general alarm. Be on the lookout for a man by the name of Arnie Douglas, height 5 feet 10, weight 175 pounds, light hair, blue eyes. When last seen was wearing gray suit, white shirt, no tie, no hat. This man suspected of being the pyromaniac.
Please, Barbara. That won't help any.
Arnie, what will they do to him? Oh, tell me, Sam.
Nobody's blaming Arnie. It was some kind of madness, that's all.
Those horrible burning footprints.
No. Don't talk about them. We never saw them. We just imagined it, that's all.
Where have they got Arnie? What are they doing to him?
He's in the mayor's office, the fire chief, and about a dozen others. They're questioning him. They don't believe that he himself could have set all those fires.
I want to see him. I want to talk to him. Oh, it's a horrible dream that never happened.
Wait.
The mayor wants to see you in his office right away.
All right. Come on, dear.
All right.
Well, come right in, folks.
Mayor Halstead, where's Arnie? Where is he? What have you done with him?
Now, young woman, sit right here. Everything's going to be all right.
Mr. Mayor, what's happened? Where's Arnie Douglas?
Safe and sound, locked up in the next room.
What did he say? Why don't you tell us?
Oh, he confessed setting the fires all right. Didn't he, Commissioner?
Yeah, there's the signed confession. But if you ask me, he didn't mean a thing. Oh, a young fella like that one never could or would set fire to as many places as burned down. I tell you, I don't believe he had a thing to do with it. It's somebody else. Somebody else.
You can't hear them talking in the other room, Arnie, my love. But I can. One of them is saying that he doesn't believe you did it, my love. But you did do it, didn't you?
Mercy. Have mercy.
Yes, my love. I will have mercy. Confessions. You signed confessions. They'll want to lock you away behind iron bars. Oh, but they'll never do that, my love. I'm taking you with me to be part of me. Always.
No.
Come close to me, beloved. Close.
No. Stay away from me. Stay away from me. Stay away!
What's that?
I don't know.
Arnie! It's Arnie!
Look, under that door. Smoke.
Mother in heaven, there's something burning in there.
That young fella. He's locked up in there.
Arnie!
Let me in. Let me in.
The key. Quick. Here's the key.
Good.
Quickly, Sam. Quickly.
There's no one in here.
Only a flame. A little red flame.
And now, the Mole Mystery Theater, presented by M-O-L-L-E. Mole, the heavier brushless shaving cream for tender skins.
Good evening. This is Jeffrey Barnes, welcoming you to the program that presents the best in mystery and detective fiction. Tonight we bring you a story that is, in my opinion, the greatest modern mystery classic of them all. Emlyn Williams's famous play, Night Must Fall. Virginia Field, star of the hit Broadway play Doughgirls, and just back from Hollywood, where she completed the Paramount picture The Perfect Marriage, will play the part of Olivia Grayne, the young Englishwoman who is so hypnotized and fascinated by the strange, half-mad Danny. Danny will be played by a fine young actor just returned from Army service, Ian Martin. So here it is, Night Must Fall, starring Virginia Field as Olivia and Ian Martin as Danny.
Well, gee, am I in the play too, Mr. Barnes?
Oh, no, Dan, that's another Danny, a tough guy.
Well, tough guys aren't always so tough. Why, do you know that lots of them are almost sissies when it comes to shaving? But not the man who shaves with Molay, the heavier brushless shaving cream. Because with Molay, it's smooth. So smooth. It's slick. So slick. It's a smooth, slick shave you get with M-O-L-L-E. Molay, the heavier brushless cream for tender skins. That's right. Molay is the shaving cream that's heavier. The cream that's perfect for a wiry, hard-to-cut beard or tender skin. Because Molay is heavier, it not only softens your whiskers, it stands them up straight while your razor whisks them off 1, 2, 3. So you shave faster, closer, easier, and you shave painlessly with Molay, the heavier brushless cream for tender skins. Molay. Now for tonight's Molay mystery, Night Must Fall.
In the sitting room of a cottage located in a forest of Essex, England, sit 3 people. Mrs. Branson, owner and mistress of the cottage, is in a wheelchair. Reading to her from a newspaper is Danny, Mrs. Branson's houseboy and general handyman. Apart from these two, and apparently lost in her own thoughts, sits a young woman, Olivia Grayne, Mrs. Branson's niece and paid companion.
The murderer committed the crime in the forest. He buried the woman's body shallow in the refuse heap behind the cottage of one Mrs. Branson, who...
And to think if my maid hadn't found her, that woman might still be lying there. Think of that, Olivia. Olivia!
Oh, I'm sorry, Auntie. I'm afraid I wasn't listening.
Oh, must you just sit there and stare out of the window? What are you dreaming about?
I was just thinking. I often wonder, on a very fine morning like this, what it'll be like for night to fall. I never can, yet it's got to.
You'd do better thinking about catching a husband. Where's that man of yours, that Hubert Lowry?
Oh, he's off for a walk, I suppose.
Shall I read some more, Mum?
Oh, yes, dear.
Attempts had been made to eradicate fingerprints with a knife. The head had been severed by a skilled person, possibly a butcher.
Oh, dear, my heart's beating like anything. No more, Danny, no more. No.
All right, Mother of mine. It's time for your afternoon stroll anyway. Off to your room and make yourself pretty for your Danny boy.
Oh, yes, dear, I won't be a minute. Oh, you needn't wheel me, Olivia. Heaven knows you nor anyone else gave me any attention until Danny came to the scene.
Hurry back, Mother of mine. I'll have your pills and chocolates ready.
What's so funny?
I don't know. Rummy old lady.
Why'd you whistle that song so much?
Why not? I am a pretty little fella.
The papers say that on the day of the murder, an unidentified man was heard walking through the forests singing that song.
You know, you wouldn't be bad looking without them glasses.
Are you playing up to my aunt?
Playing up?
After her money, I mean. You stand a pretty poor chance there, you know.
What do you bet?
You never take that cigarette out of your mouth?
Oh, you don't like me, do you?
No.
Everybody else does.
You're very conceited, aren't you?
Yes.
And you're acting all the time, aren't you?
Acting? Acting what? Look at the way I can look you in the eyes. I can stare you out.
I have a theory. It's the criminals who can look you in the eyes. And the honest people who blush and look away.
Oh?
You are acting, aren't you?
Yes. Yes, I am.
You worked at that summer resort where the murdered woman lived, didn't you?
Oh, yes, I used to take cigarettes and drinks to her. She was a very lively one. I got to go now. Mrs. Bramson will be waiting.
But if Danny should come in and catch us searching his luggage, Miss Grimes.
Oh, I'll take the responsibility, Dora.
Hello there. Past the old dragon and a white-haired boy along the path, thought I... Oh, I say, what's going on?
We're searching Danny's luggage, Hubert.
Heavens, Olivia, that's a bit much. Why, say, you don't think it was Danny who murdered that woman?
Well, I don't know.
But it was sort of clever business. They still haven't found her head, you know. And he's such an ordinary chap.
Yes, that's just it. And then suddenly he's so extraordinary.
Nothing much here, Mum. Just a wallet with a letter inside it.
Oh, let's see. Dear Babyface, my own. Next time you strike Newcastle, okay by me, baby. Signed, Lil.
This is the last bit of luggage, Mum. Shall I open it?
Luggage? Looks more like an old-fashioned hat box. Made of leather. Heavy, too. It's locked, but I think I can open it.
Wait a minute, Hubert.
What's up?
Well, suppose there is something in it.
By Jove, I never thought of that. Well?
Open it. Go ahead.
Those are my things.
Oh, Danny.
Could I have it back, please, sir? My wallet, I mean. It's the only one I got.
Oh, this? Oh, yes, of course.
Well, what did you think of the letter?
Letter?
Well, you have it in your hand. Means, well, there's little but we had a row she would spy on me. And if there's anything I hate, it's spying. Don't you agree, sir?
Yes.
I'd sooner have anything than a spy. Bar a murderer, of course.
What did you say?
Bar a murderer, of course.
Olivia, you better deal with all this. It's beyond me.
And I'll be getting back to the kitchen, Mom.
You were acting again, weren't you? Is there something in that hat box?
Yes. A hat, maybe?
Did you do it? Did you do it?
Look outside. It's growing dark. Soon we'll have dinner, and Dora will be off to church for evening meeting, and dear Mr. Lorry will be gone. And the dark will come down, blacker and blacker. I needed that.
I thought you'd gone out.
What, you? Well, you're the quiet one. I've been drinking and I feel fine. Have one?
I prefer talking.
Oh, talking's daft. Doing's the thing.
You do live in your imagination, don't you?
Yes, it's the only way to bear with the awful things you have to do.
What awful things?
I haven't had as much to drink as all that.
What was your life like at that summer resort?
Why are you always concerned with me and my doing?
I'm not. It's just that you never talk about it.
My life?
Yes.
Well, the day don't start so good with a lot of spoons that's been in the mouths of gaping fools that looks through me like I was a dirty window, hadn't been cleaned for years. Orders, orders. Go here, do this. I was never meant to take orders, never. And just when I think I got a bit of peace, there's somebody locking the door. Won't let me go out. Talk. Won't fork out with no more money. At me. Calls me everything. And screams. So nothing keeps that mouth shut.
Go on.
I'm too fly for you. You'd like to know, wouldn't you?
Why do you lie awake all night?
I don't. I sleep.
Oh, no, you don't. And I'll tell you why. Because there's one thing that keeps you awake.
Be quiet.
One thing you've pushed into the back of your mind, and you can't do any more about it, and you never will.
No.
And you know what it is? It's a little thing. A hat box.
No.
Only a hat box, but it's rather heavy.
Stop it! It's the only thing that keeps me awake. Mind you, the only thing. But I don't know what to do. You see, nothing worries me, nothing in the world, only I don't like the pair of eyes staring at me with no look in them. I don't know what to do.
Oh, please. Please. Oh.
Anybody home?
It's that man from Scotland Yard who was here before. Inspector Belsize.
All right. I'll deal with him. I'll manage myself all right. You watch me.
As the curtain falls on Act One of tonight's play, we've had one murder, and maybe Scotland Yard will solve it. But one murder often leads to several more. And who knows, maybe this is the night.
Why, Mr. Barnes, sounds like you've been looking over my shoulder.
How so, Mr. Seymour?
Well, look, right here on this piece of paper in my hand, it says, "Men, when morning brings murder because you have to shave, chances are you have wiry whiskers or a tender skin. So try Mole, the heavier brushless shaving cream for tender skins. Why, Mole gives you a shave as smooth as flying, as trim as a top. Yes, Mole is a heavier cream. The cream that not only softens your whiskers, but holds them up straight as 10 pins while your razor cuts them close and clean. With Mole, you shave faster, closer, easier, and you shave painlessly. Try it. See if you don't say, it's smooth, so smooth. It's slick, so slick. It's a smooth, slick shave you get with M-O-L-L-E. Mole, the heavier brushless shaving cream for tender skins. Mole. And now back to Jeffrey Barnes and Act Two of Night Must Fall.
The dwellers of Mrs. Branson's cottage have been thrilled and frightened by the finding of a dead woman near the cottage. In spite of the fact that the woman's head was missing, the police have identified her as a Mrs. Chalfont who lived in a nearby summer resort. Our play resumes as Inspector Belsize enters the cottage. Olivia excuses herself, leaving the shaken Danny to confront the inspector alone.
Danny, why didn't you tell me you knew the deceased woman?
Knew her?
Well?
Oh, sir, sir, it's been in my conscience ever since.
So you did know her?
Oh, no, sir, it wasn't like that. I avoided her ever after that day she stopped me, sir. Oh, the brazen way she went at me, sir. But now, do you know what, sir? It's a weight off my mind you wouldn't believe. It was the disgust like of nearly getting mixed up with her that's kept me awake nights.
You're a bit of a milksop, aren't you?
Am I, sir?
Well, I'll be going. Oh, there's just one thing. Matter of form, you know. If you don't mind, I'll have a quick look through your luggage. No, you stay here. I'll get it myself.
Yes, sir. Through that door there, sir.
I'll find it.
Pretty little fella. Everybody. You can't miss my room, sir.
Found it all right.
Oh, no. What did anybody
Say, what have we here? This leather hat box seems to be locked. Have you got the key? What's the matter with you?
It isn't mine.
Not yours?
No.
Oh? Whose is it then?
I don't know. It isn't mine.
Now, look here.
I'm sorry to have left you so abruptly, Inspector. Could I get you some tea?
Oh, not now, Miss Green. Now, damn if this isn't yours.
Why, Inspector, what are you doing with my hat box?
Yours? But it was in Dan's...
Oh, well, Dan's room used to be the storeroom. I'll take it now.
Oh, yes, of course.
Thank you. I'll put it in my wardrobe. It's got all my letters in it.
By Jove, I'm afraid I've offended her. Snooping. Well, good night, young fellow. I'll be off.
Good night, sir.
But in the future, don't keep things from the police.
Oh, no, sir.
They always find out, you know.
Oh, I'm sure they do, sir.
Good night.
Good night. Inspector Burris.
And I tell you, Mum, when I walked in from church and saw Danny lying on the floor, everything went topsy-wopsy.
I can't understand it. I guess the poor boy's been working too hard.
Well, I'll be running along now, Mum. It's getting late. And my old mother will be worrying if I'm not there by 10. Oh, should I take Miss Olivia a tea first?
Miss Olivia isn't here. She's left.
She left?
Yes, some ridiculous nonsense about not spending another night here. Seems she made arrangements to stay with Hubert Lowry and his sister, if you please.
But, Mum, there has been a murder.
Well, I've got Danny to look after me. He's strong as an ox and no silly nerves about him.
Well, good night then, Mum.
Good night, Dora. Danny? Danny! Come here. I want my chocolates. Danny! Oh, I have to get them myself. Oh, Lord, what's that? Danny! Danny! Oh, Danny, he's gone. They've all gone. They've left me. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord, help a poor woman. I'm going to be murdered. I'm going to be murdered. Who's there? Who's there?
It's all right, mother of mine. Oh. It's only me, Danny.
Danny. Oh, I'll never forgive you, Danny. Never. Oh, my heart.
No, it's all right.
Oh, all alone I was. Just an old woman calling for help and no answer. Oh, the relief when I saw your face.
I'll bet you wasn't half glad, eh?
Oh, you're the only one that understands me, Danny. That's what you are. I want a chocolate now.
Right you are. Now, shut your eyes. Open your mouth.
Oh, Danny. You're the only one. You're a pet. My little chubby face. My baby face. My Danny. There. I want to be read to now.
Wouldn't you like a cushion back of your head first?
Oh, no. No, dear.
I think you'll be more comfortable with a cushion. I'm a pretty little girl. Everybody knows.
What a funny look on your face, dear. You look so kind, smiling like that. Oh. Well, Danny, what are you going to do with that cushion? You're lifting it up so... Dan! No!
I don't know what you'll call me, but I'm mighty like
This is Jeffrey Barnes again. In just a moment, we'll return you to Act 3 of Night Must Fall.
You can't fight dandruff effectively with plain water, for all plain water does is remove loose dandruff, and it's exactly the same with most ordinary preparations for the hair. But one product that really does more is double danderine. It truly works where so many others fail. This is because double danderine does what such products can't do. It actually kills on contact the germs that many outstanding authorities contend are a cause of a common type of dandruff. You see, double danderine contains an active antiseptic called Alzan, and it's this special ingredient used by many hospitals because of its remarkable efficiency that makes double danderine so amazingly effective. Remember, no other hair preparation contains Alzan. You get it only in double danderine. So try double danderine and see if you don't agree that most ordinary hair preparations can't compare with its dandruff-combating effectiveness. If you're not satisfied, return the empty bottle and get your money back. Buy double danderine at your druggist's.
I must hurry. Hurry and break up this chair. Then the fire. And they'll think she died in it. Who's there? Oh. You've come back.
I've never seen a dead body before. I nearly fell over it in the hallway. Like a sack of potatoes. I thought it was at first. I came back expecting... I don't know. And here I find you smoking a cigarette. It's so ordinary.
What did you come back for?
To find you out. I've read a lot about evil. I never expected to come across it in real life.
Oh, you didn't have to read so much. I never got through a book yet, but I'll read you all right.
Read me?
Your mind. You haven't had a drop to drink yet. You feel as if you had. You never knew there was such a secret part inside of you. All that book learning and moral me eye here and social me eye there. You took that off of the edge of the wood, same as if it was an overcoat. And you left it there.
Oh, I hate you. Hate you.
Oh, no, you don't. You feel the same as I do, sometimes excited and light as air. Why, this is my big chance. You're the one I can tell all about myself. You said just now murder's ordinary. Well, it isn't ordinary at all, see? And I'm not an ordinary chap. There's one big difference between me and other chaps that try this game. I'll never be found out. The world's going to hear from me. You wait. But you can't wait, can you?
You mean you're going to...
Yes. Aren't you frightened? You ought to be. Don't you think I'll do it?
Sorry. I know you will. I just can't realize it.
You see, I make up my mind to do a thing, and I do it. And I'm going to take care of you right now. What's that light in here?
It's a light in the woods. Somebody's shining in here. Somebody must be watching the house.
No, it can't be. Nobody's watching. I'm the one that watches. They got no call to watch me. I'll go out and tell them that. I know I'm watching.
What is it?
Behind them trees. Hundreds back of each tree. Thousands of eyes. The whole world's on my track after me. The whole world's after me.
Why, you've stopped acting at last. You're real for the first time. Frightened. Just like a child.
Everything's slipping away from under my feet. Can't you feel it? Starting slow, then hundreds of miles an hour. I'm going backwards. And there's a wind in my ears, a terrible blowing wind. Everything's going past me like the telegraph poles. All the things I've seen faster and backwards. Back to the day I was born. I can see it coming the day I was born. I'm going to die.
No, you're not. No, it'll be all right. You won't die. I'll tell him I made you do it. I'll tell lies. I'll do anything.
All right, Danny. Stand up, put out your wrists.
But she isn't dead, Inspector. She just went out there in the hall. I don't know why. She's sleeping, maybe. Maybe just sleeping.
This will take care of you. There.
No, Inspector. No, I need him to.
No. I'm the fella. Anything I'm concerned in, I run myself. If there's going to be any putting me on a public platform to answer questions, I'll do it myself. I'll manage all right.
I get you. Like a bit of limelight, eh?
You're not going to believe what she said, are you, Inspector?
No. Plenty of women who don't know any better get hysterical about a lad in your position. You'll find them queuing up all right when the time comes.
Will they now?
Come along. I have a motor waiting.
You know, I'd like something now I never wanted before. A long walk all by myself. And just when I can't have it. That's contrary, isn't it? You, miss. Come here a minute now.
Danny.
Remember me. Remember me with this. There, my girl. Never say you've not been kissed. Well, I'm going to be hanged in the end. But they'll get their money's worth at the trial. You wait.
The original music for the Mole Mystery Theater is composed and conducted by Alexander Sandler. Night Must Fall was written by Emlyn Williams and adapted for radio by Don Agger. Virginia Field and Ian Martin were starred in tonight's program. And now this is Dan Seymour saying good night until next Friday at this same time, when the Mystery Theater presents a rollicking mystery comedy, Follow That Cab.
This program came to you from our NBC studios in Radio City, New York. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Murder by Experts. The Mutual Broadcasting System presents Murder by Experts, with your host and narrator, Mr. John Dixon Carr, world-famous mystery novelist and author of the recently published bestseller, The Life of Sir Arthur Conan Doyle.
Good evening. This is John Dixon Carr. Each week at this time, Murder by Experts brings you a story of crime and mystery which has been chosen for your approval by one of the world's leading detective writers. Tonight, our guest expert is the noted mystery novelist William Irish. From the many thrillers he has read and enjoyed, Mr. Irish has selected a most unusual story of mounting terror by Sidney Morris. And now we present Gertrude Warren and Bernard Grant in The Dark Island. Look now at the small tree-covered island, lying in darkness several miles off the rocky coast of Maine. Now and then the moon breaks through the clouds, revealing for a few brief moments the figure of a girl, pacing back and forth on the boat landing by the water's edge. She watches anxiously as a small launch approaches the island.
Why doesn't he hurry? Why doesn't he hurry? I won't stay on this island another moment. Not another moment.
You all right, ma'am? I saw your emergency flare from the mainland. I came right away.
Oh, thank heavens you're here, Sheriff. I couldn't have stood it another minute. I was going out of my mind.
Why are you crying? What's wrong? What's the trouble, ma'am?
Take me to the mainland. Take me to the mainland.
Sure, ma'am, sure. But don't you think
Please,
first you better...
take me away from here. Take me away.
Here, let me help you in. All right, sit over here, ma'am. Before I shove off, is anything you want from the lodge?
No, just get me away from here. Get me away.
Just as you say, ma'am. Wait till I get the light. There. Ma'am, this is my office. And have a seat.
Thank you.
Now, suppose you tell me what's happened, huh?
It's like a nightmare. A confused nightmare. All of it. I'm so mixed up. I can't tell any longer what part of it was real and what part was my imagination.
Just calm down, ma'am. Tell it to me in your own way. Now think back. Must have had some starting point. Things generally do.
Some starting point. Yes. Yes. It began that morning I saw him for the first time. Could it have only been last spring? A small boat put in at our dock, and Philip came walking up the path to the lodge. I can see him now, tall and sunburned, with the wind blowing through his blonde hair. He was the handsomest man I'd ever seen, despite the long, cruel scar on his cheek. He smiled for a moment as he saw me, and then he spoke.
Hello there.
Hello.
They told me over on the mainland that you have an empty cottage here. Would you care to rent it to me for a few months?
Rent the cottage? Why, my father would never have rented it. The people on the mainland know that.
Yes, they told me, but this island looks so peaceful, so secluded. I thought I'd ask personally. Do you think it would do any good at all if I were to speak to your father?
Oh, my father died 3 months ago.
Oh, I'm very sorry. They didn't mention that back at the hotel.
It's quite all right.
I hope you won't think I'm being inquisitive, but who else lives on this island?
No one. I live alone.
Alone?
Yes.
Isn't it rather lonely?
Oh, no. I'm quite used to being alone. Even when my father was alive, I was alone most of the time.
What about visitors from the mainland?
Oh, Father discouraged them. As a result, no one ever comes here. Father even educated me himself. He was a doctor.
Really? Well, so am I. My name is Duval, Philip Duval.
Oh. Well, I'm Eve Winters.
Winters?
Uh-huh.
Your father wasn't by any chance Dr. Malcolm Winters, was he?
Yes.
Well, this is a surprise. I've read both of your father's books on criminal psychology.
Oh?
Oh, yes. He had great perception, great understanding of the criminal mind.
Well, I know very little about it.
Oh, yes, of course. I do hope you'll forgive me my curiosity. But, why did your father give up his position in the medical world and simply disappear without a trace?
I don't know.
I should very much like to have met him. You see, I, too, am writing a book on criminal psychology. That's why I need the cottage, so I can work undisturbed.
Oh, I see.
Yes, it's just impossible to work at the hotel. There's so much talk going on about the murder that
Murder?
I find... Yes. Haven't you heard?
No. I'm afraid I know very little of what happens on the mainland.
Well, perhaps it's just as well. There's been too much talk about it already.
Oh, no, please. I want to hear about it.
This morning, a young girl was found murdered. She'd been slashed to death.
Oh, how horrible.
It was another scalpel killing, exactly like the other two.
You mean there were others besides the poor girl found this morning?
Yes. In the past 2 months, 3 women have been killed in identical fashion. Their throats cut by a surgeon's scalpel.
A surgeon's scalpel?
Yes.
Well, have they caught the murderer yet?
No. The authorities were questioning everyone this morning, but they'll never catch him. He's far too clever for them in their stupid methods. They don't realize that they're dealing with a mind that's... Seems I'm always giving a lecture. Goodbye, Miss Winters, and if there's anything I can do for you, I'm staying at the Stratford Hotel.
Well, thank you, but I never go to the mainland.
Goodbye.
Doctor?
Yes.
There's really no reason why I shouldn't let you use the cottage. So, if you still want to...
That's most generous of you. You have no idea how much this means to me.
You can move into the cottage any time.
Well, it so happens that everything I own is in the boat. So there's no need for me to go back to the hotel.
Oh, I see.
I'm most grateful for the cottage, Miss Winters. And I promise I'll do my best to keep out of your way.
Within an hour, he'd moved in. A week went by, and except for the glimpses I'd caught of him writing at his desk by the window, I saw very little of him. And then one day we met at the well, and soon we were meeting every day. Strange the way one can be so lonely, and then suddenly life becomes wonderful, each day happier than the last. But one day Philip would finish his book and leave, and once more I would be alone.
Eve, where are you?
Oh, here I am, Philip.
I just received a letter from my publishers. They like the 30 chapters I've already sent them, and they're going to publish the book as soon as I complete the rest.
That's wonderful, Philip. You haven't much more, have you?
No, just a final chapter on the Bluebeard complex, and it'll all be finished.
And then, where will you go?
Go? I've been so busy this past month that I hadn't thought about it. Somehow I've come to accept this island as my home. Perhaps it's come to mean home because of you, Eve.
Philip?
Eve, I'm a fool. I've been so busy with the book, I've never stopped to tell you how much I love you, how much I need you.
If you only knew how much I wanted to hear you say that.
Eve, darling, will you marry me?
Will you marry me? Oh, I was happier than I thought anyone could be. A few days later, we went to the mainland and were married. We spent only a few hours on the mainland, for after 15 years of living on the island, the townspeople, the noise and constant movement were more than I could stand. Philip and I returned to the island that same day. The weeks slipped by swiftly. Philip worked on his book, and I looked after him. And then one night, after we'd been married a month, I was awakened by Philip.
Eve,
Huh?
wake up,
What?
wake up.
Oh, what? Oh. Philip. What am I doing standing here by the clothes closet?
I awoke to find you getting out of bed. Your eyes were wide open, darling, yet when I spoke to you, You didn't answer. You just walked over to the clothes closet as though in a trance.
And then you awakened me?
Yes.
I've never walked in my sleep before.
Well, don't worry about it, darling. You'd better go back to bed. We'll talk about it in the morning.
But with morning came the sun, and the night was quickly forgotten. Philip continued to work on his books and read unpublished medical papers left by my father. And then one morning, shortly before dawn, I awoke to find Philip's bed empty, unslept in. I quickly dressed and went to his study. He was sitting at his desk, his eyes bloodshot, staring into space. I placed my hand on his shoulder.
Eve!
Darling, is anything wrong?
Wrong?
Yes, you've been here all night. What were you doing?
Why, I was reading your father's books and the material he left at his death.
Philip, there is something wrong, isn't there? I feel it. It's in this room.
There's nothing wrong, Eve. It's just your imagination.
Are you sure?
Yes, of course I'm sure.
All right, darling.
Eve?
Yes?
Tomorrow is the first of the month. I promised my publisher I'd be in Boston on the first to discuss my book. It'll mean a trip away from the island for a night.
Well, when do we leave?
Eve, would you mind very much if I were to go alone?
Alone?
Well, I'll really be tied up with my publisher most of the time. Besides, you know how you hate the noise and confusion of the mainland.
Of course, Philip. I suppose it would be foolish of me to go along. You'd be so busy.
I knew you'd understand.
When do you think you'll leave?
I'll have to take the noon train to Boston. I just have time to catch it. I'll be back early tomorrow evening.
With that, he was gone. Something had happened that night. Something that threatened our marriage, our future. And I didn't know what it was. How empty the lodge was with him gone. I returned to the study and began to straighten out the papers on his desk. And then, as I opened one of the drawers, I saw them. Hundreds of clippings from newspapers all over the country, and all of them about the scalpel killer. Clippings. Why had he collected them? Why? And suddenly I was afraid to think about it. I began to count the minutes and hours until he should return. I never knew a night and a day could be so long. But at last his boat arrived at the dock, and a minute later he came up the path to the lodge.
Hello, Eve.
Oh, how are you, darling? Did you have a nice trip?
Nice trip. Yes, I suppose so.
Philip, is anything wrong?
There's nothing wrong. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just tired, that's all.
Oh, that's all right, darling. You'll feel better after you've eaten. Here, let me take your coat and the paper.
Thank you.
Well, is there anything in the paper?
No, let me have that paper.
Why, Philip. There's been another murder on the mainland. A woman found slashed to death. Oh, how horrible.
Yes.
Once more, the scalpel killer struck, claiming early this morning a fourth victim. Police would make no statement other than to say that the use of a scalpel by the killer indicates that a doctor...
Must you go on reading that? Isn't it enough that they're dead? Oh, I'm sorry, Eve, darling. I heard quite enough about it on the mainland. It was the only topic of discussion.
Yes, I understand. I won't mention it again.
Thank you, Eve. It's good to get away from all that talk. To me, this island represents escape. Escape from the mainland. And all that happens there.
Escape? What was there to hide from? It couldn't be. It couldn't be. And yet, the clippings in his desk. The violent outburst when I'd read the newspaper story. His strange behavior in the past. A picture began to form. A picture I could no longer bear to look at. Weeks passed, and we were as strangers. And then one night, I was awakened by a pair of hands on my throat.
Don't be frightened, Eve. It's nothing.
Why did you put your hands on my throat?
You were tossing in your sleep. I just wanted to see if you had a fever.
No, I'm all right.
Why are you trembling?
I don't know. Oh, Philip, what's wrong?
Nothing, Eve, nothing. It's just your imagination.
No, it isn't. Is it anything to do with the murder of those 4 women?
What makes you ask that?
Is it because of the murder?
No, I tell you no! You must stop talking about them. Do you hear me?
It's all right, Philip.
I've got to make another trip to Boston. See my publisher.
Another trip to Boston?
Yes. I just have time to catch the morning train.
How long will you be gone?
Just overnight.
Philip,
What were you going to say?
Nothing. Here, let me help you pack.
You needn't bother. I'm only taking a few things.
Scalpel.
Why, yes, I thought I'd take your father's instruments to town, have the instruments polished.
Are all the scalpels in your bag?
Yes. Why do you ask?
Well, I just wanted to make sure you hadn't forgotten any. Oh, Philip, why do you look at me that way?
I'm thinking of 4 women. 4 women who were slashed to death.
Philip looked at me for a moment. Then without a word, he left. And suddenly I realized if a murder were committed that night, there would be no escaping the truth. I could do nothing but pray and wait. The day dragged into the night, and at last dawn came. Soon he'd return, and I'd know everything. Everything.
Eve?
Oh, here I am, Philip. How was the trip? Philip, what's happened?
Last night, another woman was murdered on the mainland.
No, not another.
Yes. Her throat was cut, like the others.
Don't tell me anymore. I don't want to hear about it.
Then you know everything.
Yes. I suspected it for months. Only I could never bring myself to believe it.
Eve, there's only one thing left to us.
One thing left to us?
Yes. We must die together, so that innocent people may live in safety.
Philip, what are you saying? I don't want to die.
I know you don't, darling, nor do I, but can't you see it's the only way out? The police are bound to find the murderer. It's just a question of time.
Look, let's not wait and live in fear. We'll go to the police and confess.
No, I couldn't stand to go through all that.
But I don't want to die, and I won't.
Please, Eve, darling, don't make it difficult. You know I can't allow you to live. It's too dangerous.
So that's it. Get rid of me so you can go on living in safety.
You know better than that, Eve. I love you. When you die, I shall follow you.
No! I won't let you kill me.
I've got to, darling. I'll try not to hurt you.
Philip, now you stay where you are. Stay where you are.
I prayed this wouldn't be necessary. But last night's murder leaves me no choice. You must die.
You stop following me, Philip. I'm warning you.
What are you getting from under that coat?
Don't move, Philip. If you come any closer, I'll shoot.
After what I've been through, a gun doesn't seem very friendly.
I'm warning you, Philip. I'll shoot. I'm not going to die for your crimes.
My crimes?
Yes. You've killed 5 women, but I shan't be the 6th.
You believe I murdered those 5 women?
Well, you've admitted as much.
Eve, darling, put that gun down and listen to me, please. You know the reason your father brought you to this island as a child.
No, I don't.
I do. And haven't you ever wondered why he practically kept you a prisoner on this island? Educating you himself.
Oh, you're trying to put me off my guard with this talk. Now, you stay where you are, Philip.
Among the papers your father left upon his death, I found some which gave a clue as to the reason he retired to this island.
What?
Yes. It all began when you were 10 years old and lived in Boston. Your father found you one night walking through the house in a trance. Oh. Night after night, your father stayed up watching you. Then one night, while in a trance, you strangled your cat to death.
Oh, you're lying.
Think back to when you were 10 years old. Didn't you have a cat? And then, one morning, it was gone.
Well, it had run away. Father told me
He
so.
was hiding the truth from you. He destroyed the body. And then a few days later, he got you another cat. And it disappeared.
That cat also ran away.
It didn't run away any more than the first one did. You killed it, Eve, in the same manner.
Oh, you're clever, Philip. But I know something of psychology. You can't break me down with such a story and take this gun.
Listen to me. After observing you for some time, your father realized you were a schizophrenic.
Oh.
A female Jekyll and Hyde, a split personality with uncontrollable homicidal tendencies.
You won't break me down, no matter how clever you
It
are.
was then that your father knew that no one was safe as long as you were free. So he gave up everything he valued and brought you to this island, virtually becoming your jailer.
I'm afraid your story doesn't hold. I was always free to go where I pleased.
Yes, for you weren't dangerous when you were awake. But when you went to sleep each night, didn't your father always see to it that you had a sleeping drug?
No.
Think! Wasn't there some special drink you took before you went to bed?
Only hot milk.
Then that was it. As long as your father lived, he was able to control your sleeping hours. But when he died, the drug was no longer administered. And you began to walk at night in a trance.
No.
The first murder occurred exactly a week after your father's death. You were following your subconscious will to kill.
You've never explained where you were the night that first woman was killed.
A month after the first murder, you left this island again. Your father's scalpel in your hand. And another girl was found dead on the mainland. Her throat cut.
I never left this island from the day I returned from my father's funeral.
You never remember having left this island, for when you woke up the following day, you were back in your own room. When I came to this island and told you about the murders, you were naturally shocked. Your conscious mind was not aware of what you had done.
You tell a convincing story, Philip. But you haven't explained why you came to this island with all your baggage, just a few hours after a murder had been committed.
That's very
and
simple.
Explain the hundreds of clippings you have, and why you tried to strangle me 2 nights ago.
Strangle?
And tell me why you took the scalpels with you yesterday. Oh, no, I know you're the murderer, and I'm going to turn you over to the police.
I've sunk both boats. You'll never go to the police.
You're mad. You're completely mad.
I can't allow you to go on living.
Philip, stop coming toward me. I don't want to shoot, but you're forcing me to.
I've got to kill you. I've got to.
Philip, don't, or I'll shoot.
Oh.
Philip! Oh, I didn't want to do it, but you made me. It was either your life or mine. Nothing you said was true. Nothing. Trying to break me with that story and then murder me as you did the others. But you failed. And I feel so faint, dizzy. When I recovered consciousness, I found myself in my own room. It was just dusk. There was a deathly stillness about the lodge. I got up and went into the living room. Philip's body was on the floor, barely discernible in the dark. Fear welled up in me, and I found myself screaming. I ran out of the lodge and down to the dock. But both boats were sunk, just as he said. My legs gave away, and I sank to the ground. And then I remembered the emergency flares in the boathouse. I thought you'd never arrive, Sheriff. I waited and waited in the darkness, and it seemed as if I were alone in the world, utterly alone.
There, ma'am. You're all right now. You gotta get a hold of yourself. It's all over now.
I didn't mean to kill him. I didn't mean to kill him.
Of course you didn't. It was either him or you. You say he was blond, 6 feet tall. He had a deep scar on his cheek.
Yes.
He once stayed at the Stratford Hotel,
Yes.
huh? I remember seeing him now. I recall he slipped off from the hotel when we started questioning the guests. I wondered about him a couple of times. Guess I should have followed him up. Might have saved the lives of a few innocent women. Oh, come now, ma'am. Crying won't do any good. It's all over now. You're safe. Here, lie down on this couch. Stretch out. Get a little rest. That's it. A couple of hours, it'll be dawn. You'll feel better when you see the sun shining.
You won't leave me? Will you?
No. I'll stay here with you. While you're getting a little sleep, I'll write out a report of what happened.
I couldn't bear to be alone.
You won't be. Close your eyes. Try to get some sleep. That's it. That's it. Poor girl. Well, it's all over now. She can sleep in peace. Wait, I want to...
Number, please.
Agnes, get me Judge Donnelly.
Yes, Sheriff.
Hello?
Judge, Sheriff Mitchell calling.
Sheriff, you called me at 2 a.m. and gave me a full report on the death of the scalpel killer. Now, why you called me again at 4 a.m.?
Judge.
Sounds to me like you've been drinking. Now, I reckon the celebration's in order, but why bother me? Will you please let me get back to sleep before I lose...
Listen, I haven't much time, Judge.
What's that?
The scalpel killer wasn't Philip Duval.
What are you saying, Sheriff?
He was right.
Right about what?
The girl, Eve.
The girl?
Notify to be on lookout. Brunette, 5'4", gray eyes.
You've had one too many, Sheriff. First you phone and tell me it was Duval. Then you say it's the girl. Now, what proof have you got she's guilty?
There's a scalp on the floor, Judge. And my throat. I'll never live to finish.
And so the curtain falls on The Dark Island, which was chosen by guest expert William Irish, whose latest thriller is The Blue Ribbon. Next week at this time, Murder by Experts brings you a story of a jealous wife and a husband bent on murder, with a most unusual ending, selected for your approval by Elysier Lipsky. Until then, this is your host, John Dixon Carr, hoping you'll be with us next week at this time.
The Dark Island was written by Sidney Morris, adapted for radio by Robert A. Arthur and David Cogan. In the cast were Gertrude Warner, Bernard Grant, and Maurice Tarplin. Music is under the direction of Emerson Buckley, composed by Richard DuPage. Murder by Experts is produced and directed by Robert A. Arthur and David Cogan. This is Phil Tonkin speaking. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
The Signal Oil Program. Yes, the Signal Oil Program. The Whistler. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil Program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, rated tops in popularity for a longer period of time than any other West Coast program in radio history. And Signal gasoline is tops, too, tops in quality. It takes extra quality, you know, to give you extra mileage. And Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. So look for the Signal circle sign in yellow and black that identifies independently operated Signal stations from Canada to Mexico. And now the Whistler's strange story. Death of Mr. Penny.
On the icy slope high above Clear Valley Ski Lodge, the two people, racing down together side by side, appeared like two moving specks of black against a sea of white. To the little man who had his field glasses carefully trained upon them, the picture was far more complete. He saw a very handsome couple, the woman fresh, radiant, and wholesome, the man tall, athletic. And as they swung to a stop at the end of the ski slope, their happiness with each other seemed very apparent. Yes, Mr. and Mrs. Frederick Eklund seemed perfectly matched. The little man with the field glasses could not help but marvel at the strange course of true love. How it could so neatly bridge the gap between the fact of Mrs. Eklund's almost fabulous wealth and the modest means of Mr. Eklund, the mere ski instructor. And the little man had to admit that the two were getting along famously.
Oh, darling, you're wonderful.
Your favorite ski instructor?
My favorite ski instructor.
Oh, well, then you'll accept my criticisms a little more graciously, Mrs. E. At last, Christie was bad. Fine way to turn an ankle.
And be carried home by the tall, bronzed instructor. I think I'll do it.
I think you won't. We're heading back to the lodge right now.
All right, darling, whatever you say. But, I've still got that headache.
Barbara.
Yes?
Something on your mind. You were so quiet up there on the slope just before we came down.
Quiet? Just taking time to tell myself I'm not in a dream. That we're really together. Married. And so happy.
Are you sure that's all?
I'm sure that's all. And the headache can either be cured or made worse by a dry martini. Shall we go take the gamble?
Oh, you don't have to suggest that twice.
I wonder if you'll always be such an agreeable man.
Yeah, as long as I'm thirsty. Let's go.
An agreeable man. Yes, Fred, you've been that with Barbara, haven't you? That and more. And you know that she appreciates it, that you've made her very happy. But you also know that there is something disturbing her this afternoon. Something more than a simple headache. You worry about it yourself and bring it up again as the two of you sit by the roaring fire of the lodge and look out at the landscape through a giant picture window.
You, still don't feel any better, dear?
No. I'm afraid I'm going to have to go upstairs, nap for a couple of hours before dinner. Mind?
You know I don't.
What will you do to amuse yourself?
Oh, look at the scenery.
Well, it's not novel enough. You know it too well.
Oh, no. I see something different every time I look out the window. Here, I'll prove it. Did you ever see anything like that?
I don't see what... You mean that little man on the terrace?
Uh-huh. The one with the field glasses. Looks like an African explorer. Now, you can't say I see anything like that every day.
No, but I didn't mean people. Frederick, if you don't mind, I'm going upstairs right now.
Oh, but you haven't finished
I'm sorry, darling. I don't want my drink.
Oh. Well, I'll go up with you, dear.
No, please, Frederick,
Hmm?
you could do something for me. That new book I want. The manager said they have it in the village now.
Oh, I'll drive right down. I'll get it for you, dear. Glad to. But, are you sure you're all right?
Oh, I will be. Just give me an hour. I'll be bright as a new penny. Bright as $1. By dinner time.
Sounds worth waiting for. Go ahead, darling.
Thanks, darling.
You watch Barbara turn away, go to the stairs. A moment later, you get up, start outside as if to get the car. But at the end of the terrace, you stop and wait a moment. He goes right inside, doesn't he, Fred? The funny little man that Barbara didn't want to look at. You walk back and see him hurry up the stairs after her. 10 minutes later, he's back down, heading toward the cocktail lounge. You walk in casually and slide into the booth beside him.
Well, Mr. Penny,
It's going very well.
you got it?
I did. 5,000 as usual.
I was a little worried this afternoon. Thought Barbara might have guessed something.
About you?
Mm-hmm. But I was wrong.
Of course. Oh, Barbara threatened me today. She said that this must be the last payment. She's convinced that you'd be quite understanding about those letters.
Oh. I'll have to take a different tack.
Yes, or spoil the act. Oh, they're really nothing, you know, the letters. She just feels that you'd be very hurt if you ever knew there'd been another man in her life once, a married man.
I hurt.
You know, Freddie, you are the odd one. Long as I've known you, I always marvel. What is it that keeps you from simply presenting your case to these women, demanding all the money you want?
Obviously, my dear Penny, you'll never know women. There are things that cannot be told. One of the things is that love alone is not sufficient to hold their man.
You're right, I suppose. Well, I've always left that part of it to you.
Yeah, let's keep it that way, huh? I'll take care of the romancing. You stick with the business end of the deal. If you don't mind, I'll take my half of the money now.
To be sure, Freddie. To be sure.
As you conclude your present business with Mr. Penny, he excuses himself and hurries away. A moment later, you're conscious of the voice, the song that comes from the lodge dining hall.
Maybe Monday.
Susan, a delightful girl, isn't she, Fred? Talented and beautiful. Yes, and since you met her a month ago, she's been quite overwhelmed by your charm. You stroll across the lobby and stand there at the entrance of the dining hall and watch her as she sings.
He'll build a little home.
She's beautiful, isn't she?
Oh, Penny, I thought you were leaving.
I'm going in to have dinner.
Now, look, Penny, Barbara will be coming down soon. She isn't pleasant to be with when you're,
Your wife is resting, Freddie. She won't be down for some time. But, shh, I want to listen.
And so all else above, I'm waiting for the man I love.
That was wonderful, wonderful. Oh, Susan sings beautifully, does she not, Freddie, my boy?
Mm-hmm. She's, quite a girl. Quite a girl.
Yes. Another one of your many side interests. You've always had them, haven't you? Frankie, my boy, let us go out on the terrace for a moment. I want to talk to you. Come along.
The idea we've already talked everything out?
No, not quite, my boy. After you.
All right, what's on your mind, Penny?
Susan. I want to speak to you about Susan.
Oh?
You're quite interested in her, aren't you?
Oh, I don't know. Just for laughs, maybe.
Oh, I see. Then you won't mind if I ask you to stay away from her.
To stay away? You're asking me... Wait a minute, Penny. You don't mean that you...
You find it amusing, my boy.
Why, she wouldn't even look at you.
But, Freddie,
wonderful.
she has many times, so often that I don't want you to see her anymore.
Oh, just like that, huh? And just what do you do if I ignore your advice, lover boy?
Oh, I could make things rather unpleasant for you. Really, I could.
Really? Like what?
Oh, tell your wife that you're my business partner. That we're blackmailing her together.
You know what I'd do?
No, what would you do, Freddie?
I tell you forced me into it a trick. I was only playing along with you until I saw my chance to turn you over to the police. Barbara's very much in love with me, Penny. She'd believe it.
Yes, I suppose she would. Well, in that case, I should have to tell her about the Carson widow. The incident at Sun Valley 2 years ago.
What?
That the police are interested in finding the man who went skiing with a Carson woman the morning she was killed. Accidentally.
Now, wait a minute, Penny.
I could tell your wife what really happened, Freddie. So be a good boy and stay away from Susan, eh?
With the prologue of Death of Mr. Penny, the Signal Oil Company brings you another strange story by The Whistler. Here in Hollywood, where The Whistler is produced, this is the week when the movie folks decide who's going to win the coveted Oscars. It's too bad there isn't an Oscar for gasoline, because I'm sure that Signal gasoline would run away with the honors for outstanding performance. Just as some actors become typed in certain roles, you may have typed Signal gasoline for economy because of its reputation as the go-farther gasoline. But economy, mind you, is only half of Signal's story. You see, the thing which makes Signal's good mileage possible, the extra efficiency today's Signal gasoline coaxes from your motor, also makes Signal the logical choice for more dramatic performances, calling, for instance, starting, flashing pickup, or smooth, effortless power. So if you want your car to perform as if it had just won an Oscar, just you keep these 2 points in mind the next time you buy gasoline. 1, it takes extra quality to go farther. And 2, Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline.
It came as a shock, didn't it, Fred? Mr. Penny's warning. And you wonder if your odd little partner really means to carry out his threat, to make trouble for you if you continue to see Susan. He could make things quite difficult, reviving the Carson incident at this time. It would never do if your wife Barbara found out about that, would it? But in the days that follow, you decide to risk it, to test Mr. Penny's threat. And then one evening at the lodge, as you sit in the cocktail lounge with Barbara...
Fred?
Yes, dear?
Did you happen to run over to Shelville the night before last?
Shelville? Why, no.
Betty mentioned it this afternoon. She and Greg thought they saw you there.
No, they were mistaken. Oh, I did go down to the village here. That's the night I ran into Higby, an old friend of mine. You remember, darling, I called you, told you I'd be late getting back.
Yes, I know.
As a matter of fact, Higby and I spent most of the evening at the Buckhorn Cafe talking over old times. See here, Barbara, you don't think I'd lie.
Oh, of course not, darling. You know how Betty is, wrong as usual. See if you can get the waiter, will you, dear? I think I'd like another brandy before turning in.
Oh, Freddie, my boy. I could say that this is a pleasant surprise, but it isn't really. I've been expecting you.
Can I come in?
Well, I was about to retire, but...
Thanks. I won't take up too much of your time.
Oh, no hurry. Fix yourself a drink, my boy.
Thanks again.
Oh, none for me. I have my glass of milk, you see.
Well, here's to you, Penny. The winner.
Oh?
She's all yours. Susan, I mean. I'll stay away.
Oh, good.
You told Barbara you saw me in Shelville the other night, didn't you?
Did I?
Yeah, it was just a warning, just in case I had any ideas about not playing ball, huh?
Well, I could have told her you were with Susan, but I didn't.
Thanks. It was big of you.
I thought so. However, Freddie, my boy, if you insist...
I know. I'll stay away from Susan. It's all settled.
Settled? No, not quite. I've been thinking, Freddie, my boy.
What about?
The money we collect from your wife. $5,000 every 3 months. Well, it doesn't seem worthwhile.
Now, wait a minute. I wouldn't push Barbara too hard.
$2,000 more isn't such a push.
Yeah, but there might be trouble. I wouldn't try. Let's leave it the way it is, huh? 5,000's good enough.
Well, perhaps, but when one has to split it 2 ways...
I said it's enough.
For you, perhaps, but not for me. Yes, I've been thinking, Freddie. I've been thinking I should dissolve our little partnership.
What?
Yes. I think that from now on I shall keep all the money.
Wait a minute. I'm the one who gave you Barbara's letters in the first place.
So what?
You think I'll hold still for you cutting me out?
But, my boy, there's nothing you can do about it. Because of Sun Valley, Mrs. Carson.
Why, you...
Oh, please don't get excited.
I ought to wring your scrawny little neck.
But you will not. You will do nothing. Now, please, go. I'm quite tired. Good night, Freddie.
For a moment you stand there, staring at the little man. You watch him as he calmly drops a sleeping capsule into the glass of milk. As he raises it to his lips, he smiles at you. And you know he has you at his mercy, don't you, Fred? You whirl and rush out into the corridor. And as you hurry back to your room, the rage within you mounts with each step. Yes, Mr. Penny has complete control of the situation for the present. But you're not going to let him get away with it, are you? No, the money he gets from your wife means too much to you. And you know that somehow you're going to get rid of Mr. Penny and the threat he holds over you. It isn't until the following afternoon that you know just how you're going to do it. On an errand for Barbara, you stop at the village drugstore, Pop Grandin's place.
That be all, Freddie?
Yeah, I guess so, Pop.
Okay. Oh, say, you going back up to the lodge?
Yeah, why?
I wonder if you'd mind dropping off a prescription for me.
Oh, of course not.
You can just drop it off at the desk. Come on back. I'll make it up right away.
You walk with Pop Grandin to the back of the shop. Watch him as he prepares the prescription. Then your eyes wander over the shelves lined with bottles. At the far end of the lower shelf, you see a bottle filled with tiny red capsules, just like the one you saw Mr. Penny drop into the glass of milk last night.
Oh, dreaded that telephone. Excuse me, will you, Freddie?
Oh, sure.
I never saw it to fail. Every time I get back here, that doggone phone.
Couldn't have picked a better time.
As you take the bottle down off the shelf, the idea hits you, doesn't it? Yes, this could be the way, couldn't it, Fred? Quickly, you unscrew the cap, drop a capsule into your pocket, and replace the bottle. Then your eyes skip along the shelf and finally stop on a small bottle filled with white powder marked poison. Deadly poison, Fred.
Sorry to be so long, Freddie. That was Mrs. Ferguson, and you know how she is. Talk. Yeah, now where was I?
The prescription.
Oh, yep. That'll only be a minute, Freddie. Sure nice of you to do this little favor for me.
Not at all, Pop. Not at all. It's a pleasure.
You're thankful that Barbara is out when you return to your room at the lodge. Quickly, you empty the contents of the red capsule into the wash basin. Then you fill the capsule with a white powder you took from the shelf at Grandin's drugstore. Moments later, you leave the room, the capsule containing the deadly poison safely tucked away in your pocket. Early that evening, you pay another call on Mr. Penny.
Oh, come in, Freddie, my boy. Come in.
Thanks.
I'm going out shortly. You don't mind if I finish shaving, do you?
No, go ahead.
Make yourself at home, my boy. Fix yourself a drink.
Thanks. I'll skip this one.
As you wish. Tell me, to what do I owe the honor of this visit?
Well, I thought maybe you'd reconsider.
What? After the way you double-crossed me with Susan? Not a chance, my boy. Not a chance.
I'd take a smaller cut.
And as a matter of fact, I've been seriously thinking of asking your wife for more money.
I told you before that would be a mistake. She won't pay it.
We shall see. We shall see. What are you doing, Freddie?
Oh, just looking at this magazine on your nightstand. Holidays, huh? Planning a trip?
Perhaps.
Oh, look, Penny, I need the money. Why can't we make some sort of arrangement?
You're wasting your time, my boy. This is too good a thing for me to share with anyone. I am rather surprised and annoyed, too, that I didn't think of handling the matter this way long ago.
You won't change your mind?
No. After all, you still have Barbara. She's a wealthy woman. Do you begrudge me a few $1,000s now and then?
All right. That's the way you want it.
Yes, that's the way I want it, my boy.
Good night.
Good night. No hard feelings, Freddie.
No.
See you in the morning, then.
Yeah. Maybe you will, Penny. And maybe not.
It's done, isn't it, Fred? There were only 4 capsules in the box. You replaced one with a capsule containing the deadly poison. And now all you can do is wait. And you know it won't be long, for Mr. Penny takes a sleeping capsule every night. You're a little disappointed the following morning at breakfast when you see Mr. Penny sitting at his usual table. It was a little too much to hope for, wasn't it, Fred? That he'd take the poison capsule the first night. But then there are only 3 capsules in the box now. The next morning, you're in for another disappointment. For as you enter the dining hall, you see Mr. Penny again, sitting at the table near the window. He looks up as you and Barbara seat yourself only a few tables away. He smiles, nods, then returns to his morning paper, and then something that Barbara says startles you.
Only 2 left, Frederick.
What?
Only 2 empty tables left. I'm glad we came down to breakfast when we did. I hate to wait.
Oh. Oh, yes.
Oh, goodness, darling. You jumped so. Something wrong?
No, of course not. I had my mind on something else.
Yes. You were thinking of the capsules in the box, weren't you, Fred? There are only 2 left now, and it's an even money bet. However, the following morning, when you arrive at the dining hall, Mr. Penny is absent. It's almost 11 o'clock when you and Barbara leave your table, and there's been no sign of him. You're sure he's dead, and you're free at last, aren't you, Fred? Yes. With Mr. Penny out of the way, the Sun Valley incident is closed. It'll be a simple matter with your connections to find someone more trustworthy than Penny to do your blackmailing. As Barbara hurries upstairs for her scarf, the desk clerk calls out to you.
Oh, Mr. Eklund.
Yes? What is it?
A message for you, sir. This envelope.
Oh, thank you.
For a moment, you're puzzled. Stare at the envelope. Then you rip it open. And suddenly an icy hand closes around your heart as a tiny red capsule tumbles out of the envelope into the palm of your hand. Penny has known all along, hasn't he, Fred? He must have watched you in the mirror when he was shaving, saw you place the poison capsule in the box. A cold wave of fear sweeps over you as you realize what he'll do now. Your first thought is for you and Barbara to get away. You hurry to your room upstairs, and as you're about to open the door, you hear Barbara's voice.
Well, yes. Yes, whatever you say. What? No, not here. I'll meet you at the point. Inspiration Point, tonight. Yes. 9 o'clock, Mr. Penny.
Mr. Penny isn't wasting any time getting his revenge, is he, Fred? Your first thought is to get away, and then suddenly you realize it's useless to run. He'd find you and Barbara sooner or later. No, you've got to take care of him now, once and for all. And this time you can't afford to miss. That night you're standing in the shadows of the fir trees near the point. You see Barbara hurrying up the path. Mr. Penny is not far behind.
Hello, Penny.
What? Oh, it's you, Freddie. What are you doing here?
I could ask you the same thing, but I know what you're doing here. Too bad you'll never keep that appointment with my wife, Penny.
What?
Take a look down there. It's an awful drop, isn't it?
What are you going to do?
You're a smart little operator, Penny. You ought to be able to figure that out.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with a strange ending to tonight's story. When you passed a signal service station during the past few days, you may have noticed a picture of the happy bluebird on the sign outside. Well, Mr. Bluebird is there to remind you that if you want your motor to sing this spring, you'll be wise to make your next oil change a change to the improved type Signal oil that does so much more than just lubricate. Signal Premium Compounded Motor Oil. Well, naturally, Signal Premium has 100% pure paraffin base, the finest lubricant known. But in addition, Signal Premium contains scientific new compounds that protect your motor in ways no regular oil alone can do. For instance, one compound in Signal Premium Compounded Motor Oil actually cleanses your motor of carbon, gum, and varnish. A second compound in Signal Premium protects costly bearings from corrosion. And still other compounds do other important jobs to keep your motor happy as a bluebird. Good reason, I'd say, to make your spring oil change a change to Signal Premium Compounded Motor Oil. Sold only at Signal service stations.
It's all over, isn't it, Fred? Mr. Penny is out of the way at last. The threat he held over you is gone, and now you're free. Back at the village, the Buckhorn Cafe, you spend the next several hours chatting with old friends, and then, shortly after midnight, you return to the lodge to your room. As you enter, you're surprised to see Barbara pacing up and down.
Oh, Fred. Where have you been?
At the village, dear. I told you I had
Fred,
to...
Did you hear about it? The accident?
Oh, the man who fell off the cliffs, yeah. They were talking about it in the lobby when I came in. Matter of fact, the sheriff is down there now talking to the manager.
The man's name was Penny.
You knew him?
Yes. He was blackmailing me, Fred.
What?
He came to me about a year ago with some letters I'd written. Foolish letters. He wanted $5,000 for each one. I laughed at him. They meant nothing to me, and I threatened to call the police.
You threatened?
Yes, I threatened to. Then Mr. Penny showed me some other letters. A woman's letters. Mrs. Carson.
Mrs. Carson?
Her letters to you, Fred. When you're at Sun Valley. He said the police would be anxious to see them. I couldn't believe you'd done anything wrong. But then when he said send the letters to the Idaho police, I was afraid.
He's been blackmailing you all this time because of those letters to me?
Yes.
Barbara, listen to me. I've got...
It's not true, is it, Fred? The skiing accident. You didn't kill it, did you?
He told you that?
This morning. He called me on the phone, told me he could prove it, that you'd killed it, and made it look like an accident.
That's not true.
Oh. Then he was lying. Oh, I knew it. Darling, I knew it all along. But I agreed to meet him at the point tonight. He said he'd bring all the proof I needed. Letters, documents, all the evidence.
He had all that with him tonight?
Yes. But he never arrived. He fell off the cliffs on the way.
Yeah. Yeah, he fell off the cliffs.
Oh, darling. I'm so glad Mr. Penny was lying. If he'd had any evidence on him, the police certainly would have discovered it when they found his body. Wouldn't they?
Yeah. Yeah, I guess they would. I'll go, Barbara. I'm sure it's for me.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Sunday night at this time. Brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil, and fine quality automotive accessories. Featured in tonight's story were Gerald Moore, Dorothy Lovett, and Jeff Corey. The Whistler was produced by George W. Allen, directed by Gordon T. Hughes, with story by Joel Malone and Adrian John Doe, and music by Wilbur Hatch. All characters portrayed on the Whistler program are fictional. Any similarity of names or resemblance to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Sorry to tell you today. This one's about a murder in which the victim trapped the killer. Do you want to hear it?
Now starring Paul Frees as your teller of tales. Another story from The Black Book.
Yes. From the world's most fabulous collection of strange and unusual stories, The Black Book, I've selected a story by Dorothy Horton. She calls it My Favorite Corpse. Artie Paul said goodnight to Lil. Then he walked across town to his hotel. Lil's kiss was still heavy against his lips. Artie smiled as he remembered the pleasures of the evening. Now for tonight it was ended. But there'd be more evenings like this, many more. At the hotel, he bought a pack of cigarettes, said goodnight to the desk clerk, and went up to his room. He let himself in, flicked on the lights, then placed a telephone call to Long Island. While he waited, he whistled softly through his teeth. There was just one obstacle in the way of complete happiness for Artie. Just one. A voice answered on the other end of the line.
Hello?
Jenny, this is Artie. I just finished that work for the office.
Oh, that's nice, dear.
I didn't realize how late it was until just now. I've decided not to drive home so late at night. I'll stay at the Tarleton.
Well, whatever you think, dear. If it doesn't seem wise to come home, then you'd better stay in town.
I think it's best, Jenny. I'm pretty tired. Call you in the morning from the office, okay?
All right, dear. Good night. And Arthur?
Yes?
Pleasant dreams, darling.
Good night, Jenny. Arthur put up the receiver on the hook and sat staring out of the hotel window. Somewhere out there beyond the lighted city was his wife, Jenny, his devoted, faithful, understanding wife, whom he was going to kill. Artie wasn't sure just when he first planned to kill his wife, but it was shortly after he met Lil Nelson. It had been one of those electric things. Artie and Lil had met a few times for cocktails after he left the office in the evening before going home. At first, it had been merely an exciting flirtation, but quickly, frighteningly, it had grown to be much more. Now he saw Lil every day. He knew he was in love with her. Then finally, one evening, he told Jenny about it.
But, Arthur, you're 15 years older than this girl.
Jenny, look, we've been all over this.
Arthur, it simply wouldn't work. Right now, she seems to mean a great deal to you. But it's just a crush. A passing fascination.
Jenny, I'm sorry. I love Lil. I want a divorce.
You're acting like a schoolboy, Arthur. I don't think we should talk about it anymore.
Jenny, can't you understand what I'm saying? I'm going to leave you.
Now, Arthur, we've been through this before. I won't let you make a fool of yourself over that blonde.
Jenny, you're making a mistake.
Arthur, you need me. This girl wouldn't be good for you. You don't really love her. It's just animal attraction. It'll pass. In a little while, we can look back on this and laugh. I'm right. You wait and see. Arthur, are you listening? I won't let you have a divorce, Arthur. That's final. I know what's best for both of us. Arthur, are you listening to me?
Artie was listening to all the things he knew Jenny would say, all the platitudes, the truisms, the trite sayings that Jenny understood so well. Oh, Jenny loved him all right, but with a cloying, maternal love. Nothing like the consuming, flaming desire that was Lil's. If there was any particular moment that Jenny sealed her fate, it was then. Half an hour after she went to bed, Artie left his house and drove back toward the city. And Lil.
You're really going to do it, Artie?
Yes, I've got it all planned. There won't be any mistakes.
Pour me another drink, baby.
Sure. Funny, she never calls me baby. Always Arthur, like I was a little boy.
You're not a little boy to me. Not at all. Will it be dangerous?
No.
When, baby?
It'll take time. 2, maybe 3 months. But I've got it planned. Then you won't be stuck in this second-floor walk-up. You'll live where you want.
Near you's good enough for me.
We'll travel, have fun.
Florida, Bermuda.
You and me, Lil.
Soon?
Soon.
Three days after he made his decision, Artie bought a small .32 caliber gun. Then he began his period of stage setting. Lil was never mentioned in his home again. She stopped coming by the office to see him. There were no more cocktail rendezvous in the dark bar. And as time passed, people at the office forgot about her. The kidding died away. At bridge parties, his friends remarked on how nice it was to see a couple so much in love as Jenny and Arthur. They were getting along wonderfully. In the months that followed, Artie sat through countless dull plays and movies holding Jenny's hand. And all the while he ached to be with Lil. Artie wasn't certain that Jenny was fooled by all this sudden affection, but he knew their friends were. And then, after what seemed eternity, the night came, and Artie was glad. It was to be a Wednesday night, the night that Jenny went to a reading club. She'd be home around 10 o'clock. Artie went to work setting up his alibi. He phoned Jenny, then let it be known around the office he'd have to work late, might even stay in town. He ate dinner, then with his briefcase under his arm, sat down in the lobby of the Tarleton, in full sight of the night clerk. It was 8:15. Artie acted his part to perfection. By 8:30, he was nodding. At 5 minutes of 9, he raised his head, blinked, and looked around. Getting up, he walked to the night clerk.
Well, that's one for the books. Fell asleep right there in the lobby. Look, I'm going up to my room. Nothing short of an atom bomb could get me out of bed tonight.
And the night clerk laughed with him. Artie went up to his room, waited 15 minutes, turned out the lights, and quietly, carefully climbed out the window onto the fire escape. 3 minutes later, he was in his car. 40 minutes later, he was climbing in the library window of his own home. He looked at his watch. 10 o'clock. That was good. Jenny'd be home any minute. He moved quickly to the hallway by the front door and slid into the hall closet, pressing himself back into the darkness. Jenny was such a creature of habit, he knew exactly what she'd do. After she came in, she'd lock the front door, put the key on the hall table, take off her coat, and hang it in the closet. Artie stood in the darkness, his hand wet around the butt of the gun he held. The complete lack of any sound was terrifying. But any minute now, it would... The door. She was home. His ears strained, listening. Stale air of the closet made him dizzy. Then a sound he hadn't expected. What was the fool crying about? Now she was walking, just walking back and forth, and crying softly to herself. Then the crying stopped. She was right outside the closet now. He pressed farther back. Another door was opening, and a knife blade of light sliced into the closet. The coat slithered off a hanger onto the floor. Jenny bent down to pick it up. And her eyes found his shoes, his legs, traveled up to his face. And a rasping cry, her eyes wide. Artie lunged!
Arthur! I've got to tell you something.
Artie dragged her into the smothering closeness of the hanging coats and pulled the trigger. As he drove back into the city, Artie knew he'd been very clever. It would look like suicide. He'd pressed Jenny's lifeless fingers around the butt of the gun. It was lying on the floor now, close to her body. It was all so simple. After he parked the car, Artie started for the hotel. But as he walked, a sudden desire made him hesitate. If only he could see Lil for a second, she'd want to know. A few minutes later, he was climbing the back stairs to Lil's apartment. He found the door unlocked and opened it.
Lil? Lil, it's Artie. Where are you, honey?
There was no answer. He stepped into the living room, and suddenly something burst inside his head. Lil. Lil was lying on the floor, doll-like, grotesque. The blue robe he'd given her was stained with blood. A gun lay beside her.
Artie, help me.
Lil baby.
Oh, it hurts, Artie. Make it stop hurting.
Lil, what happened?
She shot me.
She? Who?
She came in, said she wanted to talk, but shot me.
Lil, I'll call a doctor.
Said she knew. For months she knew about
about me.
Baby, please don't try to talk.
When she shot me, your wife laughed. Artie. Oh, Artie.
Lil. Artie got to his feet. Lil was dead. He picked up the gun. It was his gun. His gun. The one he'd always had around the house. The one he had registered in his name. Now, too late, he remembered he hadn't seen it for several days. Of course. Jenny had taken it when she planned a murder of her own. Jenny had fooled both of them. And Artie stood there for a moment, looking down at Lil. Tears filled his eyes and spilled over. After a moment, he walked to the phone and slowly picked up the receiver. I want the police. Please, this is Arthur Powell. I want to report 2 murders. One at my home on Long Island, and the other here at the River Crest apartment.
The Black Book stars Paul Frees as your teller of tales, assisted today by the noted Hollywood actress Virginia Gregg. Dorothy Horton's suspense magazine story, My Favorite Corpse, was adapted and directed by Norman MacDonald. The special music is composed and conducted by Leith Stevens.
Next week, I'll have another story for you from The Black Book. It's most unusual, and it's called The Vagabond Murder.
Oysters are in season every month that has an R in it. And Jack Benny's gang are in season whenever Sunday night rolls around. Listen in whenever you are in the mood for fun. Clarence Cassell speaking. Remember, the comedy treat that can't be beat is Jack Benny Time, Sunday nights on the CBS Radio Network.
I'm E.G. Marshall. Once again, I invite you to sail with me on a mysterious voyage into the unknown, unexplored country of the human mind. Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Once again, I invite you to sail with me on a mysterious voyage into the unknown, unexplored country of the human mind. To be fair, it must be said that the mass murder of millions of human beings was not invented during our century. But to be accurate, it should be noted that in our generation, massacres, holocausts, and wholesale slaughter in general has been developed into what might be considered a fine art. Certainly, the atrocities that ancient, uncivilized barbarians committed in paroxysms of superstitious passion have been performed in our day with an almost impersonal and scientific objectivity. Is this better or worse? Or does it matter?
Trust him. Trust him. He'll save us.
Save us? How? Your grandfather is old and sick. We have no weapons.
My grandfather will save us.
Now look, there are 100 soldiers coming up this hill. Can you see them?
I see them.
You see us, too.
Have no fear.
Have no fear. In a minute, we'll all be dead.
My grandfather will save us. Believe me.
Why? Why are you so sure he can save us?
Because he promised.
He
He promised. Oh, dear Lord. Maybe we'd better surrender.
No. Trust my grandfather. He always keeps his promise.
And then what is he waiting for?
Have faith. Have faith.
Our mystery drama, The Golem, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Robert Lansing. There are times in the history of the human race when things become unstuck. The glue of morality melts under the intense heat of hideous pressures, and men are no longer tied to a rational society. Suddenly, the world is ruled by madmen, and human beings are arbitrarily divided into two groups, the hunters and the hunted. The year is 1943. We're in a cottage in the thick woods that surround a country town in a vast wilderness somewhere in Central Europe. The man is a forester. He is sitting quietly before a pleasant fire. His wife is telling a bedtime story to a sleepy child in a crib.
And so the king said to each of the suitors who came to ask for his daughter's hand, all of you are handsome and all of you are strong, but the one who was chosen must also have a good heart. He must be kind to the poor, and he must protect the weak. Shh, I think she's asleep. Now I can heat up your supper. Just imagine, Tomchik, I was able to get beef today. Think of it, beef.
I'm not hungry.
You're not hungry? Tomchik, what is the matter? No. Something's wrong.
I don't want to talk about it.
Eat your supper. You'll feel better.
I'll never feel better. I was in town today.
Yes?
And in the square there were soldiers, Germans, the Nazis. They'd rounded up about 100 people.
Jews?
Yes. And they were shoving them into trucks.
Why should we care?
They're taking them away to kill them.
Well, it's war and...
Do you know what I did?
No.
I did nothing.
I don't understand. What were you supposed to do?
Once I saw a man who was whipping a horse, an old, sick horse. Do you know what I did to that man?
Tomchik, please, you're only
and all he was doing was whipping a horse.
Oh.
And today in the square, I did nothing. All of us, we just stood around. We all did nothing. Most people pretended that nothing was happening.
Tomchik, please.
Let me tell you who was there.
I'm not interested.
A very old man with a long white beard. He was standing next to a young girl.
I just don't want to hear anymore.
Standing quietly, very quietly, looking straight ahead. And it so happened that his eyes looked straight into mine.
Please, Tomchik.
His eyes, they asked me for help, but I turned my head away. I denied him.
No. If you'd done anything at all, you'd be dead. Who could that be?
I don't know.
Then are you sure you didn't do anything?
I told you I did nothing.
I'll open it. Who are you?
It's the old man and the young girl.
Please, may we come in? Just to get warm at your fire. My grandfather is so old, and he's very sick, and he needs... Please. A little water, just a little water, and a piece of bread. Young girl, please, I want to help you. God bless you. I can't. Please don't ask me to. They'll burn the house down. They'll kill us. Just let my grandfather get warm for a minute. No, please don't come in. They'll find out you were here. Please don't destroy us. Have mercy on us. I'm sorry I disturbed you. Come, grandfather. There's no one at home here. Tomchik, what are you staring at?
Did you see the old man's eyes?
Now, Tomchik.
How those eyes looked into mine.
I tell you, I won't listen.
And for the second time today,
I denied him.
Come, Jack. You haven't touched a bite. You worked hard all day. You must eat.
I think I'll go for a walk.
Now?
Yes.
In this weather, but it's crazy. Now, look, you listen to me.
I think you've said enough for one day.
Open! In the name of the Führer!
Nazis! Tom, Jack, let me do the talking. Please let me do the talking.
Open!
Yes, I'm coming. Oh, good evening, Lieutenant. That is the lieutenant's insignia, isn't it?
As if you don't know. We're looking for 2 escaped criminals.
Criminals?
An old man with a white beard. A girl about 20.
What crime did they commit?
Tom, Jack.
What crime? You're a funny one.
Tom, Jack, this is no time for your jokes. The soldiers are here on serious business.
You say you haven't seen them?
No, Lieutenant.
Then you should have no objection if we search the house.
Oh, why should we object?
Inside, boys.
That staircase leads up to the attic, and this trapdoor is for the cellar.
You are KOLCHAK Masterik, the forester?
Yes, he is, and I'm his wife, Marina.
You've seen no one all day?
No, sir.
Well, those vermin can't go far.
What will you do with them if you catch them?
You mean when we catch them? They've given us too much trouble already. We'll just shoot them. Oh, excuse me. I had noticed you have a little one.
Yes.
Asleep there in the crib. Boys, move about more quietly. Oh. She is a little princess, isn't she?
Yes. She'll be 5 in November.
You know I have one. She'll be 4.
Her name is Olga.
Really? Mine is called Helga. It's the same name, you know. Boys, there's no one hiding around here. Form them up outside, Sergeant.
Won't you have a glass of wine, Lieutenant?
Oh, no, not on duty. What is your husband's name again?
KOLCHAK. Good.
And if you can find them for us, there'll be a handsome reward for your work.
Oh, KOLCHAK doesn't want a reward. Thrilled to be of service.
They say you know these forests better than any man living.
He knows every tree.
I want you to come with me.
Me?
Do you have any objections? I need a guide.
Oh.
You'd know every likely hiding place.
Oh, he certainly would.
And if you can find them for us, there'll be a handsome reward for your work.
Oh, KOLCHAK doesn't want a reward. That's just the knowledge that he's doing his duty.
You know, KOLCHAK, my wife is like that, too. I can never get a word in edgewise when she's around. Well, let us go.
What, you mean now?
Now.
Lieutenant?
Yes, KOLCHAK.
I would suggest we go no further.
Why?
There's no moon. The terrain is getting too treacherous.
Is it?
You've got gullies, ravines. A man can fall and break a leg.
You wouldn't be trying to frighten me, would you?
Why would I want to do that, Lieutenant?
Or maybe you don't want to find them.
They're nothing to me.
Help!
That's one of your men.
Sounds like Streicher. Sergeant, get some men over there fast. Well, KOLCHAK, you may have been right. I can't see a thing out here. Is Streicher all right?
Yeah, I hurt his leg. We'll have to carry him back.
Sergeant, bring everybody close to the path. We're heading home. KOLCHAK, what chance do they have to survive out there?
None.
Well, we'll make sure of that tomorrow morning. Cigarette?
No thanks.
Oh, go ahead, take one. You know you're dying for a smoke.
Well,
keep the pack. Plenty of cigarettes. Yes, plenty of good food, good jobs, 4 sensible people. Tell me something, KOLCHAK. Are you a sensible person? Yeah, have a light. What is it, KOLCHAK? What's the matter?
The matter?
As I struck the match, I could see your face. You had a funny look. As if you were in pain.
Well, I have this arthritis.
Oh. Well, so do I. But from the look on your face, yours must be pretty bad.
Yes.
Well, get some sleep. Tomorrow could be another long day.
Lieutenant, do we have to keep looking for him?
Do we have to?
All you do when you find them is shoot them.
Perhaps.
In a day or two, they'll be dead of cold and hunger anyhow.
Oh, you're back. Did they find...
No.
I have something nice and hot for you to drink. Take off your coat. Why are you just standing there?
Shh. I want to make sure the Nazis are gone.
Why don't you take off your coat?
I'm going out again right away.
Where? I demand to know where.
There are 2 people who need help.
But you just said they didn't find them.
That's right. They didn't. The Nazis didn't find them, but I found them.
How? How could you?
The lieutenant and I, we'd stopped to light a cigarette. He was facing one way, and I another. In the flare of the match, I could see, near a tree in the darkness, the face of the old man.
You saw the old man?
It was only for a moment, but that moment was as long as eternity. His eyes burned into mine. The pleading...
Tomchik, please listen to me.
Shh. Once again, I turned my head away. And a voice whispered in my ear, a voice I had never heard before, whispered, "This night, you shall deny me 3 times. Marina, I have denied him 3 times. I cannot deny him again."
Oh, how easy it is to believe in brotherly love when your brother is lovable and respectable and acceptable. But what do you do about those brothers who are hated and hunted, who have every man's hand turned against them? Well, that's when you find out what you really believe the hard way. I shall return shortly with Act 2. His name is Tomchik. Her name is Marina. They live in a great mountainous forest that covers much of Central Europe. Around them swirl distant echoes of the greatest war in history, and yet their lives seem but little touched. True, almost every night they hear the drone of Liberators, Lancasters, and B-17s. But their small town is hardly ever hit. And true, there are people who are being ruthlessly exterminated, but as Marina keeps reminding Tomchik, it's none of their affair. And it wasn't. Until tonight.
Tomchik, what are you saying?
I heard a voice.
No.
A voice that said...
Oh, please, I'm frightened.
The voice said, "This night you shall deny me 3 times. And I have.
What are you going to do?
I need blankets.
Oh, no.
Food.
I won't let you...
Something inside me is
witchcraft. The old man, he bewitched you.
No, you and I, we don't believe in that.
All right. You can't help yourself. I know.
The voice keeps telling me I must go out there.
I know. Now, let me help you.
You want to help me?
Yes, I'll get a rope. I'll tie you to the bed.
What are you talking about?
I'll be able to hold you here. Let me. No, please. Tomchik!
Will you get out of my way?
No, I'll leave this place. I'll save myself and our child. Tomchik! Oh, Lord, save us.
Old man, you're here. I know it. Will you trust me? I want to help you. Where are you? You have to be here. I want to help you. No. Don't be afraid.
If you need to kill us, do it quickly.
Shh, I've come to help you.
Why?
Because... Well, the old man, where is he? You can't just let him lie on the ground like that.
I don't have any more strength.
He'll freeze to death. We have to get him to his feet. Come on. Come on, old man. No, he's unconscious. We must make him walk.
Let him die. In peace.
No, he's going to live.
For how long?
Who knows how long anyone will live. Here, put this blanket around his shoulders. And take this one for yourself. Come on, old man. We must walk.
Where?
It's to a hidden place. It's a place I know. It's a cave.
Oh, bless you. Do you realize how much you're doing for us?
No, it's not very much. I remember once I did more for a horse.
I never thought I'd be warm again.
You were less than 500 yards away from this cave.
The smoke from the fire. Will somebody see it?
No. There's nothing to worry about. This cave is my secret. Here. Drink this hot.
Grandfather?
Shh, let him sleep. He'll get better now. I saw you earlier today in the square. How did you escape?
Well, you see... Oh, I can tell you. I know it. I can trust you. My grandfather was a chemist in Prague.
Yes.
When the Nazis took over, he was afraid that they would force him to work for them, and so he went in. Well, we went into hiding, and it's been that way, running from place to place.
That's almost 5 years. How did you manage?
There were all sorts of people. Some were kind enough to help us. Others betrayed us.
But you got away.
Well, the officer in charge of the convoy, the lieutenant, he kept looking at my grandfather.
Why?
He must have recognized him. Grandfather was a very famous research chemist.
Yes.
He'd been working on a formula that would release explosive forces much, much more powerful than dynamite.
No, I'm afraid I don't understand. I'm not very educated. I'm only a peasant.
I don't really understand it either. And I've been to the university. But he is afraid that they could torture him to working for them. So he said to me... He said...
Yes?
He said, let us try to run away, and then they'll shoot us, and that way it'll be over quickly.
But how did you run away?
After we left the square, they drove us to the edge of the forest, and the truck had a blowout, and they ordered everyone off of it.
Well?
Grandfather took my hand, and we walked toward the woods.
What do you mean, just like that?
At any moment, we expected to hear shots and be killed. But nothing happened.
How do you account for it?
Well, I suppose they didn't think anyone would dare to escape, and they were so busy yelling at the driver for his carelessness, and so we just kept walking.
Rebecca. Rebecca.
Oh, here, he's coming around.
Rebecca.
Is that your name, Rebecca?
No. My name is Rachel.
Rebecca. Where are you?
I don't understand. He doesn't know anyone named Rebecca.
Rebecca. Oh.
Grandpa.
There you are, child.
Grandpa, don't you know who I am?
Of course, my child. You're Rebecca, daughter of my oldest son, Ezra.
Grandpa, don't you know who you are?
Child, what are these questions? I know who I am. I am Solomon ben Isaac, Rabbi of Prague. Where is the book?
The book?
The book that was sent to me by my old friend, the Spanish rabbi.
The Spanish rabbi?
You know him. Moses ben Maimonides.
Maimonides? Grandfather, Maimonides has been dead for more than 700 years.
And in this book, he speaks of a golem.
A golem?
how it is possible to create a champion, to make out of clay a man of irresistible force who will come to the rescue of oppressed people. Golem.
Oh, Grandfather.
I will create such a champion, and he will rescue our people. Now, child, you must not disturb me. I must close my eyes and think.
Yes, Grandfather. Oh, his mind is gone. It's gone.
What was he talking about?
Oh, a legend. A medieval Hebrew legend about a golem. It must have been the golem of Prague who saved our people once during some troubled times.
A legend?
A creature made by one of our wise men, but I don't understand.
You don't have to understand the legend.
He thinks he's a 13th century rabbi. He was never interested in history.
Rebecca?
Yes, Grandfather.
I will save us. You see, I'll save all of us. I promise. Child, I have never broken my promise.
I was scared out of my wits. I thought you'd be caught and shot.
Well, I wasn't.
You found them, I suppose?
Let's not talk about it.
That's...
Yes, I know who that is. Let him in. As if we have anything to say about it.
Don't despise me, Tomchek. Is it so terrible to want to live? Oh, Lieutenant.
Good morning.
A cup of coffee, Lieutenant.
Oh, never on duty. Well, Tomchek, ready?
Yes, sir.
You look as if you didn't even get to sleep last night.
Oh, Lieutenant, sometimes he's just restless.
Here, take these, Tomchek.
Well, what's in the package, Lieutenant?
Pills.
Pills?
I stopped at our dispensary. I got you some pills for your arthritis.
Tomchek, but you don't have arthritis.
Yes, I do.
Oh, what are you talking about? Since when do you have arthritis?
Well,
well, maybe he's had it since last night, eh? Tomchek, we must be off to the hunt.
Oh, Lieutenant.
Good evening, Marina.
But Tomchek isn't at home.
He isn't?
Well, you didn't tell him you'd want to come.
Yes, that's right, I didn't. But I hadn't come here to see Tomchek.
No?
No. I want to see you.
Come in.
Thank you. I want to help you.
Help me?
First off, Tomchek told me a lie.
A lie? About what?
About having arthritis.
Oh, but he does. Oh, he does.
No. Now, it's a minor thing, a silly thing, but he told me a lie. Why does a man lie? He lies because he's nervous and frightened. Why should Tomchek be nervous and frightened? Because he's doing something wrong? Something seriously wrong? Like what? Like hiding fugitives? You see how simple and logical it is?
But Tomchek wouldn't, you know. He could.
He would. He could. He is. For 3 days now, he's been leading me all around the woods. There isn't a trace of those two.
Oh, but...
He's got them hidden away. Otherwise, how could they have disappeared so completely?
Oh, Tomchek would never...
Marina, you're his wife. You love him. And right now, you're the only one who can save him.
But, Lieutenant...
Quiet. Shall I tell you how you can save him?
And suddenly a word, a single word, sears itself into Marina's consciousness. The word is betrayal.
How can something she has yet to find out be a betrayal of someone or something that is very important to her husband? And just as he heard a voice in his heart, she also hears one now. A voice that says, "One of you shall betray me." I will return shortly with Act 3. There are times when it seems that the Lord sleeps, and the world is abandoned to the will of the wicked. And during such times, perhaps the wisest course, perhaps the only course, is to survive, to endure, to wait for a long night to end, and to hope for a new day. But meanwhile, one must live. And right now, a young woman named Marina, whose home is in Central Europe during the Nazi occupation, is listening to what she must do if she is to live.
Marina, I need those 2 prisoners.
But Tomchek doesn't...
No, you mustn't pretend you don't know Tomchek is guilty.
Lieutenant, please.
Don't cry. Tomchek, being Tomchek, would sooner die than betray them.
But Tomchek doesn't
No. We must not go back to the beginning. We're past all that. Therefore, you must find out from Tomchek where they are hidden. And you will find out in 24 hours. Or do you know what I will do? I will shoot Tomchek.
You hear the noise, Rebecca?
The noise, Grandfather?
The noise of the mob in the streets. They're getting ready to kill.
Grandfather, try to rest.
Rest? Now? The people, they must not make the same mistake as last time. They must not try to barricade themselves in the synagogue. They should come out here to this cave, an excellent hiding place. And besides, the golem can be more effective out in the open.
The golem?
Yes, child. I can make a golem.
But that's impossible.
What you wish to say is that only God can make a living creature, huh? That's true. But the golem is not a living person. The golem is a force.
Yes, Grandfather. Yes. But now rest.
A man-made force. Where is Tomchek, the young peasant who is so kind?
He will try to return.
Could he get me some salt, some clay, and some...
Yes, Grandfather. Whatever you like. Now, please, rest. Tomchek.
What?
My poor Tomchek, you've fallen asleep over your dinner.
Yes, well, I'm so tired.
It's too much for you, Tomchek.
I have to go out.
Please.
Marina, I'm sorry. I must do this. Now, don't try to talk me out of it.
But I don't want to do that. If what you're doing is important to you, it must also be important to me. And so, I must also be a part of it. I want to help.
No, it's too dangerous.
I must be a part of whatever you do, Tomchek. Don't you understand? I, too, must help.
Marina, I love you so much.
That old man, he must be terribly ill.
He is.
Well, he needs good nursing care. Now, you know I could do that.
Would you?
Where is he? Tomchek.
Marina, you look so beautiful right now. It must be because you feel beautiful.
Where are they hidden? Where?
Marina, once I tell you, you become a part of it, too.
Where, Tomchak?
You know the cave?
The cave?
Have you forgotten? We found it that day when we went walking. We went inside.
Oh, yes. Yes, I remember.
The old man is terribly sick. He needs you, Marina.
Well, now, first I must go to town.
To town? Why?
Well, there's Olga. I'll take the child to my brother's house.
Oh, of course, she'll be safe there.
And then I'll stop for some medicine. And Tomchak,
Yes,
I love you.
I know.
Oh, Tomchak, you'll never know how much.
How is he now?
Quiet. He talks to himself. Oh, I'm frightened.
Oh, no, most people talk to themselves.
No. He talks to himself in Hebrew.
Well?
He has never learned Hebrew. He doesn't know it.
Are you sure?
Yes. And from what I can understand, it's a kind of medieval Hebrew that hasn't been spoken in hundreds of years. Now, how would he know it?
I don't understand. What is that?
I don't know how to explain.
All over the floor, all the way back in the cave. What has he done?
Well, he took the clay that you brought him, and well, he's making.
It's in the form of a man.
Yes, he's been making a golem.
Whatever it is, it's like a giant. Where did he get the clay?
He made it from that you brought.
I didn't bring all that much.
Yes, it's frightening. It seems to be growing. I can't believe my eyes, but there it is. Grandfather, please tell us.
Be quiet.
But Grandfather.
Sir, what is that?
I am about to write down certain words. Certain awful words. And in this place, there must be silence. The silence of the dead.
But you promised. You promised.
And I shall keep my promise, Marina. You have my word. You'll even be rewarded. Well?
They're hiding in a cave.
A cave? You must do better than that, my dear.
You pick up the pathway just past our house, and you follow it north for 2 miles. Now you come to a deep ravine. In front of you is what looks like a wall of solid rock.
But it isn't.
No. Because when you climb to the top of it, you will see the entrance to the cave.
Thank you. Sergeant, place her under arrest.
But you said...
I said you'd be rewarded. At this point, I don't know how. If you're lying, a firing squad will give you 30 leaden bullets. If you're truthful, there are 30 silver krona.
He's quiet. He's so quiet.
Too quiet. He appears to be in a trance. I wish I knew what to do.
No, don't be discouraged. Marina will know. She was studying to be a nurse, but her parents lost their money. And she'll help.
Oh, bless her.
Yes. She's really a wonderful person. She worries a lot, but in the end you can depend on her.
Maybe.
Maybe what?
Maybe you and your wife should just...
Yes?
It's not your fight.
Yes. Yes, Rachel, it's my fight. It always was my fight. Will you fight with me?
I don't know how.
Yes, you do.
Children!
Oh, thank the Lord. He looks better.
Children! They have come for us. They have come.
Oh, Grandfather, Just be...
Listen, outside.
Around it, pull back.
Look down.
Separate.
Look down, the Nazis.
They're climbing up the rocks.
They know where we are. They know we're here.
Tomchak, we know you're there. Come down.
Oh, Tomchak, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for you.
Good, I can hold them off. One man with a rifle can knock them down one at a time. We'll hold out till dark and we'll try to run for it.
No, Tomchak. It's no good. And I'm so tired.
No, don't lose courage.
Tomchak.
Save yourself, Tomchak.
Tomchak, you're a sensible person.
There comes a time when...
When what?
When he no longer hears our prayers. And he says, my children, it is your will. Do with it whatever you will. Destroy yourselves in your own madness. I abandon you.
Rachel, you mustn't say that.
Grandfather, let us save Tomchak. Let's give ourselves up. Grandfather.
Behold, my children. Behold.
That thing he made is moving.
The people shall be saved. The murderers shall perish.
Grandfather, what have you done?
We have been sent a champion.
It's a giant.
The champion shall smite the mad killers of the innocent.
Grandfather.
I have written the awful, never-to-be-forgotten words. I have breathed the force of life into the champion.
Clay giant is moving.
Clay no longer, but fire and steel.
Look at it. You look.
Through me, it has acquired the force and power of 1,000,000 suns. He shall burn away the evil that surrounds us. I charge you, champion, avenger, protector, golem, go forth. Go forth. In there, take them alive. Hey, what is that? What is that?
It destroyed them all. To the last man. What was it?
You saw a golem.
Where did it go?
It vanished. As if into thin air. But the pious old folks still believe. Oh, and they assure you that the golem will reappear one day when someone shall awaken him to save the people.
What is that you're saying?
I remember reading the story of the golem.
Rachel.
Grandfather.
My head. I had the strangest dream. I dreamed I was living hundreds of years ago, and I was... Who is this man? Where have I seen you before?
Come, Grandfather. We must be on our way.
Where? I'm so tired of running.
We will join the partisans. It's time we stopped running and started fighting.
Was there a golem? The question is, what is a golem? A thing of irresistible force. Well, so is a bomb. A British or American bomber flying overhead may have dropped one. On the other hand, the old gentleman was a scientific genius. He could have made one. Or it could have been what you heard, a golem. I'll be back shortly. There is a legend that a medieval Hebrew scholar created a creature of great strength and power to rescue his beleaguered people from the madness of a mob, a creature called a golem. It is significant that the word golem means unfinished, and this is fitting because to save the world, we can only depend on a certain amount of help to be given us. The rest of the effort must be our own. Our cast included Robert Lansing, Mildred Clinton, Patricia Elliott, Ralph Bell, and Robert Dryden. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Time, the silent herald of life and death, success or failure, the unseen force that measures man's destiny, reaching its most fateful moment as it slowly strikes the 11th hour.
You're late.
Sorry, Steve. Got held up. I'm not sure if the bus is from the other side of the town.
How are you liking the job?
Oh, don't even ask me. I can't see myself staying there very long.
Oh, why?
Well, it's weird, Steve. It really is. I suppose it's natural for a couple of middle-aged spinsters to lead a restricted life. But Clara and Anne Pettigrew are the oddest pair I've ever met. Oh, but don't let's talk about it. It's my half day off, and I don't want to spend it talking about them. How are things with you?
A bit in the doldrums, as a matter of fact. Nothing doing at all. Your favorite reporters without an assignment.
No crimes, no thrills, no scandals.
That's right. Everyone in this part of the world's too darned law-abiding. As a matter of fact, you may be able to help me.
Me? Help you? In what way, Steve?
Well, I was talking to the editor this morning, and I've got an idea for a sort of human interest series, written around old crimes and the people who committed them. You know, this sort of 30 years after. This is what the results of the crime have been, and these are the people who were involved.
But where do I come in? I mean, you said that I could help you.
Well, it's to do with your present new employers.
The Pettigrews?
That's right. I was looking through all the old cases of 20 years ago when I got this idea. Now, you won't remember it, and I was just a kid when it happened. But the Pettigrews were notorious at the time. You see, originally, there were 3 sisters. Anne, Clara, and a younger sister named Nancy.
Oh, and then what happened to Nancy? Did she die?
Yes, she died. She was murdered. Anne battered her to death with a hatchet one summer's afternoon.
Steve, you can't mean this. Did Anne Pettigrew murder her sister?
She did, and in the most horrible way. You've been working for the Pettigrews for only a couple of days, and yet you already admit that there's something very odd about the family. I don't wonder.
Tell me what happened.
Well, from what I can dig up, Anne was always a little fey. You know what I mean. She'd go off into daydreams all the time, not knowing where she was or what she was doing. She was terribly jealous when Nancy announced her intention of marrying a man called Lazarus Pound. A most unusual name, you'll agree. Well, on the afternoon after they had announced their engagement, Nancy was found on the veranda of the house, beaten to death. Clara called the police, and they found Anne later. She was wandering around in the fields that surrounded the house, carrying a blood-stained hatchet in her hands.
Steve, I can't believe it. Not Anne. She's so pathetic, almost childlike.
Nonetheless, it's true.
What happened? Did Anne plead guilty?
Yes, but it was hardly necessary. She was in a complete daze the whole time. She admitted everything at the trial and was committed to an institute for unbalanced people. She lived in the place for 20 years.
20 years? Then she's only just come home.
She's been back for a couple of years or so.
And Clara has kept the place going all that time, waiting for her?
Yes, they were very young at the time.
Well, what happened to this man Lazarus, the man Nancy intended marrying?
Who knows? That may well be one of the interesting angles to dig up when we revive the story. You will help me with my idea?
I can't promise that, Steve. I want to know considerably more about Anne and Clara Pettigrew. I won't do anything that will hurt them in any way. Even idle chatter could do them harm, and I won't allow that to happen. You understand? Anne.
Anne, dear.
Oh, I'm sorry, Clara. I must have dozed off.
Of course you did. But it's all right. Are you feeling better?
Much better, thank you, Clara, dear.
Will you have your tea now?
I don't think I'll have any this afternoon, thank you, Clara.
Not have any? But you always have tea at this time. Your new nurse, Gladys, says that it's good for you to take refreshment regularly.
I know, and I like Gladys. I really do. She's very understanding. I can tell that, but I don't think I'll have any tea, thank you, Clara. Perhaps it's just that I feel I want a change.
A change?
Yes. Don't you ever feel that way, Clara?
Not often. Whenever I do, I remind myself that I'm very lucky to have what I've got. A good home, a roof over my head, and, well, sufficient money to live comfortably for the rest of my life.
Oh, yes, of course. I know you're right, but sometimes I can't help wondering what it must be like to live a different sort of life.
Now, Anne, don't start your daydreaming. You know what the doctor said? You mustn't indulge in these flights of fantasy.
But it isn't one of those. I assure you, Clara, it isn't. I'm not being fanciful, and I know exactly what I'm saying. They taught me that in the hospital. They taught me to be able to tell when I was experiencing something or just thinking about it.
And you're just thinking about things now, Anne. You're thinking of the past, and that's bad, my dear. You know that they told you when you left the hospital that you should try to forget.
Yes, temporary insanity. That's what the doctors call it.
Anne.
Oh, please. You've just told me that I must face facts. The things I did years ago have nothing to do with today. They were temporary. That was what the word means, isn't it? Just for the moment, with no meaning beyond it, nothing permanent. That's what I went through, wasn't it, Clara?
Of course it was. Now, please, forget it all.
Clara, I must tell you something. You mustn't think I'm fanciful or silly or just dreaming, but I want to talk to you about Lazarus.
Anne, please.
I know we haven't talked about him for ages, but, well, I must.
Now, look, Anne, this is foolish.
No, it's not.
It is. I won't have this self-indulgence. You must forget the past. Forget everything that happened. And more than anything, you must forget about Lazarus Pound.
Don't be cross with me, Clara, but I can't forget Lazarus. I've never been able to forget him. His visits here brightened our lives, didn't they? We were all so happy when Lazarus came to call.
Anne, you must stop this.
I used to wait for his footsteps on the veranda outside. I used to think that he came especially to see me.
Anne, I'll not have you go on like this. All that was 20 years ago. It's over and done with. Let it stay buried in the past. Buried with Nancy.
Nancy. Yes, of course. I'm sorry, Clara. I was forgetting. I think I'll have some tea now, Clara, and then I'll go down into town to attend the sewing circle.
That's better. That's more like the sister I can rely on. You must realize that we're two middle-aged spinsters, Anne. It's no use trying to fight it. We're unmarried and we'll remain that way until the day we die. You won't ever see Lazarus Pond again, any more than you'll see Nancy again. It's all over, finished and done with. Now, I'll go and put the kettle on. You can have your tea and think of other things. Get your sewing out. You must show everyone what you've done during the last few days. Well, I shan't be long.
Yes, all right, Clara. And Clara...
Yes, Anne?
Nothing. Just thank you.
Silly girl.
Silly girl. No, I'm not a girl. I'm a girl no longer. But I was a girl once, and I wasn't silly then. At least, not about some things. And I did love Lazarus. I loved him so much. I did so much want to make him want me. If I could commit a dreadful crime and ruin our lives because I loved him so much, then I may as well go on. I may as well go on and force him to come back to me. I'll do anything to have him back here again. Anything.
It's time that you took your milk, Miss Anne.
Oh, Gladys.
It's already quite late. But you looked so peaceful sitting here under the trees that I didn't like to disturb you.
I seem to drop off to sleep so easily these days.
That's good. It shows that you're contented.
Does it? I wonder. Perhaps it's just an indulgence. A desire to escape from the world and what the world has to offer.
Now, don't you worry your head about the past, Miss Anne. I understand.
You understand? You mean you know? You know all about me?
I know enough to want to look after you, to want to care for you and to be with you.
Well, I don't believe that you can feel this affection.
Oh, but I do.
There must be another reason. You must have some other motive.
Why do you say that?
Because I can tell. I've been studying these things. Ever since they let me come home, I've been studying these things, and I know when anyone's telling the truth.
I am, Miss Anne. Believe me, I'm truthful towards you. I want to help you.
What do you know about me?
Well, I know that you've been in hospital for years and that you need a nurse to look after you. That's why I'm here. I'll look after you.
You know that I'm capable of killing people?
I know you were. But times have changed. You aren't the person you were years ago. You're a responsible adult person who's living an active, useful life.
Yes, that's what they told me I was to think. That's what every doctor in the hospital said I should say to myself over and over again until I believed.
Well, they were right.
Were they? Then how can you explain my inmost desires, Gladys?
What do you mean?
I want to see Lazarus again. More than anything in life. I want to see him in this house as he used to be years ago.
What happened to him?
He's coming home. He wrote to me and told me he's coming home. Well, that's my one desire, Gladys. I only have one fear, and that's that he won't come to me. No, that's not my only fear. I have another one. Oh, it's a dreadful one, but I can't help it coming to my thoughts.
What is it?
I'm afraid that Clara may try to stop him coming back, and that if she does, I want to kill again, like I did 20 years ago.
How's it going, Gladys?
You mean the job?
Yes. Did you speak to Anne Pettigrew? Did you talk her into giving me an interview?
I did my best. I'm afraid that Anne Pettigrew isn't an ordinary type of person, Steve. I mean, you can't make the usual arrangements with her. She's not really quite balanced enough.
Oh, I know that, but I just want to talk to her. Can't you convince her that all I want to do is to help?
She has an uncanny knack of knowing when people are being truthful or not. In many ways, she's no fool.
But I'm quite sincere. I do want to help.
There's only one way that you can persuade her of that.
Oh? And what's that?
Well,
She's obsessed with the idea of seeing this man Lazarus again. And from what I can gather, they've been in touch since she came out of hospital. She keeps writing to him, but he stopped replying, and now she's frantic. If you can persuade her that you can use the newspaper in some way and appeal to him to write, something like that, then she may talk to you.
I see what you mean. You think it will work?
Well, it might. But, Steve, I'm not at all happy about this. I mean, I'm supposed to be looking after this woman. As a nurse, I feel that I'm not doing my job properly. My patient's health should come first.
But it isn't going to do Anne any harm at all. Who knows, it may even do her some good. Oh, now, come on, honey. Help your boyfriend on his first solo assignment. Get me that interview.
All right. I'll do my best. It had better be in the afternoon. That's when Clara goes out and Anne is left in my care. I'll arrange it as soon as I can. Well, here he is, Miss Pettigrew. Oh, so you're Gladys's boyfriend, are you?
That's right, Miss Pettigrew. My name is Stephen Rayner. I work on the Clarkdale Gazette.
Yes. Gladys has told me something about you. Do sit down, young man. Now, don't tire, Miss Pettigrew, Steve. I'll slip into the house and arrange for your tea, Miss Anne. Thank you, my dear, thank you. Shan't be long, Steve. And when I come back, you'll have to go.
All right. I only called for a moment to pay my respects, Miss Pettigrew, that's all.
Oh, then you don't think you can help me?
Help you? In what way?
Gladys was telling me that you might get a sort of appeal put in your paper. An old friend of mine, a very old friend, said he would come and visit me, and he hasn't. But it's really so disappointing.
Now, please, don't let it upset you. I'm sure that if you tell me everything, I will be able to help you.
Oh, you think you could? You really think you could?
Of course. Now take it all slowly, and I'll try to think out the best way. Tell me everything. Absolutely everything.
It's a wild night, Anne.
Yes, isn't it?
You aren't upset by it?
No, not at all.
But thunderstorms always upset you.
I'm no longer afraid of such things. In fact, I rather welcome them. The forces of nature are wonderful, aren't they?
Anne, what have you been up to lately? I was talking to the vicar about you only this morning. You've changed during the last few weeks. You're always too tired to attend church on Sundays, and yet you went out 3 evenings last week. What is this fellowship group you've joined? I mentioned the name to the vicar, and he'd never heard of it.
I've told you, Clara. It's just a group we formed at the sewing circle. Oh, but you wouldn't like it. You don't like sewing. You prefer more active things like working in the cellar, laying a new floor, and I can't do those things, but I can sew.
But why all these books?
Oh, just patterns, that's all, and a few books lent to me by other members.
May I see them?
I'd rather you didn't. You wouldn't be interested anyway.
But Anne...
Please, Clara, you must let me live my own life.
Oh, very well. I suppose if it stopped you being afraid, given you confidence and other interests, then it's something to be thankful for. Well, I think I'll go to bed, Anne. How about you?
No, I shan't go up yet. I'll wait till the storm passes. It'll clear soon, I think. Wind is strong. I may even see the stars.
The stars. That's another extraordinary interest you've developed. Stargazing.
Astronomy is a very great science.
I've no doubt. But you interest yourself more in astrology. That isn't so scientific. Do you think you can tell the future by all the gaping at the heavens?
Oh, you can scoff, Clara, but I can tell you more than you think. Tonight is Thursday the 22nd, and Venus is in conjunction with Saturn. Do you know that this evening is the Sabbath of... What was that? It doesn't matter. Go to bed, Clara, and leave me alone. I'm all right.
Oh, dear, you've been in some strange moods lately. Oh, all right, Anne. And don't forget to turn the lights out when you come up.
4 plus 2, which is the number of Venus. That's it. Now it's complete. The powers of the occult must be obeyed. Now the talisman of Set and the order of darkness. There. By this talisman, by the ancient and secret rites of Pan, I have conjured thee, Lazarus Pound. Oh, Clara.
Anne, what are you doing?
Clara, please go away. Go back to bed.
Have you taken leave of your senses? What's this? A white circle on the floor. A 5-pointed star. These charts. The charts of macrocosm. And these bones. Anne, do you realize what you're dabbling in?
Go away, Clara.
I will not. Anne Pettigrew, you're a grown woman and you're no longer ill. You mustn't behave in this childish manner. You must stop this nonsense.
It isn't nonsense. It works. It's the only thing that can bring him back. You can't do anything about it, Clara. They listened to my request at the last meeting. They've already said the rites, and tonight's the time. At the meeting of Venus and Saturn. And any moment he will come. No matter where he is in the world, he'll have to come here. Not even Lazarus can refuse the powers of darkness.
So that's what that sewing circle was all about, is it? You've joined some phony society and started dabbling in black magic. Oh, Anne, my dear, please, this is so bad for you.
It's not bad. Nothing's bad that brings Lazarus back to me. I've even killed for him, and I've never felt guilty about it. He'll come. He has to.
Please, Anne, don't get hysterical. Lazarus can't come back. Not tonight or any other night. It's impossible because Lazarus Pound is dead.
What did you say?
I'm sorry, my dear. I didn't want to tell you, but it's true. Lazarus died only a short while ago. I had a letter from his employers. It came in answer to the ones you sent to him.
I don't believe you.
It's true.
It can't be. You're lying to me. You've been keeping my letters back, haven't you? You were afraid that I'd get Lazarus in the end. You were jealous of me and my determination to get him. Well, it's too late now. You can't stop this.
Anne, you're becoming hysterical.
He's coming. Listen. You can hear the footsteps on the veranda.
It can't be.
It's Lazarus. I'd know that walk anywhere.
No, it can't be. Lazarus is dead.
No, he's alive.
Anne, come away from that door.
But he's there. He's here.
It can't be. It can't. I forbid it. No.
Let go to him.
You shan't. You shan't. Stay away. Do you hear me? Keep away.
Lazarus.
No. Don't you understand? Even his name, Lazarus. Don't open it. You'll be opening that door to a dead man.
Let me go. Let me go.
I won't let you go out there. I won't.
He isn't dead. He isn't.
Yes, he is. I tell you he is. I know he is because I killed him.
What?
I said I killed Lazarus Pound. I killed him and buried him under the new floor in the cellar. I killed him in the same way that I killed Nancy all those years ago.
You killed Nancy?
That's right. I don't care what sort of black magic you've been dabbling in. You can't alter the facts.
But I don't understand. And I didn't kill Nancy. That's why I've never felt guilty. Yet you let me think that I'd been responsible.
You were having one of your odd spells. Everyone knew that you didn't remember anything you'd done during those times. I knew you'd get away with it, and I wouldn't. It was easier that way. You needed treatment anyway.
Lazarus?
He came back as you asked him to. But he began asking too many questions. We quarreled. I had to silence him, too. He's buried in the cellar.
Down there, in the cellar. So that's That's what you were doing, working down there.
Yes. Now you know everything, Anne. Your black magic hasn't helped you one bit, has it? Oh, it's no use thinking you can go to the police either. No one will believe you. They'll just lock you up again. You can be sure of that. From now on, you'll do exactly as I tell you to. Understand?
But Lazarus, outside...
That black magic and the storm had me scared for a moment. But whoever it was has gone away, thank heavens.
Oh, no, they haven't.
What?
Stay where you are, Miss Pettigrew. Quickly, Gladys, look after Anne.
Of course. It's all right, Miss Anne. Everything's all right now.
We've heard everything you've said, Miss Pettigrew. I guessed there was something more in this than the pathetic story Anne told me the other day, and that's why we worked this little plan. We came in through the French window some minutes ago. I think you'd better telephone the police, Gladys.
Right away, Steve.
Oh, no. What am I thinking about? First things first. Get me the city desk of the Gazette. I wanted a scoop, didn't I? Well, I've certainly got one this time. Sit down, Miss Pettigrew. You won't have long to wait. I'll see to that.
Time. The silent herald of life and death. Success or failure. The unseen force that measures man's destiny, reaching its most fateful moment as it slowly strikes the 11th hour.
Good evening, friends. This is your host to welcome you through the creaking door into the inner sanctum. Come on in. Say, getting worry wrinkles over inflation, anybody? A pale face here at my elbow just asked me to point out that where he comes from, nothing inflates, everything deflates. As a matter of fact, living down under is one way of trimming your clothing budget down to bare essentials. All you need for the longest while is one wooden shoe.
Tonight's Inner Sanctum mystery, Mark My Grave, was written by John Robert and stars Lawson Zerbe in the role of Colby, with Santos Ortega as Gabby.
Tonight we intend to prove that when a live wire meets a dead head, not a spark of sanity remains. We're in Christenbury, an ancient American village founded during the reign of Queen Anne. We're witnessing a climax in the dark and bloody story of the Brenda clan. A story that has long terrified the timid and baffled men of logical mind. The story of the Brenda ghost. In a close, airless room of the Brenda home, a man is strapped down on an iron bed. His face is youthful, but his hair is white, as if bleached by shock. He stares blindly at an older man hovering anxiously over him.
Gabby. Yeah? It's me. I've got everything under control.
Untie me, Gabby. I can't breathe.
No, I can't untie you, kid. Not the way you are. You just hurt yourself. I've sent for a doctor. Able to talk about it a little?
Talk about it? Sure.
Only if you're able to.
Ghosts. Ghosts were a big joke to us. The assignment was going to be a gag. A picture stunt to give the newspaper comic relief. That day you called me.
Hey, Colby.
Yeah?
Hey, the wire coming in.
8-state search for missing hitchhiker couple. And what about it? Just 2 more missing Americans. There's 1 million of them.
Pamela and Alfred Parker have been missing for 14 days. They were last seen entering the village of Christenbury. They were seen entering, but nobody saw them leave. Christenbury is the village famous for the Brenda ghost.
You want to buy a bed sheet, boss?
No. I do want to buy a circulation booster.
Oh, you're not assigning me to interview the Brenda ghost.
And all the other Brendas with pictures. Trot yourself over to Christenbury with a flash gun and photograph everything that moves.
What if the ghost is, camera shy? Christenbury was a village a man starts talking to himself in. A handful of bearded old-timers who stared at newcomers, then scurried away like frightened jackrabbits. The population on the ground was less than 100. The population underground was an easy 20,000. Now, before tackling the Brendas, I did some reconnoitering.
If you're a man of caution, Mr. Colby, you'll not go poking your nose.
How did Luther Brenda die?
He was found keeled over in his study one black night, murdered. Somebody took an axe to him.
Just somebody, huh? The, hatchet man was never caught?
No.
Uh-huh. Did the police ever figure out a motive for the murder?
Robbery, they said. But it was hate that killed old Luther, if you ask me.
Well, driving into town, I saw posters tacked onto telephone poles advertising a public auction of the Brenda house and grounds tomorrow at 10 a.m. What's it mean?
County supervisor's orders. Ain't a penny in taxes been paid since old Luther Brenda died. Good riddance to Luther's brood, I say. If you're set to go into the devil's roost, you'll be wanting a powerful charm on your person. Wear this around your neck and you'll come to no harm.
The old lady was peddling a bag containing a few strands of human hair, a strip of dried snake skin, and a cube of live lodestone. A luck charm to ward off demons. Hey, you really sold yourself on the Brenda ghost story, huh?
I've seen old Luther Brenda. Seen him with my own eyes.
Where?
Right where you're standing. Look. He called the devil and he's come.
Come? What do you mean, come?
Look to the window.
I followed her pointing finger. There, staring at us through her window, was a face.
It's old Luther Brenda.
It glowed like a mask coated with phosphorus. In a moment, the face was gone. Vanished. I left and drove on to the Brenda place, trying to throw off the spell. It was a perfect setting for a ghost. Inky black, you couldn't see your hand in front of you. A dimly lit gabled house high up on a hill, and barking dogs somewhere. I was picking my way slowly with my camera slung over my shoulder, working my flashlight, when I got the first proof that I really needed a charm bag around my... Oh, the rifle shot. Somebody had shot the flashlight out of my hand.
Are you shot?
Nah, you just ruined a new flashlight. Who are you?
David Brenda. You?
Colby, a reporter. You always welcome guests with a blast of rifle fire?
I mistook you for old Luther. Old Luther's on the prowl tonight.
Shooting at your father's ghost, huh? But what makes you think the old fellow's on the prowl tonight?
He ain't in his casket.
You checked to see, huh?
I did.
You dug him up and pried open his coffin and checked?
Nope. Wasn't no need to do that. We ain't never buried old Luther. We put him in the family crypt like he wanted to be put.
And you say he's not there now?
Yep.
Well, any objections to showing me?
Nope. Come along.
I followed David Brenda into a small fieldstone house set on the edge of a weed-choked meadow, less than 50 feet from the big gabled house. Sort of a primitively built mausoleum. In the center of it was a heavy oak coffin tooled with steel fittings. Raising the lid was a job for Hercules. I watched David Brenda's face purple with the effort.
I'm showing you. Now, look for yourself.
I looked. The casket was empty.
I said old Luther was on the prowl.
A man who's been dead 10 years just got up to take a walk.
Got up to keep his promise.
What promise?
To take the Brenders back to his keeping. First Walter, then Polly, then me, he said. Walter's first because he's the oldest.
And you last because you're the youngest?
Yep.
And you believe it?
Listen. Hear that?
Organ music. Some cheerful Joe's playing an organ over at your house.
It's the piece old Luther always played. Only Luther can play the organ.
I still say, show me. Come on. I started for the main house to the accompaniment of a ghostly funeral march that seemed to hang in the night air like a weight. Halfway across the lawn, the organ stopped. A dead man was ready to take his eldest son back to his keeping.
It's Walter.
Upstairs in a little room, Walter was on the floor beside the organ, sitting rigidly with his hands clasped on his knees, like a child at his father's feet.
First Walter because he was the oldest.
And then me. I'm next.
You're Polly Brenda?
I'm Polly Brenda. Didn't Father play beautifully, Daisy?
Polly fit her name to a T, a face like a parrot. Standing behind Polly, writing furiously into a palm-sized notebook, was another queer-looking duck. The kind of guy you imagine running through the fields with a butterfly net. Oh, who's the note-taker, David?
Mr. Lortrick. Yeah, he's a lord.
Sir Oliver Lortrick. And your name is what?
Are we, rival reporters?
Indeed not.
Well, then what's all that note-taking about?
My on-the-spot investigation into supernatural phenomena. The Brenders were kind enough to extend an invitation to me.
For $500 for his keep.
And a silk dress for me.
What research society do you represent, Sir Oliver?
My own. My independent research will become a book. A really revolutionary book, I would say.
You've seen the Brenda ghost.
I have. My findings here have been truly remarkable.
You gotta show me. Bodies disappear, sure, but not under their own steam. Now, old Luther was missing from his casket. Sure, but where is he? Do you know where he is, Polly?
Why, back in the coffin. He always goes back to rest after he's played the organ.
We hiked back to the mausoleum, all of us. I watched David Brenda make like Hercules again, raising the heavy oak lid.
I'm showing you.
I looked. Old Luther Brenda was back in his casket. And it was the same face I'd seen pressed against the window of old Lady Hawkins' house. The mind's a funny thing, Gabby. You're a hard-headed cynic who says, show me, but suddenly you can't trust your eyes. Suddenly your mind's developed a small crack, and your sanity begins to push out like sawdust coming out of a rag doll. A dead man who gets up out of his casket, plays an organ solo, commits a murder, then gets back into the casket. You don't dare believe it, because if you do, you'll never stop screaming. I didn't try to figure it out too much. I photographed everything in sight, talked a while with the overstuffed researcher, Sir Oliver, then holed up in the ground floor bedroom David Brenda assigned me to.
It won't be comfortable, but it's a bed.
I hadn't even closed one eye when the dogs outside set up a holler that raised goose pimples all over me. It was the kind of holler you hear from bloodhounds when they reach the end of the chase. I went to the window. Something was pulling me. Something. Like a Premonition. There were the dogs on the lawn, under the moon. Brute mastiffs, 4 of them, and snapping something in their jaws, then tossing it into the air. I concentrated on whatever the gadgets were, peering through the window glass until my eyes almost dropped out of their sockets. After a while, I made the gadgets out. They were articles of clothing. A shoe, a man's hat, a lady's handbag. I found the place the dogs had come from. It wasn't hard. I just followed the dog tracks to a ravine behind the meadow. I found them side by side, deader than just dead. Pamela and Alfred Parker, your missing hitchhiker couple.
Oh, Luther killed him.
Great, having a ghost around that walks. Huh, David? You can make him the explanation for everything.
Oh, Luther killed him. Listen.
The organ's going again.
It's old Luther's favorite piece. He's fixing to kill Polly. Walter was the first, and now it's Polly's turn.
Busy night for a dead man. The idea is that Luther Brenda's up there at the organ, huh?
Yep.
Up there playing a prelude to murder. Out of his casket and up there in the watchtower?
Yep.
I'm going back for a double take at that casket. I played Hercules with the lid myself this time. I did a double take 20 times over. The casket was empty. I sprinted for the main house with David Brenda, puffing at my heels and a funeral march pacing me. Sprinting got me within a foot of the front door when the music stopped.
Polly was next, after Walter. Oh, Luther's keeping his promise.
Shut up, shut up! It was Polly, same place. On the floor in the watchtower at the foot of the organ. Same kind of death. Like Walter, sitting rigidly with her hands clasped on her knees, like a child at her father's feet.
First Walter, then Polly, he said. I'm the youngest. I'm last.
When my feet felt steady enough, I went to see if Luther Brenda had settled back in his casket. I went to see just as a matter of routine. I'd find him there, I was sure of it. I'd find him there because there wasn't an organ going. That's how I'd begun to think. I wasn't your boy anymore, Gabby. I was practically your Brenda. I never reached the mausoleum. Because out there in the dark, I saw Luther Brenda. I stood knee-deep in the weeds and watched Luther Brenda walk past me and head straight as an arrow for the mausoleum. A dead man was returning to his casket. I took his picture, a rear profile view. My hands worked the camera automatically from habit. I didn't start screaming until the mausoleum door closed behind him. And then I couldn't stop screaming.
Feel better for the sleep, kid?
Yeah. I feel okay. What time?
10 a.m. The doc gave you something to quiet you down. Able to get up?
Sure. Did I make any sense to you early this morning?
So. But we're not talking about it, Colby. Sergeant Conley's around the premises now figuring things out. That public auction's starting in a minute. They're going ahead with the sale of this place. If you want to climb any of the duds, we can watch it.
Gentlemen, your attention, please. The sale is about to commence. By authority vested in me by the Board of Supervisors of the Incorporated Township of Christenbury, I now offer you tax warrants, file number 126015, at public sale.
Great public sale. Not a soul came.
Nobody wants the place. Luther Brenda goes with it.
That boy over there. See Sir Oliver?
Uh-huh. And that's David Brenda.
What keeps him out of a padded cell?
The tax warrants amount to $3,000, gentlemen. The minimum bid I am empowered to accept is $3,000. Bid lively, gentlemen.
Looks like no takers, Colby.
Mr. Auctioneer.
Yes?
In the absence of bids, I bid exactly $3,000.
Sold. Sold to... your name, please.
Lautrec. Sir Oliver Lautrec.
Come on, Colby. That's all I wanted to hear. Sir Oliver.
Yes?
What's here that's worth $3,000 to you?
Must I answer that question?
You'd better, and pronto. And don't tell me you've gotten attached to a walking dead man.
My work prompted me to make that bid. The $3,000 enables me to pursue my research. I'd been advised that the county planned to raise the house to the ground if no bid was forthcoming. That would be a pity. An irreparable loss to the study of supernatural phenomena.
But more of a loss to you, eh? A loss of, say, $100,000?
You're making no sense at all to me.
I'm not, eh? There's a cop here who'll tell it to you in basic English. You tell him, Sergeant.
$100,000 in jewels stolen by an escaped convict who came through here and murdered old Luther Brenda 10 years ago. The killer left the jewels behind him for safekeeping. Because he was wanted in 12 states, he was hotter than a firecracker. He knew he'd never crash through roadblocks set up to trap him. My theory is that the jewels are bricked in somewhere as a part of the Brenda dwelling.
Isn't that why you bought the house, Sir Oliver? To be free to take a wall down at your leisure and pocket a bag full of jewels?
It's a preposterous theory. In my opinion, gentlemen, your surroundings here have affected your minds. You're all stark mad.
Ah, that gimmick. Give him the rest of it, Sergeant.
The corpse that gets up and plays the organ, that's you, Lautrec. Now, don't waste your breath denying it. Among other items of proof, we've got photographic evidence.
That wraps up the ghost story, Colby. Sir Oliver was caught in that roadblock 10 years ago. Served his time, then came right back to Christenbury in his jewel cache.
Photographic evidence, Connolly said. What do they mean?
That picture you took of Luther Brenda walking back into the mausoleum. We developed it and blew it up. It was Sir Oliver wearing a plastic mask. It was a close copy of Luther Brenda's features. We found the mask in his luggage.
But the casket was actually empty. Twice.
Another Lautrec operation. Bet on it. Stop picking your brains. It's all ABC, open and shut. Everything fits logically. Everything adds up.
But they were sitting on the floor with their hands clasped around their knees. Walter and Polly, like children listening to music.
Colby, I'm begging you. Get that malarkey out of your head. Dead men don't sit down and play the organ.
Don't they, Gabby? Listen.
Oh, at a time like this, some jerk decides to play the organ.
It's old Luther Brenda up there in the watchtower playing his favorite piece. He's out of his casket and at the organ. And David's on the floor like a child, listening to his father play.
Colby, quit it.
It's David's turn now. After Walter came Polly. David's last because he's the youngest. It's his turn now to go back to his father's keeping. Soon the music will stop, and David will scream. Listen, Gabby. See, Gabby? David sits like the others on the floor, dead.
Is he head, Sergeant?
Yeah. Can't pin this one on Lautrec.
And what killed David Brenda?
Old Luther Brenda killed him, Gabby. David was last to go because he was the youngest.
Oh, shut up, Colby. You were saying, Sergeant?
No visible injury. Offhand, I'd say he was frightened to death. Brought a seizure on himself.
Sure. That makes sense. He frightened himself to death.
Does it make sense, Gabby? David Brenda played an organ solo for David Brenda. He sat at the organ pumping the pedals and sat on the floor at the same time.
Sure, it makes sense. It's got to make sense.
He played a funeral march and died listening to it. One man in two places at the same time. Does it really make sense, Gabby? Does it?
So the Brendas are back together again. Now, there's one gang that believes in the family ties that bind. Did some cynic whisper, straitjacket? That's Oliver. Nice guy to rent your attic to. I'm told he's using himself as a basis for research now. He's bringing his notebook and pencil into the hot seat with him. Expects to record impressions that will electrify nobody but himself. And say, if you ever run into a walking corpse, Mr. Blow the whistle on yourself. You're on a dead-end street.
Inner Sanctum is heard each week in the United States over CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System, and has been rebroadcast for servicemen and women overseas through the facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
Now, Autolite and its 60,000 dealers and service stations present Suspense. Tonight, Autolite brings you Mr. Ralph Edwards in Ghost Hunt, a suspense play produced and directed by Anton M. Leader. Friends, replace worn-out narrow-gap spark plugs with a set of those new wide-gap Autolite resistor spark plugs. Your motor will idle smoother, give better performance on leaner gas mixtures, actually save gas. These winning benefits are all made possible by a newly developed Autolite 10,000-ohm resistor, built right into every Autolite resistor spark plug, making practical a wider spark gap setting. And that's what does the trick. What's more, Autolite resistor spark plugs with this exclusive Autolite resistor have greatly increased electrode life and cut down on radio and television interference. So, folks, see your Autolite dealer and have him replace old, worn-out, narrow-gap spark plugs with a set of the new Autolite resistor spark plugs. Remember, you're always right with Autolite.
And also remember the Autolite Suspense Show is now on television.
Every Tuesday night in many parts of the country.
And now, Autolite presents Ralph Edwards in a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Yeah, didn't that leave you high, huh? Left me feeling treetop tall. That was Louis Armstrong's I Can't Give You Anything But Love. And that's all we have time for on the Hot and Mellow Hour tonight. Yes, this is Smiley Smith, your favorite disc jockey. I hope, booting the Hot and Mellow Hour home for this evening. I'll be back again tomorrow night, minus the music, but with a little surprise for you. Tomorrow night, Friday night, as you know, is stunt night here at station WXP, and have I got a stunt for you. Last week, if you remember, I planted my wire recorder in the steam room at a lady's Turkish bath and let you listen in on the playback, remember? Well, tonight, as soon as I leave the studio, do you know where I'm going? Your friend Smiley is going to spend the night in a haunted house on a spook hunt. You heard me. A spook hunt in a haunted house. I'm bringing a little old wire recorder along with me, and if you tune in tomorrow evening at this time, you'll learn what it's like to spend a night in a haunted house. Ain't that something? Yeah. A real haunted house. No kidding. 4 people are known to have committed suicide there. So tune in tomorrow night and share a real thrill with your old pal Smiley. I must be crazy, Smith. Good night.
Care for a cigar, Mr. Thorpe? I got some cigars in the dash there.
No.
Well, no reason for you to carry a chip on your shoulder, Mr. Thorpe.
Oh, really? Well, I don't like this fool stunt.
Well, I don't see it as a fool stunt at all. I really don't. I think it's the only way you're going to unload this house. Ordinary selling methods won't work in a case like this. Now, don't forget the reputation saddling this house. 4 suicides since 1939. You know what people call it. The death trap.
Yes. It's a lot of nonsense.
Sure, but try to convince people of that. Anyway, when this disc jockey offered me this chance to kill all the rumors about about the property, I just naturally jumped and took him up at it. Especially since it don't cost a cent.
You sure about that? I'm not liable for a penny.
Not a cent. We're doing him a favor, letting him use the place, he said. Thanked me for the chance last night when I drove him out here. So one hand washes the other, as the feller says. He got a chance to pull off a stunt, and the wire recording will prove the people the property's A1, and we increase the chance of selling the place.
Well, as long as it doesn't cost me anything.
Not a thing. He's using his own recorder, and I'm paying for the rental of a couple of walkie-talkies he hooked up to it.
Well, what about this, Reed? Does he charge anything?
He comes gratis, too. Dr. Reed is a psychic investigator. Belongs to a couple of societies that do nothing but hunt ghosts. He showed me articles he's written about it in their magazine. Well, here's the house. Yeah, looks real nice in the sunshine, don't it? Yeah, man, smell that sea breeze.
You don't have to sell me. Well, let them know we're here.
Yeah, probably asleep up all night and everything.
Why don't they come out? You think they've gone?
Well, I told them last night I'd pick them up around 11. Smith! Smith! Hey, Smiley! Dr. Reed! Yeah, fast asleep, I guess. We better go in and wake him up.
Of course, they may have taken the bus back to town.
Oh, no. It's a 2-mile hike to the main highway. Smith! Hey, Smiley. Where are you? Wake up.
You don't suppose, do you?
Oh, no. Smith. Dr. Reed.
What's that clicking noise from in there?
Well, it's his wire recorder. He left it running. These machines cost a lot of money. Doesn't he care if he uses up his batteries?
Well, where is he, and where's this Reed?
Maybe they're upstairs. Smith? Hey, anybody home?
They must have walked to the highway and taken the bus.
Well, he wouldn't have left his machine.
Well, where are they then? Where are they?
Now, don't get excited, Mr. Thorpe.
Don't tell me not to get excited. If something's happened to them in my house, I'm liable.
Well, you try this side. I'll try that one.
All right.
Smith. Hey, Smiley. Smith. Smith.
Oh. McDonald, come here.
So what? What it... Oh, no. Reed. Dr. Reed. No, don't touch him, Mr. Thorpe. You'll get your hands off. Look.
Blood. Is he dead?
I can still feel his pulse. We'd better get him to hospital fast. Care for a cigar, Mr. Thorpe?
No, thanks.
Oh, why not try to relax? The nurse said Reed would be all right as soon as he's had a blood transfusion.
You told the radio station to be sure and call us as soon as they had any word about Smith?
Yes, I told them. Why don't you sit down?
No, I'm all at 6s and 7s. What do you suppose happened out there last night?
We're going to know in just a second, just as soon as I can get this recorder set up.
You don't suppose Smith and Reed got into a fight, do you?
Yeah, there. Huh? A fight? I don't know.
Well, what's wrong? Won't it work?
Yeah, it works. Take it easy.
1, 2, 3. Testing. 1, 2, 3.
There.
Testing. 1, 2, 3. All set, Dr. Reed? Mr. McDonald, eh? Okay, here we go. This is Smiley Smith speaking. Smiley Smith, the ghost hunter. I don't know whether to hope this will turn out to be a success for the sake of the program or a failure for my own sake. Anyway, all the preparations have been made now, and it's up to the spooks. I better tell you where we are. Right now, we're standing on the lawn of a house about 12 miles above Malibu Beach. The ocean is 100 feet away, straight down. The house is perched on a cliff, and there's a sheer drop of about 100 feet right into the old Pacific. Maybe you can hear the surf pounding. I'll turn up the volume. Hear it? Now, I'm going to have you meet two gentlemen who are here with me. Incidentally, we're the only people around for miles and miles. First, I'd like you to meet Dr. Clarence Reed of the British and American Psychical Research Guilds. Dr. Reed is a famous investigator of psychic phenomena, and I'm very honored to be associated with him on this ghost hunt. He's smiling in an embarrassed sort of way.
You're much too kind, Mr. Smith.
Dr. Reed has conducted experiments in this field with such great believers in spiritualism as Oliver Lodge and Arthur Conan Doyle. He looks a bit like Santa Claus. He's short, stocky. You don't object, do you, Dr. Reed?
No, indeed.
And he has a magnificent white beard, a truly great beaver. Dr. Reed is so enthusiastic about ghost hunting that he got out of a sick bed this evening to be with us.
Excuse me. My lungs. Mm-hmm. I was gassed in the First World War.
Yeah. Anyway, Dr. Reed and I are here on the lawn looking at the house. Can't see much. It's around, 11 p.m. now. Seems to be a rambling sort of house, 2 stories high. Since it was built, there have been 4 suicides here. Is that right?
That's right.
Now, into the mic, please.
Oh, yeah. 4 suicides since 1939.
I better tell them who you are so they won't think you're a ghost. Standing with the doc and me is a real estate agent, Mr. Charles McDonald. He handles this property, and he can tell you a lot more about it than I can.
Well, the house was built by a man named Marcus, Toby Marcus, an orange grower. Built the house as a wedding present for his wife. A month after they moved in, she took her own life. On the day of her funeral, he committed suicide the same way. There have been 2 other cases since then, and
Did they all jump into the ocean?
Yeah, all 4 of them, right over there. Well. The last one was actually seen doing it. About 3 years ago. He was seen running like all get out the edge of the cliff, and he was shouting and laughing and yelling as though there was people at his side running right along with him.
You kidding?
No, it's fact. He was laughing and yelling and running, and when he got to the edge, right over there, he jumped and never came above water.
As good an argument against cold baths as ever I've heard.
Since then, people just refuse to live in this house. Silly, I call it. Anyway, if you and Dr. Reed find any sign of a spook, I'll advise the owner to pull the house down and rebuild. But if you don't find anything, I'm hoping this will convince folks that here's a real buy. Yeah, okay, Mr. Smith, you and the doctor are on your own. I'll be by in the morning to pick you up around 11.
Goodbye, Mr. McDonald. I hope there's something left for you to pick up in the morning. Well, it's almost pitch black, folks, and I guess Dr. Reed and I ought to begin. I don't believe in ghosts, never have, but what I say is this. If you're dead set on looking for them, this is a dandy place to do it. So long! Mr. McDonald just checked out. And then there were 2. Well, 3. Oh, my dog, yeah. Folks, I have my dog, Jeff, with me. He's a wire-haired terrier, 3 years of age, and he can talk. Yeah, say hello, Jeff. Come on, Jeff, say hello. Come on. Well, anyway, he's a wire-haired terrier, and he's 3 years old. Shall we go inside now, Dr. Reed?
I was about to suggest it.
Now, how do we hunt ghosts, Doctor? How do we do it, huh?
Well, we don't really hunt them. If there should be any in the house, they will come to us.
How cozy.
And please, not ghosts. Do not refer to them as ghosts. We know them as apparitions.
Now, remember, I've no desire to hurt their feelings. Where ghosts are concerned, I say live and let live. Well, we've opened the front door now. Maybe you heard the hinge squeak a little. Now we're standing here looking in. Can't see much. Smells sort of musty and damp. What's the matter, Jeff? What's the matter, boy? Jeff. Oh, come on now, come on. My dog seems to object to entering this house. He has all 4 feet braced, and he's straining against the leash.
Perhaps he senses something we don't.
Like apparitions, maybe?
Perhaps. It's not unusual. Animals lack the veneer of sophistication we humans possess, and are more sensitive to such emanations.
Yeah, come on, Jeff. Now, stop this nonsense. He probably smells a mouse or rat or something. Come on, Jeff. We're going in whether you like it or not. Well, there's a short entrance hall, and over there at the end of it is a flight of stairs leading to the 2nd floor. Jeff! And over here at the left is what seems to be a large reception room. We're entering this large room now. There are windows over there, French windows, and through them I can see the ocean. The electricity hasn't been turned on, so all I have to see by is a flashlight. Not a very powerful one at that. Dr. Reed is now adjusting his walkie-talkie. It's hooked up to my recorder so that he can cut in while he's hunting and tell us what he's found. Here's a few words from Doc before he sets forth on his investigation through the house.
Ladies and gentlemen, excuse me. Mr. Smith has introduced me as a ghost hunter. He spoke, I think, in a spirit of skepticism and levity. I'd like to assure you all that my purposes here are serious. I have spent my entire life seeking reliable proof of the appearances of apparitions.
Have you ever seen any? Ever?
I have seen phenomena which lead me to believe in the possibility of their existence, although I have never seen any. I account myself sensitive to the evidence of their existence. This house, for example, affects me profoundly. It doesn't seem to affect you in the same way.
I'm not too happy about all this, if that's what you mean.
You are not psychic, and therefore not sensitive to these matters as I am. I imagine the question in the minds of those of you listening to us is, shall we find apparitions? I don't know. But I feel they are here and that they are evil. I sense danger. I shall soon know.
Dr. Reed's leaving the room now to make a tour of the house. First thing I'm going to do is open the windows and let some fresh air in. It feels better already. Cooler anyway. I know that. Oh, it's a bat. A bat just flew into the room. I think it's a bat, not a bird. I didn't actually see it, just its shadow as it fanned my face. There it is again. It touched me as it passed. Jeff, come back here. Jeff, you fool dog, come back here. Dr. Reed. Dr. Reed. Dr. Reed!
For suspense, Autolite is bringing you Mr. Ralph Edwards in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Hello, snap out of it.
Huh? I'm reading a letter about the new wide gap Autolite resistor spark plugs, Hap.
Oh?
It's from Mrs. Clark Perry right here in Hollywood. She says our 1948 station wagon has given constant trouble. Finally, the garage man said all the difficulty was spark plugs, and he installed a set of Autolite resistor spark plugs. Now the car runs beautifully. The very first time my husband has been really pleased.
Well, smart garage man.
Smart people to take his advice. Hap, you know, as more and more people learn about wide gap Autolite resistor spark plugs, Now, how they make an engine idle smoother, give better performance on leaner gas mixtures, actually save on gas, why then more people will replace old, worn-out, narrow gap spark plugs with sensational new wide-gap Autolite resistor spark plugs.
Any more letters like that, Harlow?
Plenty, Hap, plenty. Why, here's another one from New York City.
Oh, read it to me later, Harlow. We haven't time because here's suspense.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Ralph Edwards as Smiley Smith in Ghost Hunt, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Jeff, come back here. Jeff, you fool dog, come back here. Dr. Reed. Dr. Reed. Dr. Reed!
Reed speaking. What is it, Smith?
Jeff has run off. My dog, he jumped through the window and ran off.
Oh, so? I told you he sensed something about this house, didn't I?
Yeah, you want to come and see if you can determine what it was exactly that set him off?
Soon. I'm making my way slowly up the stairs toward the second floor now. I'm halfway up. I'll be down with you soon.
Folks, my dog's run away. You probably heard him howling. He jumped through the window and took off. Never did anything like that before. Frightened by the bat, I guess. Personally, alone here in this big room, I can understand how he must have felt. This isn't a cheerful spot by any means. I may not be psychic, but I sure have a feeling this house doesn't want us here.
Read again. Excuse me. I have something of great interest to report. I'm now standing in an alcove on the second floor trying to recover my breath. As I reached the head of the stairs, I felt what I think is a definite psychic manifestation. I felt suddenly as though I had been punched in the solar plexus. That's the only way I can describe it. At the same time, I began to perspire. My head is still swimming slightly, and I have difficulty in swallowing. My pulse rate is around 110 in a minute. The sense of evil is very strong. I feel very, what shall I say, profoundly depressed.
Do you want me up there?
No, I prefer to remain up here alone. The presence of a disbeliever such as you might interfere with my investigation.
Folks, I'd like you to get a picture of what it's like here. It's very quiet, for one thing. I've never been in such a quiet place. And it's pretty dark. No light except my flashlight. Tell you what, you go now and douse all the lights you have on. Go ahead, put out the lights, and that'll give you a clearer feeling of how it is here with me. Go ahead, put out the lights. Hey, did you hear that? Real estate agent told me I'd probably hear rats and mice in the walls. Well, I can certainly hear them now. Even you can hear them, I think. It's as though...
Dr. Reed speaking. I've been working my way toward the front room, the one directly above the one in which Mr. Smith is now. The vibrations have become stronger and more pronounced as I approach it. I think I am on the verge of an important discovery.
Important discovery. Did you get that? Now I can hear Dr. Reed moving about in the room above. I don't suppose you can. Have a try anyway, huh? Hear him? I hope he finishes his investigation soon, because, quite frankly, I'd like to get out of here. I can well imagine people becoming unhinged in this place. Right now, I find myself pretty jumpy. Not being very brave, am I? It's being alone in this room down here that does it. This darned old house. It's a very, the atmosphere, it's so very...
I wish only to make this hurried report before continuing with the investigation in this room. I have carefully sounded out all the parts in this room, and the emanations are most strong from what appears to be a closet, before which I am now standing. As soon as I open the door to this closet, I will have, I think, a thing of great interest to communicate. I find no key to the lock, and so I will attempt to remove the hinges with my penknife, and I will tell you what I find when I open it.
I'll tell you what it would cost to get me to open that door. In the basement at Fort... There's that bat again. It seems to like me, the way it keeps... Each time it passes, it touches my face or my neck with its wings. They're smelly things, bats. I don't suppose they bathe very often, if at all. I wonder how... Get away, you bat! That bat'll be the death of me. Yeah, it's like a jingle, isn't it? Bat'll be the death of me, the death of me, the death of me, bat'll be the death of me. It isn't far from London. No, it isn't the way it goes. It's come down to Q in lilac time, in lilac time, in lilac time. Come down to Q in lilac time. It isn't far. I haven't thought of that since I was a kid in grammar school. See, I had a lonely childhood when you come right down to it. That's my affair, isn't it? Yes, it is. It certainly is.
I have succeeded in removing the hinges to the door, and I find inside it is not a closet, but much larger. It is, I think, a dressing room. I have not yet been inside, but I am about to enter.
What was I talking about? Oh, yeah, bats. Well, the bat flying back and forth in this room. Did you hear that? Did you hear it? Dr. Reed must have knocked something over in the dressing room. A chair. Yeah, a heavy chair by the sound of it. The chair, or whatever it was, must have fallen right over my head. That's the way it sounded. I can see a small stain forming right on the ceiling, right over my head. Something ran across my foot just a rat, I think it was. I've always hated rats. Most people do, of course. That stain up there bothers me. It's gotten so big so soon. I think I'll take a chance and bother Reed and ask him what it is. Dr. Reed. Reed, can you hear me? Are you all right? Hello? Well, he didn't answer. I think he's just a little bit deaf. I think so. What do you suppose he's found, huh? I'm afraid this is rather dull for you listeners. I'm not finding it so, of course. There. I heard him cough. Did you hear that cough? Hope he's all right. He got out of a sick bed to come here this evening, you know. He was gassed in the First World War, and this place is beginning to get on my nerves a wee bit. Just a teensy-weensy bit.
Reed, speaking.
Hello? He switched off. That's the bad cough he's got. I feel so lonely. I've been alone so much in my life. Not so much now, of course, but when I was younger, I was alone so much of the time, you know, struggling to get ahead, living in a hall bedroom, wondering where my next meal was coming from. I get the blues just remembering it. Seem sad, young people having to spend so much time alone. Sad for old people, too, of course. I'm saying of course a lot. Of course I am. Hey, that stain on the ceiling, it's grown amazingly. It's actually beginning to drip. I mean, form bubbles. They'll start dropping soon. Colored bubbles, they seem to be. Odd-shaped stain, like a body lying on its back with its arms stretched out. It's cheerful. Oh. I'll certainly advise Mr. McDonald to have this place pulled down. I'll go upstairs in a minute or two to see how Dr. Reed's making out. You know, listeners, I really believe I go completely crazy if I had to stay here much longer. Wears you down. That's exactly what it does. It wears you down. It's so close and musty in here. I feel sort of trapped. I don't know why I said that. That's what they call this place, you know, the death trap. There, what did I tell you? That stain started to drip, drop, drip, drop, drip, drop, drip, drop, drip. I'll catch the next one in my hand. Reed? Dr. Reed! I'm going upstairs now, listeners. I'm afraid something has happened to Dr. Reed. I'm not kidding now. I mean, this is on the level. Which room could it be now? Right? Left? No, right. This is it, I think. Oh, evening, gentlemen. And madam? I'm so glad to see you. I was just aching to see somebody. Anybody. I've been so lonely down there. What have you done with the doctor, huh? I know he's been hurt. See the color of the bubble on my hand? What have you done with him? Make way, please, gentlemen. Make way. Well, this isn't the funniest darn thing. This can't be Dr. Reed lying here. He didn't have a red beard. Now, don't crowd me, gentlemen. Don't crowd me, please. Huh? You want me to go where with you? You want me to do what? Speak up, gentlemen. To the cliffs. Down to the cliffs? You mean right now? Well, all right, if you'll come with me. I don't want to be alone anymore. You will come with me? All of you? All four of you? You too, ma'am? Oh, good. Come on, then. To the cliff. To the cliff. To the cliff. To the...
He jumped over the cliff.
He jumped over the cliff. McDonald, he jumped over...
Mr. McDonald, Mr. Thorpe, you may come in to see Dr. Reed now.
What? Uh-huh.
Dr. Reed is conscious. You may see him now.
Is he able to talk?
Just for a few minutes. In here.
Come in. Come in, gentlemen.
How are you, Dr. Reed?
We've been waiting to see you.
Yes, and I must apologize, gentlemen. I had a most unfortunate accident. Hemorrhage.
Hemorrhage?
Yes. My lungs, you know. Now, gentlemen.
Hemorrhage? Dr. Reed, what happened in that house? What happened to Smith? We've just been listening to a playback of the recordings you made out there.
Smith? Well, isn't he with you?
We've just heard the recording, Dr. Reed. Smith jumped over the cliff. Into the ocean.
Oh, that poor boy.
Dr. Reed, will you please tell us what happened? From what we heard on the recording, there were ghosts in that house.
Ghosts? I didn't see any ghosts.
But, Smith, what about him?
If he went over the cliff, it was fear that drove him over. Gentlemen, I didn't see any ghosts. As for that unfortunate young man, who can say now what he saw or thought he saw?
Thank you, Ralph Edwards, for displaying your versatility by appearing as guest star on Suspense.
Say, Harlow, that Edwards does everything.
Hap. No does. Don't use that word on our Autolite show.
Oh, come now, Harlow. I can make you use that word, as you call it.
How?
Now, don't you say that Autolite resistor spark plugs make your car engine idle smoother?
Yes, but...
And your car gives better performance on leaner gas mixtures. Saves gas.
Sure does. I mean, does.
Aren't we devils?
Ralph, you tricked me. Well, anyhow, it does my heart good to tell people that Autolite resistor spark plugs are ignition engineered by Autolite, which makes more than 400 products for cars, trucks, airplanes, and boats in 28 plants from coast to coast. Autolite also makes complete electrical systems for many makes of America's finest cars. Batteries, spark plugs, generators, starting motors, spark plug wire, battery cable, coils, distributors. All ignition engineered to fit together perfectly, work together perfectly because they're a perfect team. The lifeline of your car. So, folks, don't accept electrical parts that are supposed to be as good. Remember, you're right with Autolite.
And now here again is Ralph Edwards.
I want to thank Tony Leader and his great cast of actors for helping to make my appearance on Suspense a very pleasant consequence. Like all of you, I'm a great Suspense fan, and I'm looking forward to next week when radio's outstanding theater of thrills brings you Joseph Cotton in The Day I Died, another gripping study in
Suspense.
Tonight's suspense play was adapted for radio by Walter Newman from an original story by H.R. Wakefield with music composed by Lucien Morawek and conducted by Lud Gluskin. The entire production was under the direction of Anton M. Leader. Make it a point to listen next Thursday to Suspense, radio's outstanding theater of thrills. Remember, next Thursday, same time, hear Joseph Cotton in The Day I Died.
You can buy Autolite resistor spark plugs, Autolite stay-full batteries, Autolite electrical parts at your neighborhood Autolite dealers. Switch to Autolite. Good night.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Whistler.
And now, the Whistler's strange story. The Rawhide Coffin.
The girl, sitting alone at the Kauaui bar, paid for her drink, and then counted what little she had left. A frown crossed her attractive features. $19. $19 and a few cents. This, at the moment, was Marilyn Millington's sole fortune. Not a very comfortable backlog for a girl alone in Honolulu. It had been almost 2 months now since she'd quit her job in Los Angeles, followed her boss straight to his Maui plantation to shake him down for a cool $10,000 for what she knew. But something had gone wrong. The authorities had gotten to him first, and Marilyn's dreams of blackmailing her way to Easy Street went up a dead end. She sighed now and picked up her drink and sipped it thoughtfully. Her eyes wandered toward the entrance of the bar. She saw a woman there looking around nervously, anxiously, until her gaze met Marilyn's. Almost immediately, she started toward her, crossing the room in swift, nervous strides.
You look like a decent kid. Here.
What?
I want you to do something for me.
What are you talking about?
Take it. Keep this for me till I get back. your purse? I haven't time to explain. Put the purse under your coat and keep it out of sight. But I can't stay. They'll be here any second.
Hey there. Don't try to get away.
Leave me alone.
Just take it easy, lady. You're not going anyplace. The race is over now.
No. No, let me go. You haven't anything on me, not a thing.
We'll just let the judge decide that. Come on.
In the mirror, you watch as the policeman escorts the woman out of the bar. You wonder what it's all about, don't you, Marilyn? And as soon as they're gone, you go to the powder room, lock the door, and open the purse you've kept hidden under your coat. And draw in your breath at what you see. It's a thick roll of bills, Marilyn. And confused as you are, you start to count.
$800.
Yes, Marilyn, $800. Thrust into your hands from out of the blue, just when you need it the most. In your excitement, you start to throw the purse away and then check yourself. Decide to investigate further. You dump out the contents, rummage through the usual cosmetics to find a Social Security card, driver's license, and birth certificate. All in the name of Leona Chadwick. And then one thing more. A registered letter also addressed to Leona Chadwick. You unfold it.
Dear Miss Chadwick, thank you for answering the advertisement we placed in the Star Bulletin. Our reason for going to these extremes in trying to locate you is to notify you that your uncle, Henry Chadwick, passed away several months ago, and you, as his only survivor, are his sole heir. He suffered losses recently, and his estate now amounts to only $51,000. Your uncle regretted that the untimely death of both your parents years ago resulted in his losing complete track of your whereabouts, and he was deeply sorry never to have seen you since you were a child. However, we ourselves are looking forward to the pleasure of meeting when you arrive in San Francisco. All necessary documents have been prepared and await only your signature. Very truly yours.
Well, Marilyn, it's quite a letter, isn't it? But there are some things it doesn't explain. Why were the police after Leona Chadwick? And why was she so anxious to get rid of her purse? As you leave the bar and walk down the street, you still wonder, don't you, Marilyn? Wonder if maybe there's more in all this for you than the $800. The thought stays with you throughout the night, and the following morning an idea occurs to you. You decide you're going to find out more about this Leona Chadwick. You hurry down to the courthouse, and after several inquiries, you find what you're looking for. A half-filled courtroom, and you're just in time. For the woman who handed you the purse last night is now standing before the judge.
Well, so you're back.
Yes, Your Honor.
This time I see you're booked as Thelma Porter.
One name's as good as another.
I thought you'd learned your lesson the last time you were in here.
Guess I didn't.
2 months ago, I gave you the opportunity to straighten yourself out. I thought you were smart enough to see.
I guess I'm not smart.
Now, see here. Why are you always getting into trouble? You've been in Honolulu 10 years now, and you've been in and out of jail for 9. What's wrong? You look like you're from a decent family.
The best, Your Honor.
Then why don't you tell me your real name? If we could get in touch with your family, maybe they'd make things easier for you.
Thank you, Judge. But you'll never know my real name. Never.
Have it your way. Why didn't you report to your probation officer?
I was away visiting friends, but I can pay my fine.
There won't be a fine this time. This time you're going to prison. 30 days.
30 days? But, Judge, I've got to go to San Francisco.
Sorry, 30 days.
Please, Your Honor. I've just got to get to San Francisco.
You watch them lead her away again, don't you, Marilyn? This time for a 30-day sentence. And as you walk out of the courtroom, your mind is spinning, trying to put it all together. For some reason, this frightened woman is trying to protect her name. Hide it, prevent the authorities from learning that she is Leona Chadwick. And suddenly another thought hit you. You stopped dead still, almost numb by the idea.
30 days. She's in jail for 30 days, and no one in San Francisco, not even her lawyers, have ever seen her. Why couldn't I be Leona Chadwick?
Yes, Marilyn, it's a startling thought, isn't it? So wild that at first you discard it. Try to get it out of your mind. But it keeps coming back. Intriguing you at first, then tempting, and then finally it's an overwhelming challenge with a promise of a fortune if you achieve it. You know that the lawyers in San Francisco will ask many questions before they're satisfied. But they might be questions that you can answer, Marilyn. The letter said Leona had been away for 15 years. You have her identification, everything, even her Honolulu address on the envelope. That gives you another idea, doesn't it? Something that could put you on more solid ground and make the whole plan possible.
Yes, what is it, dearie?
How do you do? Are you the landlady here?
Yes. Mm-hmm. Yes, I'm Mrs. Cook. Well, come about a room, have you?
Well, no. You see, I'm a reporter for the Star Bulletin. I'm inquiring about Leona Chadwick. I understand she inherited quite a bit of money.
Oh, that she did. Moved out yesterday afternoon. Went to San Francisco. Now, you can reach her there at the Hotel Lido. Yes. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. She said she made a reservation at the Hotel Lido. A reporter, Writing a story, are you?
Yes, and I'd like some facts about Miss Chadwick. This will be a big story. Good publicity for your place, too. I thought if I could speak to a friend of hers...
Well, I am the closest friend Leona ever had. Mm-hmm. In fact, I'm just about the only friend she ever had.
Oh, I wonder if I might come in.
Why, yes, dearie, do come in. Come right on in here. Now, I think I'll be able to answer most of your questions about Leona. Sit down there, please.
Thank you.
Now, of course, I can't tell you much about the uncle. Leona knew nothing about him. But just that he bought, and he sold antiques in San Francisco.
I see. About her parents.
Well, she had two.
Their names. Did she ever mention their names to you?
Oh, my, yes, many times. Now, her father's name... Wait, now, let me see now. Oh, yes, it was Fred. Yes, that's it. It was Fred. Now, Leona used to say
to me. Yes, Marilyn, you write it all down, don't you? Take a half hour of careful notes for your paper. Until you have nearly 20 pages of information, all of it concerning Leona Chadwick. Back at your hotel room, you go over the details of your borrowed identity, pour through the vital statistics supplied by Leona Chadwick's cooperative landlady. Speak the important ones aloud over and over until they're almost a part of you. And there's something else that's important, too. Leona's signature. And far into the night, you practice writing the name 100 times, 1,000 times, until it's exactly like the signature on the Social Security card. And then the following morning, you're at the airport.
Yes, miss?
I'd like a ticket to San Francisco.
Round trip?
No. One way, please.
Very well. And the name is?
Chadwick. Miss Leona Chadwick.
It's exciting, isn't it, Marilyn, the way it all began? One moment you had nothing, a girl alone in Honolulu without money. Then a purse is thrust into your hands, a purse containing $800 and the biggest opportunity of your life. Yes, Marilyn, and that's why you're on this plane now, approaching San Francisco, why you're posing as Leona Chadwick, The frightened woman who gave you the purse and who got herself locked up for 30 days in Honolulu. It's the opportunity of a lifetime, isn't it? With a letter addressed to her from the San Francisco lawyers with her identification, the knowledge of her past life, you're about to try for the gold at the end of a rainbow. A fortune left to Leona Chadwick by her uncle.
Front boy. 221 for this couple. Sorry, sir, but it's like I said. There's a convention. The hotel is crowded. No rooms without reservations. Yes, miss?
I wrote you for a reservation.
Did we confirm it, miss?
Well, you see, I left home so unexpectedly.
I see. What is the name, please? I'll check it.
My name is...
Mr. Young, excuse me, please, but room 516 wants to speak to you again.
Thank you. Excuse me, miss.
Certainly.
Hello? No, I'm sorry. No, there's no message for you here. Well, I'm sure the switchboard operator will connect you when any call comes through. Yes, I understand. It's important. You're welcome, Miss Chadwick.
Chadwick?
And now your reservation, Miss...
That Miss Chadwick you were talking to,
Yes?
that isn't Leona Chadwick, is it?
Why, yes, that's right.
From Honolulu?
Yes, she checked in last night. A friend of yours?
Yes. Yes, she is.
I see. Now about your reservation. What was the name again, please?
What? Oh, Malloy. Hazel Malloy.
Malloy. Mallory Malloy. Oh, I'm sorry, Miss Malloy. There's nothing here. We probably wrote you that we were all filled up.
Yes, perhaps that was it. Never mind.
We'll let you have the very next signal room that's vacant.
Thank you. I think I'll go up and see Miss Chadwick.
Room 516. The house phones are right over there.
Well, Marilyn, your scheme hasn't worked out according to plan, has it? It seems someone else is taking advantage of Leona Chadwick's jail sentence. Yes. And as the elevator reaches the 5th floor, you know there's only one thing you can do. And that's to have a showdown with a girl in room 516.
Who is it?
Yes, what is it?
So you're Leona Chadwick.
Why, yes.
May I come in, thanks?
Now, just a moment. What do you want?
Just a friendly little chat. First of all, who are you, really?
Who am I? I'm afraid I don't understand.
Look, you're registered as Leona Chadwick. But who are you?
Now, see here.
Come on, throw away the bobby pins and let your hair down.
Whatever it is you're getting at...
Let's put it this way, then. I want to play Leona Chadwick, too.
My dear girl, I have no idea of what this is all about. But it's beginning to tire me.
Leona Chadwick's in jail. You and I both got the same idea, to collect her inheritance while she's tied up.
I hate to disappoint you, my dear, but I am Leona Chadwick.
Sure, say it often enough and you'll believe it.
I think I can explain your unfortunate confusion. This girl in jail, she had a purse, perhaps?
Purse? What do you mean?
The purse was mine. That girl was a thief. She grabbed it from my arm just as I was going through the gate to get aboard my plane.
That purse was hers. The only reason she gave it to me was to hide her identity.
If she gave you the purse, she was only trying to dispose of stolen property before the police could find it on her.
Got it all figured out, haven't you? Very convincing story. Only I don't believe it.
It really makes very little difference to me whether you do or not.
If you are Leona Chadwick, why don't you call the police? Right now.
That's an excellent idea.
Well, go ahead. What are you waiting for, Leona? Call them.
All right.
No, wait. Do you know someone named Cooksey?
Yes. Mrs. Cooksey, my landlady in Honolulu. Hello, operator.
Put that phone down.
Hello. Oh, what is the matter with that operator? Operator!
I'm warning you, put that phone down.
Hello? Hello?
Yes, operator. It's nothing. I accidentally knocked over the phone.
As you replace the receiver, you stare at the lifeless body at your feet, unable to believe what's happened. It's like a nightmare, isn't it, Marilyn? Something unreal, and you don't belong in it. You shut your eyes tightly and try to blot out the scene, but it's no use. It is real. It has happened, and you're a murderess. Now you must act. You must get rid of her body somehow. You look around the room. Your eyes fall on a large rawhide trunk in the corner. It's perfect, isn't it? Minutes later, it's done. You've placed Leona Chadwick's body inside the trunk. And now all you can do is wait. Wait for the call from the lawyer's office. The same call that Leona was waiting for. It's got to come, soon. You tell yourself that. And as the moments tick into hours, you become increasingly worried. And then...
Yes? Miss Chadwick?
Yes?
This is Miss Mencken at Hodgkiss and Winters. Mr. Winters has just returned to his office. He'll be able to see you now.
Oh, thank you. I'll be over right away.
As you lock the hotel room behind you, you pause for a moment in the hall. It worries you, doesn't it, Marilyn? Leona still being in there while you're gone. But you're quick to reassure yourself that it's safe, that no one will open the trunk. And by the time you've reached the street, you've driven the thought from your mind. 10 minutes later, Miss Mencken ushers you into the private office of Mr. Winters.
Well, Miss Chadwick, this is a pleasure. Do sit down.
Thank you, Mr. Winters.
Sorry I couldn't see you this morning when you called. I had business in Oakland.
Quite all right.
Gave you the opportunity to see a little of our town,
Yes, I...
Well, so we found you at last. It gave us quite a time of it, you know. Your uncle tried to locate you for years. Lost track of you after your parents died. Terrible tragedy there. Train wreck, wasn't it?
No. Father's car skidded off a cliff.
Oh, yes, of course. Here in San Francisco, wasn't it?
Seattle.
Oh, that's right. Your uncle did say that. Your father's business was in Seattle, wasn't it?
Yes, he was in the banking business. With my mother's brother, Charles Turner.
Oh, yes. Your uncle always spoke highly of your mother, Miss Chadwick. Born in Hong Kong, wasn't she?
Yes, but she spent most of her childhood in England.
Yes, I remember. Then she came to the States as a young lady. Met your father here.
No, she met him in England. They were married in London.
Oh, so they were. I remember hearing your Uncle Henry mention your mother's brother very fine.
Your conversation with Mr. Winters goes on for nearly an hour, doesn't it, Marilyn? A conversation of facts. He wants to be certain that you're the Leona Chadwick he's been looking for. Yes, and you're ready with the right answers. Not once are your defenses down. The more you talk, the more restless you become as you think of Leona's body in the trunk back at the hotel. The fear within you grows, the fear that her body will be discovered while you're here. You twist the handkerchief nervously in your hands, wishing the cross-examination would come to an end. And then finally, Mr. Winters slides a sheet of paper across the desk and hands you a fountain pen. It's the moment you've been dreading, isn't it, Marilyn? Fighting to remain calm, you take the pen, sign Leona Chadwick's name to the document. Mr. Winters picks it up, looks at it, then at the signature on the Social Security card. A smile crosses his face, and he rises.
Well, that's fine, Miss Chadwick. Well, I suppose that's all we can do for the present. I'll let you know when the other papers are ready for your signature.
A moment later, you leave Mr. Winters' office. And as you pass his secretary's desk, you notice she's talking on the telephone. Her back is toward you, and she doesn't see you. And then as you open the outer door and are about to step out, something she says on the telephone stops you in your tracks.
The Hotel Lido. Just a moment, please. Mr. Winters, I have a call for you. It's the desk clerk at the Hotel Lido.
Desk clerk?
It's about Miss Chadwick. He says it's important.
You rush out of the office, run along the corridor, then down one flight of stairs and out into the street. You're certain the thing you feared most has happened, aren't you, Marilyn? Leona's body has been discovered in the trunk. As you reach the corner and step off the curb...
Miss Chadwick! Miss Chadwick!
You hear Mr. Winters calling you from his office window, and you start rapidly across the street.
Hello. Who are you?
I'm Nurse Connors. You're in the hospital.
Hospital?
You had an accident, but you'll be all right.
Accident?
You were struck down by a car. You've been unconscious for over 12 hours.
How do you feel, my dear?
Oh, Mr. Winters,
You know,
see.
I feel somewhat guilty about all this. If I'd run out after you instead of trying to call you from my window, I might have prevented it all.
What do you mean?
Well, there was a phone call for you from your hotel. The clerk was inquiring about a friend of yours, Hazel Malloy. Seemed they promised her a vacancy.
Hazel Malloy?
Yes, he wanted to know where he could reach you.
Oh, I see.
Oh, by the way, I brought the papers along for your signature. I just leave them with you.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Winters.
And there's no hurry whenever you feel up to it. You need rest, my dear. And don't worry. Everything's going to be all right.
You're in the clear, aren't you, Marilyn? Perfectly. Leona's body wasn't found. And you're quick to realize that your fears have been foolish. The trunk is safe in the hotel closet, just as you left it. You spend a quiet, restful night. Awaken the following morning refreshed and confident. Mr. Winters and the nurse are standing by your bed and smiling down on you.
Feel better, my dear?
Oh, yes, I feel wonderful. Just wonderful.
Good. The doctor said I could take you home this afternoon. That is to my place in San Mateo.
Oh?
My wife and I thought you'd be more comfortable there, till we're sure you're perfectly all right.
But my things, my clothes...
I know. My wife thought you might be worried, but don't be. I took the liberty of having all your things sent down from the hotel.
What?
I talked to my wife a moment ago. She said your trunk had just arrived.
My trunk?
None of your pretty dresses will be wrinkled, my dear. My wife's maid will see to that. She's probably unpacking your trunk right now.
This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
Adventures by Morse. Carlton E. Morse presents The Girl on Shipwreck Island, featuring Captain Friday.
If you like high adventure, come with me. If you like the stealth of intrigue, come with me. If you like blood and thunder, come with me.
When Captain Bart Friday and his sidekick Skip Turner returned to Saigon, capital of French Indochina, Following their experiences in the Cambodian jungles, they were taken immediately to Government House. They had accomplished such a satisfactory piece of work for the French territorial government, they were immediately asked to take on another mission en route back across the Pacific to San Francisco and home. This mission had to do with flying a special French-type Army plane from Saigon to Australia, where it was to be torn down and shipped by boat to France. Had you ever flown this type plane before, Captain Friday?
Well, something pretty similar. It wasn't entirely familiar, but with Skip acting as mechanic and co-pilot, I was pretty confident. Isn't that right, Skip?
Why, sure. Wasn't a plane that bothered me. I hated like the deuce to separate from the rest of the Carter party.
Business before pleasure.
Oh, sure, I know, but I got pretty fond of Professor LeBrun and Perry Mills.
Now, how about Celia?
You're doggone right. And here Perry and Patricia went and got married in Saigon, and we hardly had a chance to kiss the bride. Boy, away we go on another harebrained mission.
Well, Perry and Patricia and Professor LeBrun and Celia are well out to sea by now on a luxury liner for San Francisco.
Yeah, and look at where we are.
Where Captain Friday and Skip Turner are is another matter entirely. Yesterday afternoon, they took off from the Saigon airport. Out over the China Sea and the Indian Ocean they flew, into the night, through oriental moonlight and white clouds which stood up on end like mountains and skyscrapers and giant pillars. And when the dawn came, these massive towers of white clouds turned rose and pink and flame color and lit up the sky so that the flyers felt as though they were driving through a sky on fire. And then, as full day came, the vastness of the ocean expanse spread out below them. From horizon to horizon, nothing but the dirty blue of the ocean below and the haze blue of the heat-tinted atmosphere around them. And then it happened. Engine trouble. And when the motors conked out completely, the sound of wind in the struts and against the fuselage and on the wings was all the sound there was, and the falling craft gathered speed. And it was then that Skip Turner caught sight of a tiny island, hardly bigger than a pocket handkerchief, looming ahead of them right into the wind. With every ounce of skill, Captain Friday kept the plane under control, heading it for the small place of refuge. Swept down onto the bosom of the water. And to add further to the good fortune of landing safely, there was a sandy beach, and the first waves took the plane and ran it up on the sand like a toy in a bathtub.
Ooh-wee! Man, oh man, did you see what happened to us?
Yeah, you can be glad you're not feeding the fishes at this very moment.
Amen, brother, amen.
You didn't get hurt in that bouncing around?
Not a scratch. You?
Nope.
Well, Chief, let's get out and see the country.
Get this strap unfastened. I don't think the plane's been hurt any.
Doggone them engines. What you suppose happened?
There. Will the door open?
Yep. Ain't jammed a bit.
Good. Get out, Skip.
Yeah. Hey, you coming?
Yeah.
Hey, listen to that bird. Sounds like San Diego on a bright June night.
I don't see any signs of habitation anywhere around.
You can't tell what's up in that jungle stuff away from the beach.
It's a pretty rugged country. Volcanic.
Yeah, probably caves and stuff up in there. You know, we was lucky to find a sandy beach.
Well, let's have a look. Got your packet of special rations?
Yes, sir, including 6 bars of chocolate.
Here we go, then.
Hey, what about the plane, Captain? Shouldn't we ought to give it the once-over and see whether we're stuck here for good?
That'll have to come later, Skip. First thing's to see if we're in any danger from the natives.
Yeah, if there is any. Looks like a deserted hunk of volcano to me.
Yep. Guess we'll have to wade through this grass for a little.
Yeah. Hey, where are we aiming for?
I thought if we could climb up on that high ground, we might get a survey of the whole place.
We ain't mad at that. Whole place ain't 2 miles across in any direction, look like from the air.
Okay. Here's where we start the climb.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad to get out of that grass. There's one thing I hate. It's the snakes and bugs and stuff down in this part of the world.
A lot of sharp lava. Edges like a razor. Gotta pull yourself up in some of these places.
You make it?
Yeah. Come on up.
Okay.
Phew, is that sun boiling? I think we can skirt the edge of that next pinnacle. Seems to be easier going to the left here.
It looks like the minute we get up on the next level, we're going to be in a tangle of jungle.
We'll worry about that when we get up there. Notice how the island seems to be built up in tiers. First the beach level, and this level we're on. Then up above the jungle level.
Yeah. I ain't seen nothing that looks like human life yet.
For any natives, they're going to be pretty shy of 2 white men. Especially coming down out of the sky as we just did.
Mm-hmm. Uh-oh. What do we do now?
Run into a blank wall, all right.
Boy, it's 10 foot if it's an inch, and straight up. And no place to go except turn back.
Skip, do you think you could boost me up? Maybe if I could get my fingers over the edge, I could scramble up.
Sure, but how do I get up?
Well, let's figure that when I make it up.
Okay. Climb up on my shoulders. Hey, but for gosh sakes, keep them hobnails out of my ribs.
Here I go.
Hey, you're taking my skin off.
Hold still there.
Hold still, he says. You making it?
Yeah. I got my fingers over the edge. Now you can reach up and push my feet up when I heave.
Well, I can try.
You go.
You make it?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm okay.
Okay, now what about me?
Just a minute. Be with you in just a minute.
Hey, what's up there, anyway?
Haven't had much of a chance to look around. Yeah. There.
Hey, you got your pants off.
That's right. I'll brace myself up here and throw the legs of my pants over the edge. Grab a hold and scramble up.
And what if I tear a leg off?
For your own good, you better not. Okay, let's go.
Yeah, here I come. Looks like I'm naked.
Up with you.
There.
Yeah.
Hooey.
Excuse me while I put my trousers back on.
Well, will you look around us? Hey, this ain't the kind of a jungle I thought we'd find up here.
There. It looks interesting, though.
Hey, that's beautiful. Kind of rolling meadow with green grass and vines and a lot of palm trees.
Okay, let's go and investigate.
Yeah. That's more like a park. And we'll keep heading for high ground, huh?
Yeah. I'd like to get a picture of the whole island if I can.
Hey, looky. As soon as we get back from the rock ledge, the ground's as black and fertile as a California meadow.
Uh-oh. Look there.
Yeah, they're rabbits.
Looks like a cross between a rabbit and a kangaroo.
It's just the size of a rabbit. Hey, there's some more of them. Hey, this place is alive with them.
Well, we won't starve here, that's one thing. Here, let's cut across to that high spot.
Yeah. Hey, this is kind of interesting, you know? I didn't know there was any South Sea islands like this.
You want to stay here and homestead it?
The heck with that. Too far to the nearest drugstore.
Okay, here we are.
Yep. And there's your whole island laying out before you.
Hello. The island seems to be divided into 2 parts. Look at that ravine down below us.
Yeah. Seems to have 2 humps like the back of a camel.
Yeah. We're standing on one hump, and across the ravine is the other. Hello. That water down there in that ravine?
Hey, it looks like a creek, all right.
If there's a freshwater stream on the island, we're more than in luck.
Hey, you talk as if you didn't think we was going to be able to get that airship off the beach.
That remains to be seen.
Hey, Captain, look down yonder in the water.
Where?
By that palm tree down by the creek. It's a girl.
Skip, I think you're right.
Why, of course I'm right. A white girl using the old swimming hole as sure as I'm a foot high.
She's a white girl, all right. How far away do you imagine she is?
A couple of 100 yards in a straight line, I reckon. Probably half a mile away we'd have to travel to get down to where she is.
Well, what are we waiting for?
Yeah, man. Now, what in the blazes is the white girl doing alone on this desert island?
She might be a Polynesian.
Oh, but their skins ain't pure white. They're kind of brownish. You could see for yourself, this girl's skin was white as milk. It actually gleamed in the sunshine. Hey, look, you can still see it.
You're not going poetic on me, are you, Skip?
Well, I know, but something like this don't happen to a man every day.
Yeah, we're going to have to skirt around the brow of the hill for a ways.
Oh, but we'll lose sight of her.
So we lose sight of her. She can't keep out of our way for very long on an island no bigger than a pocket handkerchief.
Just a minute, Chief.
Well?
Looky, maybe you should stay here and kind of keep her in view while I go down and...
Hey, what kind of double talk's that?
Well, I was just thinking.
Yeah, I know what you're thinking. Come on, we go down together.
Well, it was an idea.
I'll say it was. We get around the brow of this hill and... Hey! Hey, look there, Skip.
Huh? Well, I'll be a son of a gun.
Shipwreck.
You see, it is a white girl. Shipwrecked and marooned on this island, probably for months and months.
Yeah. That craft's been piled up on the beach there for 6 months anyway, looks like.
Yeah, but where's the rest? The captain and crew and the rest.
Probably weren't over 5 or 6 in the crew.
Yeah?
Uh-huh. Looks like a small luxury schooner.
Millionaire's yacht, huh?
Could be.
Well, anyway, that explains the girl. Come on, let's get down to her.
We don't want to rush in on her. Probably scare her to death.
Don't be silly. She'll be so glad to see white folks again, she'll probably throw her arms around our necks and hug us to death.
Skip the romanticist.
Well, why shouldn't she? After all, if I hadn't seen a white girl for 6 months, I know how I'd feel. You think she's going to feel any different?
Well, as to that, Skip.
Hey, that was the rifle.
Get the dirt, Skip.
Hey, they were shooting at us. I could hear the bullet just as plain. Why, that little white-skinned female shooting at her rescuers.
That wasn't the girl, Skip. The shots came from behind us.
Here are Captain Bart Friday and Skip Turner marooned on a desert island in the South Pacific when their army plane, in which they were flying between Saigon, French Indochina, and Australia, conked out on them. They landed the plane safely with hopes of repairing the motors, but at the moment are exploring their island refuge. At the foot of the hummock on which they have been standing, they see a freshwater stream, and in the stream, a white girl bathing. They are just making their way down to this amazing vision when 2 rifle bullets sing over their heads. The shots have come from behind them, and just now, the 2 are wriggling on elbows and stomachs through the long grass for safety in the ravine below.
Keep down and keep coming, Skip.
Honest to my grandma, I never felt so sorry for a snake in my life.
Yeah.
Imagine having to go around on your belly all your life.
Hold it just a minute.
Yeah. I need a breather.
Either we've eluded the guy with the nervous trigger finger, or else he's stalking us, waiting to get a really good bead on us.
Well, that's a comforting thought.
Yeah. Another 10 feet and we can drop down behind those rocks in the ravine.
You think that makes me mad? Them shots probably scared heck out of the gal we saw in bathing. Where'll she be now?
Probably jumped into her clothes and beat it for home.
Home?
Well, whatever she calls home these days.
Yeah, and if she hides out on us, it'll take us maybe days to make contact.
It's not the angle that bothers me.
Yeah?
We now know that there are other people on this island besides the girl.
Hey, I hadn't thought of that.
What I want to know is why one of them wanted to shoot at us.
Well, maybe he and the gal are here all alone and wants to keep it that way.
On the other hand, if he's been marooned on this island for 6 months, he'd welcome a rescue party with wide open arms.
Even with a beautiful gal all to herself?
Even with 10 beautiful girls all to himself.
I don't believe it.
Well, come on. Let's get down to the rocks.
Okay. Watch the way I wiggle my hips as I slither through the grass.
Okay, hold it.
Hey, Captain, you can hear the creek. Listen. Oh, don't that sound cool and refreshing?
Yeah. Right over the edge. I'll drop down onto the gravel. Then when I see everything is all clear, I'll give you the high sign.
Okay. I'll have my gun all set to back you up if there's any trouble.
Check. Here I go. There. Hey, Skip.
Okay, Chief.
All clear. Come on down.
Oh, man, does that water look good. Hey, how about us falling on our faces and having a drink, huh?
Undoubtedly spring water. Go ahead.
Yeah, man. Oh, man. I never tasted anything so good.
Yeah. All right, isn't it?
Yeah. Now then, what?
We'll follow down this creek to where we saw the girl in bathing.
Yeah, maybe we can pick up a trail again, even if she has disappeared.
Come on, then.
Hard walking on these rocks.
Yeah. Like walking on marbles and billiard balls.
Hey, we can't be very far from the babe swimming hole.
I've got it spotted right. It should be around the next turn in the ravine.
Mm-hmm. Water's getting a little deeper along here.
Hold it, Skip.
What's the matter?
Crouch down along the edge of the bank. Get down low.
Hey, what's going on?
Somebody's standing on the bank right above us.
Uh-oh.
Quiet. Listen.
I say, is that you, Gracie?
Gracie, huh?
Shh, quiet.
It's all right, Gracie. I'm all alone. You don't need to be afraid of me, you know. You know that, Gracie. You know that
Hey, somebody shot him.
Quick, Skip. Help me put him out of the creek before he drowns.
Yeah.
Up with him. Easy. Oh, wait. Wait, Skip.
I got him.
Never mind. Drop him back in the water.
Hey.
Drop him back. He's dead. Look at the back of his head.
Oh. Oh, yeah.
Now listen. Somebody's coming along the bank.
The killer?
Come on. Get back under the bank. Keep low. Hold it. Hold it.
We just made it.
Yeah. He's looking down at the body.
My fine young Cockney, you have come to a very bad end. A very bad end. Just like I told you would.
Hey, how about throwing a gun on that guy?
Quiet, Skip.
It is too hard to dig for you a grave this afternoon. But tonight you shall have one. See? The senorita must not see like this, no. But tonight you shall have a grave. But now, I shall have my siesta. Buenos dias, Senor Cockney. Adios. Hasta la vista.
Well, how do you like them apples?
Oh, a very cheerful killer.
A doggone pirate.
Pirate?
Certainly a pirate. Didn't you see that bandana tied around his head when he peered over the bank?
I suppose he was a member of that yacht's crew before it went aground.
Why, sure. 20th century pirate if I ever saw one. Hey, what do you suppose he killed his sidekick for?
I could give a good guess.
Gracie?
Oh, looks like it to me. Cockney sneaked off to hold rendezvous with Gracie, and our pirate friend followed after him. When he made sure Cockney was trying to get the inside track on the girlfriend, he up and blew the back of his head off.
Well, that's one way of getting rid of rivals. What does that make Gracie?
I don't know. Shall we go and find out?
Yeah, let's.
Okay. Keep him close to the bank, then, in case there are any more jealous Romeos in this place. There. Yeah, now we've got some sand to walk on.
Yeah, and it's wet, so it won't make a sound.
Uh-huh. Uh-oh. There's the pool where Gracie was bathing.
Hey, pretty, huh?
Nice a pool as you could want.
You know, we should ought to pull Cockney out of the creek. Seems too bad to let him contaminate a pool like this.
I didn't dare. Cockney's body disappears. The pirate's going to know something's wrong.
Well, I just think Gracie buried it or somebody else. Besides, what hurt if it does get uneasy?
Skip, there are a couple of things that keep gnawing at my mind.
Such as?
Those 2 shots that were fired at us.
Uh-oh.
Were they really meant for us? Or was the pirate firing at Cockney?
Got me.
If they were meant for Cockney, then it looks like nobody knows yet that we've landed on the island.
Hey, how could they miss the airplane coming down?
Well, the engines were dead. We just barely glided up to the beach. Unless somebody happened to be looking up, they'd never known we were even in the sky.
Okay, so nobody knows we're on the island. What about it?
In that case, nobody wants to kill us. Those shots were meant for Cockney.
Well, I like it that way better. I never did hanker to have somebody itching to bump me. Huh? What you looking for?
Look here, Skip.
You find something?
Yeah. Barefoot prints of a girl's foot in the sand.
Yeah, I'm pointing in that direction.
Yeah. There's a sort of path away from the pool up through the palm trees.
Yes, sir. As neat as though she'd put up a signboard. Well, lead on, Chief.
Keep low. Use these palm trees for shelter as much as possible.
Just in case of the pirate, huh?
Yeah.
Hey, right up ahead, the jungle looks like it thickened up a bit.
We're climbing up toward the brow of the second hump, if you notice.
Yeah.
Apparently, Gracie doesn't wear shoes anymore. Lots of tracks of a girl's bare feet.
All the same girl?
Seem to be.
Hey, the jungle's beginning to close in around her.
Pat's still good. She must make a practice of bathing down at the pool.
Yeah. Oh, Boy, that shade feels good. I never did see such a sun as they have down in this part of the world.
That's a lot.
Yeah. Jungle's closed in over the top of us like a tent.
Hey, hold it.
What happened?
Listen.
Yo ho, 15 men and a dead man ship.
Listen.
Who goes there? Who goes there? Who goes there?
Well, I'll be a son of a gun.
Hold around, shoot. A man should give the countersign. Here, Gracie. Here, Gracie. Here, Gracie.
Hey, Captain, that's the craziest thing I ever heard.
It's a parrot, Skip.
A parrot?
Yahoo! 15 men and a dead man's ship.
It looks like Gracie's got a parrot to keep her company over on this side of the island.
Mayor, please, call the fire department.
Well, I'll say this for him. He's the loudest parrot I ever heard.
Well, he's my parrot.
Hey.
You heard me. He's my parrot, so what about it?
I don't see you.
No, of course you don't see me.
You see her, Captain?
Oh, she's hidden somewhere off the path in the jungle.
There's no use you looking for me. You'll never find me.
Here, Gracie. Here, Gracie.
Polly, shut up that noise.
You must be Gracie.
And if I am, so what?
Come on out of hiding and let's talk.
Oh, no, you don't.
Don't what? What do you mean?
I don't take no chances with men. Not on this desert island, I don't.
But we've just arrived.
I know that. I saw your airplane drop out of the sky.
Well, then why weren't you down at the beach to meet us?
Not me. I watch out for myself, I do. Besides, the way you were falling, I thought sure you'd be smashed to bits.
Oh, no, not us.
Well, it makes no matter. The same rule applies to you two gents, which applies to them that's on the other side of the island.
And, what rules are those?
This half of the island belongs to me.
Oh?
Yes. When you came to the ravine and waded across the creek, you came on my side of the island.
Hey, you mean that hill over yonder belongs to the men, and this hill belongs just to you?
That's just what I said, isn't it?
I don't get it.
I'm a good girl, I am, and I'm a fighter. And when that sailing yacht over yonder went on the rocks, I was the only girl left alive. I took things in my own hands.
Yeah, and you sound like you were just the gal could do it, too.
And so I am.
How many were on the yacht before it was wrecked?
The master and the missus and a crew of 7.
What about you?
I was the missus' lady's mate. And a very good lady's maid I am, too.
That makes 10 on the yacht. How many landed safely on the beach?
4 of us.
You and Cockney and the pirate and one other, huh?
The pirate?
Sure, the Spanish baby with a turban.
That'd be Manuel.
Manuel the pirate.
And who was the 4th?
He was the captain of the yacht. He was killed 2 days after we landed.
And I'll bet it was Nicola was Manuel the pirate who done it, too.
It was him and Cockney together.
Why?
It was over me.
Hey, you must have something.
I have my moments, if I do say so myself.
Well, come on, climb out of the bushes and let's have a look at it.
Oh, no, you don't.
Is that why you divided the island in 2 parts and why you keep to yourself over here?
It is. When I see the way the men were killing each other with me to go to the winner, I just made up my own rules and got me a gun and a box of cartridges to back me up.
Hey, you ain't poking a gun through the bushes at us right now, are you?
Make a move in the wrong direction and see what happens.
You know something, Gracie?
So you're getting mighty familiar with the use of a girl's name, if I may say so?
Oh, no kidding, Gracie. You're what I'd call a woman with an iron willpower.
What about that parrot we keep hearing?
He's my pal, he is. My pal and my watchdog. Ain't anybody able to come within a mile of us without Belshazzar letting me know.
Belshazzar, huh?
Oh, so that's how you knew we were coming up the path, huh?
That's it. Every time Manuel or Cockney tries to come over here...
Oh, by the way, you're not going to have to worry about Cockney anymore.
What are you talking about?
Manuel just shot him.
Oh, no.
Yeah. We saw him do it.
Then none of us is safe on this island. With nobody to stop Manuel, he'll have us all by the heels before morning.
Marooned on a desert island with a Cockney girl and Manuel the pirate, Captain Friday and Skip Turner face one of the most amazing adventures of their lives in the 2nd episode of The Girl on Shipwreck Island, which is entitled The Pirate is a Fighting Man. Listen next week to another in this fascinating series of Adventures by Morse. Adventures by Morse. Carlton E. Morse presents The Girl on Shipwreck Island, featuring Captain Friday.
If you like high adventure, come with me. If you like the stealth of intrigue, come with me. If you like blood and thunder, come with me.
6 months ago, when the ocean-going yacht Carlotta went ashore on a 2x4 South Sea island during a typhoon, only 4 persons got to the beach alive. They included the captain of the craft, 2 able seamen, Cockney and Manuel, and an English lady's maid named Gracie.
My mistress had a neck broken when the mast of the ship came down in the storm, and my master was washed overboard trying to save her body from the storm. It was a bloody mess, and how I came through it alive I'll never know. But there I was, ashore on a desert island, along with 3 sailors, none of whom I'd ever spoke a word to in my life before. That is, except the captain, to whom I'd said yes, sir, and no, sir. But the captain didn't last long. The second night ashore, Cockney and Manuel set on him and cut him to ribbons in a knife fight. That was enough for me. I took a gun and some cartridges in my Paul Parrott Belshazzar and set up housekeeping on the far end of the island in a bit of a cave.
And for 6 months, Gracie protected herself against Cockney and Manuel, living off the berries and fruit and small bird and animal life of the island. And then Captain Friday and Skip Turner, earlier this afternoon, came fluttering down out of the sky in a French army plane whose engines had conked out.
Yeah, we were en route from French Indochina to Australia, flying over the Dutch East Indies and a lot of the China Sea. Well out over the South China Sea, something in the mechanical department went haywire, and we had to make an emergency landing. Fortunately, we were in the vicinity of a minute atoll with a sandy beach. We landed without doing the ship any damage. Before beginning our repair job, we surveyed the tiny island, and that's when we discovered the setup here. Tell them about it, Skip.
Yeah. Well, when we arrived, there was 3 people on the island besides ourselves. Cockney, Manuel the pirate, and the babe Gracie. And Belshazzar the parrot. But before we'd been here an hour, we saw Manuel the pirate stalk Cockney to the edge of the swimming hole and shoot him in the back. It was 'cause Cockney was trying to get friendly with Gracie behind the pirate's back. So now there's only Manuel and Gracie on the island. That is, except for Captain Friday and me.
And both Gracie and Manuel the pirate are very skittish specimens of the human species. With the exception of the moment when they saw Manuel kill Cockney, they have not laid eyes on the swarthy, pirate-looking figure with the turban about his head. They haven't seen Gracie at all. They've talked to her, but she's kept hidden back in the jungle. She's a girl all alone in this little isolated world, and she doesn't trust anything masculine. And now at 7 o'clock in the afternoon, Captain Friday and Skip are up to their ears in piston rings, spark plugs, and engine oil as they attempt to adjust their motors for the remainder of the trip to Australia.
Boy, talk about rebuilding a motor the hard way.
Yeah.
Phew. That sun's smacking me on the back of the neck like a baseball bat.
Okay, I guess you can screw that head down again.
Yeah. You think we found the trouble?
Well, we found one of the troubles. How a gas line on an airplane can get stopped up, I don't know. Screwed down hard?
Yeah. Won't get any oil leak there.
Well, I'd say we were all set to take off then.
Okay. How about trying the motors?
I'd like to, but I don't want to take the chance.
Well, hey, we can't take off without tuning the motors.
We'll have to tune them at the last minute.
I don't get it.
You heard what Gracie said.
Oh, you mean about the pirate being a desperate character?
Look, why did he and Cockney kill the captain?
Fight over Gracie.
Then why did he kill Cockney?
Over Gracie.
Okay. You think for 1 minute he's going to let you and me fly off with Gracie if he can help it?
You mean we're taking Gracie with us?
We're not leaving her here for that ape.
Oh, I get it, and the pirate knows it. So the minute he thinks we got this airplane fixed to fly again, the real slaughter begins.
Right. Not only does he want to keep Gracie, but he doesn't want us to get back to civilization and report him. Remember, he's a 2-time killer, and he's stuck here until the authorities come and get him.
So what are we going to do?
Well, when it gets dark, we're going back in the jungles where we met Gracie before. We're going to talk fast and get her to come down to the plane with us. Once we get her inside, we'll turn over the motors, adjust them if they need it, and get the heck out of here before Manuel the pirate knows what's going on.
Does Gracie know she's going on an airplane ride?
Not yet.
Well, she's awful skittish. I don't think she'll come.
She's got to come. We have to hog-tie her.
Yeah, well, remember, she's got a gun, and she's been fighting off Cockney and the pirate for 6 months.
We'll have to sneak up on her if she won't trust us. I don't intend to stay here forever, and I don't intend to leave her behind.
Kidnap her for her own good, huh?
She'll see reason when we explain what we're up to.
Well, maybe. What time is it now?
Well, after 7. Be as dark as the inside of your hat band in another 3/4 of an hour.
So what do we do until dark?
Well, first climb up and close the cabin door and lock it.
Yeah. You got everything you want out of the cabin?
Yeah.
Okay, here she goes, then. And that's that. Hey, you think we can take off on this beach in the dark?
How can I miss? It's got a half-mile straight beach. Wind's been blowing in the right direction all afternoon.
Still, it's going to be awful dark.
Well, maybe there'll be moon and stars.
Well, that'll be your worry, Chief. I'll just shut my eyes and hope you don't run into the China Sea.
Come on.
Where are we going?
Got to get back up on the plateau before dark. Find the path in the jungle where we talked with Gracie.
And supposing a pirate's hiding along the path and lets us have both barrels.
We've got to be too smart for him.
Yeah, that's what Cockney said. And look at him. Fly bait.
Okay. If you get killed, I'll see you get buried, won't I?
You know, Chief, sometimes you're an awful comfort to me. And then sometimes you give me goose pimples up and down my spine.
Well, it's dark enough to suit anybody's taste now.
Yeah, the sun skidded out of the sky like it had stepped on a banana peel.
This seems to be the path. Come on.
Hey, you think we'll ever be able to find our way back to the plane?
Well, you know it's downhill in that direction.
Yeah, and plenty of places to break your neck in between.
Quit worrying.
Hey, you know something that's funny to me?
What's that?
Why we haven't had trouble with the pirates so far.
He's probably laying low, watching to see what we intend to do. After all, we're 2 to his 1, you know.
Yeah, but he could have stood up here on the plateau and popped us off while we was working on the plane down on the beach this afternoon.
Couldn't have been sure of hitting us at the distance. All he'd done was put us on the warpath.
Out! Hey!
Skip, where are you?
Hey, Captain Friday. I'm in the bottom of the well.
Are you hurt?
Well, I'm scared.
Now, wait till I turn a flashlight down on you. There. Hello.
Hey, what kind of a doggone setup is this, anyway?
You've fallen into a trap.
I'll say I have. A man trap. And I got a couple of skin shins that somebody's going to pay for, too.
Apparently, this hole was covered up with grass and leaves and used to trap animals in. Maybe for food.
Hey, you mean animals are fool enough to fall down in a hole and break their silly necks?
Well, you fell in, didn't you?
Okay. You gonna stand there talking, or you gonna reach down a hand and haul me out of here?
Sure. I'll get down on my knees and reach down. Now then, reach up as far as you can.
Yeah.
Just reach your hand.
Yeah.
Okay. Up you come. There.
Now, who do you suppose set that trap? And why didn't you fall into it? You was ahead of me.
Look, the trap's right on the edge of the path. I was walking right down the middle. Apparently, you got too close to the edge.
Some of the pirates' work, what do you bet?
Maybe. Well, come on. Next time, keep in the path.
Yeah. Pardon me if I limp.
Sure, go ahead. Limp. But keep close behind.
We get ourselves in the doggonedest messes.
Hey, listen. Belshazzar.
Doggone talking parrot.
Gracie said the parrot always warned her when anyone came near. So we must be getting close.
Here, Gracie. Here, Gracie. Here, Gracie.
Makes Gracie sound like a lost puppy dog.
Now listen.
Your hole. 15 men in a dead man's chest. Fly flew east and fly flew west. Your hole.
I never heard that version before.
Skip for the love of Mike, shut up.
Huh? What's the matter?
Somebody's in the jungle alongside the path. Just ahead of us.
You sure?
Either a person or an animal.
I'll just easy my gun around where it's handy.
Don't do any shooting without knowing what you're shooting at.
Yeah. Raucous old bird. I don't hear anything up ahead.
Something's there, lying in waiting.
Why don't you say something to it?
I have the pirate open up at this range with his rifle.
Oh, yeah, I see what you mean.
Listen, Skip.
Yeah.
Get down and lie flat, but keep your gun handy.
You gonna try something?
Yeah. Okay, I'm down. I'm on my stomach right beside you. I'm going to try to open a conversation. If anyone fires now, it'll probably be over our head.
Okay, shoot.
Hello up there. I know you're up there, so there's no use pretending you're not.
Then it's you, Captain Friday.
Huh. Oh, Gracie. I thought it was the pirate.
Who?
Manuel, the pirate.
And I thought you were Manuel.
You seen anything of him?
Yes, he's on the prowl. I've had a bad time keeping out of his way all afternoon.
You know where he is now?
No. Now that night has set in, I've lost him. Is the other one with you, too?
Hey, you talking about me?
Keep your voice down, Skip.
Oh, yeah. Sure, Gracie, I'm here.
I had a talk with Manuel once this afternoon.
What kind of talk?
He don't like you people being on the island.
I don't suppose he does.
No. He says he went to the trouble of killing the captain of the yacht, and then this afternoon he killed Cockney.
Hey, he come right out and admitted it?
He did. He said just when he thought he had me all to himself, up pops you two.
Yeah.
And so now he has to kill you two.
Well, why didn't he try it this afternoon while we were working on the plane?
Because I didn't let him.
How did you stop him?
I kept close to him. I kept making him think he just about had me cornered. I kept his mind away from you two.
Hey, you must be a pretty tricky babe in the jungle to play hide and seek like that.
I can take care of myself.
Hey, look, Gracie. How would you like to get out of this?
Meaning what?
We got the plane so it'll run again. We can take off any time we like.
So what?
We want you to come with us.
Oh, no, you don't.
But look, Gracie.
No, sir. Gracie don't put herself in the hands of a couple of strangers like that. Not Gracie.
But all we want to do is to get you off this island and away from Manuel. Fly you to Australia so you can get back home.
How do I know that?
You'll have to take us on faith.
Ha! When I ever take a man on faith again, there'll be 2 moons in the sky. And I mean blue moons made of cheese.
Hey, keep talking to her, Captain.
Skip, come back here.
What did you say?
I said you're acting like a little fool. We want to help you. Skip, you crazy fool, come back. You want to get off this island, don't you?
When a ship comes along and gets me, yes.
Well, this is off the beaten lanes of ocean traffic, you know. It might be years.
Oh, no!
I got her, boss. I got her. But she's fighting like a tiger.
On the lonely little atoll in the China Sea, Manuel the pirate has killed 2 men so that he may have the girl Gracie all to himself. And then Captain Friday and Skip drop down in their disabled plane to complicate matters. Now the plane is mended, and Captain Friday wants to take Gracie off the island with them. But not if Manuel can prevent it. Also, not if Gracie can prevent it, because she doesn't trust any man. In the darkness on the jungle trail, Captain Friday kept Gracie's attention while Skip slipped into the jungle and grabbed the girl from behind. If she won't leave with them of her own free will, then they intend taking her by force.
Captain Friday, if you don't give me a hand...
Here I am. Gracie, stop it. Stop it, do you hear?
You're the worst of the lot.
We're not going to hurt you.
Throwing a girl down in the dark and sitting on her. What are you doing?
Tying your hands behind you.
You can't do that.
Hang on to her, Skip.
She's as strong as a box full of tiger cats.
There.
Shall I let her up?
No. Keep sitting on her until I tie her feet.
I've never been treated like this in all my born days.
Well, it's what you get for being so skittish. If you'd trusted us and come out in the open, we wouldn't have had to do this.
I suppose you wouldn't show a young lady no mercy.
Okay. Hands, feet are tied. Expect the worst, do you, Gracie?
I ain't had no reason to expect anything better.
Hey, Chief, turn your flash on and let's see what we got, huh?
Don't want too much light around here. Liable to attack the pirate.
I hope he does come too and butchers the both of you.
What, with you tied up and helpless the way you are? Shame on you, Gracie. Now, what's the matter? Why don't you turn on a flash?
I dropped it. Oh, here it is.
Okay, click it on.
There.
Hey. Well, how do you do? If it isn't Miss Dorothy Lamour herself.
Just because I'm reduced to wearing a sarong out here in the island ain't no reason for calling me Dorothy Lamour.
What's wrong with Dorothy Lamour, for God's sake?
Well, I ain't her, is all I'm saying.
You're a very good-looking young woman, Gracie.
And supposing I am, it's only a danger and hindrance to me out here away from civilization. Don't put clothes on my back, no food in my mouth.
You say you're reduced to wearing a sarong. Well, where are the clothes you were wearing when you came ashore?
I was asleep in my nightgown. When the ship struck, all I had in my mind was to get on deck. Once up there, I was washed overboard. When I woke up, I was lying on the beach. And the birds were singing, and it was as nice a day as a body could hope for.
So you made your nightgown into a sarong, huh?
What else could a lady do?
Well, you did yourself proud, if you ask me.
That also explains why you have no shoes or stockings.
No, that was the worst part of all, learning to walk barefoot.
Well, you seem to be doing all right now.
Oh, yes, now my feet are toughened up, I can hop about the jungle with the best of them.
Hey, why'd you turn off the flashlight?
You've seen enough. Besides, we're getting Gracie down the plane and getting out of here.
You ain't fooling the poor girl. Is that why you sit on me like a pack of wolves and tied me up, just to rescue me?
Sure. You've got to learn to trust folks, Gracie.
I come of age the hard way. All my life a girl's had to watch out for herself. It was her against the world, and always it's been a man's world.
Well, for once in your life, you've got somebody on your side.
Now, maybe I have at that. You do begin to act like a pair of gents.
Well, we've stood here talking too much as it is. Skip, you want to scout the trail ahead while I carry Gracie?
I do not. I want to carry Gracie while you scout the trail ahead.
We've got some pretty rugged terrain to cross getting down to the beach.
Well, with Dorothy L'Amour in my arms, I'll just float down.
But why shouldn't a girl walk on her own 2 feet?
Will you come willingly?
What's a girl got to lose? Now that I'm beginning to trust
No,
you.
I don't go for that, Captain Friday. I think I ought to carry Gracie.
Cut it out, Skip. Now, look, Gracie, if I untie your feet, will you come along with us without any trouble?
I will, and gladly.
It's a deal. Untie her feet, Skip.
In moving pictures, the hero always gets a chance to carry the heroine.
Skip.
Okay, I'm untying her, ain't I?
Well, hurry up and don't talk so much.
Is his name Skip?
Uh-huh. Skip Turner.
And who are you, please?
Bart Friday.
Captain Bart Friday.
Okay, Captain Bart Friday, then.
Okay, Gracie, your feet are untied.
But my hands.
Your hands stay tied.
But if we trust each other...
When we get on the plane, we'll untie your hands. For the present, they stay tied behind you. Here, get up on your feet.
Oh, there.
Hey, Captain, even with just the moonlight, she looks like something out of a South Sea moon picture. Hair down her back, just the right amount of sarong.
All right, Romeo, let's go. You bring up the rear. Gracie, you walk between us. I'll keep an eye open ahead.
Now that the moon has come up, be careful.
Huh? Careful of what?
Have you forgotten Manuel is stalking this island?
Hey, that's right. The pirate does want our scalps at that.
All right, here we go. Don't fall behind, Skip.
I'm right on Grace's heels. Honest to goodness, don't the sharp stones and briars and stuff hurt your bare feet?
No, not at all. I don't know whether I'm ever going to be able to put shoes on again.
Yeah, and I bet you're going to miss the old swimming hole down in the ravine, too.
Oh, you saw me down there?
Yeah, that was our first peek at you. Of course, we were so far off, about all we could tell was that you was a white girl.
Yes, I will miss the swimming. As a matter of fact, I've got to like my island quite a bit.
Except for Manuel, the pirate.
Well, after all, it was nice knowing there was a man on the island.
I thought you'd been fighting him off for 6 months.
And so I have. And I would have shot him down like a dog if he'd bothered me. But still and all, it was comforting, knowing that there was a man about.
You're a queer one, Gracie.
Well, after all, when you're living in the wilderness, you just about forget everything you learned in civilization. Nothing seems to apply, if you know what I mean.
I think I do. Okay, now, we're coming out of the jungle. Path gets pretty rugged. You're going to have to keep low so as not to show up against the skyline. Skip, you're not going to have to help. You're going to have to help Gracie with her hands tied behind her. Skip, are you paying attention? Skip!
That's queer.
Didn't you know he wasn't right behind you?
But I thought he was.
Well, he's not.
That's queer.
It's not queer at all. He was bringing up the rear, and like as not, the pirate slipped up behind him and knocked him over the head.
See, that is right, Capitan.
What's that?
It's Manuel.
See, I did slip up behind the unwary Skip Turner and tap him on the skull. It was so simple.
If you've killed Skip Turner...
Oh, no. That I have not done. Yet.
What do you mean, yet?
But just what it sounds like. This friend of yours is not dead because I need him as a hostage.
Hostage?
See, you have in your possession something which belongs to me. I therefore have in my possession something which belongs to you.
I don't get it.
Perhaps the senor do not wish to get it.
What have I that belongs to you?
This so beautiful senorita.
Gracie?
See, but of course. For 6 months I have been on this shipwreck island with Gracie. During this time I have killed 2 men because of her. If that does not give a man false rights to a woman, then please tell me, what does?
I'm a free girl, and I belong to no man.
But naturally, that is what a senorita is supposed to say.
I know you killed the ship's captain, and I know you killed Cockney, but if you think that entitles you to any special favors...
But, senorita, how many men would you have me kill before I may win your favor?
What's killing got to do with love?
Well, it is always that way in nature. The strongest male kills the weaker males, and then he becomes the one whom the female loves.
Well, nature can take that sort of business and go jump in the lake with it.
You see, Manuel?
See what, Capitan?
Gracie doesn't agree that she belongs to you. Therefore, I don't have anything of yours.
So?
Yes, so. She'd better turn over Skip to me and be glad we don't nail your skin to a tree before we leave this island.
Oh, so you expect to leave this island?
Any minute now.
Well, I will tell you this, senor. Unless you turn over to me the senorita whom you have in your possession, your friend Skip Turner will never leave here alive. And I think that goes for you also, Captain Friday.
Look, Manuel, I'll make a deal with you.
Deal?
Yeah. Why didn't I think of it before? You want to get off this lonely, out-of-the-way island, don't you?
Oh, see, naturally I hope not to spend all my life here.
Okay. Come on and join us.
No.
How do you mean join with you?
We were going to take Gracie out. We've got room for you, too.
You are speaking of the airship on the beach?
That's it. We had engine trouble, but we've got that fixed up. So bring along Skip, and we'll all four be away from here in a half hour.
Senor, but that is the most handsome offer I have had the pleasure of receiving in my whole life.
Can you accept?
No.
But Manuel...
No.
Doesn't make sense. Why not?
Why not? I am two-time killer, confessed with my own lips. Besides, this Gracie saw me kill the captain. And Gracie told me that you and this Skip person, who is my prisoner, saw me kill Cockney.
Well, what of it?
Well, the minute you arrive in Australia, you tell the stories to the authorities, and what become of poor Manuel?
Oh, nonsense. Why should we
hang
talk?
by the neck until he is dead? That is what happened to poor Manuel.
Gracie, talk to him. Tell him you'll keep your mouth shut.
But I will not.
See, the senorita is the truthful one.
You mean you wouldn't give Manuel a break, even to save your own honor? Perhaps your own life?
If you take Manuel back to Australia with us, I'll point him out as a murderer to the very first policeman.
You haven't got any more sense.
So you see, Captain Friday, the best thing for you to do is to give the senorita to me. When you have done this, I will return Skip Turner to you.
How does that appeal to you, Gracie?
You wouldn't do that to a poor girl. Turn her over to a dirty, killing sea pirate.
That's just what I ought to do.
Now you are talking sense. Give Gracie and you two fly away about your own business.
And what about after they fly away, Manuel?
And what about it, senorita?
That's something else you haven't thought about. Once they're away, what's to prevent them from reporting to the bobbers that you're a killer and you're on this island?
See, that could happen.
And they can come back and get you at their leisure, because how can you possibly get off?
See. They must not be allowed to leave.
Say, what is this anyway? Whose side are you on, Gracie?
They must not be allowed to leave. They must be killed, see? And the airplane burned.
Oh, it's the parrot.
1, 2, 3, halt. 1, 2, 3, halt. Here, Gracie.
There's somebody prowling up near my cave.
What's that?
Impossible, senorita.
Yes, there is. That's the signal the parrot always gives when somebody comes near. It's my warning.
But we three and Skip are the only ones on the island. Have you really got Skip there with you, Manuel?
See, I have him tied to a tree. Besides, he's unconscious.
Then there's somebody else on this island. Manuel, maybe you didn't kill Cockney after all.
Can a man walk about with the back of his head blown away?
Perhaps it's his ghost walking.
Senorita, do not say such a thing.
Commands to be recognized. 1, 2, 3, halt. 1, 2, 3, halt.
It's somebody. Somebody prowling around the mouth of my cave in the jungle.
There are supposed to be only 4 living persons and a parrot on Shipwreck Island. Then who is the 5th shadow prowling near Gracie's cave? The 3rd episode of The Girl on Shipwreck Island is entitled There is More About Gracie Than Meets the Eye, and will come to you next week at the same hour. You are listening to another in the series of Adventures by Morse. Adventures by Morse. Carlton E. Morse presents The Girl on Shipwreck Island, featuring Captain Friday.
If you like high adventure, come with me. If you like the stealth of intrigue, come with me. If you like blood and thunder, come with me.
Captain Bart Friday and Skip Turner, flying from French Indochina to Australia, made a forced landing on a tiny island in the South China Sea when their engines conked out. They arrived on this tiny atoll just in time to witness murder. They saw a Cockney sailor creeping through the undergrowth and softly call out the name of a girl, Gracie. Then they heard a rifle shot and saw a Cockney fall, an ugly bullet hole in the back of his head. Then they saw a swaggering Spanish pirate, his head tied up in a bandana, come out of hiding and bend over his victim, quite pleased with himself. All this on an island which was supposedly uninhabited. And what of this girl Gracie, Captain Friday?
Well, Gracie was one of 4 persons washed ashore in a hurricane when a private yacht wrecked itself on the outer reef of the island. She's an English Cockney girl and was lady's maid aboard the yacht. Washed up on the beach with her was the captain and 2 sailors, Spanish Manuel, alias the pirate, and Cockney. The captain was murdered 2 days after the landing, and we saw Cockney finished off this afternoon. And now Manuel had Gracie all to himself, or so he thought. But that was before our engines went bad and we came down on the beach.
It didn't take us no time to tune up the engines again once we set out on the sand.
Yes, Skip, go ahead. Tell him.
Well, matter of fact, if it wasn't that we insisted on getting Gracie out of the pirates' clutches and taking her along with us, we'd have been off Shipwreck Island and on our way to Australia by this time.
But Gracie's afraid of men. All men. So she wouldn't trust us.
Yeah. So we had to wait till it was dark and catch her unawares and tie her up. Man, did she ever put up a fight.
Yes, Gracie put up a fight, and then things got complicated all of a sudden. Captain Friday and Skip were taking Gracie from the plateau down to the plain where it rested on the sand. Captain Friday in front, Skip bringing up the rear. Then suddenly, Skip wasn't there anymore. Instead of Skip, there was Manuel, the pirate, lurking just out of range in the darkness. And he had Skip prisoner. He offered to make a deal.
You will turn over to me the girl Gracie, and I will turn over to you your friend Skip Turner.
No.
But this is fair thing to ask. You better do it, because if you do not, I will cut your friend Skip Turner's throat from ear to ear. And that will not be happy time for your friend Skip Turner.
And it was while Captain Friday stood in the midst of this quandary, trying to make up his mind whether to sacrifice the girl Gracie or his sidekick Skip, or whether maybe there wasn't another way out, that Belshazzar, the parrot, began to squawk in the distance.
Advance to be recognized. 1, 2, 3, halt. Here, Gracie. Here, Gracie.
You hear that? You hear that? Belshazzar warning me.
What do you mean, warning you?
Someone's prowling in the dark about my cave up there in the jungle.
Here, Gracie. Here, Gracie. Here, Gracie.
You hear that? Somebody's up there.
Manuel.
See, I am here.
You still got Skip Turner?
Oh, see, he is tied to a tree. I banged him on the head and he is unconscious. What is the matter with the parrot?
Gracie says somebody's prowling in the dark near her cave.
Oh, but that cannot be. We are all here.
I don't care if we are all here. When Belshazzar calls to me like that, it means somebody's prowling close by.
Yo-ho! Yo-ho! 15 men in a dead man's chest. Here, Gracie. Here, Gracie.
You hear that? He's gone back into the cave to hide. He always hides when strangers come near.
Doesn't make sense, Gracie. You and I and Skip and Manuel are the only living people on the island.
I don't care nothing about that. I know what I know, and when Belshazzar warns me, it means something.
It's crazy. Unless Manuel is lying to me about having Skip a prisoner. Hey, Manuel, are you lying to me?
But why should I lie to you?
What I want to know is, if you have Skip Turner tied up, then who's up prowling around Gracie's cave?
That is what I wonder also, senor.
Well, there's somebody up there.
If there is anyone prowling this night, then it must be the ghosts of the captain or the sailor, Cockney.
Your conscience bothering you?
Senor, that is something I pride myself on. I have no conscience.
And there's something I pride myself on. I don't believe in ghosts.
Senor, you do not know what you are saying.
Well, ghosts or no ghosts, I'm in favor of getting off this island as fast as possible. And I'm making you a proposition, Manuel.
See, I am listening.
There's room in the plane for 4 of us. You throw in with Skip and Gracie and me. We'll take you off the island and get you out of this place.
Oh, no, senor. And turn me over to the police for murder.
I guarantee we won't. You release Skip and come along, and we'll make a special landing any place you say. On some other island or on the mainland, just as you choose.
You guarantee this thing, Captain Friday?
Word of honor. We'll give you every break.
That is good enough for Manuel, senor.
You'd better be careful.
What do you mean?
If you trust Manuel 1 inch, you're a bigger fool than I thought you were.
Senor, I am waiting. I have cut Skip Turner loose from the tree where I have tied him.
If he tried the double cross, that's his hard luck. Come on.
Here you come. I thought perhaps you had thought better of your bargain.
I don't make a deal I'm not prepared to keep.
The senorita.
Turn that flashlight out of my face. And I warn you, Manuel, one move out of you and I'll shoot you without blinking a bloomin' eyelash.
Captain Friday let you carry a gun? I thought you was his prisoner.
I am not his prisoner. As you can very well see, my hands are released and he has returned my gun.
I see. I can see that.
Well, turn that blinking torch out of my face.
Turn the flashlight over this way, Manuel, so I can get a better look at Skip.
See? But I did not hit him too hard. He should not be unconscious all this time.
Well, he still is. You're going to have to help me carry him down to the beach.
Captain Friday, I don't trust Manuel.
What was that? Did you hit Gracie in the dark?
Do not move, Captain Friday. Do not move a muscle, because you are outlined in the moonlight, and I will kill you if you do. Me you cannot see. I am in the shadow.
Then you did strike down Gracie.
See, you should not have given back her gun. A senorita is a dangerous animal with a gun.
What's the idea? What's this all about?
Senor, you did not think for 1 minute I would trust myself in your hands.
If you don't know the truth when you hear it...
No, I trust no man. There is no such thing as truth.
Well, the worse for you, then.
No, senor. The worse for you and for your friend Skip Turner.
Maybe.
See, for now I have you where I want you. It is so simple to do what is necessary.
We offer you rescue and freedom. In return, you offer us death.
See, it is so.
Why? You take such pleasure in killing your fellow men?
No, it is not that.
And for the love of Pete, what is it?
With you and Skip Turner gone, then Gracie and I will have this island all to ourselves.
Yeah?
See.
What about that somebody or something that's prowling up around Gracie's cave?
That I do not believe.
But you said yourself...
See, when I am making big deal with you, I say one thing. When you are in my power, I say something else.
That's great.
No. I do not think there is anyone on this island except the 4 of us. And in 10 minutes, there will be only 2 of us. The senorita and I.
Okay, Manuel. But Gracie swears the parrot always acts the way it did when there's prowlers.
Oh, senor, a parrot can make a mistake. Human beings make the mistake. Why should not a parrot be allowed a mistake also?
I think you're crazy.
What difference does it make? Crazy or not crazy, you will be just as dead.
Okay. Shoot and get it over with.
Senor, you prefer to be shot in the front or in the back?
What difference does it make?
I do not know. Some people have feelings.
Oh, shoot it and get it over with.
Si, senor. I do not wish to keep the senor in suspense. But don't worry. It will be over quickly. Right in the heart, senor. It will be over quickly. 1,
2. Manuel! Manuel! Oh, where's that flashlight?
Here it is, Captain.
Skip, you're conscious?
Well, I think so. Here's the flashlight you was looking for.
Dead as a mackerel. That was a good shot from where you were lying, Skip.
Hey, I didn't kill him.
You didn't?
Heck, fire no. I thought you pulled a fast one.
He was right on me. I couldn't move a muscle. Hey, where's Gracie?
Hey, maybe she come to and crawled around.
No. Oh, no, here she is. Still knocked out.
Well, you didn't kill him. Gracie didn't kill him, and I didn't kill him. And who the heck did?
Looks like Gracie was right.
Huh? About what?
There's somebody else on the island.
Hey, she knew it all the time?
Well, you were knocked out. The parrot Belshazzar began acting up. Gracie said he always did it when somebody was prowling around her cave.
Yeah, but I thought there was only you and Gracie and the pirate and me.
Well, looks like reinforcements have landed.
Reinforcements for who?
Looks like our side.
Hey, it does at that. Mowing down Manuel here just as he was about to make cat meat out of you. What you think we ought to do now?
Well, we can either pick up Gracie and hit for the beach, get the plane in the air, or we can go back up to Gracie's cave and try to thank our rescuer.
It'd be kind of a dirty trick to just run off and leave a guy behind who saved your life.
You feel that way, do you?
Why, sure. How about you?
The same.
Well, then we're heading back up through the jungle to Gracie's cave, huh?
We are. You want to carry Gracie, or...
Of course I want to carry Gracie. I ain't had a gal's head resting on my shoulder.
And you ain't going to begin now.
Hey.
Gracie, are you all right?
Oh, I've got a headache big enough for everybody.
Well, then, naturally, I'll carry you.
You'll do no such thing. I got my 2 feet. As long as I live, I'll walk on them.
Yeah, let me help you up.
Ooh, what hit me?
Manuel the pirate did.
Oh, that double-crossing old...
Here, pick her up, Skip. She's not able to walk.
You bet you. Up you come.
Here now.
Now, just take it easy, Gracie. You don't feel like wrestling.
Oh, I don't at that.
Come on.
Ooh, I'm dizzy as a bumblebee. I told you not to trust Manuel. What'd he do, escape?
Escape my eye. He's dead.
Dead? Manuel's dead?
As a stinking fish.
Yeah, where are you taking me?
Back to your cave in the jungles.
But I thought you were taking me on the airplane.
That'll come later, when we discover who killed Manuel.
Who killed... But didn't you do it?
Nope.
It Skip didn't?
Not me. Hey, your hair smells good.
Never mind my hair. What I want to know is who killed Manuel.
Whoever it was prowling around your cave earlier.
Belshazzar. The parrot warned me. Didn't I tell you?
Yeah, but who is he?
I don't know.
Well, whoever he is a good shot. Got Manuel right through the heart.
But why are you going back to my cave?
To say thank you to the mystery man.
And get a bullet through your own heart?
Yeah?
That's what you two are heading for. A bullet through your heart.
This tiny, isolated atoll in the midst of the South China Sea should be called Dead Men's Island instead of Shipwreck Island. The captain of the yacht is dead, Cockney is dead, and now Manuel the pirate is dead. And somewhere abroad on this 2x4 coral strand is a phantom figure, moving in stealth and in darkness. Who is it? That's why Captain Friday and Skip insist on returning to Gracie's cave. They want to know, and they're returning against Gracie's vehement protests.
You're doing yourself an harm coming back like this. You're doing yourself an harm and you'll get no thanks for it.
Don't you get it, Gracie? Somebody done us a good deed. Shot the pirate and saved our lives. But you can't just up and fly away from a deserted island and leave a friend behind.
He ain't no friend of yours.
What did you say, Gracie?
I said he ain't no friend of yours, and you'll save yourself a heap of trouble if you go away from this island.
Just a minute. Now, let's get to the bottom of this.
Bottom of what?
Who isn't a friend of ours?
Whoever shot Manuel. He'll do the same by you.
You say that as though you know what you're talking about.
Of course I know what I'm talking about. Of course I know.
And this phantom person isn't a phantom at all. I mean, as far as you're concerned.
I never said that.
You the same as said it.
I never did.
Why, sure you
Hold
did.
it, Skip.
Excuse me.
Now, look, Gracie. There is somebody on this island you know about, isn't there? There's been somebody on the island all the time. Somebody from the wrecked yacht.
That's a lie.
Is it?
You heard me say so.
But I don't believe you.
I was washed ashore in the storm. The captain was washed ashore, and so was Cockney and Manuel.
And that's all?
And that's all. Well, except for Belshazzar, my friend the parrot.
Okay, come on.
Yeah.
Now, just a minute.
Take her arm, Skip.
Yeah, come on, Gracie.
Don't take hold of me. Don't rough me up.
Hey, what you scared about?
If you know what's good for you, don't lay an hand on me.
I don't get this. Do you, Cap?
No, but I'm beginning to get ideas.
Look, I'm telling you for your own good. You treated me like a pair of gents, and I don't want to see you get hurt.
What's that mean?
The cave where I've been living for the last 6 months is just up ahead. I can't keep you from going there, but if you do, you won't leave this island alive.
Hey, now you got my appetite all whetted up.
Don't be a fool. Go away while you can. Go down to the beach and get in your plane before it's too late.
Will you come with us?
I can't. Don't you understand? Even if I wanted to, I wouldn't be allowed.
What's to prevent you?
How can you stand there arguing with a girl when your very lives are in danger?
Look, Gracie, you don't think we'd go off and leave a pretty gal in trouble?
I'm in no trouble.
I agree with you. No use arguing. Come on.
You fools. You're a pair of fools.
That's the mouth of the cave right up ahead, isn't it?
Yes, that's it.
You don't need to be so unhappy, Gracie. Captain Friday and I can take care of ourselves.
Hey! Run for it. The mouth of the cave.
Oh.
Inside. That's it.
Made it. I made it all right. Hey, that rifle bullet went by my ear like a bumblebee in a fruit jar.
Well, now, maybe you'll believe me.
About what?
That you're dead men.
Hey, I don't feel dead.
There you are. Dead men. Both of you.
Gracie.
Well?
Where's Belshazzar?
What, the parrot?
Yes, the parrot. Where is he?
Well, how should I know? About somewhere, I suppose.
You said he always squawked when strangers came near the cave. We're strangers. Why didn't he squawk?
He's a temperamental parrot.
And you also said he hid himself at the back of the cave here when strangers got too near.
And so he does.
Well, let's get him. I'd like to look at him.
Well, maybe he ain't there. Maybe he's out in the jungle.
Why would he be out there?
Well, Belshazzar's been making eyes at a cockatoo out in the jungle lately. He's probably out there sitting with her in the moonlight.
In other words, Gracie, there is no parrot.
Hey, Chief.
You heard him with your own ears, didn't you?
I heard something you say was a parrot.
Sounded like a parrot to me, Captain.
Maybe. Maybe it sounded like a human being trying to sound like a parrot.
That's a lie.
Okay. Get Belshazzar the parrot and prove it to me.
If Manuel or Cockney or the captain was alive, they'd tell you there was too a parrot. Belshazzar belonged to the galley cook on the yacht. Everybody on the yacht knew about Belshazzar. He was the life of the party, he was, before the shipwreck.
How did you happen to get him after the wreck?
I found him washed ashore. His feather was wet and he was shivering like a leaf. I picked him up in my arms and dried him and brought him to my cave here. He was that grateful he wouldn't leave me afterwards.
Why don't we go to the back of the cave and have a look? He might be there.
Why so all-fired interested in a parrot?
Do you mind coming back with me?
It's the only thing that'll make you happy.
Skip, you stay here, watch the entrance.
While you and Gracie look for Belshazzar, huh?
Yeah, keep an eye open. I don't want anyone sneaking in behind us while we're back there.
Check.
Shall we go, Gracie?
I've given you all the warning I'm going to. From now on, you'll just have to do the best that you can.
Just listen at her. As though me and Captain Friday could... Hey. Hey, out there, outside the cave. No use giving me that silent treatment. I seen your shadow when you moved behind that tree yonder.
Then you have seen the shadow of your own doom, which is close upon you.
Hey, a doggone Oriental.
Oriental is a general term which covers many races and creeds and facial and mental characteristics.
You sound like a dad-burned professor.
I am a student by avocation. My profession is a culinary art practiced aboard sea-going vessels.
In other words, you're a sea cook by trade.
If you wish.
Hey, then you must be the cook aboard the yacht that Gracie was telling us about.
The girl tell you about me?
Yeah, that you was the owner of the parrot, Belshazzar, on the yacht.
Oh, what else did she say?
Well, that's all. Hey, look at what you hiding out on us for. We owe you a lot for shooting the parrot at a kind of a critical time in our lives. Come on out and shake hands with a man that wants to thank you.
Do not be a fool.
Huh? What's that mean?
I did not kill Manuel to save you. I killed him because he struck the girl.
Oh, yeah, I see what you mean. Oh, so that's what Gracie meant when she warned us not to grab a hold of her or rough her up. You was watching us, huh?
I was watching.
Well, what the heck you want to kill us for? If you've been watching, you know doggone well we don't mean Gracie no harm.
You are trying to take her from this island.
Well, sure, but we'll take you, too. We'll be glad to take you.
No.
What you mean, no? You don't want to stay here forever, do you?
With the girl? Yes.
Hey, look, you mean you'd be willing to spend the rest of your life out here, isolated from the rest of the world, if we'll just go away and leave you and Gracie alone?
It would be a pleasure. It would be something beyond words to express.
I'm afraid I'd get kind of tired of even Salome and the Queen of Sheba rolled into one after 6 months of the year.
That is the Western mind. The poetic mind of the East knows how to make happiness last forever.
And so you're going to kill Captain Friday and me so you and Gracie can have everlasting happiness, huh?
It is so written.
Well, somebody wrote wrong, brother, and he better dig himself up an eraser and rub it out.
That is foolish, childish talk.
And besides, what about Gracie? What does she say about all this?
Woman is musical instrument ready to respond to those who know how to play upon her. A woman is happy anywhere if placed in the hands of one who is a master of such matters. Just as a violin plays as sweetly in a drawing room or in the darkness of a coal cellar, if it is in a master's hands.
Well, that's quite a speech, Professor. But I'd still like to know what Gracie would say with her own lips.
Where is she?
She and Captain Friday are at the back of the cave looking for the parrot.
Parrot? There is no parrot.
Huh? But Gracie said you had one on the ship.
On the yacht, yes. But Belshazzar was drowned. It was I who imitated the parrot.
But what for?
To protect Gracie from the Cockney and Manuel. I watched him in the jungle, and whenever they decided to try to catch Gracie, I would cry out like the parrot used to do on the yacht. Thus, she was able to hide in the jungle.
Well, just the same, Captain Friday and Gracie are in the back of the cave and looking for the parrot Belshazzar, and I wish they'd get back here.
It's just as I told you, Belshazzar's out in the moonlight with the cockatoo.
Gracie, did anyone ever tell you you couldn't lie worth a plugged nickel?
Is that any way to talk to a girl?
Look here in the back of the cave. Where did these sea chests come from?
Sea chest?
Yes, you know what a sea chest is, don't you? Look, 3, 4, 5 of them.
They came off the wrecked yacht. They were washed up on the beach at night.
I suppose you put them on your back and lugged them up here to the cave.
And supposing I did, I'm a strong girl.
Baloney. What's in them?
Food supplies.
150 pounds apiece.
I know that.
And you know as well as I do that the Phantom who killed Manuel carried these up here. You and whoever he is have been working some kind of deal together.
That's not true. Not a blinking word of it is true. Oh, what was that?
Gun battle. Skip's in trouble. Come on.
I heard someone scream.
I'll say you did. Skip! Skip, are you all right?
Hi, Captain. Come see what I got.
You hear that?
Oh, what has he done? What has he done?
Yeah, I am. Hey, did you hear that gun battle? Boy, it was hot and heavy for a minute.
What have you done? What have you done?
Come on out here and I'll show you. Here's your Belshazzar the parrot, dead on a mackerel.
Chad, what have they done?
What happened, Skip? Who is he?
This guy was the cook on the yacht. He's the one who's been imitating the parrot.
He told you that?
Sure, told me all about it. And then he sneaked in and tried to kill me. Almost did, too, but I got a couple of shots in where they did a job.
Come on, Gracie, get up on your feet.
It's cruel. Cruel, that's what it is.
Up you come. Were you in love with him?
No. But he was the best friend a girl ever had. I found him washed up on the beach after the storm. I took care of him.
He was in love with you.
I don't believe it. He was just grateful for the way I saved him.
He was in love. He wanted to keep just you and him on this island forever.
He was devoted. He protected me from the other men. He never tried to take advantage of me because I was a girl.
Sounds like a decent gent.
And all because I nursed him back when he nearly drowned on the beach.
Well, he was out to get Captain Friday and me. He said so.
I told you that. That's why I wanted you to go away without me.
Hey, you wanted to stay here forever with him?
No, but I didn't want him killed either. And I didn't want either of you killed.
Well, anyway, we can give him a decent burial.
Yep. Dig a grave and then let's get off this crazy place.
You got your belt fastened, Gracie?
It's fastened.
Shut the door and lock it, Skip.
Door's secure. Turn him over, Captain.
Okay, here goes.
How they acting, Chief?
Purring like a tiger cat.
Well, then, let's go.
Hang on, Gracie.
I am, with every bit of me.
All aboard for Australia, Honolulu, and San Francisco. Give her the gun, Captain. And there we are.
Are we up in the air?
Relax, Gracie. You can open your eyes now. She held her breath and gritted her teeth and kept her eyes shut all during the takeoff.
Well, a girl never knows what might happen to her up in an airplane.
Hey, y'all, look down there. There goes Shipwreck Island.
Oh, it wasn't such a bad place. Not bad at all. It's just that men can't keep from killing each other when a girl's around.
And that is what happened to the girl on Shipwreck Island. From Australia, Captain Friday and Skip returned to San Francisco. And when you next hear from them, they will undoubtedly be up to their necks in high adventure, intrigue, and more blood and thunder. You have been listening to Adventures by Morse.
Are you Dr. Turner?
Yes,
Could I
am.
see you, please? It's very important.
Well, couldn't it wait until tomorrow? I mean, you know, it's very late. Well after 11.
Well, it's very important, Doctor. I'm sorry to trouble you, but...
Oh, all right, then.
You see,
Very
Doctor,
well.
it's like this. My name is Blaine. Perhaps that means something to you.
Well, as a matter of fact, no, it doesn't.
Horatius Blaine?
Horatius Blaine. Wait a minute. Horatius Blaine. Yes, I seem to remember.
Yes.
There was a Horatius Blaine found dead at Glenvale. And, if I remember correctly, I examined the body.
And?
An accident, if I remember. Yes.
It wasn't an accident, Doctor. Horatius Blaine was murdered.
Oh, come now, wait a
I
minute.
know, Doctor. Because I am Horatius Blaine. I know what happened that night.
You are... Oh, now, this is ridiculous.
Is it, Doctor? Is it ridiculous? Look at me. Go on, look at me. I was the man you examined, wasn't I? Wasn't I, Doctor?
I stared at the wild-eyed man opposite me. I stared, and I remembered. This was the man, but he was dead then, there was no doubt at all. And now he was here in my consulting room in the middle of the night, and I felt an unpleasant prickling at the base of my spine. And fear edged all around me as I faced this man who was dead.
The silent herald of life and death, success or failure, the unseen force that measures man's destiny, reaching its most fateful moment as it slowly strikes the 11th hour.
I remember thrusting aside the fear. I had to be sensible about this, because obviously there was a reasonable explanation. There must be. He almost sensed the conflict raging in me.
I can't accept it myself, Doctor.
Oh, but this is ridiculous. Now, come along. Come along, my good man, and sit down and tell me the real story.
All right. Thank you. Well, I was murdered by Marwick and that woman. I remember it all clearly, but I could do nothing. Marwick was very strong, and they rigged everything to make it look like an accident. They were very clever, the two of them, but, well, and of course they always have been. You must tell the police.
But why don't you?
They won't listen.
You've been to them?
Hundreds of times and more, but they wouldn't listen.
And what did they say?
They wouldn't listen to me. They brushed me aside as if I didn't exist. So then I came here to you.
I see. Let's go to the police together tomorrow, and I'll explain. They will listen.
It's no good, Doctor. You must go to Marwick. You must accuse him and that woman of murder.
Now, look here. I can't go to them.
Oh, but you must.
Why don't you?
You just don't understand, do you? And I hoped you would. Of all people, I thought you could help me.
Now listen to me, Mr. Blaine. Come round and see me tomorrow at 11, and we'll both go to the police.
Oh, it's no use.
And you know, there's another thing. You look to me particularly healthy and strong. Now, if you'd been murdered, you'd be dead, wouldn't you?
I am, Doctor. I am.
Mr. Blaine, I've seen a good many dead people, and I promise you that you don't fit the description at all.
One believes. No one believes.
I opened the door, and the tiny figure stumbled away into the night. And I remember watching him, and in the light of a street lamp he turned, his eyes dark and reproachful. It was then that I heard Helen beside me.
Darling, what are you standing here for? It's terribly late.
Well, that character over there, you see him?
Where?
That's odd. He's gone. He was standing under that street lamp, and now he's gone. Well, anyway, if he's to be believed, he's dead.
Peter, what are you talking about?
According to him, he's one Horatius Blaine. Now, the last time I saw him, he was lying dead from injuries received in an accident.
You mean the man you've just seen is the same person?
He can't be, obviously, but it is intriguing because, you see, they're identical.
But if he's dead...
I know. If he's dead, he's dead, and that's the end of it. This can't be the same person, obviously, but... Well, they are alike. In fact, my dear, it's quite uncanny.
Well, what did he call about?
To tell me he was murdered by someone called Marwick. Of course, he's a crackpot. People seem to go that way sometimes and pester their unfortunate doctor. Oh, dear. I'm so tired.
What did you tell him?
Well, to call again tomorrow at 11 o'clock, when this affair will be handed over to the police. You know, you've got to placate them. It's no good telling him that he's crazy.
It's odd, isn't it?
Yes, it's very odd. Now, don't you go worrying about this, darling.
The thing is, Peter...
Yes?
The thing is, why did you answer the door in the first place?
Answer the door? Well, the fellow knocked, of course.
But he didn't, Peter.
What?
He didn't knock. You were sitting in that chair there, reading. Then suddenly you got up and went into the hall. I came out to look for you, and you were standing at the door there. You said something about a man under the streetlight. I didn't hear anything or see anyone.
My dear Helen, I heard the fellow clearly, and I saw him clearly. He did knock, and I took him through to my consulting room. I did. I'm not a fool, and I certainly don't suffer from delusions. He told me his name was Horatius Blaine. Now, I ask you, would I make up a name like that, would I? And he mentioned someone called Marwick, and there was some talk of a woman as well.
Oh, well. Oh, let's forget about it, shall we? Come on, darling. Let's go up to bed.
I followed Helen slowly up the stairs. I kept telling myself there was a perfectly reasonable explanation for all this. Then I consoled myself with the thought that I would never see the strange Mr. Blaine again. He would be pestering some other doctor in the morning. But I was wrong there. I was so very wrong. Last night.
Your mysterious visitor.
Oh, Lane. Great heavens, I've forgotten all about him.
Liar. You were talking to yourself about him in the bath.
I wasn't.
Oh, but you were. I heard you. Blaine, Blaine, Blaine. You said the name a dozen times. You know what I think we should do?
We should forget all about it. The man's a crackpot.
Well, it would be intriguing to investigate, now wouldn't it?
Investigate? Investigate what?
His murder.
Oh, Helen. The Horatius Blaine I examined was not murdered. He died from severe injuries. Oh, great Scott, the police were quite satisfied. McNaughton was on the job, and he's a sensible fellow.
All the same, let's investigate, just in case. Oh, it would be interesting, wouldn't it?
I haven't the time to play detective, and no more will I allow you to do so.
All I want to do is to find out if there was a man called Marwick associated with Blaine. That's all.
Look, my dear, you forget
but
it.
Peter.
You're only wasting your time. Now, please, Helen, stay out of all this, will you? If Blaine comes to me at 11 o'clock today, we'll go to the police and let them sort this out. And I'll tell you exactly what happens.
But, darling,
Now, please don't argue.
Yes, Peter.
I remember waiting at 11 o'clock, half in trepidation for Blaine to arrive. But he didn't, and I confess it, I felt relief. I felt this lets me out of a lot. Well, it was at dinner that night that Helen spoke of him again.
He didn't call, did he, Peter?
You mean Blaine?
Of course.
No, but I didn't really expect him to. Just proves what I said in the first place. The fellow's a crackpot. There is a resemblance to the other Blaine, but that is possible. Perhaps he's a brother or something. Anyway, it does let me out of a great deal of unpleasantness.
I checked about Marwick.
You did what?
Checked about Marwick.
Helen,
Darling, I had to, and I'm glad I did. I phoned every Marwick in the telephone book.
For goodness sake, why do that?
Because I felt it our duty.
Our duty is to mind our own business, not get involved with some crazy eccentric with a chip on his shoulder. More than likely, Blaine has some feud on with Marwick. And...
Oh, Peter, I wish you'd let me tell you what happened.
All right. Well?
This particular Marwick is G.L., and he lives in Burnham Terrace. He answered the telephone. And when I asked him if he knew Horatius Blaine, he paused before he answered. Then he said, very carefully and cautiously, "Who is that speaking?" Of course, I didn't let on, and then he threw down the receiver.
And what does that prove?
It proves that he does know Horatius Blaine. It proves that there might be some truth in what your visitor told you.
Oh, my dear Helen.
But that's not all.
All right, go on.
I went to Burnham Terrace.
You did what?
Now, just keep calm, Peter, and listen to me.
You went there?
I pretended I was carrying out a survey for a detergent manufacturer.
Oh, this beats anything.
It's a broken-down sort of a district, and the house looked deserted. I knocked, and a woman opened the door. I asked her a few questions. Then I inquired if Horatius Blaine lived there. She gasped with sheer terror and slammed the door in my face.
Oh, you shouldn't have risked doing a thing like that, Helen. You must have been crazy.
Anyway, I'm satisfied that your visitor might have been speaking the truth.
Helen, do you realize what you're saying? Do you?
Yes, I do, Peter. I know what I'm saying. That the man who called last night was Horatius Blaine. And he was dead.
I stared at her. She spoke quite calmly. I could scarcely believe my ears. Was this really Helen talking?
Don't you see what it means, Peter?
Helen, what are you suggesting?
I don't understand this, Peter. Not for a single moment. But I'm sure Marwick and that woman did kill Blaine. It all works out, now doesn't it?
It's crazy and it's unhealthy. Now, please forget it.
You're frightened, aren't you, Peter?
Yes, I am, I suppose. I don't like thoughts of ghosts. In any case, they don't exist. They can't exist. I'm sure there's some perfectly reasonable explanation for all this.
What are we going to do? Well?
What on earth can we do? I ask you that, Helen. I can't go to Marwick and accuse him of murder. In any case, I dare say the fellow's quite innocent.
But But he did act strangely.
Well, perhaps he was surprised at you asking for Blaine. There are dozens of explanations.
I'm going to see Inspector McNaughton.
You'll be wasting his time.
At least I will be doing something to help Blaine.
Help Blaine?
Don't you see? Don't you see? That's why he came to you last night. Because he wants help. He needs help.
I suggested he call on the police, but he said they won't listen to him.
There you see, Peter. That proves it. They won't listen.
That doesn't prove a confounded thing to me.
All right, then. I'm going to McNaughton.
Go to him, then. Do what you like. It's obvious that you won't listen to me.
I wish you'd realize, Peter, that this is something I've got to do.
Well, Mrs. Turner, this is a pleasure. Sit down. Do sit down.
Thank you, Inspector. Peter's told me I'm wasting your time coming here like this, but I feel I should tell you this.
Trouble of some kind?
Do you remember Horatius Blaine?
Horatius Blaine? Oh, yes, of course. Motor accident. Fatal. 14th of February. What about him?
He called on Peter last night.
He did what?
Oh, I know you're going to think this is crazy, but it's true. He called on Peter to say he'd been murdered.
But, Mrs. Turner, he was killed. I saw him, there's no doubt at all. Absolutely none. It wasn't murder.
He named a person called Marwick. Now, Inspector, I went to see the Marwicks.
You went to see them?
I mentioned his name, and they were terrified. I'm sure they did kill him.
Now, see here, Mrs. Turner.
Oh, don't tell me this is ridiculous, that it's imagination, that you're sure there's some perfectly reasonable explanation for everything. I tell you, those people did kill that most unfortunate man.
But he couldn't have called on your husband.
He did.
Did you see him?
Well, no, but Peter did, and he talked to him.
But you just told me that your husband doesn't believe.
He does in his heart, but he's too afraid to acknowledge it. Oh, Inspector, you must go round to these people.
And accuse them of murder. Mrs. Turner, that's as much as my job's worth.
If you receive an accusation from someone, you must investigate it, mustn't you?
Well, we do make inquiries, yes.
All right, then. I'm telling you that Horatius Blaine was murdered by Marwick. Now, you've got to do something about this.
It's highly irregular and, I believe, irresponsible. You know, Mrs. Turner, you can't make these accusations without any foundation in them at all.
Please, Inspector.
Oh, honestly. No, but all right. I'll do it. Though heaven knows I'm making a fine fool of myself.
Well, what do you want?
A few questions.
I've got nothing to say to the police. Now get out. Go on before I set the dogs on you.
I'm coming in. Stand aside.
Oh, a very fine way to treat a lady, I'm sure, pushing her aside.
What's going on, Sean?
Police officer, and full of cheek he is too.
Police officer? What the devil do you want?
A few questions about one Horatius Blaine.
Never heard of him. Now come on, officer. Push off. There's nothing for you here.
Huh. Talk about the rights of folk in a free country. Pushes his way in, bruises me arm. You see, finger marks. Oh, I'll have something to say about this. Just you wait.
I'm given to understand that you knew Blaine, that you knew him well.
I've never heard of him, like I said.
Yet this was the address given to us, and your name is Marwick.
Must be some mistake.
Who gave you our address? Oh, I know. Some nosy little blonde who called round here with her sly looks and her questions.
That'll do, Sean. Now push off, mister. You're on the wrong tack this time. There's the door.
That's right. There's the door. And you tell that little blonde to try and pin the murder onto someone else but leave us alone.
Watch your talk.
Well, all I was saying was... Oh!
Told you to keep quiet. Now do just that.
Oh, you hit me.
I hit you and I'll do it again.
Easy does it, Marwick. You asked me who told me to come here.
Yes. Yes, that's right. Who told you?
Blaine himself.
But Blaine is dead. I tell you, he's dead.
I know. But how do you? I haven't mentioned anything about Blaine being dead. Not a word.
Yeah, well, she read it in the paper, mister. It was in the paper. An accident. So he couldn't have called on you.
On the contrary, he did, although he was dead. He accused you and this woman here of his murder.
No, it isn't true. It isn't.
Now watch yourself, John. You're going to break, you better get out. And that's final.
She's staying here, Marwick. Yes. Blaine called on me and told me quite a story.
I told you not to do it. I told you. I said leave him be, but no. Oh, no. You wanted the cash, so you did it your way.
Look, I told you to be quiet.
Oh.
I told you to keep your hands off her, Marwick.
He's a killer, he is. He is. He did it and rigged it like an accident.
That's a lie.
Oh, it's the truth. Now he's come back to haunt you. Good. I said it was wrong. I did, Sergeant. I told him not to do it. I tried to talk him out of it, but I couldn't. And now we're both in trouble up to the neck because of him.
Well, I'm getting out of here.
Oh, no, you don't, Marwick. Stay where you are. There are some questions I would like to ask you. Well, that's how it is, Doctor. A full confession of murder. It's fantastic. We had no lead on them at all, not an inkling. And now we've got a fully fledged murderer on our hands.
There's no doubt at all?
No doubt at all. The woman broke when she heard about Blaine, told us everything. It was some money they were after. Marwick killed him, then arranged the accident. It was all very clever, and it did fool us, I confess it. If Mrs. Turner hadn't forced the issue and insisted that I visit Burnham Terrace, they would have got away with it. But there's a great deal I don't understand. For instance, did Blaine visit you?
Yes, I think so.
But you can't be sure, Doctor.
Well, I was tired, Inspector. It had been a busy day. I seemed to talk to someone, then, of course, perhaps I didn't.
Anyway, Dr. Turner, you've done us a great service. Thank you.
You can thank Helen here. It was all her idea. I wouldn't have gone through with it.
I still can't believe it all worked out the way it did.
Lucky for us you insisted, Mrs. Turner. It was certainly lucky for us. Ah, well, I'd best be getting back to the station. I've still got a few loose threads to tie up. No. Please, don't trouble to see me out. I know my way.
Goodbye, Inspector, and thank you.
What do you think it all means, Peter?
I've no idea at all, none. It could mean anything.
Do you think he did come that night?
Perhaps, or perhaps not. The more I think back, the less sure I am.
Yet the name Marwick and everything, it does tie up. I believe he did come. I believe he wanted justice done.
But for heaven's sake, Helen, why choose me? Me, of all people. I don't believe that stuff. I'm a practical man of science. I deal in facts, plain and simple facts. I like things I can see and feel and understand. The rest, I don't know. I just don't know.
Yet it was an ideal ending, wasn't it? We couldn't have worked it out any better if we tried, could we now? I believe Horatius Blaine had a perfect revenge, and I'm glad for his sake.
Helen took my arm, and we both sat there busy with our thoughts. Of course, Helen was right. The little man had the perfect revenge. But I'll never fully understand.
Time. The silent herald of life and death. Success or failure. The unseen force that measures man's destiny, reaching its most fateful moment as it slowly strikes the 11th hour.
Murder by Experts. The Mutual Broadcasting System presents Murder by Experts, with your host and narrator, Mr. John Dixon Carr, whose books have been translated into 17 languages and have sold over 10 million copies, and author of the recently published detective novel, Below Suspicion.
Good evening. This is John Dixon Carr. Each week at this time, Murder by Experts brings you a story of crime and mystery which has been chosen for your approval by one of the world's leading detective story writers. Tonight, our guest expert is the noted mystery novelist Craig Rice. In keeping with the spirit of the holiday season, Miss Rice, herself a witty and humorous writer, has selected a hilarious and suspenseful comedy mystery by Joseph Roscoe. And now we present Carl Eastman in The Case of the Missing Mind.
Let me out! You hear me, someone? Open this door and let me out!
You again, Mr. Andrews?
Doc!
Aren't we the troublesome patient?
Oh, Doc, you gotta believe me. It's all a mistake, a terrible mistake. You see, Doc? What's your angle, huh? I tell everybody the truth, the honest truth. So I'm a lunatic? What am I doing in a nut house?
Now, look. Our nice cousins are coming to visit, all the way from Two Forks. So let's be a good boy and watch our excitement curve,
Good boy, huh? Just wait till they show up. I'll tell them the way I got shanghaied here. They'll sue you for $1 million. They'll sue everybody.
Meanwhile, if your hallucinations persist, those fantastic tales, that alleged man you murdered...
But it was all real, I say. You got cotton in your ears.
All that abracadabra? Aladdin and the princess, Ali Baba.
There was no Ali Baba. I never said anything about Ali Baba, just Aladdin and the princess. I can't help it if nobody believes me. It's true, every word.
Now, calm down there, or I'll be forced to put you in a straitjacket again. Now, we wouldn't like that at all, would we? Of course not. Pleasant dreams, Mr. Andrews. And remember, this is not the Arabian Nights.
No, all this can't be happening to me. Not me, Kenny Andrews. Everybody's known me before. I always know the right time. But I tell this story, they look at me queer. So it does sound screwy. So it's my fault? My golly, the thing transpired, I swear it. Listen to me, someone, listen! All right. Only 2 weeks ago, everything's normal, see? Like always, I'm doing the best I can with an angle. Only the best wasn't so hot the last few months. I've been up the creek, the horses were dogs. My one unhocked suit was all ripped and torn by a certain Broadway bookie. That is important. Keep your eye on that suit. I was absolutely from hunger, sitting in the lobby of a cheap hotel in the 40s, when, lo, this strange-looking character walks into my life.
Good morning, friend. Do you ever dream?
Just like that he began, the strange-looking guy with the purple hat.
Do you ever dream, my friend?
I'd noticed this character before, shadowing me for days. On Times Square, I button my shoe. How do you do? There he is. I lose him in Schubert Alley, and he's the man right behind me when I'm putting a slug in the automat. And now here's Mr. Queer sitting beside me. Do I ever dream, he wants to know.
What is it you dream when you dream, my friend? I am interested in wish fulfillment.
Say, listen, pal, are you for real? What's the idea of telling me anyway? Go take a long drop.
I'd like a word with you. You see, Mr. Andrews...
How'd you know my name?
I am a mystic, sir. I know all.
Oh, yeah? Maybe you know where I was born.
Two Forks. And now about your dreams, sir.
Say, who are you anyway?
Oh, call me Aladdin.
Huh? Caught you kidding. Aladdin?
Yes. Would you like to try my magic lamp?
The guy is strictly from a nightmare, I figure. But let him talk. Look who's selling who to Brooklyn Bridge.
Answer, friend. You begin to rub my lamp the wrong way.
Now look at Mr. Aladdin. Suppose you scramble.
Freeze, fellow. Put up your hands. Reach for the moon.
Suddenly, the crazy little guy had me covered. with a little green gun.
Reach!
Hey, what is this? This thing up?
You fool! To throw away good fortune when it seeks you out. For the last time, sir, what is it you dream when you dream? The theme that keeps returning. Your heart's desire.
Like a nightmare. Watch your step, Kenny, I says to myself. You're dealing strictly with a query. Humor him or you're a dead pigeon. Oh, okay, sure, bud, I get you now. I always dreamed that somebody suddenly handed me 50 grand and a beautiful princess.
Ashkenazi!
My gosh, I hardly get it out of my mouth when it happened. You got to believe me, you got to, I tell you. This weird character in the purple hat, he whips out a huge envelope, he counts out 50 $1,000 bills, he hands them over to me, he shouts,
"The princess, my friend, will come later."
And he disappears out of the hotel. On my honor, on my mother's grave. That's the way it all started. I warned you my story would sound like a hophead's fantasy. I don't blame anyone looking at me sideways. I even examined my own head listening to me tell it. Such things don't just happen. A strange character in a purple hat, a green gun, and there it is, 50 grand. First, I don't believe my eyes. A guy like me, sharp, knows what time it is. He's strictly from Missouri. Still, them greenbacks look like the real McCoy. I stumbled over to the bank on the corner and up to a bank teller. I had to find out. Would you kindly mind breaking this bill for me like a good fella?
Well, let's...
The guy stared at the bill. Stared and stared. And then at me, suspicious.
Say...
Goodbye, Kenny Andrews. 10-year stretch.
$1,000 bill? Well,
He's casing it, but good. Easy, Kenny. Keep that heart still. Keep that heart still. Keep that heart still. He'll hear you. Here it comes.
Yes, You know, we don't get these very often at this branch, and... how would you like to have your change, sir?
Clean. It was clean. 50,000 cabbages. A minute ago, I couldn't crash a needle stand, and now I'm king. My head spun round and round. I nearly passed out. Next thing I know, I'm spread out on a bed, back in my crummy hotel room. I feel in my shirt. It's still there. I count the bills again. All there. Passports to heaven. Hold on to that green. Hold on. All the money in the world at your feet. First, buy a new suit. Don't answer. Get rid of these rags. The suite at the Waldorf. Ignore it. You're not here. Don't talk. It's yours. Guy in a purple hat, he came over to you. So it's magic. So what? I heard of such a thing. I read of such a thing. You're such a wise guy. Maybe I'm dreaming. No, not that. No, please, the one time in my life. Hello?
It is real, my friend.
Oh, Mr. Aladdin?
You are not dreaming.
Oh, wonderful.
You are thinking of buying a new suit.
I am? I mean, yeah, I am.
You are not to do so. This is the only condition. You must always wear that suit. Disobey and the penalty is death. You are being watched. Remember. But everything else on heaven and earth is now yours for the asking. Happy joys, my friend.
You see? This gets screwier and screwier. But Aladdin's my boy, see? No questions asked. Who cares about front when you're healed with 50 G's? Clothes make the tin horn, but when you're a prince, that's how all my troubles began and headed me for this joint. When I can't resist anymore and go and tell the strange events to the boys along Broadway, they give me the quick brusharoo. It was unnatural. Am I dreaming, I says to myself? All right, if I am, I'm going to get rid of the silly sequence. The rags must go. I enter a ritzy dog shop. My good man?
Yes?
I was just torn to shreds on the stock exchange. You know, the Hurly-Burly.
Ah, I see, sir.
Yeah, you know the bulls?
I understand, sir. A new suit.
Yeah, I want to order about a dozen, and I want them out of this world. Something with a little dash supreme.
Yes, sir. Well, now, if you'd like to consider these numbers here.
But just then, my eye caught something looking in at me through the window. was another eye, and it had a mad stare. And over it was a purple hat, and the pocket was aiming at me against the window. And without seeing it at all, I knew it was a little green gun.
These charming summer worsted, sir?
Look, pal, what are you showing me suits for? Who said suits? I said overcoats.
You said overcoats?
With a fur collar.
A fur collar? In July? Are you mad, sir?
Why not? If I gotta wear a coat to cover my past, it might as well have a fur collar. I always visioned me in one, but only in my wildest dreams. So, next, with a lot of haberdashery and gloves and this and that and a walking cane, I'm ready for anything. I'm out to live, see? Come what may. Even a dog catcher. That night in Manhattan finds me slumming at a private table in a midnight casino. The classiest spot in town. Where before I could never even afford the bar.
Your order, monsieur.
I already had a few quickies all over the stem. By now, I am a god. Champagne, Charlie, and a bottle for every lady in a joint whose escort can claim a purple hat. All eyes were upon me with admiration, including the most gorgeous little number at the very next table.
Beg pardon, monsieur.
It's the waiter smiling at me, very polite.
You forgot to check your code at the door, monsieur. It is a rule of the establishment.
Oh, yeah? We'll see about this. Call the head waiter.
I am the head waiter.
Oh, yeah, huh? Go drop dead.
Gentlemen, please.
It's that luscious brunette with the creamy shoulders sitting alone at the next table.
Pierre, your manners. You disappoint me.
But he's wearing an overcoat.
Silence. Why do you not take this gentleman's order?
But it is a rule of the house.
Rules are for the riffraff. Can you not see he is perhaps an eccentric millionaire? That he is moreover to be my guest.
Oh, so, Princess. In that case, Princess, 1,000 pardons, Your Imperial Highness.
Go ahead, say it. Tweet, tweet. Jenny Andrews got the DTs. All right, don't swallow it then. But will someone please solve it for me?
I am lonesome, young man. Won't you join my table?
So this is the princess I was foretold. We made it a twosome, this royal doll and me. We killed 3 bottles, never taking our eyes off each other. Each was too entranced. Now what are we doing? We're sailing along 57 toward Park Avenue. Her head on my shoulders.
Oh, can you shine?
In a sky blue limousine driven by a little midget. You heard me, a little midget.
Be kind to me, babushka.
She is a Russian, it seems. Princess Julie, from a branch without their heads cut. And she gives off like a rose.
Promise you will be very kind.
Where are we going, Princess?
You silly goose. Don't you remember?
Oh.
We are on our way to my apartment. Sit closer. More vodka, my darling. It is the champagne of the Volga.
Sure, why not?
And what about some delicious joiva?
What's that?
Oh, joiva is the love candy of the Orient. Open your mouth, my little Kenyusha.
Oh, it's wonderful stuff. Oh, this ain't happening. This ain't really happening, is it?
Oh, hush, my life. Go on, tell me more of your philosophy.
Where was I, Princess Baby?
Angles?
Oh, yeah. It's all a matter of angles, see? I'm full of them, Your Highness. In this town, if you're sharp, cut your wits, never give a sucker an even break, one can rise to millions. Now, taking 2 forks.
2 forks? Who is 2 forks?
In Oklahoma, where I was born. Out there, they don't even know what time it is. If I stood out there, Your Worship, I'd commit suicide.
Mm-hmm.
I ran away when I was 12.
More vodka, Kenyusha. You tell me about it. I must know all about you.
Naturally. I live with my Uncle Iggy, see? Well, a poor yokel, he spends all his time digging in his backyard. For what? Worms! Can you tie that?
How quaint. Go on.
Yeah, my cousins, Your Excellency. Just as dopey. Joe and Fanny and all the rest. The cows giving milk today? It stifles me, get it? There's no room for a smart guy with an itch in a place like that. You listening?
Yes, drink up, my love.
So I get my first angle. I organize a cousins club, elect myself treasurer, buy me a ticket to New York, and shake the dust forever. That's it, pretty good, huh? Your Grace. Your Grace, the room's turning sideways.
Oh, come closer, my heart. Kiss me again. Kiss me.
It's hot in here.
Then why not take off your overcoat, Kenyusha?
Oh, no. I'm all right now. Say, Princess. Whose cane is that over there by the piano? It's not mine.
No, my sweet. It is my husband's. Some music.
You what?
Oh, don't be alarmed, Kenny. He's out of town. Oh, I hate him. I hate him, the beast. He abuses me so.
Oh, he does, huh?
Oh, Babushka, why am I telling you all this? Because always in my lonely life I am looking for someone. In my dreams I have seen him, and he has caressed my cheek. But the days go by and the years, and he does not come. And yet, always I know that someday, and tonight it happened at the midnight club, one blind.
Oh, Your Honor. Do you feel that way, too?
Oh, Kenny, you do love me.
Oh, do I? Oh, Princess, I'm crazy about you, Your Honor. With all my heart and soul, and it's a great privilege I never visioned. I'd do anything for you.
You do anything?
Anything, just to have you.
Would you commit murder for me?
Murder?
Would you commit murder for me, Kenny?
What's that?
Speak low.
This is a speaker.
My husband. It's his knock.
Your husband? I thought you...
Would you kill for me, Kenyusha?
He's got his key in
Then
the door.
here's my gun. Take it. When he opens the door, shoot. Yeah, but do you love me, Kenyusha? Do you want me? Oh, my heart, think only that monster stands in the way.
The door, it's opening. He's coming in. There he is.
What are you waiting for? Shoot.
What do you dream when you dream, my friend?
You killed him.
My golly, it was him, Mr. Aladdin.
Hey, Chief, you know the guy we've been getting complaints about all day with Aladdin's lamp?
That raggedy bum with the fur coat in July? Casey, I want him picked up and put in a cage.
He's right here now, Chief. He wants to see you.
Oh, my gosh.
Okay, Wild Eyes.
I can't stand it anymore. I'm going to give myself up.
Casey, don't go away. I don't want to be left here alone with this lunatic. What's up?
He says he just bumped off a guy a half hour ago.
What? Who'd he bump off?
Aladdin.
Aladdin? Ain't that a hot one now?
I don't know what made me do it. I killed him in cold blood. I don't know what come over me. But she's absolutely in a clear, I tell you, and I'm willing to fly alone.
Hold on there. She. Who is she?
The princess whom I was doomed to meet.
The princess?
Why, sure.
Now, don't give me any more of that Arabian Nights. What the devil are you wearing a fur coat in July? I think you're crazy.
I'm beginning to think so, too.
Shut up. Stop shaking. Now, what about that 50 grand fairy tale?
It's gone. After we killed him, we ran out of her apartment. I felt in my shirt, and it was gone.
We killed him. Where's the princess?
She had an appointment with a hairdresser.
What? Sit down. You mean that murderess...
What murderess? I absolve her. I turned her head. For once in my life, I'm going to act like a man. I killed him. But I can't stand it anymore. My conscience been haunting me. It's like a nightmare.
You expect me to swallow that hocus pocus? What do I look like?
Then don't swallow it, but please solve it for me.
Where is the corpus, if any?
Lay it dead and to be.
All right, let's go. But if you're dragging me along on a wild goose chase, I'll put you away in a padded cell. Now, come on. vacant. Bare. No one even lives here. Where do you see a body?
Can't understand. My gosh, officer, I was just here, but now it's empty.
Hey, what are you trying to pull on
Can
me?
I help you, gentlemen? Who are you looking for?
Who are you?
I'm Mrs. Podolsky, the janitress.
Well, who lived here last? You know a Princess Julie?
A princess witch. I'm afraid, mister, you got the wrong building. No one's been living in this apartment for the last 6 months.
What about it, Pierre? You're the head waiter in this nightclub. Do you ever know or wait on such a dame?
Princess Julie.
Yeah.
But no, Monsieur Inspector. She is utterly unknown in this establishment.
That's a lie. You remember darn well just a couple hours ago. My fur coat. She was sitting at the next table. And
Pierre, do you know this eccentric jerk here? Take a good look at him.
Monsieur, I have never before seen him in my whole life.
Let go, officer. Let go my neck. Where you rushing me?
Get back in my car, you. You're headed for the judge. Princess Julie.
No, wait a minute. Wait. I remember something now. She gave me a piece of paper. It's somewhere. A phone number. Here, look. The phone number. Her hairdresser's, where I was to call her. Instead, I gave myself up. Honest, look.
Let's see.
Here. There's a phone in that store. Go ahead, call it. Ask for her. See if I'm crazy.
All right. Kenny, just one more chance I'll give you. But if you're giving me the business again, I'll tear you limb from limb. Come on. Hello, is this a hairdressing parlor?
What number do you want? Who is this?
Describe her. A ravishing brunette.
Shut up. This is Inspector Ross Police Department. Is this a hairdresser's?
My dear fellow, this is a private sanitarium for the insane.
What?
Dr. Bennett speaking.
Tell him her teeth are like a pile. Tell him...
Shut up, you. Sorry, Doc. I guess this is just a bum steer. You see, I got a prisoner here told me that a Princess Julie...
What? What's that? What's your prisoner's name?
Kenny Andrews.
Kenny Andrews, that's him. Don't let that man away. Get him right back here. He's an escaped lunatic.
What? Well, I'll be... Now this makes sense. Look, Doc, give me your address, quick. I'm delivering him myself in person, and it'll be a pleasure.
Is the princess there? What do they say, huh?
What do they say? Brother, you're going home.
Let me go! Let me go!
Is this your man, Doc?
Yes, that's him. He escaped from here 2 days ago.
You're a liar! I never seen you before in my life.
Attendant, give me a hand, quick.
Now, let me alone. What are you doing? I'll bust you one. Hey, please, this is a terrific...
Thank you, Inspector. It's lucky for the community you found him.
Yeah, and am I glad to unload this baby. What a ride he took me for. What an imagination.
Oh, he's definitely a schizophrenic, poor lad. Too bad. Well, of course, we'll just keep him here under observation till he's committed elsewhere.
You notified his relatives?
Yes. They're on their way now from Oklahoma. They haven't seen him since he was a child. I hope they won't ask for his release. That would be tragic.
It'd be bloody murder. Why, he's a menace. I'm sure glad you're taking him out of circulation.
And that's my story. See, the whole truth. I swear it all transpired. Listen to me, someone. You don't believe it, then at least solve it for me. Let me out, you hear me? Open this door and let me out. Just while my cousins get here. That Sorbo's a liar. I tell the honest truth, so I'm a lunatic. I'm Kenny Andrews. I always know the right time. What am I doing in the hospital? Such things shouldn't happen to a dog. Open up, I say. Let me out.
You again, Mr. Andrews. Aren't we the troublesome patients?
You just wait till I get here.
Your cousins are here
That's
now.
all, you just
Let's
wait.
calm down so they won't get frightened. So we can go home with them to Two Forks. Otherwise, we'll spend the rest of our life here.
Huh?
Now, that's the boy. This way, please. Kenny is ready to see you now.
Oh, am I glad you guys came. If you only knew... You!
What is it you dream when you dream, my friend?
Aladdin. You're dead.
No. Cousin Joe. Alive.
Huh? Promise you will be very kind, Kenyusha?
Princess Julie. Oh, Your Honor.
No, Cousin Fanny. You're crazy.
But my golly, what is this? Am I still seeing things? Hey, you two been taking me for a sleigh ride?
Oh, no, Cousin Kenny. How could we? Yokels like us take a sharp guy like you?
Not your dopey cousins from Two Forks, Kenny. The cow's giving milk today?
Oh, my golly, what's your angle? I don't get it. I don't get it at all.
You will, Kenny. You remember Uncle Iggy?
Huh?
Digging and digging in his backyard? For what, Kenny?
Worms.
Right. Uncle Iggy died 2 weeks ago. You know from what, Kenny?
What?
Heart shock.
Huh?
You know what gave him heart shock, Kenny? He struck oil in his backyard and became a millionaire overnight.
Huh?
You know who he left the $6 million to in his will, Kenny?
Who?
You.
Huh?
But you're not going to enjoy it, Kenny, because you're non-compos mentis. Get it? You're crazy.
And that's where we come in, Kenny. You see, his will also reads that when you die or go crazy, the fortune's to be split among your other cousins.
You always did suspect you'd suddenly do one or the other, Kenny.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. This has all been a frame-up. Sure, I get it, everything. I've been framed. You wanted to make people think I'd gone haywire. So you put up this whole mishmash. How did you know where to trail me?
Easy. For a smart guy with a niche, only one place for him. New York.
And when we met up with a certain bookie, the rest was easy.
Oh, I got a headache. I got things pounding in my ears. That gun I plugged you with.
Blanks.
That waiter at the casino.
Cousin Georgie.
The Sawbones.
Cousin Hank.
The midget.
Cousin Lou.
The janitress.
Cousin Bessie.
Oh, this should happen to me. To me, you crooks, you swindlers. You admit it. You stand there and admit it all.
Why not? What have we got to lose now?
Who to do such a thing to your own cousin?
You remember the Cousins Club, Kenny?
Well, now you angle your way out of this, baby. Come on, Fanny, he'll weep. Let's go.
Make with the paper dolls, Kenny.
No, listen, you robes, you can't pull this on me. Never, you'll never get away with it. You'll see. You think you're pretty slick, huh? Wise guys. Make with the paper dolls, huh? No. That'll never keep me here. Not Kenny Andrews. Such a thing shouldn't happen to a dog. What'll I do? Spray me, someone. Listen to me. All you punks tune in on my story, do something. What are you just sitting for? This thing's funny. Help me. Advise me. For crying out loud. Give me an angle.
And so the curtain falls on the case of the missing mind, which was chosen by guest expert Craig Rice. Miss Rice is the author of Having a Wonderful Crime. Next week at this time, Murder by Experts brings you a story of a New Year's Eve masquerade party with death as a guest in disguise, selected for your approval by one of the foremost leading mystery writers of the world. Until then, this is your host, John Dixon Carr, hoping you'll be with us again next week at this time.
Case of the Missing Mind was written by Joseph Rusko. In our cast were Carl Eastman, Ann Shepard, Bill Zuckert, Ralph Camargo, and Bert Cullen. Music under the direction of Emerson Buckley, composed by Richard DuPage. Murder by Experts is produced and directed by Robert A. Arthur and David Kogan. Phil Tonkin speaking. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.